Chapter 1. Past Life or Dream. Stubborn boy, have you truly made the decision to enlist? The aged visage of Father Yang Zhan bore a serious expression as the head of the family. Certain matters were not to be trifled with, particularly military service, which was not a matter of mere whim. Under the weight of his father's stern gaze, Yang Qi straightened his demeanor, looking earnestly at his father as he declared, "Dad, I am resolute. It is said that one regrets enlisting for 2 years, yet regrets not enlisting for a lifetime. I did not wish to leave any regrets behind. He did not want the regrets of his past life to haunt this one. Although at times he struggled to discern whether it was indeed a dream or a previous existence. The strange yet familiar memories had lingered in his mind since he graduated high school and came of age. Let us consider it a past life. It was at the same juncture when he gained admission to university, confronted with the same dilemma: enlist or pursue education. Ultimately, he did not enlist, but became a police officer, still serving to protect his homeland. Even if he were to perish at the hands of drug traffickers, he had never regretted his choice. These memories had been persistently echoing in his mind, and he had made his decision. He would enlist. With this thought, Yang Qi lifted his gaze, fixing it firmly upon his father and upon his mother, who stood silently, sorrow etched upon her face. With unwavering conviction, he stated, "Mom and Dad, I hope you can support me. This is not a spuro-thement decision, rather, it has been a long-held aspiration of mine." They had known their son well since childhood. He had always been exceptionally sensible, the exemplary child in the eyes of their neighbors. Whenever he had spare time, he devoted himself to physical training, and at that time, they had not fully understood why their son was so focused on his fitness. Now, they comprehended. Their beloved son had been preparing all along. Though their hearts ached, they could not bear to refuse him. This was their son's first earnest request. "Very well, we agree, but you must promise us that if you do not make something of yourself in the army, you shall not return," the father proclaimed before rising and walking toward the door. His once stalwart posture now slightly hunched. Observing his father's retreating figure, Yang Qi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "My son, do you truly wish to enlist?" Mother Lu Ye gazed at her son, whom she had nurtured since childhood, with reluctance. Yang Qi dared not meet his mother's eyes. He feared that he would waver, that he would be unable to part with his family, even if it was only for 2 years, perhaps longer. Their family was not affluent. His father, Yang Zhen, was an ordinary worker on a construction site, while his mother was a primary school teacher. Yet they live a life of safety and happiness until the day Yang Qi gained admission to university. While soldiers who were also students were not unheard of, those who enlisted immediately upon enrollment were rare, especially in their county or neighboring areas. Yang Qi was the first. "Mom, rest assured, even if I enlist, I will write home whenever I can. If circumstances permit, I shall call frequently," Yang Qi reassured, attempting to maintain a light-hearted demeanor as he gathered his emotions. Farewells were universally dreaded, and he was no exception. All right. Our son has always been sensible. Let us honor his decision," the father replied. Upon hearing his voice, both turned to find him holding a large black bag, visibly stuffed with numerous items. "Old Yang, what have you bought? Why such a large bag?" Mother asked, stepping forward to take the bag and placing it on the table. Yang Qi noticed that as soon as his mother opened the bag, her expression soured, piquing his curiosity to take a look as well. Lo and behold, inside were 3 packs of Hometown Mountain Hard Classic, 10 yuan each, totaling 300. It was the year 2000, and Father Yang Zhen, a construction worker, earned around 1,000 yuan per month at his best, while Mother Lu Ye, a primary school teacher, made approximately 500. That although they were not wealthy, they lived a modestly comfortable life. Yet purchasing 3 packs of cigarettes at once seemed extravagantly excessive. The discontent on his mother's face made this abundantly clear. Father was in for it. "Yang Zhen!" Mother's roar startled him into a shiver. Don't be angry. It's not for me. I only smoke chun-chung, at most Hong He. You know that." Witnessing his father, a grown man, yield to his mother's authority, Yang Qi thought, "Come on, Dad. Stand up for yourself. We could rise against this." Upon hearing his father's explanation, Mother's expression softened considerably. "Then tell me, what are these cigarettes for?" Father replied, "These are for our son. This little rascal thinks he hides it well, but as a seasoned smoker of 20 years, I've noticed his habits." He cast a proud glance at Mother, his pride unabashed. in "Oh, Dad, how could I have possibly revealed my smoking habit?" Yang Qi had no desire to dwell on that revelation. He only knew that his mother was about to explode. Avoiding her gaze, he lowered his head and entered a state of feigned oblivion. Running away? Absolutely not. After a brief moment, the anticipated storm did not arrive. Instead, he heard his mother sigh and turned toward him with a gentle voice. "Well, you're growing up, son. If you want to smoke, go ahead, but do it sparingly, all right?" Having narrowly escaped disaster, Yang Qi paid no attention to his father's stunned expression and embraced his mother with a grin, saying, "Thank you for understanding, Mom." Unbelievable. How could she accept this so easily? Yang Zhen felt indignant, especially upon witnessing the smugness in his son's eyes. He, Yang Zhen, would resist. What is it? Since it's for our son, let it be," Luya interrupted, oblivious to her husband's temperament. Throughout dinner, Yang Zhen remained sullen and defiant until his mother placed a chicken leg on his plate, which finally lifted his spirits. He turned to Yang Qi with a triumphant smile. "See? Your father is still your father, and your mother still cares about him." Yang Qi rolled his eyes, internally sighing, "Oh, Dad, when it comes to family hierarchy, without boasting, I'm undoubtedly above you." Ignoring the jealous banter between the father and son, Luya turned to Yang Qi and inquired, "My son, have you registered for military service? When is the physical examination?" "I have already registered next week. I will undergo political review and the physical examination. Once those steps are completed, I will soon be heading to the army." Despite having made the decision, Yang Qi felt a wave of reluctance surge within him. All right. From now on, your mother will prepare delicious meals for you every day. Eat well. Life in the army can be quite arduous," she said, continually serving food into Yang Qi's bowl. "Mom, you truly underestimate the army's cuisine. Every meal is like dining out, I assure you. It is more than satisfactory," Yang Qi replied. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his mother set down her utensils and rose to walk towards her room, leaving both father and son momentarily bewildered. Chapter 2. Enlistment always prepared. When Yang Qi saw his mother return with a stack of 100 yuan bills, he understood. "Here, son, this is 3,000 yuan. Take it with you to the army. Don't be frugal when you want to eat or drink. Treat yourself well," she said, placing the money on the table. His mother's indulgence nearly overturned his father's jealousy, who glared at him intensely. Yang Qi picked up the money and, taking his mother's hand, placed it back on the table. Before she could protest, he explained, "Mom, soldiers receive allowances. Even as a conscript, I will have 100 yuan each month, which is more than sufficient. Besides, there are generally no expenses in the army. They provide food and accommodation, so you need not worry. Please keep this money for yourselves. It may come in handy one day." Seeing his son so resolute, Luya relented. "All right, just remember to contact home if you find yourself in need." Yes, indeed. For 7 days, Yang Qi refrained from any intense physical training, dedicating only an hour each day to maintain his fitness, spending the rest of his time at home, occasionally visiting his parents at work. The results of the political review were predictably unblemished. Not only was there no issue for 3 generations, but even 5 generations would pose no problem. After showering, Yang Qi stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection with a faint smile. His features were well-defined with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips pressed together in a hint of determination. He exuded a sunny and confident aura. His physique was impeccable, honed through long-term training, with clearly defined muscle lines and the faint outline of six-pack abs under the light. Standing before the mirror, he gently clenched his fist, feeling the strength of his body, filled with anticipation for the future. "Hey, this body is quite capable. I will surely thrive in the army." Yang Qi chuckled to himself, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. "You cocky little brat, admiring yourself again?" His father's voice called from outside the door. Yang Qi turned around with a playful smile on his face. "Dad, this isn't vanity. It's about bringing glory to our country." His father looked at his son in the mirror, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "All right, son, work hard in the army, and don't bring shame to our family." "That is a certainty." Yang Qi patted his chest, his gaze filled with confidence and determination. "Quickly put on your clothes. Isn't today the day for your enlistment physical?" Dressed and confident, Yang Qi stepped out of the door, basking in the sunlight. "And why son looks so handsome," Luya said, affectionately ruffling her son's new hairstyle, which indeed looked quite fine. Having already prepared for military service, Yang Chi had chosen to cut his hair the day before. Whether he did it early or late, it had to be done, and to his surprise, it turned out rather well. Make sure to go early and return early, she advised. MHM. As Yang Chi made his way to the bus station, he was accustomed to the occasional glances of admiration for passers-by. It was inevitable, for he had been strikingly handsome since childhood, a source of his undeniable confidence. That young man is quite dashing. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? One passerby remarked. Why not just ask him? Came the teasing reply. How annoying. I wouldn't dare you go ahead if you're so curious. If it weren't for the telltale blush on her cheeks, she might have seriously thought her best friend had undergone a transformation. Aside from the occasional murmurs and a few girls who approached him for his contact information, Yang Chi soon arrived at the physical examination center established by the military at the city hospital. After a series of tests, he glanced at the time and realized it was already afternoon. However, looking at the results on his medical report, he felt reassured. On the eve of his enlistment, he would be surrounded by not only his parents, but also various relatives, including distant aunts and uncles. Chi-Chi, make sure you develop well in the army. All right? One relative urged. Of course. Our Chi-Chi is not only a university student, but also a top achiever. His future in the military is boundless. Another chimed in. Surrounded by the warm wishes and genuine concern of his relatives, there was no hint of sarcasm or jealousy. Yang Chi was not only the first university student in the family, but also someone they genuinely cared for. Most of them knew that he had always been independent, mature, and composed, which instilled confidence in his choices. Don't worry, Auntie, I will forge a bright future in the army, the 18-year-old Yang Chi declared, raising his glass in a toast to his relatives. Luya, observing the liquor in her son's glass, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but decided against intervening, realizing her son was now an adult. As each relative bid farewell, his parents began to tidy the dining table, while he retreated to his room to pack his belongings. Though the military provided most essentials, it was wise to bring extra underwear and socks, along with a couple of outfits for outings. As for the 3 packs of Red Pagoda cigarettes, they could simply be nestled in the middle of his clothes. In the year 2000, military regulations were not as strict as they would become in the future, and it was even possible to enjoy a beer, provided there were no training sessions scheduled for the following day, or if it was a celebration for the unit, Creek. As Yang Chi finished packing, his mother entered the room. Without waiting for him to speak, she asked with concern, Have you got everything packed? Do you have enough clothes? Check again to see if you've forgotten anything. Hearing his mother's ongoing concern, Yang Chi smiled slightly and rose to embrace her. Don't worry, Mom, you could trust me. She chuckled, playfully tugging at his ear. What's this? Are you annoyed by your mother's chatter? Not at all. I can never get enough of your concern, Mom. All right, once you're finished packing, make sure to get some rest early. Maintain a good demeanor tomorrow. Do not leave others with a poor impression. Understood? Got it. Off to sleep now. Upon hearing her son's playful words, Luya could only smile indulgently before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Lying in bed, Yang Chi gazed at the military uniform placed beside him, his heart brimming with unspoken excitement. Beginning tomorrow, he would officially become a member of the People's Liberation Army of China. With a heart alight with anticipation and trembling hands, he couldn't help but reach out to touch the uniform before him. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep, his desires fulfilled in dreams. Dawn. The alarm clock rang punctually, without a hint of hesitation. But he swiftly donned the military attire, a motion he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, often envisioning himself clad in this very uniform. This was more than mere clothing. It represented duty, the duty of a soldier, the commitment to protect one's homeland. He was ready. Just as Luya was about to knock on the door, Yang Chi opened it, fully dressed and standing confidently at the threshold. Seeing her son in a uniform adorned with a vibrant red flower, Luya exclaimed joyfully, You look so handsome. My son truly suits a military uniform. It's not too bad, Mom, Yang Chi replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head, realizing his own growing confidence. Come on, let's head to the train station. His father, Yang Zhen, approached, taking the luggage he had been carrying and stepping outside. Though his father did not utter many words, the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes was unmistakable to Yang Chi. Chapter 3. The world of soldier assault. In the early morning, the train station was shrouded in mist, and a cool breeze permeated the air. The platform was bustling with activity, teeming with a crowd, the majority of whom were young individuals clad in pristine military uniforms, adorned with vibrant red flowers on their chests, their faces radiating excitement and pride. Beside them stood their reluctant families. Some mothers discreetly wiped away tears, while fathers feigned composure, patting their sons on the shoulder and offering words of advice. Yang Chi stood in a corner of the platform, flanked by his parents. Leah held her son's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with pride and reluctance, gently adjusting the collar of Yang Chi's uniform, as if to imbue him with an extra measure of warmth from home. Once you arrive at the army, you must heed your superiors, don't be overzealous. And take care of yourself. Luya's voice quivered, yet she endeavored to maintain a smile. Don't worry, Mom, I will, Yang Chi replied, nodding with resolute conviction. Yang Jin, standing nearby, fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Son, remember, once you don this uniform, you are a soldier. The duty of a soldier is to protect the home and the nation. Regardless of the challenges you face, you must stand tall and shoulder your responsibilities. Yang Chi gazed at his father, determination flashing in his eyes. Dad, I understand. I won't let you down. The announcement on the platform echoed, signaling the train's imminent arrival. Yang Chi took a deep breath, gathered his luggage, turned to face his parents, and rendered a crisp military salute. Liu could no longer contain her tears. She embraced her son tightly, her voice trembling. You must return safely. Yang Jun patted his son's shoulder, a hint of moisture in his eyes. Go on. Give it your all. Yang Chi nodded, turning towards the train with a firm stride, his back straight and posture embodying the essence of a true warrior. On the platform, other recruits were likewise bidding farewell to their families, some sharing heartfelt embraces, others waving goodbye, the air thick with a poignant blend of reluctance and anticipation. As the train slowly departed, Yang Chi sat by the window, watching his parents recede into the distance. Liu continued to wave, her eyes now filled with tears, while Yang Jin stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on the train. Dad, hit him. Dad, yes, just like that, fight back. The sudden outcry drew Yang Chi's attention, and he was taken aback. Wang Baoqiang, Shin Sikong, he exclaimed in disbelief, his mind swirling in confusion. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he rose to survey his surroundings in search of validation. Moments later, he spotted Zhang Yi. No, he should address him as squad leader Shi Jin, clinging desperately to Su Sanduo, who appeared ready to leap from the train. Yang Chi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had never imagined himself in this world, perceiving it merely as a parallel realm. Yet now, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Su Sanduo, Cheng Kai, Shi Jin, characters from the iconic military drama Soldier Assault, now vividly present before him. For the first time in 18 years, Yang Chi comprehended that he had traversed into this classic phenomenon of a military film. Beep. Host detected to be entering the military, strong army system successfully bound. Note, no rewards in technology will be given. Borrowing the words of our esteemed readers, for the motherland. I serve in the strong army. Thanks to Lingyo Feiyu, beginner's gift package awaits collection. Silence listening to the electronic voice echoing in his mind. Yang Chi sat in a daze. A system, much like those found in novels, had activated. After all, having traversed into Soldier Assault, it seemed rather unsurprising for a system to be triggered. The clattering of the train intertwined with Su Sanduo's distinctive cries, causing Yang Chi to feel a throbbing headache. Any inclination to explore the system had dissipated. Squad leader, I want to go home. I don't want to be a soldier anymore, Su Sanduo sobbed, tightly embraced by Shi Jin, uttering words that sent shivers down Yang Chi's spine. Goodness, he actually wanted to return home. Glancing at Shi Jin's expression, Yang Chi could not help but chuckle. Shi Jin, appearing utterly disenchanted, stared blankly at Su Sanduo until he heard Yang Chi's laughter, which snapped him back to reality. He shot an annoyed glance at Yang Chi before releasing Su Sanduo. Sanduo, being a soldier isn't something you can simply choose to abandon at will, you know? Observing Su Sanduo, who looked like he was about to burst into tears again, Shi Jin felt he was facing a dilemma. It is not the tears of a new recruit that frighten him, nor their rebelliousness, but the fear of a recruit wishing to leave and return home. For a moment's inattention could lead to desertion. Shi Jin dared not provoke Su Sanduo further and opted for gentle explanations instead. But squad leader, it was the first time I heard my dad call me son instead of little turtle. That means your father acknowledges you, Sanduo. You should be joyful and strive to be a soldier that makes him proud. Shi Jin patiently embraced Su Sanduo, comforting this young man who had never been away from home. Originally intended to soothe Su Sanduo, upon hearing the word father, Su Sanduo began to wail uncontrollably once more. soon filling the entire train carriage with cries. Su Sanduo had succeeded, successfully bringing a whole carriage of people to tears, except for Yang Qi and Chen Kai, who was valiantly holding back his own tears. As a soldier, especially a new recruit, one must never weep, nor should they ever sing a forbidden song. The power of that song is akin to a nuclear bomb for fresh recruits. The cold wind rustles the falling leaves, the army is a blossoming greenery. Dear comrade, do not think of home, do not think of mother, deeply calling day and night. How many heartfelt words shut up? An error occurred. The song slipped out unintentionally. Just the lyrics reveal the devastating impact of military green flower. Even seasoned soldiers sometimes struggle against it. Watching the cacophony of sobs from the new recruits and the unabashed Yang Qi across the aisle, Shijin wished he had 100 mouths to comfort each one individually. Indeed, it was comfort. Shijin was inherently gentle and an exceptional squad leader, though the outcome was far from favorable. Finally, when all the new recruits had cried themselves out to the point of exhaustion, Shijin let out a substantial sigh of relief. Sometimes, letting emotions flow was preferable to bottling them up. With a sigh of relief, Shijin released Su Sanduo, stood up, and clapped his hands loudly, proclaiming, I understand that many of you have never ventured far from home, but we are all men now, are we not? We must enlist and become soldiers who protect our homeland. We can no longer indulge in tears. Do you understand? Understood. Yang Qi responded emphatically, capturing the attention of a significant portion of the group. Shijin, glancing at Yang Qi, felt a sense of exasperation. This soldier neither cried nor caused a ruckus, which was indeed a good thing, yet it seemed he was always seeking trouble. Shijin had prepared a multitude of comforting words, but suddenly found himself at a loss for what to say. Shaking his head, he walked toward the rear of the vehicle. Chen Kai, I really want to go home. Su Sanduo murmured, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Kai, uncertain of what to do next. Chapter 4. System Activation, Aiming for General, Confidence Source. 3 Dumbies, please stop crying. Your tears move me to tears as well. I implore you to hold back, Chen Kai murmured as he observed the poised Su Sanduo, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him. Yang Qi regarded the two, marveling at the stark contrast. Who could have imagined that 2 recruits, once weeping uncontrollably, would ultimately evolve into 2 formidable soldiers? Disregarding the duo, Yang Qi closed his eyes and began to explore the system he had acquired. System, open the novice gift package, beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring master-level combat skills. Master-level combat skills, including military boxing, sanda, Muay Thai, judo, combat techniques, traditional martial arts, etc. Encompassing all forms of combat skills. Note, no ancient martial arts. Beep. Congratulations to the host for an increase of 3 in strength, 5 in reflexes, and 3 in speed. Beep. The host's current status is as follows. Yang Qi, strength, 639. The upper limit for ordinary individuals is 10, special forces 15. And the extreme is 20. The host has no limits. Speed, 538. The upper limit for ordinary individuals is 10, special forces 15, and the extreme is 20. The host has no limits. Reflexes, for 59. The upper limit for ordinary individuals is 10, special forces 15, and the extreme is 20. The host has no limits. Mental power, 6. The extreme is 10. The host has no limits. Skill proficiency, novice, entry, proficient, mastery, grandmaster, and master. Curiously, Yang Qi pondered his training journey thus far, noting the surprisingly low values in all 4 attributes. Excluding the enhancements, his strength stood at a mere 6, speed at 5, and reflexes at only 4. System, what do you mean by the upper limits of ordinary individuals and special forces? Beep. An ordinary person without specialized training has an upper limit of 10, while those who have undergone rigorous training, such as special forces, have a limit of 15, with the extreme being 20. Among special forces, there are exceptional soldiers, like Su Sanduo, who can achieve a speed of around 16. And you, dear host, have no upper limit. What about mental power? Beep. Mental power encompasses willpower, psychological resilience, and intrinsic motivation. How do you dispense rewards or skills? Beep. The system includes an achievement system and a task system. Achievements include squad leader of the new recruits, outstanding soldier of the new recruits, and various ranks such as second lieutenant, first lieutenant, etc. Achieving each milestone grants rewards. The task section includes objectives such as preventing Shijin from retiring or stopping Wu Liui's ligament from tearing, among others. Satisfactory. As he has always aspired to become a general, He was particularly fond of the achievement section. Upon opening his eyes, he clenched his fists, feeling an almost doubled strength coursing through him, filled with hope and an inexplicable aura reminiscent of a martial arts master, exuding authority without anger. As the train prepared to make a stop, after an hour of dining, we would switch trains and travel alongside the military supply vehicles to our destination. Stop, stop. Susandio, no more crying. After Shurjin finished speaking, he immediately noticed Susandio, who was on the verge of tears, his lips quivering, with a serious expression. Shurjin looked at him. Susandio was well aware that if he allowed himself to cry, it would likely provoke the squad leader's anger. Hence, he pressed his hands tightly over his mouth, occasionally emitting muffled sobs. Resource conservation is essential. There is no need for fear. The military also emphasizes frugality, especially concerning food supplies. Therefore, we have arranged for 2 vehicles to consolidate into one, Shurjin reassured them. It was evident that the new recruits were visibly frightened. Except for Yang Qi, who seemed noticeably different, his demeanor had transformed from appearing mature yet somewhat carefree to a more composed and steady presence. Though puzzled, Shurjin refrained from inquiring further and turned to approach instructor He Hongtao, who was not only the instructor for the Red Third Company but also for the new recruits. Instructor, may I have a look at the profiles of this batch of recruits? Upon hearing Shurjin's request, He Hongtao turned to him and replied, of course. There is nothing confidential. After all, you are also a recruitment officer. Instructor, I'm merely a squad leader, Shurjin replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. It was his first experience recruiting soldiers. Come now, your ability to assess recruits far surpasses that of your company commander. There is no need for modesty, He Hongtao said, genuinely appreciating Shurjin, for it was rare not to like such a capable soldier, responsible, competent, and respected by both his squad and the entire company, devoid of the bad habits often exhibited by seasoned soldiers, such as looking down on newcomers. Indeed, most veterans in this era often held new recruits in disdain, but while contempt existed, bullying was unheard of. Rather, it reflected a profound desire for strength. All right, instructor. I shall not disturb you further, Shurjin said earnestly, saluting before picking up the files from the table and moving aside to review them. Talent. Susanduo. Ah, found it. Yang Qi, hailing from Anning, Yunnan, aged 18, a freshman at Nanjing University, enlisted in his first year. A college student, Shurjin exclaimed in astonishment at the document before him. It was indeed rare for a college student to enlist, as they were often distinguished in society, whether in employment opportunities or treatment. Few would choose to endure the hardships of military life. This was precisely why the military encouraged college students to enlist. The opportunities and benefits were greater, or else very few would consider joining. Once we reach the destination, inform the company commander. Such talent is not only needed at the regiment level but also at the division level, Shurjin concluded, placing the documents into his briefcase. He gazed out at the train gradually decelerating. They must be approaching the transfer station, and the new recruits were likely to stir once more. Instructor, we are nearing the transfer station. I'll go keep an eye on the recruits. Look here, everyone, this is Shurjin. Not only is he a treasure to the 7th Company, but we also desire such a squad leader, He Hongtao remarked to the other instructors, unabashedly expressing his thoughts. Everyone wants a good soldier. Shurjin smiled shyly as he made his way towards the front of the carriage. Are we almost there? Yang Qi inquired, observing the noticeable reduction in the train's speed through the window. Gradually, the train slowed to a crawl, eventually arriving at the station. Armed militia members stood guard around the station, while a few officers adorned with 2 stars on their epaulets lingered on the platform, indicating the presence of the armed forces leadership. As the train came to a complete halt, the new recruits inside the carriage braced themselves for yet another round of uncertainty, as an atmosphere laden with fear, regret, and sorrow permeated the air. We had reached the transfer station. Everyone gathered their belongings and disembarked in an orderly fashion. After having lunch and resting momentarily, we awaited the arrival of the train that would take us further on our journey. Shurjin reiterated his instructions, anxious that someone might inadvertently forget to disembark or leave behind their luggage, which would surely lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 5. The History of the Regiment. A Legacy of Honor Squad Leader. Are we going to eat now? Yes, it's time for dinner. After we finish eating, everyone should take a moment to rest and refrain from wandering about. Now heed my command, Shurjin said solemnly. Gather your belongings, and once we disembark, remain orderly and line up below. Upon hearing Shurjin's orders, the recruits clutched their luggage tightly, disembarking one after another to form a queue on the platform. The restless chatter of the new soldiers filled the air, with many glancing around curiously. Gurgle, gurgle. At the sound, everyone turned to see several armed personnel pushing carts loaded with heavy iron barrels, from which wafted an enticing aroma. Dinner is served. In an instant, stomachs began to rumble in unison. While Shurjin relayed instructions to the new recruits, he diligently patrolled the train compartments, ensuring nothing was overlooked, even inspecting the restrooms, before finally stepping off the train. All present, line up for roll call. When your name is called, respond loudly. Chung Kai, Susandio, Yang Chi. With each name called, Shurjin marked a check on the roll sheet until everyone was accounted for. Only then did he close the roster and turn to Instructor He Hongtao. Report, Instructor. 50 recruits were expected, and all 50 are present. Please advise. Sit down and rest in place, then come forward in an orderly fashion to receive your meals. Understood. Shurjin turned to the line, smiling as he instructed, everyone. Sit down. One by one, proceed to collect your meals. After eating, do not wander, remain seated for a moment. After a brief interval, the recruits began to converse amongst themselves. Observing that many of the new soldiers had taken out cigarettes, Shurjin merely glanced at them without intervening. Yang Chi, too, pulled out a cigarette and lit it without hesitation. While they were still recruits and had not yet officially entered the unit, they could indulge in smoking. However, once they were in the recruit company, such liberties would be fraught with complications unless one possessed exceptional fitness. Being caught smoking by the squad leader would surely result in consequences. Even in the recruit company, despite seeing characters in dramas sneak cigarettes, it was often because they excelled in various aspects and were discreet enough to save face for the squad leader. A post-meal cigarette felt blissful, like a divine indulgence. Originally intending to quit, the presence of the system now rendered such intentions unnecessary. The distant roar of the train, accompanied by clanking sounds, echoed through the air. Everyone, stand up. The train is arriving. Gather your luggage and ensure that your meal boxes and cigarette butts are disposed of properly in the trash bins before boarding. Shurjin called from the front of the line. Hearing his voice, the recruits collected themselves, each offering a salute to the approaching train. Unlike the green passenger cars, this one lacked compartments. Instead, it featured a flatbed covered tightly with tarpaulin. All right, everyone, board in an orderly manner. As the group boarded, the 50 new recruits settled into the interior, where an inexplicable scent pervaded the air, causing Yang Chi to feel slightly uneasy. It must be said that the finest ingredients demand the simplest of preparations. For instance, placing a group of 50 sweating recruits into a stifling container will, in mere moments, create the most uncomfortable of environments. Greetings, I am Chen Kai. Seated near the door in the middle section is Yang Chi, inhaling the fresh air that wafts in through the crack. Just as he was about to take a brief respite, he heard a voice beside him. Turning his head towards the source, he politely replied, "Hello, I am Yang Chi, hailing from Anning City." He then glanced at Su Sanduo, leaning against Chen Kai, and inquired, "What's wrong with him?" Three fool. Chen Kai shook his shoulder, rousing Su Sanduo from his stupor. Huh? What's the matter, Chen Kai? Su Sanduo rubbed his tear-stained red eyes, gazing vacantly at Chen Kai. As his eyes wandered around the airtight carriage, his emotions surged anew. Everyone, since we have some time, let me share with you the situation of our regiment. We are the 702nd Regiment, a distinguished unit in the annals of military history. To put it succinctly, according to internal statistics, our regiment has collectively annihilated approximately 10 enemy divisions throughout our combat history. Squad leader, how many soldiers are there in a division? A recruit asked. Eager to learn. Good question. A division typically comprises just over 10,000 men, so 10 divisions would amount to around 100,000, Shurjin replied, pride evident in his voice as he recounted the glorious history of the 702nd. How many soldiers are in our regiment? Many recruits, including Yang Chi, were curious about this. The dramas have never depicted the actual strength of the 702nd, but judging by the vastness of the training grounds, including the expansive prairie where the 5th Squad trains, it is considerable. Over 3,000. How does that sound? Quite impressive. Isn't it? Over 3,000. My goodness. Does that mean each person would have to take on 40 enemies? Squad leader, how many enemies have you killed? The recruits looked curiously at Shurjin. Shurjin chuckled at their enthusiasm. Now is a time of peace. Such grand battles are a thing of the past. However, I must clarify, as a squad leader, I have never taken a life. These are accounts from our regiment's combat history, a proud legacy from an era when our predecessors valiantly fought off invaders. Though we live in peaceful times, there remain places where sacrifices are necessary. Thus, we are trained with a readiness for battle as our mandate. Moreover, let me tell you, our regiment is considered an elite force nationally, so no more tears, understand? We must not provide amusement to the seasoned veterans. Although you are new recruits, the moment you enlisted, you became soldiers of the People's Liberation Army of China. A true man sheds blood and sweat, but not tears, do you understand? Do not allow others to look down on you. Shurjin spoke with utmost seriousness. The military requires strength forged through blood and sweat, not tears. Even Su Sanduo, who had been somewhat dazed, felt a flicker of understanding after hearing Shurjin's words, albeit faint. In the stillness of the night, Shurjin surveyed the slumbering forms of the new recruits within the carriage, a gentle smile gracing his features as he observed their peaceful repose. Squad leader, are you not asleep yet? Startled by the sudden voice, Shurjin turned to find Yang Qi leaning against the doorframe. With a sigh of relief, he approached and settled beside Yang Qi. Why are you still awake? It's already 3 or 4 o'clock. You should seize the opportunity to rest. We will soon arrive at the regiment headquarters. Eschewing any semblance of authority as a squad leader, Shurjin expressed genuine concern for Yang Qi, who had always struck him as unexpectedly mature. Yang Qi merely smiled and offered no reply. Retrieving a box of Tashin cigarettes from his pocket and handing one to Shurjin, while he himself nonchalantly placed one between his lips, Shurjin accepted it, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Tashin hardpack, no less. Though he did smoke occasionally, it was a rare indulgence. His self-discipline was formidable, enabling him to master his cravings. Chapter 6. The new recruit company commander, Gao Cheng. Receiving the lighter from Yang Qi, Shurjin did not refuse to smoke this time. With a snap, he exhaled a puff of smoke. I have perused your profile. Why did you choose to enlist instead of continuing your studies at university? Shurjin was genuinely curious, as the records indicated that Nanjing University was a prestigious institution with a promising future. You aspire to serve in the military for a lifetime, do you not? My own ambition is to become a general, Yang Qi proclaimed, articulating his lofty aspirations with ease. Upon hearing these words, Shurjin felt a profound shock within him. It was the first time he had encountered a recruit who boldly expressed that their goal was to attain the rank of general. Such grand ideals, yet they seemed distant. You have only just enlisted, and you have not even fully integrated into the People's Liberation Army. How can you be so confident? Shurjin was momentarily taken aback, his astonishment evident in his eyes. Although the carriage was dimly lit, Yang Qi could sense his squad leader's astonishment, even if he could not discern his expression clearly. Confidence is not merely spoken, it is demonstrated through action. One must have a target. Ordinary goals are too trivial. To be candid, I have been training my body since childhood and have gathered information from various military magazines. Admittedly, many of those publications tend to exaggerate or are somewhat misleading. But they do provide some insights, Yang Qi said with a cheerful smile. Ah, so you are here seeking praise, are you? Shurjin observed the jovial Yang Qi and felt a sense of satisfaction. Since you claim to have prepared for military life from a young age, I shall refrain from drawing conclusions for now. I will assess your performance during the training battalion. Absolutely, squad leader, just wait and see, Yang Qi confidently replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Even before the system was in place, his heart was already brimming with anticipation and self-assurance. Where does this confidence stem from? Confidence can manifest in many forms, yet Yang Qi's self-assurance arises from his own recognition of his capabilities. Moreover, after acquiring the system, to put it in a somewhat dramatic manner, his confidence was indeed at an all-time high. Shurjin remained silent, merely finding himself fond of this new recruit before him. You should take a moment to rest. We will soon arrive at our destination. After extinguishing his cigarette and tucking it into his pocket, Shurjin leaned against the iron door and closed his eyes for a brief respite. Observing Shurjin and the not-so-distant Cheng Kai, Yang Qi sensed that the latter was not asleep but rather eavesdropping intently. Feel free to listen, he thought. Shoo, rise and shine. Everyone, gather your spirits. We have arrived. With the piercing sound of a whistle, Shurjin's voice resonated throughout the carriage. The new recruits, who had previously been languid, quickly collected themselves, eager to maintain their military decorum and present themselves well, lest they become the subject of ridicule from the veterans. Listen to my commands. Form a line. The shorter individuals at the front and the taller at the back. No talking. Align yourselves properly. As the recruits organized themselves neatly within the carriage, the thunderous roar of the mechanical engine filled the air, prompting everyone to curiously tilt their heads, even though the doors had yet to open. It seems that the attempt to prevent Su Sandua's surrender scene has proven futile. Yang Qi, observing the distance of 3 to 5 new recruits from him, could only express his helplessness. After all, standing at over 1 meter 80, while Su Sanduo barely reached 1 meter 60, he found himself in the front row. With a booming sound, the train doors swung open, and the dim environment was suddenly illuminated by sunlight, causing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. As a procession of cold war machines rolled in, the imposing tanks passed before them. Squad leader, look at me. I'll give these new recruits a boost. The operator atop the tank, caught up in the moment, turned the cannon towards the recruits, brazenly aiming it in their direction. Inevitably, an accident loomed on the horizon, as Su Sanduo, ever compliant, executed a disgraceful gesture that would earn the disdain of all soldiers. He raised his hand in surrender. This unexpected act caught everyone off guard, including the operator himself, who felt his bravado slip away under the thunderous reprimand of the new recruit's commander, Gao Cheng. That soldier, you're quite the comedian, aren't you? Surrendering? Get down here. Those familiar with Gao Cheng understood that he was genuinely furious. Sighing, Yang Qi lamented, I cannot save you, Su Sanduo. But perhaps this is for the best. When a tiger is raised by a house cat, does it remain a tiger? It was not entirely Su Sanduo's fault. It was merely a manifestation of natural human fear. Coupled with the oppressive upbringing from his father, his timid nature seemed unchangeable, necessitating further experiences to forge resilience. When Gao Cheng's shout startled Su Sanduo, he stumbled as he leaped from the vehicle, colliding directly with Gao Cheng. Stand firm. You're trembling at the sight of a tank? Gao Cheng glared at Su Sanduo, marking him with a mental cross. Get that rusting hunk of metal out of here. What are you showing off for? Frustrated by Su Sanduo's demeanor, Gao Cheng redirected his ire towards the tank unit. Everyone down, assemble. Gao Cheng, once in good spirits, now felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in his chest, casting a shadow over his mood. Get off the vehicle and assemble quickly. Shi Jin felt as if he had encountered his nemesis, Su Sanduo, always capable of surprising him. Yet, he had no choice. Su Sanduo was indeed the recruit he desired. As new recruits jumped from the train, Yang Qi observed the bustling veterans around him, a tinge of melancholy washing over him. Soldiers do eventually retire, and so do their equipment. This was not merely a ritual or display. It stemmed from a genuine emotional attachment. Gao Cheng and Shi Jin exchanged glances at Su Sanduo, and after a brief exchange, Shi Jin sprinted towards an armored vehicle. I'm Gao Cheng, your squad leader, and I shall be your commander for the next 3 months. Whether you are a horse or a mule, we shall see. Without exaggeration, my Steel 7th Company is the finest and strongest in the regiment. In 3 months, those who are horses, follow me. Mules, get lost. Yang Qi felt an urge to laugh, for his captain, Gao, was entirely oblivious to the fact that instructor He Hongtao, positioned to the left rear, was nearly green with envy. Gao Cheng was not mistaken in his observations. However, the bluntness with which he articulated them was indeed somewhat disheartening. Regardless of the circumstances, it was undeniably inappropriate. This scenario aptly illustrated Gao Cheng's future remark, where he had long believed that all the accomplishments of the company were solely due to his own efforts, although he commanded respect within the company and the regiment. The truth remained that many were merely influenced by his status as the captain's son. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that Gao Cheng possessed a commendable approach to leading and managing troops. Regardless of his familial background, when set aside, Gao Cheng truly proved himself to be an exceptional captain. Chapter 7. Impressions Matter Format. Left face. Forward march. The recruits were unfamiliar with the concept of marching in step, yet they understood the command to turn left. Listening to the squad leader's rhythmic calls, the new soldiers stumbled along in their own uncoordinated manner. Although Yang Qi initially intended to march in step, he decided against it, wishing to avoid standing out. Standing at the rear of the formation due to his height, he felt a surge of joy upon arriving at the barracks, a space clearly repurposed from a warehouse. The scent of the place was palpable even from the train, and he mused that residing at the far end would surely be suffocating, albeit he might have exaggerated slightly. Yet, who would willingly challenge their comfort? The prospect of sleeping near the entrance filled him with anticipation for the future. Set up your bunks. You have 30 minutes. Assemble outside for dinner afterward, Shi Jin announced as the last recruit stood before his bed. After delivering his instructions, he departed, casting a lingering glance at Yang Qi. He had not forgotten to mention Yang's situation to the company commander. While he was not concerned about Yang's physical fitness, he thought it prudent to address the matter given the recruit's academic background. Otherwise, any subsequent division of troops could lead to complications. Upon receiving the command, The recruits began to arrange their beds. Yang Chi swiftly completed his tasks but found himself at a loss for what to do next. As he surveyed the room, he noticed that while everyone had neatly laid out their mattresses, the blankets were carelessly tossed atop the beds. He stepped outside, finding a discreet spot to sit, and effortlessly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, skillfully inhaling and exhaling the smoke. Commander, I have something important to discuss. Jin called out to the company commander, who was engaged in idle chatter with Wu Lui on the training ground. What is it? Gao Cheng turned to glance at Jin. Let us find a different spot, Jin suggested quietly, eyeing the veterans passing by and the instructor not far off. Squad leader, have you uncovered some confidential information that requires secrecy? Wu Lui teased with a smirk. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Cheng replied, all right. Let us see what our squad leader has to reveal. With that, he ushered the two toward a nearby meeting room, closing the door behind them. Gao Cheng took the seat of honor and inquired, what is so important? Commander, there is a university student among our new recruits. Oh, a high achiever, you say? Gao Cheng exclaimed, taken aback. University students were indeed a rarity nowadays. Squad leader, whether he is a university student or not is irrelevant if he can't meet the physical standards. Moreover, these intellectuals often lack the necessary toughness. It's not just about being part of Steel Company. Even the presence of such individuals is questionable, Wu Lui remarked bluntly, having witnessed similar situations in the past, where those with high school diplomas often fared better than their junior high counterparts in terms of physical capability. Indeed, Wu Lui was correct, irrespective of one's academic credentials. If physical fitness is insufficient, I would not consider them. It is evident that one must demonstrate their capabilities. I have a profound disdain for those who utilize connections to gain favor. The assessments of the new recruits should solely reflect their performance. Haicheng, who also abhors such practices, expressed his sentiments regarding these so-called elite students, asserting that the military requires individuals who can substantiate their worth through results. After contemplating, Haicheng inquired about the name of the recruit that had captured our squad leader Jin's attention. His inquiry was not intended to show leniency but rather to allow for closer observation. As long as the recruit meets the basic physical standards, though not necessarily the rigorous demands of the 7th Company, he would be accepted. Jin, well aware of his company leader's character, remained optimistic. He revealed that the recruit's name was Yang Chi, the tallest one at the back during drills. Oh, you mean that soldier? Haicheng feigned surprise but genuinely recalled Yang Chi, having sensed something peculiar about him at their first encounter. Unbeknownst to him, that indescribable impression stemmed from Yang Chi's masterful combat skills, which altered his presence. All right, I'll remember him, Jin remarked while glancing at his watch. Realizing it was nearly time, he stood and said, Company leader, it's time for dinner. I'll gather the new recruits. You may head to the dining hall. Watching Jin depart, Haicheng bore an inscrutable expression and turned to Wu Lui, who was still in a daze, and playfully kicked him. What is the matter? Have you lost your spirit? With that, he picked up his hat and left, acknowledging the significance of the first meal for the recruits. Dumplings on the bus. Noodles upon arrival. Though merely a meal of dumplings, it warranted respect. Company leader, wait for me. Wu Lui hastily donned his clothes and rushed to catch up. He was indeed distracted, feeling overshadowed as the squad leader's attention had shifted to the newcomer, Yang Chi. As Jin approached the dormitory, he spotted Yang Chi hiding behind a flower bed, smoking. He rolled his eyes and approached him with annoyance. It's time to assemble for dinner, and you're still smoking. Are you not aware that smoking is prohibited for new recruits? Jin had noticed that Yang Chi seemed to have a considerable addiction, but rules are rules. Unless Yang Chi excelled in physical fitness among the recruits, no amount of favoritism could excuse such behavior. Acknowledging his fault, Yang Chi smiled sheepishly, extinguishing his cigarette and attempting to placate the squad leader. Don't worry, I assure you my physical fitness is top-notch. Very well, I shall observe your performance. Jin replied before turning back towards the dormitory, calling out loudly, form up, prepare for dinner, move swiftly. Dinner is finally here. I'm starving. The new recruits eagerly chattered amongst themselves, and despite their discussion, they quickly assembled. All present, listen to the command. Right face, forward look, observing the new recruits, who were so inexperienced that they could scarcely take a proper step. Jin refrained from criticism, convinced that within 3 months, he could instill a sense of military discipline in these hesitant soldiers. Little did he know that the resolve he forged today would eventually be undermined by Su Sanduo. March in step. 1-2-1-1-2. He called out, rallying the troops. Let us lift our spirits and sing a song. Unity is strength. Ready, sing. The new soldiers could only muster this one song. Unity is strength, and while the quality of their singing was debatable, their volume was certainly adequate. Hey, aren't you worried about straining your voice with all that shouting? A voice from beside him inquired. Yang Qi turned to glance at the speaker but chose to remain silent, continuing to bellow with all his might. Chapter 8. A contest of will in the military. Singing does not necessitate emotional engagement, nor does it require any profound insights. One simply needs to bellow at the top of their lungs. Standing at the entrance of the mess hall, Gao Cheng observed his comrade Wu Lui, whose countenance betrayed his displeasure, as he dared not meet the eyes of their company commander. Among the 50 new recruits, their feeble singing was one thing. But their lackluster formation, with heads bobbing and eyes wandering, was entirely unbecoming of soldiers. Was this truly the demeanor of a soldier? Even as a newcomer, he had never encountered such a dismal display. Fortunately, among them, there was one voice that rang out strong and resonant, yet this did little to alleviate Gao Cheng's discontent. 1, 2, 1, 2, halt. Upon reaching the mess hall, Shi Jin stepped forward to issue commands. Align to the right. Look ahead. At ease. Attention. Shi Jin turned to gauge the expression of Commander Gao Cheng, whose displeasure was unmistakable. Yet, he hesitated to report, Commander, all new recruits are accounted for 50 present. Please advise. Sure, are these new recruits mere civilians? Or are they street youths? Their lack of discipline in formation and feeble singing is unacceptable. Gao Cheng bellowed, his face flushed with suppressed anger. All of you, Wu Lui, lead the way, 3 kilometers. Whoever finishes first shall dine. Those who do not will go hungry. He had never witnessed such a lackadaisical group of soldiers, and even as newcomers, they were beyond reproach. Without waiting for further reactions, he strode directly toward the training ground. All of you, left turn, destination, training ground. Quick march. Wu Lui was not like Shi Jin. His heart was solely devoted to the honor of Steel Company. Gao Cheng was protective, and Wu Lui was equally committed to his commander, evident even in the subtleties of their exchanges. Yang Qi felt a deep sense of dread. Running before meals was the most excruciating ordeal. He recalled his own experiences during military service, the sprinting of 400 meters, failure resulting in repetition, and by the time one qualified, there was no appetite left for food. All of you, 3 kilometers. For you newcomers, it's neither too long nor too short. Finish the run, and you shall eat. Fail to complete it, and you will crawl to the finish. Wu Lui declared sternly, and with his final shout, he surged ahead. The military valued unity. When one faltered, all bore the consequences. As the squad leader, he would ensure they shared the same fate. Gao Cheng stood at the edge of the training ground, lighting a cigarette, his gaze fixed on Cheng Kai, Su San Duo, and Yang Qi, who were resolutely trailing Wu Lui, a flicker of inscrutable light in his eyes. How's it looking, Commander? Not too shabby, right? Shi Jin remarked amiably, glancing at the runners on the field. Indeed, it's acceptable, but we shall see how it unfolds. Gao Cheng replied, his expression impassive as he observed the few still running. As for the other newcomers, some were retching on the ground, others sprawled out. Yet most had completed the 3 kilometers, which was commendable. What is going on over there? It seems quite lively, inquired Wang Qingrui, the commander of the 702nd Regiment. His curiosity piqued as he turned to his accompanying signal officer. Upon hearing the words, the communications officer glanced towards the playground and promptly declared, Commander, I shall inquire. Before dashing off, the commander and his entourage refrained from disturbing the soldiers engaged in their mysterious activities, observing the 4 soldiers who were tirelessly running across the field with a gaze of appreciation. Report to the commander. I have clarified that it was Captain Gao Cheng of the 7th Company who instructed the recruits to run 3 kilometers, and they may only eat after completing it. Currently, there are 4 individuals remaining. In the front is Wu Lui, followed by 3 new recruits. The communications officer relayed breathlessly. Gao Cheng? That rascal is relentless, tirelessly concocting such challenges. Does he not fear the recruits might falter? While the commander's words carried a hint of criticism, his fondness for Gao Cheng was unmistakable. Despite the captain's headstrong demeanor akin to that of a rookie, he was undeniably the most exceptional among his peers. Do not speak of familial connections. If one lacks ambition, even the most illustrious parentage is futile. How far have they run? Report, Commander Captain, they are nearing 7 kilometers. Wang Qingrui and Gao Cheng exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the distance. 7 kilometers. In the company of seasoned soldiers, this distance was trivial, especially with no added weight. Yet, for recruits who had only joined a day prior, it was quite an impressive feat. Gasping for breath, Cheng struggled to keep pace behind Su San Duo, nearing his limits. Although Su Sanduo's breathing was erratic, he showed no signs of exhaustion, determinedly maintaining his position. Yang Qi, on the other hand, felt relatively at ease, merely warming up. The experience of running unburdened was vastly different from that of carrying a full load. He typically trained with 30 pounds, and now running without any weight posed no challenge. Keep going. Overtake the squad leader. Occasionally, the four passed the weary recruits, who had long since abandoned the notion of hierarchy. They realized their own chances were slim and could only hope Yang Qi and the others would surpass the squad leader. Wu Lui glanced back at his companions, a smirk forming as he accelerated, eager to discover the limits of their endurance. Good soldiers are cherished. This is neither punishment nor a display of authority, merely an assessment of their capacities. Go, summon the medic to check on these recruits. We must ensure their safety, Gao Cheng instructed, observing the struggling recruits on the track. Before Shi Jin could call for assistance, a group of medics had already rushed towards the new soldiers. It was then that Shi Jin noticed the commander's party standing at a distance and hurried back to the captain, whispering, "Captain, the commander has arrived." Gao Cheng turned to confirm the presence of the commander and promptly made his way over, greeting Commander with a salute. "Gao Cheng, are you not concerned that these recruits might overexert themselves? This is simply outrageous." "This is not right, Commander. The inadequacy of these new recruits was evident from their time in the training battalion. I never anticipated it would come to this. But their lack of attentiveness signifies they are aware of their shortcomings." Gao Cheng was acutely aware that Uncle Wang was not angry. He understood that Uncle Wang, like himself, was a fervent soldier, captivated by the sight of capable soldiers, unable to tear his gaze away from the likes of Yang Qi and his companions, whose eyes were filled with admiration. No, this cannot continue. Finally, at the 10-kilometer mark, Chen Kai could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground. The nearby medics rushed to his side, swiftly lifting him away to safety. Taking a deep breath, he gradually regained his composure, sipping on some glucose to recover. The medics loosened Chen Kai's collar, with some fanning him while others handed him glucose. "Keep going, surpass the squad leader." The recovered recruits stood by, cheering for Yang Qi and Su Sanduo, their enthusiasm radiating as if they themselves were sprinting alongside. How far have we run? Chapter 9. Mutual discontent returning to the regiment. Shi Jin had been counting the distance, and upon hearing the commander's inquiry, he promptly responded. Gao Cheng appeared stoic, yet unbeknownst to him. The corners of his mouth had subtly lifted in a smile. "That's enough, Gao Cheng. Don't push it too far." 20 kilometers. How many years had it been since new recruits ran 20 kilometers on their first day, let alone 2 of them? Wang Qingrui was elated. "Yes, Commander." "Shi Jin. Go. Tell them to halt and take a break before we prepare for dinner," Gao Cheng declared with an air of authority, unable to suppress his smile. "By the way, what are the names of those 3 soldiers?" Wang Qingrui inquired, increasingly fond of them. "One is named Yang Qi, a university student. The other 2. Shi Jin paused. "Commander, the one still running is called Su Sanduo, and the other is Chen Kai, who just took a few steps." Shi Jin turned back on the spot, realizing that both Yang Qi and Su Sanduo had left a strong impression on the company commander, one favorable and the other unfavorable. After speaking, he turned and ran away, cautioning, "Don't run too hard. Be careful." "Oh, this is the university student? I heard he enlisted right after starting school. Quite commendable. High aspirations and good stamina," Wang Qingrui mused. He was well aware of the university student, as the division had specifically advised taking good care of him. Considering he was a talented individual, he contemplated whether to transfer him directly to the regiment after the new recruit training, as exceptional talents were invaluable to the military. "Commander, you can't poach my soldier." Gao Cheng, recognizing his uncle's intentions, quickly interjected. Observing Gao Cheng's defensive demeanor, Wang Qingrui could only chuckle and teasingly remarked, "What? If I want this soldier, are you going to disobey orders?" "Of course not. With his current stamina, it would be a waste not to place him in a grassroots unit." As he spoke, Gao Cheng retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it, abandoning his previously aloof demeanor. The implication was clear. Yang Qi was better suited for his unit, and utilizing him merely for paperwork would indeed be a misallocation of talent. Everything is still uncertain. This is only the first day. Mind yourself, Wang Qingrui responded, turning to leave with a group of officers. For a moment, Gao Cheng was bewildered by his uncle's intentions. Was he suggesting that he should seize the opportunity to recruit Yang Qi? Or was he warning him that others were also eyeing Yang Qi? As the regiment commander, Wang Qingrui represented the division, and as for the other company commanders, Gao Cheng was not particularly concerned about competition. After much contemplation, he grew weary of overthinking, unaware that he had read too much into the situation. Wu Lui, halt. And you too, Yangqi and Su Sanduo, no more running. Shi Jin forcefully positioned himself in front of the three soldiers, unable to conceal his admiration for them. Wu Lui was a given, but Yangqi and Su Sanduo truly stood out as exceptional recruits. Completing the entire 20 kilometers, albeit lightly loaded, was indeed impressive. After a moment of respite, Wu Lui began to walk slowly, having just endured an intense physical exertion that necessitated a gradual cool-down. Abruptly halting could impose a sudden strain on the heart, as the inertia of blood flow in the vessels would continue, while the cessation of muscular activity would impede the return of blood, potentially leading to insufficient cardiac supply. Yangqi and Su Sanduo, mirroring Wu Liu's pace, clearly exhibited exceptional physical fitness. Aside from their slightly labored breathing and a sheen of perspiration, they appeared unperturbed. However, concerned for their well-being, Shi Jin hastened to procure 2 vials of glucose from the medic. As for Wu Liu, he was fortunate to receive no reprimand. After all, what if something were to happen to a new recruit? Gratefully accepting the glucose from the squad leader, Yangqi wasted no time in consuming it. Thank you, squad leader, he acknowledged. Observing Su Sanduo's timid demeanor, Shi Jin felt a swell of satisfaction as he opened the glucose and offered it forward. This recruit, personally selected by him, was indeed commendable. Thank you, squad leader, Su Sanduo stammered. You two seem to have trained your physical endurance, haven't you? Wu Liu remarked, having halted his pace. However, upon glancing at Yangqi, he seemed to have inadvertently struck a nerve. Initially, when the squad leader had mentioned Yangqi's status as a university student, Wu Liu had harbored a certain disdain, believing that the military favored only the strongest. Particularly within the ranks of a company, merely being a university student hardly warranted any special treatment. As Wu Liu spoke, Yangqi's expression darkened, prompting him to retort. I earned my place at university through my own merit, and frankly, I find your attitude quite unappealing. Your hasty judgments, without understanding the circumstances, suggest you might think quite highly of yourself. As for Wu Liu, renowned for his prowess in the Steel 7th Company, Yangqi held no particular admiration for him. He recognized him as a capable soldier, one who upheld the honor of the company, yet he found his demeanor intolerable. A strong-willed, stubborn individual can be admirable in isolation, but when such traits coalesce within a single person, they become problematic. Yangqi, what are you saying? And you too, Wu Liu, Shi Jin interjected, his expression shifting as he swiftly intervened to separate the two, his earlier good spirits vanishing. It was astonishing that, despite this being their first encounter, they were already exchanging such barbs. What did it mean to harbor mutual disdain? Surely, they would soon find themselves in the same company. What was the purpose of this hostility? Success is paramount. This was the assessment of Company Commander Gao Cheng regarding Wu Liu. However, Wu Liu's smirk was abruptly replaced by a look of disbelief. He had not anticipated Yangqi's fiery temperament, nor had he recognized his own shortcomings. What are you two rascals preparing for? A brawl. Gao Cheng approached, sensing the tension, and raised his voice at the group. Report, Commander. There is nothing amiss. Shi Jin quickly defended. They were merely exchanging insights on running, he added, attempting to lighten the mood. Gao Cheng, however, was not convinced. Insights? With the way you two are glaring at each other, I would wager that, were I not present, you would surely come to blows. Enough. Hurry along to the dining hall. We have been waiting for the 3 of you, he concluded, turning on his heel and departing. Several individuals believed that the company commander was angered, yet they failed to notice the subtle smirk that played upon Gao Cheng's lips as he turned away. Let us proceed, university students, he declared, while the valiant soldier, Shi Jindong, hoisted Su Sanduo along with him, not forgetting to impart a few words to the duo as they departed. Yangqi and Wu Liu felt their faces redden with suppressed emotions. Yet they understood that Shi Jin's intentions were for their benefit. Humph. Neither of the two was willing to concede, and after a brief exchange of glances, they hurriedly followed suit. Reporting in, form up. As Shi Jin and his companions returned, Gao Cheng responded with a hint of irritation. Now that the 3-kilometer run is completed, does anyone have the energy to sing? Standing atop the steps, Gao Cheng surveyed the new recruits and bellowed. Yes, came the unified reply. All units, listen up. Unity is strength, prepare to sing. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. Chapter 10, a challenge? A spar? Or a private duel? Gao Cheng stood atop, rhythmically clapping his hands, thoroughly pleased by the invigorating chorus that resonated with undeniable morale. Indeed, one must push others to unveil their limits. Without such provocation, one would remain oblivious to the potential of these young recruits. Towards the new China, radiate brilliance. Silence. Enter the dining hall from left to right. Upon finishing his command, Gao Cheng stepped inside. After nearly 2 hours, dinner was served. Gao Cheng gazed at the nearly cold, congealed noodles with a sense of resignation. Stand up. Do not sit. Yang Qi urged the new recruit beside him. The commander has yet to give the order. Just stand at attention. Everyone ready? Listen to the command. Sit. Gao Cheng then took the center stage and began. It is often said that one consumes dumplings upon boarding a vehicle and noodles upon disembarking. As for new recruits, we customarily serve noodles rather than dumplings. I hope your time in the army is smooth and that you return safely. Of course, today's noodles may be a tad cold. Is that acceptable? Acceptable. All right. Once you finish your noodles, do not scatter. We were supposed to divide into squads, but it's a bit late. We will organize ourselves at the dining hall entrance after the meal. Now, everyone, take a seat and eat hastily. Upon receiving the command, the new recruits showed no modesty, devouring their food with vigor, their hearts brimming with excitement at finally having something to eat. First squad leader. Here. Below are the new recruits for your squad. Take them back and organize yourselves. When I call your name, assemble at your squad leader's side. Yes. Luer. Here. Third squad leader. Here. By Taijun, Yang Qi, Chen Kai, Su Sandio. Yes. Gao Cheng put away the roster and surveyed the 3 organized lines of recruits. He remarked, let us finish the grouping swiftly. Time is of the essence as the lights will be extinguished soon. There is an inconsistency here. A new recruit company should consist of more than one platoon. Typically, a basic company comprises about 50 individuals, divided into 3 platoons with 3 squads each, averaging 4 to 5 individuals per squad. However, in the drama, Wu Lui leads a formation that clearly exceeds the number of 2 squads, which is evidently incorrect. Now, let us all introduce ourselves and get acquainted. I shall begin. Shijin cheerfully stood before the new recruits and smiled. I am Shijin, the squad leader of your new recruit company's 3rd squad. This is Wu Lui, your squad leader. As Shijin gestured towards Wu Lui, who stood like a steadfast pine tree, the latter's expression remained stoic and serious. Report. I am Yang Qi from Anning City. Good, you even know to report. Next. Report. I am Cheng Kai from Xiaorongshu village. Report. I am Su Sanduo from the same village as brother Chen Kai. When it was Su San's turn, his voice grew timid. Report. Well, since we are now acquainted, let us return to wash up and prepare for sleep. Listen to the command. Left turn. March and step. Go. As Shijin marched towards the dormitory with his squad, each step of Wu Lui was perfectly in sync with the rhythm, while the new recruits trailed behind, not lacking in intelligence. Left foot, right foot, they advanced in unison. Halt. Prepare for your evening routines. From tomorrow onward, we shall no longer indulge in laziness. Official training for the new recruits begins, and I expect everyone to bring forth their utmost vigor to surpass the other 2 squads. Do you have confidence? Shijin inquired loudly. Yes, came the resounding reply. Excellent, you are dismissed, he concluded, turning towards their living quarters, which were conveniently adjacent to the recruits' dormitory to ensure close supervision, particularly for those new to military life. It was imperative to closely monitor the fresh recruits, especially on their first day, as they were still grappling with psychological adjustments. What's the matter, class leader? Still itching for a fight? Yang Qi remarked. Noticing that Wu Lui lingered even as the rest of the squad dispersed, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Qi. Wu Lui remained silent until the other recruits had completely departed, then turned to Yang Qi and said, if we fight and I win, I will apologize. And from then on, we will be treated equally. Lose. That's impossible. Bring it on. Yang Qi interjected, cutting off Wu Yui's words. No. Let us clarify this. If you lose, all your future training will be doubled, and you must not complain, Wu Lui confidently stipulated, rather than merely a condition. His proposition served a deeper purpose, to challenge Yang Qi to intensify his training. Wu Lui recognized that his earlier dismissal of college students was misguided. Yet he could not bring himself to utter an apology. He genuinely appreciated Yang Qi's spirit. What he deemed arrogance was simply a manifestation of strength. He relished the prospect of being surrounded by capable individuals. All right then, let South find another place, Yang Qi responded, his opinion of Wu Lui improving significantly. The prospect of doubling his training, rather than merely following orders, was a means of fostering growth. Wu Lui likely believed that engaging in combat with him could enhance his training, and Yang Qi noted that Wu Liuyi exhibited no anger, but rather a kind of appreciation for talent. Perhaps spending too much time with Gao Cheng had begun to influence his character. "Follow me," Wu Liuyi declared, leading Yang Qi towards the small grassy area behind the recruits' dormitory. Once they had departed, the dormitory curtain was drawn aside, revealing Chen Kai and a few others watching the duo leave in astonishment. "Wait, is Yang Qi really going to fight the class leader?" Chen Kai exclaimed, stunned, as he turned to Su Sanduo beside him. "Chen Kai, this is not right. We should inform the squad leader." "What about the squad leader?" Chen Kai inquired, just as Shi Jin, having recently returned to the dormitory, turned to notice Wu Liuyi's absence. "What do you need from me?" Shi Jin asked as he approached the group. "The squad leader, But Su Sanduo hesitated for a long time without articulating his thoughts. However, Chen Kai eloquently recounted the circumstances to the squad leader, stating that the class leader had gone to confront Yang Qi. Shi Jin, taken aback, quickly turned to Chen Kai and asked, "Which direction did they go?" His urgency compelled him to raise his voice. Chen Kai pointed toward the right side of the dormitory, indicating the direction. "You all need to rest. This matter must not be disclosed." After speaking, the group witnessed Shi Jin sprinting toward that direction. Wu Liuyi, don't make any mistakes. In Shi Jin's mind. To put it mildly, the two were engaging in combat. To put it bluntly, they were fighting. It was unheard of for a class leader to brawl with a new recruit, and if the company commander were to discover this, the consequences were too daunting for Shi Jin to contemplate. With this thought, Shi Jin quickened his pace even more. Chapter 11. The duel and Wu Liuyi's delight in the heart of the verdant lawn. Wu Liuyi assumed a combat stance, his hands poised in front and behind, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Yang Qi. There was no trace of disdain in his expression. Rather, it was imbued with anticipation and admiration. Yang Qi inhaled deeply, his mind racing with the master-level combat techniques bestowed by the system. He lowered his center of gravity slightly, his hands resting naturally at his sides, appearing nonchalant yet brimming with latent energy. After a brief moment of mutual regard, Wu Liuyi launched the first strike, his movement swift as a tiger. A straight punch aimed directly at Yang Qi's chest. However, Yang Qi's reflexes proved even swifter. He deftly sidestepped, evading the blow with ease. In quick succession, Wu Liuyi executed a sweeping kick, the force of which sliced through the air. Yang Qi raised his leg, and Wu Liuyi's whip-like kick struck Yang Qi's calf. Yet it was Wu Liuyi who felt the sting of pain, as though he had kicked solid steel. Why is this kid's bone structure so formidable? Wu Liuyi mused, feeling as if he had struck iron. He swiftly pivoted, delivering an elbow strike aimed at Yang Qi's shoulder. This time, Yang Qi did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand to block and seized Wu Liuyi's wrist. A surge of formidable power coursed through Wu Liuyi's arm, causing him to startle inwardly. "Remarkable. This kid is indeed skilled," he muttered, and without hesitation, he exerted his strength to free himself from Yang Qi's grasp. Yet, Yang Qi's hold was like a vice, unyielding. With a gentle tug, Yang Qi compelled Wu Liuyi to lean forward, and in that fleeting moment, his other hand pressed firmly against Wu Liuyi's shoulder. A light push sent Wu Liuyi staggering backward, struggling to regain his balance. Wu Liuyi steadied himself, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes, yet it was predominantly excitement. He had not anticipated Yang Qi's martial prowess to be so exceptional, even imposing pressure on this seasoned veteran. "Come again," he bellowed, charging forward once more. At that instant, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Shi Jin, breathless, rushed over and, upon witnessing the sparring match, heaved a sigh of relief. He stood quietly at the sidelines, refraining from interrupting, simply observing the contest. As the duel progressed, Wu Liuyi's astonishment grew. Yang Qi's combat skills far exceeded his expectations. Resolute, he decided to unleash his full strength, executing a soaring side kick directed at Yang Qi. With master-level techniques at his disposal, Yang Qi perceived the incoming attack as fraught with openings. Stepping forward, he raised his left hand to block the kick while his right hand grasped Wu Liuyi's collar. "Stop." Just as Yang Qi prepared to slam Wu Liuyi to the ground, Shi Jin could no longer contain himself, rushing in to intervene. It was evident that Yang Qi had the upper hand, effortlessly overpowering Wu Liuyi. "Squad leader, I concede," Yang Qi said with a smile, releasing his grip and stepping back as he acknowledged Shi Jin's voice. Wu Liuyi, after a moment of catching his breath, erupted in hearty laughter. "Well done, my friend. Truly impressive. I admit defeat, with both heart and mind." At that moment, Shi Jin approached, delivering a punch to Wu Liuyi's chest, exclaiming, "Wu Liuyi, do you even realize what you were doing?" Wu Liuyi, however, paid no heed, instead chuckling, "Squad leader, Yang Chi, I admire you. You are indeed a fine soldier." He was acutely aware that he had caused a stir, as a squad leader engaging in a scuffle with a recruit, should other recruits witness it. They might perceive it as an instance of veteran bullying, which could spell trouble for him. Rubbing his head, Wu Yoi remarked, "Squad leader, I merely wish to gauge Yang Chi's prowess. I never anticipated that this fellow would be so formidable, proving to be my match." Shijin regarded Yang Chi with eyes full of approval, stating, "Yang Chi, your combat skills are truly impressive. However, remember that fighting is not for the sake of boasting superiority, but rather to protect our homeland. In the future, within the ranks, be sure to assist your comrades and strive for collective progress." Yang Chi solemnly nodded in agreement. "Yes, squad leader. I understand." Turning to Wu Yoi, Yang Chi smiled and then produced a cigarette, offering it to him. However, Shijin waved it away, as he was not much of a smoker. "Ah, Hongta Mountain," Wu Yoi said, taking the cigarette, inhaling deeply, and teasingly glancing at Yang Chi. As for Yang Chi's smoking habits, his physical prowess rivaled that of the squad leader, and he was superior in combat. What harm was there in smoking? Yang Chi bore no offense. In the military, there were fewer grievances, and a good sparring session sufficed. The three settled on the grass to rest. Shijin found it amusing to smell the smoke wafting from both sides, pondering whether he should learn to smoke as well. Otherwise, he would be subjected to second-hand smoke daily, which was even more detrimental. "Yang Chi, where did you acquire your combat skills? If you were to unleash your full potential, I suspect you could bring me down in no time," Wu Yoi inquired, rubbing his somewhat sore calf, voicing his curiosity. At 18, possessing such a level of combat skill was rather astonishing. Having served for many years and participated in numerous military competitions, while he had never clinched first place in combat events, he had faced the top competitors. Yang Chi's pressure far exceeded that of the champion. At this point, Shijin turned his gaze to Yang Chi, still exhaling clouds of smoke, intrigued. It was evident to any keen observer that Yang Chi had held back, yet still managed to dominate Wu Yoi. "Hey, I learned from books and various combat videos. I started at a young age, studying everything from judo to a myriad of other disciplines," Yang Chi replied. For the first time, he appreciated the value of a university degree, no matter the question. He had an answer, thanks to his sharp intellect. In truth, Yang Chi had significantly restrained himself during their earlier bout, consciously avoiding any intent to harm. In essence, this master-level combat was imbued with lethal techniques. He had exercised great control throughout. Upon hearing this explanation, both men were left speechless. If such skills could be acquired merely through reading and watching videos, they might as well abandon training and indulge in daily viewing. "You still don't believe me? I've always been brighter than others, learning swiftly. That is the mark of a genius, understand?" Yang Chi recognized their skepticism, yet they had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, he would struggle to fabricate a reason. Once the recruit company concludes, "Come to Steel Company 7, he exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing seriously at the moon. Shijin was taken aback. He understood Wu Yoi's character better than anyone else. It could be described as rebellious, and aside from the company commander, few could command his genuine respect. "What, have you been swayed by my combat prowess?" Yang Chi chuckled. "Hey, you rascal, just say whether you are coming or not. If you have the chance, go to the Steel 7th Company. It is a dagger against the enemy, a razor during training, and a bone knife for oneself. To claim one does not wish to go is a falsehood. All right, the cigarettes are finished, and our conversation has come to an end. Yang Chi, you should hurry back to freshen up and get some sleep," Shijin said as he stood up and patted his backside. Glancing at his watch, he realized that after all the commotion, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Chapter 12. What is morning exercise? Oh, it seems I forgot to mention it yesterday. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Chi observed the new recruits sprawled across their beds. He retrieved his yellow basin and turned to head out for his morning ablutions. "Brother Chi, what was the outcome? Who emerged victorious?" Just as Yang Chi was about to exit, he heard a voice from behind. Turning around, he found it was Bai Taijun, and the new recruits from their squad were propped up on their elbows, their eyes brimming with curiosity. As for Bai Taijun's address, Yang Chi could not be bothered to correct him. "What victory are you speaking of?" "I merely had a brief conversation with the squad leader," he replied nonchalantly, disregarding whether they believed him or not, before stepping out with his basin in hand. "Hey, guys, do you think Brother Chi was reprimanded by the squad leader, hence his reluctance to speak?" Observing Yang Chi's silence, Bai Taijun turned to Chen Kai and the others for their thoughts. "Humph. I believe he was likely admonished and is too embarrassed to admit it," Chen Kai speculated with a hint of sarcasm. Susandio did not partake in their discussion. Instead, he gazed at Yang Chi's retreating figure with envy, admiring Yang Chi's bravery. Were he in Yang Chi's position, he might have found it difficult to utter a word. Upon reaching the restroom, Yang Chi glanced around to find it empty. He decided to take a shower. He turned on the faucet, and the icy cold water cascaded down upon him. This is where I was transferred to the Southwest Military Region, in Yunnan, near the Ilao Mountains and the border. The ensuing plot will unfold further. If it were in the Beijing Military Region, there would be far fewer developments. I hope for your understanding. Fortunately, being in the Southwest Military Region, Yunnan's climate, even in winter, is not excessively cold. Standing beneath the faucet, he felt the cool water refreshing his thoughts. In soldier assault, several critical military units are delineated: the Group Army, the Division Headquarters, the Regiment Headquarters, the Steel 7th Company, and Old A. His immediate goal was undoubtedly to join the Steel 7th Company. His second objective was to participate in the Group Army competition, secure a notable ranking, and earn military merit in preparation for promotion. The third goal was to compete in the Group Army event and qualify for the overall military competition, aiming for a commendable position. To qualify for promotion through military merit, he must achieve at least 1 second-class merit or 2 third-class merits. The path ahead is arduous, yet he believes it is within reach. As for why the goal did not include Team A, the limit is set. The highest rank for a special team leader is Colonel, regardless of whether it is Team A or the Southwest Wolves or Northwest Tigers. Their leaders all hold the rank of Colonel. The War Wolves, needless to say, are organized into squads under the Combat Brigade. His ambition has always been to become a general, a commander who orchestrates battles and simultaneously becomes a nightmare for the adversary. Having pondered far ahead, Yang Chi turned off the faucet, dressed, and returned to the dormitory, whereby Taijun and the others had long since fallen asleep. The morning wake-up call resonated through the dormitory as Wu Liuyi lifted the curtain and stepped inside. "Time to rise." The sound echoed throughout the modest dormitory. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Chi opened his eyes and began to don his clothing. "What are you doing?" Yang Chi pulled over the still drowsy Bai Taijun, who was holding his basin, and asked irritably, "Getting ready for my morning routine. Isn't that what you're supposed to do upon waking?" Bai Taijun turned back to observe that the majority of the new recruits were clutching their own basins and toiletries. After confirming that he was not imagining things, he cast a glance at Yang Chi. The corner of Yang Chi's mouth twitched. It seemed that due to yesterday's late meal, many regulations had gone uncommunicated, and even the schedule had not been clearly explained. Thus, he stepped into the aisle, observing the new recruits gradually approaching to wash up, and called out, "Rise and prepare for morning exercises. Quickly place your basins down and assemble for training. You will wash up only after completing the morning exercises. Hurry, time is of the essence." With that, Yang Chi gave a swift kick to Bai Taijun's backside, who was still lost in slumber. As Yang Chi's voice faded, the clattering sound of basins and mouthwash cups hitting the floor echoed repeatedly as the recruits hastily returned their washing items. "Yang Chi, you must be joking. The squad leader has mentioned that morning exercises come after waking up," said Shenkai, still holding onto his basin, unwilling to comply with Yang Chi's instructions. "What are you all doing? Don't you realize it's time to get up for morning exercises?" Wu Liuyi, seeing that no one had emerged from the recruits' dormitory, stormed back in, bellowing. Well, now everyone knows, he thought, realizing Yang Chi was indeed correct. Wu Liuyi glared at a few recruits still clutching their basins. What is this? A few pampered young masters unwilling to train first and instead opting to wash up? "You have one last minute." Shinkai's expression darkened. Not from the squad leader's reprimand, but because Yang Chi was right. He had aspired to be the best since joining the army. Bai Taijun, now awake, passed by Yang Chi and inquired, "How did you know it was time for morning exercises?" "I researched it before enlisting." "Now, hurry up and gather." A minute later, the new recruits had assembled in formation on the training ground. Gao Cheng stepped forward, stating, "Yesterday, due to time constraints, I did not convey the daily schedule. Listen closely now. From 6 to 7, you rise and perform morning exercises, which for the new recruits include both drill training and physical training. From 7 to 7:30, you tie to your quarters." After the squad leaders departed, they were to post the schedule in the dormitory. "Today is your first day. If I hear any lingering after the wake-up call next time, breakfast will be forfeited, and you will train instead. Squad leaders, take them away." "Yes." Third squad. "Gather in front of me," Shi Jing called out, running to the vacant area, raising his voice. "Move quickly to your squad leader." Observing the dozen or so new recruits before him, Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment for having forgotten to mention the schedule yesterday. The first 2 weeks for the new recruits are your adaptation and integration period. What does adaptation mean? It means getting you thoroughly accustomed to the military's rhythm, knowing what to do at what time. And integration? It's about embedding everything you've learned these 2 weeks deep within you, as an essential part of being a soldier. Whether it's drill, tidiness, or physical fitness, these habits must be ingrained, regardless of where you are assigned in the future. Wu Lui. Present. Teach them the basic drill movements. Yes. Wu Lui sprinted to the front of the line, turning to address the crowd in a formal manner. He explained that the basic military formations include standing at attention, resting, straddling stance, shifting positions, marching, running, stepping in unison, and halting. Let us begin with the position of attention, he declared. I will name a movement, and you shall replicate it. Standing at attention is the fundamental posture of a soldier. The heels should be together and aligned, with the toes turned outward at an angle of approximately 60 degrees. The legs must be straightened, the abdomen slightly retracted, and the chest naturally elevated. The upper body should be erect, with a slight forward lean, and the shoulders held level, slightly drawn back. The arms hang naturally and straight. Fingers together and gently curved, with the tips of the thumbs touching the second segment of the index fingers, and the middle fingers aligned with the seams of the trousers. The head must be upright, the neck straight, the mouth closed, the chin slightly tucked, and the eyes directed forward in a steady gaze. As he spoke, Wu Lui demonstrated an impeccably precise position of attention. This is standing at attention, also known as the military stance, he proclaimed. Upon concluding his explanation, Wu Lui commenced to walk down the line, correcting each individual's errors one by one. Chapter 13. The Surrendering Soldier. With heels together, Wu Lui observed Su San Duo's feet, which were apart, and raised his voice significantly as he spoke. He nudged Su San Duo's feet with his own. Su San Duo, respond, Wu Lui exclaimed as he approached Su San Duo from behind. Did you not remember a single action I just demonstrated? I remembered, Su San Duo stammered. Speak louder when answering. Yes. Since you remembered, why don't you execute it? What use is mere memorization? Wu Lui felt a surge of frustration and declared, watch my movements carefully. I will inspect each detail to see where the discrepancies lie. Su San Duo lowered his gaze to Wu Lui's feet and began to adjust his own legs. After a brief moment, despite still being far from perfect, he had made considerable progress. Good. Maintain this posture, Wu Lui thought, observing Su San Duo, who was beginning to resemble a soldier. He felt a flicker of hope that perhaps he could teach him after all. During the earlier demonstration by the squad leader, everyone had been attentive, and Wu Lui noted that the overall performance had improved significantly, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Shual squats. Return to wash up and prepare for the meal, Jin announced, putting down his whistle. Yang Qi watched Jin, feeling sympathy for his efforts. He was like both a father and a mother, serving as a squad leader in the company and as a team leader in the new recruits. Gao Cheng truly relied on him for everything. All right, time us up. Attention. Right turn. Wu Lui observed the chaotic attempt at the right turn. And even he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet, this was merely the first day, and he chose not to dwell on their shortcomings. March. 1, 2, 1, 2. As he walked, Wu Lui organized the upcoming tasks. After we return, first fold your quilts, then wash up. After washing up, gather outside for a unified march to the dining hall. After everyone had finished washing up, the quilts were carelessly tossed aside, some not folded at all, but sprawled across the beds. Wu Lui inspected the assembled line, lifted the door curtain, and his heart sank at the sight before him. Approaching the front of the line, he stated, folding quilts is still beyond your grasp? After morning training, I will teach you during the midday break. I won't hold it against you now, but if you remain like this after learning, you will find your quilts in the restroom. Do you understand? Understood. The following month in the new recruits camp was monotonous and tedious. Each day consisted of the same routine: morning drills, no midday rest, all folding quilts, and afternoon runs. As this repetitive life unfolded day after day, the new recruits, though not yet fully transformed into soldiers, had begun to embody the semblance of one. As for the essence of a soldier, that was something Yang Qi and the others would have to discover and awaken within themselves. Qi Ge, can you teach me how to not trip? Over the course of the month, Su San Duo had grown closer to Yang Qi. Yang Qi, sitting at the back of the dormitory smoking, felt a headache coming on as he heard Su San Duo's voice. Ever since he had first helped Su San Duo fold his quilt, it seemed as though Su San Duo had become attached to him. Although Yang Qi harbored no animosity towards Su San Duo, he found the latter's personality exceedingly irksome. Exhaling a plume of mist, Yang Chi turned to Su Sanduo and remarked, "Sanduo, I can impart knowledge to you." Before Su Sanduo could express his delight, Yang Chi continued, "However, I cannot teach you for eternity, you understand? You cannot disregard the instruction of others, merely rote memorizing without application. That is utterly futile. You must grasp the essence of what the squad leader and the platoon leader impart." Susan's initially cheerful visage abruptly stiffened, perplexed by Yang Chi's words, yet sensing an inkling of understanding. "For instance, can you recite the internal regulations, Sanduo?" "Indeed," Su Sanduo affirmed with conviction, a broad smile illuminating his face. Pleased that Yang Chi finally posed him a straightforward question. "And what about the confidentiality regulations?" Yang Chi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Since the topic had arisen, it was prudent to offer a gentle reminder. If Su Sanduo failed to heed this warning and repeated the same mistake, then perhaps it was simply his fate. Su Sanduo opened his mouth, muttering something unintelligible, before his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "I can recite it. But do you comprehend what the confidentiality regulations entail?" Not at all. Yang Chi, gazing at Su Sanduo's beaming smile, felt exasperated by his apparent lack of understanding despite his excellent memory. "Oh well," he sighed, rising to his feet and brushing off his trousers. "Let us move on. I shall teach you the formation." During the midday break, the expansive playground was occupied solely by Yang Chi and Su Sanduo. It was curious that, despite it being the responsibility of their troop, Su Sanduo sought out Yang Chi. "Brother Chi, how shall we practice?" Su Sanduo inquired cheerfully. Yang Chi smacked his forehead, utterly bewildered by the perpetual cheerfulness of Su Sanduo. Glancing around, he ventured into a nearby grove and returned with 2 long wooden sticks. In response to Su Sanduo's bewildered gaze, Yang Chi instructed, "Take 1 stick in each hand." "Oh." "Grasp the end of the stick," Yang Chi said, somewhat exasperated. "Oh," Su Sanduo acknowledged, as Yang Chi's forehead began to throb with frustration. "I will stand before you, and you shall follow my rhythm." The issue of veering off course is easily rectified. With that, Yang Chi turned and commanded, "March in step. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yang Chi encouraged. "Excellent, Su Sanduo, maintain this rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2. As they marched, Yang Chi unexpectedly yanked the sticks away and stepped aside, continuing to issue commands. Just as Yang Chi believed he had resolved the issue of Su Sanduo's veering off course, suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a whistle pierced the air. Su Sanduo, resembling a zombie from a video game, ambled awkwardly, limbs flailing in disarray. "Oh dear, my mind!" Yang Chi exclaimed. "Stop." He approached the scratching Su Sanduo, exasperated. "What happened? Just a moment ago, you were doing well. How did you become so disfigured?" I don't know," Su Sanduo admitted. "Continue." "Oh." "You either answer yes or no. Stop with all the O's." "Did you hear me?" Upon hearing another O, Yang Chi, with a throbbing headache, turned and shouted instinctively, "Yes." Look, even Yang Chi is on the brink of madness due to Su Sanduo's antics, haha. Meanwhile, in the second-floor conference room, Wu Liuyi watched the two below with amusement, while Shi Jin and Gao Cheng beside him looked at Wu Liuyi's demeanor with a sense of helplessness. Gao Cheng, observing Wu Liuyi's spectator-like attitude, said sternly, "Wu Liuyi, you are aware that this is your class leader's issue, right? The new recruit's formation below still has problems, and you dare to laugh? How are you even fit to be this class leader?" After the lively spectacle, Gao Cheng was ready to settle accounts, although he did not favor the surrendering soldier. He certainly valued the high achiever and couldn't allow a coward to drag him down. Chapter 14. Steel 7th Company. "Louis, that Su Sanduo is your fellow townsman. Take good care of him," Shi Jin remarked, patting Wu Liuyi on the shoulder. "Stop. I detest the term fellow townsman," Wu Liuyi promptly retorted. He had been deceived by a fellow townsman before, to the point of significant misfortune, such that he now wished to avoid the phrase entirely. "I will train this lad diligently over the next few days." With a decisive bang, the door shut, and Gao Cheng exchanged a knowing smile with Shi Jin as they observed Wu Liuyi's emotional turbulence. Wu Liuyi pushed open the conference room door and strode purposefully towards the playground, his expression serious, yet his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Upon reaching Yang Chi and Su Sanduo, he halted, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the two. "Yang Chi, you may return to rest," Wu Liuyi instructed, his tone calm yet authoritative. Yang Chi paused, momentarily taken aback, then comprehended Wu Liuyi's intent. He glanced at Su Sanduo, then back at Wu Liuyi, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded. "Yes, Sergeant." It would be beneficial for these two adversaries to engage early. One could only hope that Su Sanduo would differ from the original narrative and promptly grasp the significance of a soldier's duty and the essence of camaraderie. Upon hearing Wu Luyi's words, Su Sanduo's face registered a flicker of anxiety and reluctance. He glanced at Yang Qi, then at Wu Luyi, his lips moving as if to speak, yet he hesitated. His gaze was apprehensive, as if fearing Wu Luyi's ire or the reality of being abandoned. Yang Qi discerned Su Sanduo's unease, approached him, and patted his shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Sanduo, having the sergeant personally train you is a fortunate opportunity. Make sure to learn well and not disappoint his expectations." Su Sanduo lowered his head, murmuring an acquiescent his voice tinged with a sense of grievance and reluctance. Stealing a glance at Wu Luyi, he noticed him staring intently, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Yang Qi, unable to suppress a smile, turned and walked toward the new recruit's dormitory. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Su Sanduo, who was gazing longingly after him, resembling a forlorn puppy. Feeling a pang of compassion, Yang Qi halted and waved encouragingly, "Sanduo, keep up the good work. I believe in you." Upon hearing Yang Qi's encouragement, Su Sanduo's face finally broke into a smile, and he nodded vigorously, "Yes." Once Yang Qi had departed, Wu Luyi crossed his arms, standing before Su Sanduo with piercing eyes. Su Sanduo felt uneasy under his scrutiny, lowering his head and nervously twisting the hem of his shirt. "Su Sanduo!" Wu Luyi suddenly called out, his voice booming, startling Su Sanduo into attention. "Stand tall." Su Sanduo quickly straightened, though his voice trembled slightly. "Look at yourself. How do you walk? Your hands are not hands, your feet are not feet. If you cannot even manage the most basic formations, what business do you have being a soldier?" Wu Luyi's tone was stern, yet a trace of helplessness flickered in his gaze. "Ah, Sergeant. You truly present me with a formidable challenge." Su Sanduo lowered his head and spoke softly, "Squad leader, I don't know what's wrong. I just got all mixed up while walking." Wu Luyi sighed, his tone softening slightly. "All right, stop looking down. Raise your head and look at me." Su Sanduo gradually lifted his gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of timidity and unease. Observing Su's cautious demeanor, Wu Luyi felt a twinge of discomfort. He understood that Su Sanduo did not intend to falter, yet it was evident that he required thorough practice. "From today onward, I shall personally guide your training. If you stumble again, do not blame me for being harsh," Wu Luyi declared before turning aside to pick up a wooden stick. "Come, follow my lead. 1, 2, 1, 2. Su Sanduo hurried to keep up, earnestly mimicking Wu Luyi's movements. However, after only a few steps, his limbs became uncoordinated once more, causing him to move stiffly, like a rigid stick, swaying awkwardly. Wu Luyi frowned, halting his steps and turning to Su Sanduo. "Stop. Look at yourself. You're stumbling again. Your hands and feet must coordinate. Do not move like a robot." Su Sanduo stood frozen, his face flushed, and murmured, "Squad leader, am I particularly slow-witted?" Hearing this, Wu Luyi's heart softened, and his tone became gentler. "Slow-witted? Who said that? You simply haven't found your rhythm yet. Come, let me demonstrate once more. Pay close attention." Wu Luyi slowed his movements, carefully illustrating each step for Su Sanduo, who focused intently on his mentor's hands and feet, striving to memorize every action. "Now follow me. 1, 2, 1, 2. Wu Luyi called out again. "Oh dear, it seems I was mistaken. You truly are slow." After several attempts, Su Sanduo continued to stumble, leaving Wu Luyi exasperated. "Today, I will not give up until we rectify this stumbling issue. I cannot allow you to continue tripping your way through the squad." In a fit of frustration, Wu Luyi rallied himself. Meanwhile, Yang Qi, upon returning to the dormitory, glanced at the clock and noted there was still an hour left for the afternoon break. He wandered to the back of the dormitory, eager to indulge in a smoke. "I must say, you have quite the nerve. While other recruits sneak a smoke at night, you boldly light up during the day." Yang Qi, having just struck a match, jumped at the sudden voice, nearly singeing his eyebrows. Turning around, he found Company Commander Gao Cheng frowning at him from the corner. "Good day, Commander." Yang Qi quickly removed the cigarette from his mouth and stood at attention to greet him. Enough, relax. That's just how I am. Here, good soldiers enjoy certain privileges, while those who falter." Gao Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Although he did not finish his sentence, Yang Qi understood the implication. The weak were merely obstacles to be bypassed, out of sight and out of mind. "Hey, Commander, would you like a smoke?" Yang Qi grinned as he offered a cigarette from his pack, which Gao Cheng accepted without hesitation. "You, my dear fellow, possess remarkable physical abilities. Next, we shall see how you fare in shooting." Should you excel in this discipline, the likelihood of securing a spot among the outstanding soldiers will be greatly in your favor. Gao Cheng glanced at the cigarette in his hand, pondering how adeptly this young lad smoked. After lighting the cigarette, he uttered words that ignited excitement within Yang Qi. It was only the first month of basic training, yet the prospect of being beckoned by distinguished soldiers was already within sight. How could one not be elated? Rest assured, Commander, I shall undoubtedly secure the title of Outstanding Soldier. As the basic training concluded, Gao Cheng inquired, "Is there a particular unit you wish to join?" Though framed as a question, the underlying expectation was unmistakable, as if he were almost urging Yang Qi to join his regiment. "Commander, which unit are you in?" Yang Qi asked, feigning ignorance. "The Steel 7th Company." At the mere mention of the Steel 7th Company, Gao Cheng could not help but feel a swell of pride and satisfaction. Chapter 15. System Tasks. Our squad is not something I boast about. We are among the finest in the regiment or division. You will realize this once you join the squad. Captain, are you not afraid that I might not be assigned to your unit? It will happen. After saying this, Gao Cheng pretended to be profound and stood up to leave, casually remarking, "Hurry back and take your afternoon nap." Nightfall. Yang Qi lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for an extended period. System, are there no tasks? It had been over a month since the system last issued a task, and Yang Qi was on the verge of forgetting that he even had a system. Beep. Detecting host's desire, the following tasks are now issued. Break the fully armed 5-kilometer record. Break the regiment record in 20 minutes. Reward, novice-level proficiency in firearms. Break the division record in 20 minutes. Reward, entry-level proficiency in firearms. Break the army group record in 19 minutes. Reward, proficient-level proficiency in firearms. Break the entire army record in 17 minutes and 23 seconds. Reward, master-level proficiency in firearms. Break the historical highest record in 15 minutes and 40 seconds. Reward, grandmaster-level proficiency in firearms. Firearm proficiency encompasses all firearms, including shooting, disassembly, and application, among other skills, 15 minutes and 40 seconds. Goodness, fully armed with 20 kilograms. Achieving 5 kilometers in 15 minutes and 40 seconds translates to an astonishing pace of 3 minutes and 10 seconds per kilometer, even without the load. One would need to maintain a sprinting state throughout. How much more challenging it is with the weight. However, the allure of master-level marksmanship is indeed quite tempting. System. What level is master-level marksmanship? Host. Proficient-level marksmanship is on par with that of special forces, while master-level can be likened to shooting with pinpoint accuracy. As for Grandmaster level, it embodies the unity of man and gun. From the host's memories, it is known that Lung Feng possesses proficient-level marksmanship, and Yi Chengwang along with Xiao Shuang are at the brink of achieving proficiency. Stop it. The more you say, the more it feels like you're tempting me. Why is there no Grandmaster level reward? Beep. Host, Grandmaster level is not offered as a task reward. Upon hearing this response, Yang Qi felt no disappointment. Master-level proficiency was more than sufficient. Yet, the question remained, how on earth could one achieve 15 minutes and 40 seconds? Since sleep eluded him, Yang Qi resolved against it and decided to run 5 kilometers instead to test his limits in a lightweight state. Changing into his physical training attire, Yang Qi prepared to head out. "Qi, where are you off to?" Yang Qi turned to see Bai Taijun, who had been sleeping on the upper bunk, still awake. Annoyed, he inquired, "Aren't you going to sleep? What are you planning to do?" "Hee, since you haven't slept yet, Qi, what are you going to do?" Bai Taijun asked with a grin. Though often labeled as foolish, Bai Taijun was quite perceptive, clearly recognizing Yang Qi's exceptional qualities. "Just go to sleep. I'm heading out for a run." "What? Keep it down." Seeing Bai Taijun startled, Yang Qi stepped forward to cover his mouth. Bai Taijun, finding it hard to breathe, gently patted Yang Qi's hand that covered his mouth. "Lower your voice," Bai Taijun nodded repeatedly. It was only when Yang Qi finally released his grip that Bai Taijun took deep breaths of fresh air. "You should get some rest," Yang Qi remarked, bending down to retrieve a cigarette and lighter from his training uniform before stepping outside. "Oh, Qi, how are we supposed to survive with you around?" Bai Taijun glanced at the closed door curtain, then turned his vacant gaze toward the ceiling, which, of course, was non-existent. Who was there? A beam of light emerged as someone approached, revealing Shijin. They've already called lights out. "Are you heading out?" Shijin, upon seeing Yang Qi, also switched off his flashlight. "Good evening, squad leader. I can't sleep, so I'm planning to run a few laps on the field." "Why not run during the day? What's the point of practicing at night?" Shijin remarked, observing Yang Qi in his physical training attire with a hint of exasperation. Squad leader, since you have nothing else to do, could you time me? Time you? For what? I still need to inspect the new recruits. Sure, Jean responded. At a loss for words upon witnessing Yang Chi's shameless demeanor, Yang Chi looked toward the brightly lit field and shamelessly insisted, Squad leader, you go ahead. I'll wait here. All right, but don't wander off, Sure Jean warned. Yang Chi found a patch of grass to sit on, pulled out a cigarette, and was about to light it when he remembered the 5-kilometer sprint ahead, so he reluctantly put it back. Moments later, the sound of footsteps accompanied by a light approached, followed by Sure Jean's voice. Let us go. Are you pushing yourself to become the king of soldiers? As they walked side by side, Sure Jean turned to Yang Chi. I aspire to be a general. After all, even the king of soldiers needs to aim high. Yang Chi replied earnestly, his gaze fixed ahead, devoid of the usual jesting tone. Seeing Yang Chi's serious profile, Sure Jean smiled and chose not to comment further. The duo arrived at the training ground, where a few soldiers were still training despite the lights-out call. Some seasoned veterans were diligently practicing on their own. 5 kilometers. A total of 5 laps. Let me know when you're ready, Sure Jean instructed as he and Yang Chi stood on the track. All right, squad leader, I'll warm up. Yang Chi began doing push-ups in place, followed by leg stretches. After a short while, feeling his body loosen up, he stopped. Let us go, squad leader. Yang Chi slightly bent his body, his eyes fixed intently on the track, fully concentrated and prepared to heed Sure Jin's command. On your mark, go. As Sure Jin shouted, he pressed the stopwatch he had specifically retrieved from his dorm, opting for it over his wristwatch, which could also keep time. Bang! Yang Chi's body shot forward like a cheetah, propelled by the track beneath him. No, too fast. Sure Jin furrowed his brow as he watched Yang Chi's figure. If he maintained this pace, Yang Chi might not complete the 5 kilometers. Panting heavily, Yang Chi swung his arms rhythmically, meticulously controlling his breath. After just 2 kilometers of sprinting, beads of sweat had already begun to form on his forehead. On the playground, the seasoned veterans engaged in additional training were taken aback by the gust of wind created as Yang Chi sped past them. Their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at his retreating figure. Has this boy lost his mind? Which unit does he belong to? He runs so swiftly. Yet I have never heard of him before. The veteran comrades, training alongside, were utterly amazed at Yang Chi's performance. 3 kilometers. 4 kilometers. The final kilometer. Sure Jin glanced at his stopwatch, which had reached 14 minutes, and then shouted, Push harder, Yang Chi. It's the last lap. Watching Yang Chi, Sure Jin silently cheered him on, hoping that if he maintained this pace, he might even finish in under 15 minutes. Even without any equipment. This would be an extraordinary achievement, approaching a speed of 20 seconds per 100 meters, a full sprint. Upon hearing Sure Jin's voice, Yang Chi dared not let his focus waver. He felt a fiery sensation in his chest, gritting his teeth as he surged forward once more. The chilly night breeze swept past his cheeks, yet offered no comfort. Yang Chi felt as though his entire body was ablaze, hot, painful. Chapter 16, 14 minutes and 48 seconds. 5 kilometers, unassisted. At the moment he reached the 5-kilometer mark, Sure Jin pressed the stopwatch in his hand, glanced at the time, and then hurried towards Yang Chi. Do not stop. Slow down to a light jog before switching to walking, he cautioned as he observed the beads of sweat glistening on Yang Chi's face. After jogging alongside him for a stretch and then walking a bit, Sure Jin finally halted. Squad leader, cigarettes. Smoke, Yang Chi gasped, his breath heavy. Having just completed the run, you're asking for a cigarette instead of inquiring about your time? Sure Jin's tone held a hint of reprimand, yet he offered no further protest. He reached into his bag and retrieved the cigarettes and lighter Yang Chi had given him prior to the run. As Yang Chi extracted a cigarette and placed it between his lips, Sure Jin quickly interjected, Not here. Let us find a different spot. He led Yang Chi to the side of the track, where they both sat down. A spark ignited as the lighter flickered to life, illuminating Yang Chi's face. After exhaling a deep plume of smoke, Yang Chi finally broke the silence, his expression a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Squad leader, what was my time? 14 minutes and 48 seconds. Do you realize what this record signifies? Yang Chi, trembling slightly, took another drag from his cigarette and replied, I do not know. Although there is no definitive record for an unassisted 5 kilometers, you must understand the significance of such a time, not to mention the entire army. Certainly no one in our corps can match it, Sure Jin elaborated passionately. Yang Chi, unfamiliar with the specifics, gleaned from Sure Jin's fervor that this achievement was remarkable, even bordering on extraordinary. Squad leader, I'm cramping. Yang Chi exclaimed, his right leg stiffening painfully, causing him to collapse onto the track, the cigarette forgotten. Stay still. Keep your legs straight and your foot flat. Shijin set aside the stopwatch and grasped Yang Chi's right leg, pressing it firmly forward. As the tension eased and the pain from the cramp began to dissipate, Yang Chi dared not sit idle. He rose to his feet, walking and stomping to regain his composure. Is everything all right now? Shijin inquired. Yes, squad leader, Yang Chi replied. All right, let us head back. Take your time. Picking up the stopwatch from the ground, Shijin turned to Yang Chi. Squad leader, could you help me prepare full gear for tomorrow? Yang Chi asked, swaying slightly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Shijin immediately understood Yang Chi's intentions and did not refuse. Instead, he felt a surge of delight. Of course. But you do realize that running like this every night will leave you quite exhausted the following day? Shijin reminded him, fully aware that Yang Chi was still a rookie. Although there were no scheduled training tasks the next day, Yang Chi was not yet seasoned like the veterans who had grown accustomed to such demands. Who says I only run at night? I'm planning to run both at noon and in the evening, Yang Chi countered, voicing his determination. If it weren't for the morning constraints, I would even want to run then, he declared, fueled by his aspiration to master firearms to a masterful degree. Wait a moment, squad leader. Would it be possible for you to speak to the company commander on my behalf? I'd like to skip morning exercises to run 5 kilometers fully armed. Yang Chi mused, convinced that this plan held considerable merit, even believing the company commander would likely agree. Shijin studied Yang Chi's profile for a moment before asking, why? Yang Chi was utterly perplexed, momentarily failing to grasp the sergeant's intent. Why this relentless pursuit? The 5-kilometer run was not the pinnacle of importance within their regiment. They were a mechanized infantry unit, part of the heavy armored forces, equipped with tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Proficiency in operating such equipment was of paramount importance. Shijin articulated his inquiries, simultaneously elucidating the nature of their 702nd Regiment. There existed a hierarchy among soldiers. He aspired to be an all-round champion soldier. And under the current circumstances, achieving excellence in physical fitness was the first step. Yang Chi did not conceal his ambition. Indeed, he had never shied away from it. Furthermore, the impending reforms within the 702nd Regiment were inevitable. Progress was a hallmark of the times, and the military too required advancement. Whether it pertained to information technology, command, or physical fitness, he intended to excel in all fields. All right, I shall speak to the company commander on your behalf. Since you have set such high standards for yourself, I cannot afford to hold you back. Shijin had grown accustomed to Yang Chi's grandiloquent declarations. Rather than dampening his spirit, he chose to support him. Having aspirations was commendable. As for whether they could be realized, he would provide assistance as best as he could. Morning exercises primarily consisted of running, and Yang Chi opted to tackle the 5 kilometers fully equipped, which might prove beneficial. As they engaged in light conversation, they arrived at the dormitory entrance. All right, hurry and freshen up, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I will have everything prepared for you. From the crack of dawn, it begins. Yes, thank you, Sergeant. Yang Chi smiled faintly at Shijin before lifting the curtain and stepping inside. Returning to the officer's dormitory, Shijin noted the light still shining from the company commander's room and approached the door without hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Come in. Gao Cheng, who was reviewing the new recruit scores, glanced up upon seeing Shijin and inquired, Why are you still awake at this hour? Commander, I have some news, Shijin replied, his excitement evident as he leaned closer to Gao Cheng's desk. Oh, you seem particularly elated. What news could possibly bring such joy to our esteemed sergeant? Gao Cheng set aside the score sheet, lit a cigarette, and smiled at him. Shijin, unreserved, was just about to speak when he noticed the bottle of mineral water on the table. He took it, opened it, and took a sip before exclaiming, Commander, I completed the 5 kilometers in 14 minutes and 48 seconds. What do you think of that time? How much? Gao Cheng, shaking off the ash from his cigarette, questioned in disbelief, clearing his ears in uncertainty. 14 minutes and 48 seconds for 5 kilometers, albeit in light gear. By heavens, what of light gear? 14 minutes and 48 seconds. I don't mean to boast, but such a record is scarcely found in our military, let alone across the entire armed forces. Typically, the fastest record for an unencumbered 5-kilometer cross-country run hovers around 16 minutes. Now, do you comprehend the significance of this achievement? As he spoke, Gao Cheng sensed something amiss. His expression shifting to one of incredulity as he looked at Shijin, his voice trembling with excitement. Are you saying someone ran 14 minutes and 48 seconds? The commander is indeed astute. I personally timed it. Shurjin beamed with joy, evidently thrilled by the prospect of having a soldier like Yang Qi in their ranks. Which company? Gao Cheng gazed at Shurjin's expression and inquired, only to be taken aback when he noticed the growing amusement on Shurjin's face. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Could it be that it's a recruit from the new recruit company? No wonder you are the company commander. It must be a new recruit, Yang Qi." Shurjin, unable to conceal his pride, responded with a tone brimming with satisfaction, clearly delighted to have such a recruit under his guidance. "Oh my, it truly is a recruit," Gao Cheng shouted again, causing the officers next door to overhear his exclamation, and they couldn't help but wonder what had gotten into Company Commander Gao. Commander, keep your voice down," Shurjin urged, repeatedly waving his hands. One must not let their wealth slip away, especially when it pertains to a fine soldier. Even a soldier king, such treasures should remain concealed. Chapter 17, the first fully armed cross-country. What criteria determine the promotion of a company commander? The performance of all soldiers in the company serves as the benchmark for evaluation. If there exists a soldier of exceptional prowess within the ranks, it would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. Keep your voice down. Observing the commander's demeanor, Shurjin couldn't help but chuckle. His thoughts drifted to Yang Qi's proposition, prompting him to seize the moment. "Commander, Yang Qi wishes to run a full 5 kilometers in full gear during morning, noon, and evening. What are your thoughts on this? Running 5 kilometers in full gear during all 3 times of the day?" After the initial excitement, Gao Cheng lit another cigarette and replied, "No problem, absolutely. And what about the issue with equipment and morning drills?" Shurjin inquired cautiously, casting a wary glance at Gao Cheng. After all, the equipment included weapons, which warranted careful consideration. Gao Cheng shot Shurjin a disdainful look and remarked, "Forget about the morning drills. As for the weapons, what's the big deal? There are no bullets. To be blunt, it's just a matter of timing. Otherwise, I would have taken Yang Qi back to the 7th Company already. Early exposure to shooting is beneficial." Feeling awkward, Shurjin scratched his head, realizing he had overlooked the fact that his commander was not only formidable but also quite audacious. "Understood. I will prepare his equipment. Go ahead. Once Shurjin closed the door, Gao Cheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A soldier king, especially one from the new recruits. He has to belong to our 7th Company. Gao Cheng relished the moment as if drinking fine wine. "Hush. Time to rise." The new soldiers of the 3rd platoon gazed in awe at Shurjin, the platoon leader, adorned with a backpack and the Type 81 automatic rifle. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Look, a gun." Susanwa's gaze was fixated on the rifle slung across Shurjin's back, unable to tear away. "Platoon leader, are you going to teach us how to use the gun?" Chen Kai asked eagerly. Before Shurjin could respond, Wu Lui bellowed, "Do you not know that even if you excel in drill performance, you must adhere to the regulations?" In Wu Lui's eyes, honor took precedence over rules. All right. Lui, Yang Qi, here, present. Let us go. Time for morning drills. Lui, just lead them through the routine as usual." With that, Shurjin, carrying the backpack and rifle, set off toward the training ground with Yang Qi. The new soldiers of the 3rd platoon were left behind, their eyes filled with envy. Especially Chen Kai, who took a long time to regain his focus. Wu Lui observed the equipment adorning his squad leader, the familiarity growing stronger. "Isn't that the full set of gear for armed cross-country?" He glanced at the two conversing animatedly in the distance. Could it be? Wu Lui speculated, realizing this was meant for Yang Qi. He hoped his squad leader wouldn't create any trouble by running armed cross-country so early. Shaking his head, he recalled that weapons required the commander's approval, alleviating his concerns. Hey, stop staring. We need to head out for morning drills too." Wu Lui shouted at the distracted 3rd platoon. "A line right, look ahead. At ease. Subject, individual soldier drill movements objective, through drill training. To enable comrades to master the fundamental aspects of drill movements and their organizational training methods, thereby establishing a solid foundation in drill execution. Content, attention, at ease. Method of changing position, stride position, marching and halting, quick march and halting, running and halting, saluting and concluding salute. Duration, 1 hour. Location, drill training ground method, theoretical guidance. Demonstration, group practice requirements. Listen attentively, observe diligently, think critically, and practice earnestly. Especially you, Su Sanduo, pay close attention and practice well. The opportunity to refine your drill skills is limited. Observing Su Sanduo at the rear, seemingly unfazed and cheerful, ignited a growing ire in Wu Liuyi. His voice rose to a near roar, drawing the attention of other recruits in the vicinity. What are you looking at? Is your formation up to par? The squad leaders of each group reprimanded their subordinates who were distracted by the commotion. Gao Cheng turned to Wu Liuyi's direction. Noting the enraged Wu Liuyi and the cowering Su Sanduo, his disappointment mounting. He bore no prejudice against Su Sanduo, ignorance can be taught. But Gao Cheng truly did not comprehend Su Sanduo's demeanor. Unbeknownst to Su Sanduo, his carefree attitude was glaringly evident to Gao Cheng. The label of a surrendering soldier had faded during the previous running exercise, yet it had now been reattached, heavier than before. Yang Qi, try adjusting this gear, Shijin suggested. Placing his own equipment down and personally handing a weapon to Yang Qi. How about it? Do you like guns? Shijin chuckled. Observing Yang Qi's momentary daze while holding the firearm. Snapping back to reality, Yang Qi gently caressed the cold surface of the 81 rifle, his admiration unmistakable. Yes, I absolutely love it. Then run. The standard for a regular unit is 26 minutes for passing, 23 for good, and 21 for excellent. Our unit has advanced the benchmark by a minute. As long as you can finish in under 20 minutes. I will teach you about the 81 rifle every day after your runs. Shijin stated, without a hint of hesitation, as he returned Yang Qi's enthusiasm with hopeful eyes. Achieving under 20 minutes while fully armed with 20 kilograms was a feat accomplished only by Lu Yi and their unit, who had clocked just over 19 minutes, ranking second in the entire division. I'll give it a try, squad leader. I will do my best to complete it, Yang Qi declared as he donned his gear. Lacking absolute confidence, he refrained from making promises, opting instead to strive step by step toward his goal. Clanking. Yang Qi shook his equipment to test its snugness and warmed up. Squad leader, I'm ready. Good, Shijin replied, standing nearby with a stopwatch, keenly focused on Yang Qi. On your marks. Go. As Yang Qi surged forward, Shijin pressed the stopwatch, simultaneously observed from a distance by Gao Cheng. Well, this kid is sprinting right from the start. Isn't he worried about burning out? Gao Cheng thought, taken aback by Yang Qi's explosive start. Yet, a sudden thought arose in his mind that Yang Qi could likely complete the entire distance with a commendable performance, if he could indeed maintain such speed consistently. Breaking the 20-minute barrier would pose no challenge. With a stopwatch in hand, Gao Cheng strolled toward Shijin. What do you think? How much do you reckon this lad can run? Gao Cheng lit a cigarette, casting a curious glance at Shijin, especially since the results he had mentioned yesterday were rather astonishing. Good day, company commander. Upon hearing his superior's voice, Shijin greeted him and remarked, I believe if he maintains his pace, he should finish in around 20 minutes. As he spoke, Shijin glanced down at his stopwatch and at Yang Qi, who had just surpassed him, completing a lap in 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Gao Cheng observed his own stopwatch with disinterest and directly took the one from Shijin's hand. Not bad, just over 4 minutes. If he keeps this up, breaking 20 minutes is certainly attainable. Indeed, company commander, you don't think I was exaggerating yesterday, do you? Who knows if you were just boasting? One can only ascertain the truth by witnessing it firsthand. Chapter 18. Alas, 20 minutes and 13 seconds, just a mere 13 seconds away. On the track, Yang Qi clutched the strap of his gun with one hand, while the other swung wildly. He felt as though his lungs were on the verge of bursting. As he approached the final lap, he gasped out a question to Shijin. How long has it been? He caught sight of the company commander. But this was not the moment for pleasantries. He needed to ascertain how much time had elapsed. Gao Cheng and Shijin heard Yang Qi's voice. Before Shijin could respond, Gao Cheng raised his hand to check the time and shouted, 8 minutes and 26 seconds. Hurry, hurry. It wasn't enough. Not nearly fast enough. Speed up, speed up. Upon hearing the commander's 8 minutes and 26 seconds, Yang Qi understood that if he didn't accelerate, achieving even 21 minutes would be a remarkable feat, let alone 20. His legs began to move with greater urgency, his body leaning forward, propelled by inertia as he forced himself onward. Hey, what is this kid doing? Doesn't he realize how perilous this is? From a distance, Gao Cheng observed Yang Qi's stance, and before Shijin could express his concern, he found himself anxious. Running with a forward lean might be acceptable in a barehanded sprint. But this was an armed run. One misstep could lead to a serious fall. Shijin grasped the commander, who was about to rush onto the track, and said, Commander, please don't panic. Yang Qi is quite adept at gauging his limits. Though Shijin himself felt a twinge of anxiety, he could not afford to show it, lest his unease transfer to the commander. 12 minutes and 10 seconds. As Yang Qi sped past him once more, Gao Cheng swatted Shi Jin's hand away and shouted. Yang Qi had no time to ponder. He could only stride forward relentlessly, sweat beginning to bead on his brow. His mouth involuntarily opened to draw in air. And as it filled his lungs, a burning sensation ignited his weary spirit, though his body felt far from well. 16 minutes and 18 seconds, the last kilometer. You need to pick up the pace and aim for under 20 minutes. Gao Cheng glanced at the stopwatch. Realizing with a start that the cigarette in his mouth had grown uncomfortably hot, prompting him to shout. Commander, aside from Louis, no one in our company has managed to finish in under 20 minutes. Expecting him to do so on his first attempt is merely piling on the pressure. Shi Jin looked at the overzealous commander, completely forgetting that he had set the same target of 20 minutes for Yang Qi. It was easier said than done. Yang Qi gritted his teeth, knowing he had to push through the final kilometer. His breaths grew increasingly labored, his lungs felt as though they were ablaze. And every inhalation brought a searing pain. His legs felt as if they were laden with lead, each step heavy enough to sink him into the ground. Sweat streamed down his forehead into his eyes, stinging so intensely that he could barely keep them open, yet he dared not pause, even for a moment to wipe his brow. In the final kilometer, Gao Cheng's voice echoed in his ears. Speed up. Speed up. Break through the 20-minute mark. Yang Qi clenched his jaw, his lips turning pale from the pressure. His vision began to blur, the track ahead appearing endless. The finish line loomed ahead. And he compelled himself to quicken his pace, even if each step felt like treading on the edge of a blade. Even as every cell in his body screamed for him to surrender. As the moment approached, Yang Qi silently chanted in his mind, attempting to bolster his wavering body with sheer willpower. At last, the finish line materialized before him. With the last vestiges of his strength, he surged forward, crossing the threshold with a fierce determination. However, the instant he crossed the finish line, it felt as if all the energy had been siphoned from his body. His legs buckled beneath him, and he stumbled forward. Be careful. Shi Jin, quick on his feet, dashed forward and steadied Yang Qi, supporting him by the arms as he jogged a few steps before gradually coming to a halt. Don't stop, keep walking, don't sit down, he urged softly while assisting Yang Qi. Gasping for air, Yang Qi leaned heavily against Shi Jin, his chest heaving violently as if a fire had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him unable to speak. Sweat dripped from his chin, pooling on the ground beneath him. Around them, seasoned veterans halted in their tracks, astonished by the spectacle. They had initially regarded this recruit as merely an ordinary newcomer, unaware that he would achieve such remarkable results during his first 5-kilometer run. Even more astonishing was the time called out by Captain Gao Cheng. Yang Qi had nearly completed the run in under 20 minutes, a feat that many veterans in the unit struggled to attain. This kid has something, murmured one veteran, a hint of admiration in his tone. A recruit? Impossible. This time is nearly on par with Wu Lu-yi. Another veteran shook his head, clearly incredulous. Captain Gao Cheng stood by the finish line, gripping the stopwatch tightly. His gaze fixated on the numbers, 20 minutes and 13 seconds. Although he had narrowly missed breaking the 20-minute mark, this performance exceeded all his expectations. What a pity. Just 13 seconds short, Gao Cheng muttered under his breath, but a smile soon grazed his lips as he looked at Yang Qi, his eyes brimming with appreciation and anticipation. This kid will surely become a valuable asset to our unit, Gao Cheng mused, his smile widening as he envisioned Yang Qi excelling in future training and missions. Shi Jin continued to support Yang Qi, walking slowly until Yang Qi's breathing steadied. Finally, he allowed him to pause, bent over with hands resting on his knees. Yang Qi gasped for breath, exhaustion etched across his face, yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction and pride. How do you feel? Shi Jin inquired with a smile. Yang Qi lifted his head, managing a weak grin. It's all right. Just, my legs feel a bit wobbly. Shi Jin patted his shoulder approvingly. For your first run, that's quite impressive. With more practice, your time will improve even further. Yang Qi nodded, though his body was weary. A sense of accomplishment filled him. Still, he was eager to know his official time. Captain Gao approached, handing the stopwatch to Shi Jin. Then turned to Yang Qi with a teasing tone. Kid, you almost broke 20 minutes. Don't let me down next time. Straightening his back, although his legs still trembled. Yang Qi replied loudly, Yes, Captain. Next time, I shall surely break the 20-minute barrier. How long did I run this time? 20 minutes and 13 seconds. Just a mere 13 seconds away. It is indeed a pity. Once again reflecting on this result, Gao Cheng expressed a slight regret. Damn. 20 minutes and 13 seconds. Just 13 seconds. If only he had achieved that, he would have earned the entry-level marksmanship skills. Yang Qi clenched his fists tightly. Determined. Next time. Next time, I must run under 20 minutes. As Yang Chi sat resting, filled with unquenchable ambition and aspirations, a hand holding a cigarette appeared before him. Looking up, he realized it was the squad leader. Go ahead and smoke, but don't tell me you've quit. Higi, since it's the squad leader's cigarette. Even if I don't smoke, I must partake, thought Yang Chi, cheerfully accepting the offering and promptly lighting it up with his lighter. Chapter 19. The Army is a collective, emphasizing shared resources. Having finished his smoke, Gao Cheng turned away with a joyful expression, urging everyone to return promptly to tidy up their quarters. Observing this scene, Shi Jin felt an overwhelming sense of delight. The cigarettes of the company commander were not a privilege afforded to all. Only those soldiers recognized by the commander could partake, and in their unit. Only Louis had such an opportunity. Shi Jin patted Yang Chi on the shoulder and said, "Let us head back." Yang Chi nodded, shouldered his backpack, and departed with his M81 rifle, leaving unmentioned any thoughts of mastering the weapon. Having not achieved the expected results, Yang Chi felt no inclination to speak up. Moreover, once the results surpassed the 20-minute mark, the system's rewards would enable him to grasp the skills directly, which he found acceptable. Shi Jin, initially intending to say something, chose silence upon seeing Yang Chi's demeanor. It was not until they reached the entrance of the new recruit's dormitory that Shi Jin finally spoke. "You can take your backpack back. Hand me the weapon, and I will store it." Removing the rifle from around his neck, he passed it over without hesitation. As for entrusting the weapon to Yang Chi, such a notion was utterly absurd. Aside from training, all weapons were securely stored in the armory, without exception. Watching Shi Jin's retreating figure, Yang Chi shrugged and placed his backpack on the bedside, beginning to organize his quarters. Outside, the commands of 1, 2, 1, stand fast, left turn, echoed intermittently. With 30 minutes of leisure at his disposal, Yang Chi even contemplated a quick shower, as the sweat from a 5-kilometer sprint had dried, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable and sticky. After breakfast, all the new recruits assembled on the playground. Company Commander Gao Cheng stood before them, his heart swelling with pride as he observed the well-formed ranks of soldiers. After a month, this group of recruits had finally begun to resemble soldiers. "Attention! At ease!" he called out. The month had passed, marking the end of their basic drill training, and they were now to embark on the second phase of training. Following the dispersal, the squad leaders would need to organize the training schedules, particularly focusing on tactical exercises and grenade-throwing drills. Furthermore, starting today, the 3-kilometer runs were abolished. 5 kilometers would be the new minimum standard. All other physical training intensities would also be increased. As soon as Gao Cheng concluded his statement, whispers began to ripple through the ranks of recruits. "Oh no, more intensity. I feel I might just collapse." One remarked, "I wonder what the point of this practice is." Another mused. Silence. Gao Cheng's booming voice silenced the murmurs, commanding immediate respect from the new recruits. "Is it so difficult to understand that talking in formation is prohibited? Have you not learned this in a month?" He cast a discontented glance at several squad leaders nearby. Wu Lui felt particularly distressed, as one of the chatty recruits belonged to his squad. Clearly, these young men still needed more discipline. Once the morning assembly concluded, he vowed to ensure they experienced what it meant to adhere to rules. "Enough. That will suffice for now. You are dismissed. Squad leaders, take charge. First squad, left turn. March. Second squad, right turn. March. Third squad, squat." Huh? As Yang Chi and the others prepared to change direction, they momentarily felt bewildered. However, upon witnessing the fury etched on Wu Lu's face, they obediently crouched down. Wu Lu stepped forward and inquired who had spoken in the ranks just moments ago. Shi Jin glanced at the crouched Yang Chi and then back at Wu Lu, opting for silence as he turned to leave, placing complete trust in Wu Lu to handle the situation. Hearing Wu Lu's question, everyone lowered their heads, refraining from acknowledging their guilt. Yang Chi felt a sense of resignation. It was abundantly clear who had spoken, by Dashin, by Taijun. "Very well, since no one is willing to admit it, listen to the command. Stand up." Wu Lu's irritation grew as he observed the silent recruits. His greatest disdain lay in those who dared to act yet shied away from accountability. Right turn, run. March. Wu Lu led the group to a different open area. Step, halt. To the right, march. Wu Lu positioned himself at the front of the ranks, instructing them to maintain a 1-meter gap in a line to the right. Look ahead. Crouch. After issuing the commands, Wu Lu paced before them, questioning. "Do you know why I made you crouch?" Report, no? Duck, walk back. First one rests, the rest continue. Huh. Squad leader, isn't this tantamount to a death sentence? Bai Taijun lamented, acutely aware of his own limitations. Glancing around the playground, which spanned at least 400 meters, he realized that only one recruit could rest at a time. As Bai Taijun wobbled, on the verge of collapsing, Wu Lu seized the collar of his uniform. "Do you not know to report when speaking in formation? Do you understand?" Wu Lu exclaimed with fervor, spittle flying onto Bai Taijun's face. "Report, understood." Bai Taijun refrained from wiping it away. Though he was weak, he was not foolish. Crouching within the ranks, Yang Qi cast a sympathetic glance at Bai Taijun, internally sighing in resignation. He understood that evasion was futile. Thus, he resolved to give his all. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he braced for the impending duck walk back. "Ready, begin." With Wu Lu's command, Yang Qi launched forward like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were crisp and efficient, legs alternating swiftly, body slightly inclined forward, each step grounded and assured. Despite the high demands of the duck walk on leg strength and endurance, Yang Qi exhibited no signs of fatigue. His objective was clear: secure first place and swiftly conclude this punishment. Observing his lead, the other recruits gritted their teeth and followed suit. Chen Kai trailed closely behind Yang Qi, a spark of defiance in his eyes. He believed his physical capabilities rivaled anyone's, especially Yang Qi's. Yet, infuriatingly, Yang Qi consistently maintained a full stride ahead. How can this guy be so fast? Chen Kai mused inwardly, yet his pace remained relentless. In stark contrast, Bai Taijun was entirely out of sync. His movements were clumsy, his legs felt weighted, and within mere strides, he was gasping for breath. He struggled to move, inwardly lamenting his fate. It was over. He would once again finish last. The atmosphere on the playground was tense and intense. As 10 new recruits staggered forward like a flock of ducks, Wu Lu stood to the side, scrutinizing each individual. There was no leeway under his watch. Soon, Yang Qi was the first to cross the finish line. He paused, resting his hands on his knees, catching his breath. Yet a trace of a relaxed smile graced his face. He could finally rest. Shortly thereafter, Chen Kai also dashed across the finish line. He cast a glance at Yang Qi, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and resignation. He had to admit that Yang Qi's prowess surpassed his own, but he refused to concede. This was merely the training battalion, and once they were assigned to their units, the true competition would unfold. One by one, the other recruits completed their laps, leaving only Bai Taijun struggling to advance. Chapter 20. Breaking records or being looked down upon. His movements grew increasingly sluggish, beads of sweat cascading down his face like rain. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was the last to cross the finish line. "Report. Squad leader. I have completed it." Bai Taijun collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Wu Liuyi approached him, his tone icy as he inquired, "Do you understand why you finished last?" Bai Taijun lowered his head, murmuring, "Report, squad leader. I lack physical endurance." "Lack of physical endurance?" Wu Liuyi let out a cold laugh. "Do you know why this punishment was imposed?" Bai Taijun was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, a hint of guilt flashing across his face. "Report, squad leader. It was because I spoke during formation." "Good that you understand." Wu Liuyi's voice rose sharply. "Speaking during formation not only affects you, but disrupts the entire unit. Today, you held everyone back. If we were on the battlefield tomorrow, would you still drag your comrades down?" Bai Taijun was rendered speechless, his head bowed in silence. Chen Kai stood to the side, watching Bai Taijun's discomfiture, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. He could not help but mutter, "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have to endure this suffering." Hearing Chen Kai's complaint, Yang Qi walked over and patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Enough of the complaints. We are all comrades. Just practice more in the future." Yang Qi harbored no ill feelings toward Chen Kai's hostility or character. Everyone makes different choices. Chen Kai needed growth, just as Su Sanduo did. They were merely casualties on the path to maturity, and Yang Qi was determined not to turn a blind eye, for instance. "Squad leader Shi Ji." Chen Kai shot a glance at Yang Qi. Though still somewhat disgruntled, he refrained from further comment. Wu Liuyi surveyed the crowd, his tone softening a bit. "The punishment ends here for today. However, I hope you all remember that discipline and formation is a fundamental quality of a soldier. Should anyone violate it again, the punishment will only be more severe." "Yes, squad leader." The group replied in unison, their voices tinged with fatigue yet underscored by newfound seriousness. Wu Liuyi nodded and waved his hand. "Take a break, then we will commence today's training session." The new recruits breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground to rest. After a few minutes, Wu Liuyi blew the whistle for assembly. Although the recruits were still somewhat weary, They quickly stood up and formed ranks upon hearing the signal. Wu Liuyi scanned the group, nodded, and announced, "Next, we will conduct training for crawling. This is one of the most fundamental tactical maneuvers on the battlefield, crucial for your survival and combat efficiency. Do you understand?" "Understood, squad leader." The group replied in unison. Wu Liuyi moved to the center of the grassy area, gesturing for everyone to form a semicircle before he began to elaborate on the key techniques. Crawling is divided into low crawling, high crawling, and side crawling. Today, we will first practice low crawling, Wu Liuyi stated, demonstrating the movements as he lay on the ground. First and foremost, the body must remain as close to the ground as possible, with the abdomen not elevated too high to avoid detection by the enemy. Wu Liuyi's physique was nearly glued to the earth, his hands supporting him while his legs were slightly apart. Furthermore, the movements must be coordinated, with the left hand and right leg moving forward simultaneously, followed closely by the right hand and left leg. It is essential to remember that the action should be light, generating minimal sound. Wu Liuyi's motions were fluid and graceful, akin to a cheetah stealthily traversing through the grass. Lastly, one must maintain steady breathing and keep a vigilant eye on the front, observing the enemy's movements. Having concluded his instructions, Wu Liuyi swiftly crawled forward a few meters before rising and brushing off the grass from his clothing. "Did you see clearly?" he inquired. "Yes, class leader." The others responded in unison. "All right, now form pairs and take turns practicing. One will crawl while the other observes to ensure the movements are correct. Begin," Wu Liuyi commanded. Yang Qi and Cheng Kai were paired together, with Cheng Kai taking the lead as he lay on the ground, attempting to crawl forward. His movements were somewhat stiff, lacking coordination between his left hand and right leg, and his body was raised a bit too high. "Cheng Kai, lower your body a bit more and move lightly," Yang Qi advised from the side. Cheng Kai furrowed his brow, adjusted his posture, and continued to crawl forward, noticeably improving this time. When it was Yang Qi's turn, his execution astonished Cheng Kai. His body was nearly flush with the ground, and his movements were smooth and agile, as if he had practiced countless times before. "Have you trained before?" Cheng Kai couldn't help but ask. Yang Qi smiled and replied, "No, I'm just following the class leader's instructions." Cheng Kai regarded him without further comment. On the other side, Bai Tiejuan's attempts elicited both laughter and exasperation. He resembled an awkward penguin, his limbs uncoordinated, and he was panting after just a few steps. "Bai Taijun, are you here to entertain us?" Wu Liuyi approached him, shaking his head in dismay. "Class leader, I'm really trying my best." Bai Taijun lamented with a grimace. Wu Liuyi sighed, squatting down to personally guide him. "Follow my rhythm. Left hand and right leg move forward simultaneously." "Yes, just like that." Under Wu Liuyi's patient tutoring, Bai Tiejuan's movements began to show some improvement. Although they were still not perfect, he was no longer as clumsy as before. After nearly an hour of training, the new recruits gradually became more adept in their motions. Wu Liuyi stood to the side, observing their progress, a rare smile gracing his face. Despite practicing on the lawn, the morning's crawling exercises had left their knees and elbows somewhat scraped. During lunch, the cafeteria echoed with the clattering of chopsticks and bowls, accompanied by the sounds of hearty eating, clearly indicating that everyone was quite hungry. During the afternoon break, Wu Liuyi excused Su Sandio from additional practice, as his performance and formation had already been commendable. After lunch, Yang Qi had already donned his backpack and stepped outside, prompting Cheng Kai to gaze enviously at his silhouette before deciding to follow. "Cheng Kai, why aren't you resting?" Shi Jin inquired, noticing Cheng Kai trailing behind Yang Qi, which in turn alerted Yang Qi to Cheng Kai's presence. "Well, squad leader, can I also train alongside you?" Cheng Kai asked. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked past Yang Qi to Shi Jin. Whether his desire was to train or to showcase his abilities, only Cheng Kai himself truly understood. "Cheng Kai, it's not that the squad leader prevents you from training. Rather, this is a request made by Yang Qi himself. The 5-kilometer assessment is not our primary focus in this company," Shi Jin reflected before deciding to speak candidly. Indeed, the 5-kilometer run is a crucial evaluation in regular units, but it holds less significance in our 702nd Regiment or the T Division. "Cheng Kai, I am aiming to break the record in the 5-kilometer run. You need not train alongside me," Yang Qi stated truthfully. However, to Cheng Kai's ears, those words were particularly jarring. What did it mean that he did not need to train? To break a record? Was this a sign of disdain towards him? Chapter 21. Confidential Regulations of the Joint Conference. Cheng Kai managed a forced smile, but the unwillingness in his eyes did not escape Yang Qi's notice. "All right, I want to follow you, he conceded with a sigh. Yang Qi, feeling a pang of sympathy, stepped forward and gently patted Chen Kai on the shoulder, saying, I'm running 5 kilometers solely to break the record. There's no need to deceive you. The company commander isn't misleading you either. We are a heavily mechanized unit, and there is no need for rivalry between us. Yang Qi genuinely appreciated Chen Kai, perhaps even more than Su Sandio. Chen Kai was clearer about his aspirations and was steadfastly pursuing his goals, though he had yet to grasp the essence of camaraderie and the responsibilities that come with being a soldier. Chen Kai, are you all right? Su Sanduo inquired with concern as he observed Chen Kai returning in a daze. Chen Kai merely nodded in response, turning to retreat to the dormitory, disregarding Su Sanduo's worried gaze. He lay on his bed, pulling the blanket over his head, consumed by a whirlwind of thoughts. Why? He, Chen Kai, was among the top 3 in the recruit platoon. Why did the company commander and squad leader treat Yang Qi so differently? Chen Kai bit his lower lip in frustration and closed his eyes defiantly. I will surpass you. Outside the dormitory, Yang Qi exchanged a glance with Shi Jin, both sensing a shared helplessness and confusion. There was an undeniable feeling that they were sidelining or bullying Chen Kai. Let us go, Yang Qi suggested, shaking his backpack. All right. By the way, Yang Qi, what are your thoughts on Chen Kai as a soldier? Shi Jin asked. Although he believed Yang Qi was not the type to ostracize a comrade, he sought to gauge Yang Qi's regard for his fellow soldier, hoping to prevent any discord between the 2 high achievers in the recruit platoon. In the military, mere achievements are insufficient. Camaraderie is essential. Without it, even the most accomplished individuals will struggle to advance. As for Chen Kai, he may currently prioritize his performance, but in due time, he will realize that in the military, success is not solely defined by scores. Only by comprehending the true meaning of camaraderie will he truly grow, Shi Jin mused, pleased to hear Yang Qi's words, which reflected both competence and dedication, marking him as an exemplary soldier. His efforts to mentor Yang Qi were not in vain. Come on. Let us see what time you can achieve in the second run. They chatted as they made their way to the training ground. Standing at the starting line, Yang Qi took a deep breath, adjusting his rhythm. His legs still felt somewhat fatigued, but he knew that frequent running would acclimatize him to this sensation. On your marks, go. With the sound of Shi Jin's whistle, Yang Qi surged forward. His strides were steady and powerful, his breathing perfectly in sync with his pace. Although the remnants of fatigue lingered, he willed himself to disregard the discomfort, concentrating on every step beneath him. In the first kilometer, Yang Qi maintained an admirable speed, with little difference from the morning run. Shi Jin, standing by with a stopwatch, observed the time with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Excellent, keep it up, Shi Jin shouted loudly. Yang Qi remained silent, his focus entirely devoted to the track. As he entered the second kilometer, his breath began to quicken, his chest feeling as though it were burdened by a heavy stone. Each inhalation was accompanied by a searing pain. Yet, he did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace. Come on, Yang Qi. Only 3 kilometers left. Shi Jin's voice echoed in his ears. By the 3rd kilometer, Yang Qi's stamina began to wane. His legs felt as if they were encased in lead, and every step became an arduous challenge. Final kilometer. Speed up. Speed up. Shi Jin's voice rang out once more. Upon hearing these words, Yang Qi's heart tightened. He understood that this was the critical sprinting phase. He compelled himself to quicken his pace, biting down hard on his lips, the sharp pain perpetually triggering his nerves. Almost there, accelerate. Yang Qi silently urged himself, attempting to use sheer willpower to sustain his faltering body. At last, the finish line came into view. With the last vestiges of his strength, Yang Qi surged across it. Shi Jin, quick as a flash, rushed forward to support Yang Qi, helping him jog a few steps before gradually coming to a halt. Yang Qi gasped for air, nearly collapsing against Shi Jin, his chest heaving violently. A fire seemingly lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Shi Jin glanced at his stopwatch, a complex expression crossing his face. 20 minutes and 3 seconds. You were so close to breaking the 20-minute mark. Although utterly exhausted, Yang Qi felt a swell of accomplishment upon hearing his time. He knew he had improved by 10 seconds from his last attempt, a significant breakthrough indeed. What a pity, just 3 seconds, Shi Jin sighed, but soon broke into a grin. However, improving by 10 seconds in your second run is truly commendable. You, my friend, are brimming with potential. Just 3 seconds. Next time, you must break 20 minutes. Yang Qi managed a faint smile, his voice hoarse as he replied, Thank you, squad leader. I will strive to improve. Shi Jin patted his shoulder, his tone filled with approval. All right, No more talking. Rest well, and then return for a midday break. In the barracks. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Yang Qi mumbled softly as he lay on his bed. Brother Qi, how can you use such foul language? Bai Taijun, perched on his bunk, tilted his head down to look at him. Yang Qi rolled his eyes. You really don't sleep at all, do you? Just keep staring at me. Go on and sleep, he replied with irritation before settling in for a much-needed rest. He still had over an hour, ample time for a nap. Later that evening, during the meeting, dozens of new recruits sat upright on small stools, neatly arranged in rows. Shi Jin and Wu Lui occupied the elevated platform at the front. Although Yang Qi sat at the back, he could still observe their postures. Shi Jin sat with a proper demeanor, while Wu Lui reclined with his left hand raised, as if poised like a clock. Gao Cheng strode in gallantly, evidently pleased with the recruits before him. Hello, comrades. Hello, commander. They responded in unison. The voices of dozens of new recruits converged into a singular line, reverberating throughout the entire dormitory. Well, it seems that your speech has taken on a certain explosive quality. You are beginning to resemble soldiers. Gao Cheng remarked with satisfaction, playfully digging at his ear. After more than a month, are you tired of marching in formation? Gao Cheng cheerfully inquired from his elevated position. Not at all. The response brought a smile to Gao Cheng's face. Not tired? If it were me, I would be weary. You must be jesting. In the military, being able to march in formation does not necessarily make one a good soldier, but those who cannot even manage that surely cannot be considered good soldiers. However, I must caution you. When riding home, do not mention that you spend all day marching. Once the new recruits complete their training and move to their respective units, the array of weaponry and equipment will leave you utterly astounded. Speaking of which, take my armored reconnaissance battalion, for example, 9 vehicles. Chapter 22. Yang Qi's frustration as Gao Cheng raised his hand to signify the number 9, his face radiated with pride. All 9 vehicles were the most advanced armored units in the regiment, and within these 9, every soldier was a top-notch troop. What constitutes a top-notch soldier? After a moment's reflection, Gao Cheng replied, top-notch soldiers are akin to the top 3 in a new recruits battalion. My company is composed entirely of such soldiers. Squad leader, sure. During our last anti-tank drill, how many tanks did our company dispatch? Gao Cheng turned to the cheerful Shi Jin, who was positioned to his left. Shi Jin, understanding the underlying intent of his commander's question, promptly responded, report, company commander. 5 tanks. Did you hear that? 5 tanks. The new recruits gasped in astonishment, followed by a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. They were no longer mere novices. They had grasped the distinction between armored vehicles and tanks to a certain extent. This was precisely the outcome Gao Cheng sought, achievements that served not only as a source of pride but also as motivation for these fledgling soldiers. He could hardly believe that among these dozens of recruits, there were any who were merely coasting through their service without the desire to join a commendable company. I shall share some insights into the training subjects of the reconnaissance company. Marksmanship with various firearms, naturally including operations in diverse terrains and night combat scenarios. Alongside understanding firearm mechanics, maintenance, and repairs, there is also the mastery of armored vehicles, onboard weaponry, vehicle upkeep, and basic repairs, as well as individual anti-tank and anti-vehicle training, and proficiency in personal anti-tank and air defense missiles. As he spoke, Gao Cheng noticed murmurs rising from below, scanning the sea of new recruits. He caught sight of Su Sandwa's incessantly moving lips, prompting him to halt. That soldier, Gao Cheng said, his expression impassive, directing his gaze towards Su Sanduo. Cheng Kai, standing behind Su Sanduo, recognized the company commander's attention and was aware that Su Sanduo was the one being addressed. He gently prodded Su Sanduo, whispering, "The company commander is calling you." Su Sanduo turned to Cheng Kai, poised to respond, when he heard the company commander's voice booming. "Yes, you. Stand up. Company commander." Su Sanduo, trembling, stood up, utterly oblivious to his supposed transgression. Gao Cheng's irritation flared as he questioned, "What are you mumbling about?" "Report, company commander, it's nothing." "Sit down and maintain silence." Gao Cheng, unwilling to dwell on the soldier, waved his hand for him to resume his seat. Shi Jin, positioned behind, cast a worried glance at Su Sanduo, feeling powerless to intervene. Yang Qi, seated further back among the new recruits, watched Su Sandwa's demeanor with apprehension, silently hoping he would not err, urging him to remain prudent. She wished fervently that his less-than-bright mind would recall her earlier admonition. If he could memorize the confidentiality regulations, he ought to apply them as well. Continuing his discourse on this array of knowledge, Gao Cheng had scarcely uttered a couple of sentences when Su Sanduo faltered once more. That soldier, stand up. What on earth are you mumbling about? Gao Cheng could no longer contain his frustration. His voice was laced with anger as he spoke. Report to the squad leader. I have memorized what you told me about Su Sanduo, he announced, astonished. Oh. Gao Cheng was taken aback and turned to glance at Shi Jin, who wore a smile. He then addressed Su Sanduo, asking, so, tell me, what did I just say? Su Sanduo's sharpness of mind was evident as he promptly recited information about vehicle maintenance and basic repairs, individual anti-tank and anti-vehicle training, and the mastery of individual anti-tank and surface-to-air missiles. Impressive. You have quite the memory, Gao Cheng chuckled, but then inquired, do you understand what that means? I don't know. Su Sanduo replied with unwavering certainty, as if the thought had never crossed his mind. Gao Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You don't know? Why did you memorize it then? Su Sanduo beamed at the squad leader's first smile directed at him, feeling a surge of joy. Believing that the leader had grown fond of him, he cheerfully declared, report, squad leader, once I've memorized it. I'll write home to tell my father what I've learned in the army. He struck a pose seeking praise, blissfully unaware that both Gao Cheng and Shi Jin, along with Wu Lui, had lost their earlier amusement. Gao Cheng's expression soured, a mixture of anger and impassiveness overtaking him. Turning to Shi Jin, he suppressed his ire and commanded, Shi Jin, tonight your squad will copy the confidentiality regulations 3 times and submit them when done. Shi Jin and Wu Lui stood at attention, their faces reflecting apprehension. The confidentiality regulations were a serious matter, and regardless of the squad leader's fondness for them, silence was the only option in such times. Yes, Shi Jin replied earnestly. Gao Cheng cast a disappointed glance at the two before his gaze fell upon Su Sanduo, his expression now devoid of any amusement, even tinged with disdain. Initially, Gao Cheng had little regard for Su Sanduo, but after their recent run, he had begun to change his mind. However, the disappointment during the formation training, coupled with Su Sanduo's earlier display of memory, had reignited a glimmer of hope. Yet, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Gao Cheng had once harbored some anticipation for Su Sanduo, but now he had entirely dismissed him. He left the dormitory in a huff, his voice echoing. Make sure to finish copying it and bring it to me tonight. Su Sanduo stood frozen, his hands awkwardly placed, eyes darting nervously around, meeting the resentful gazes of his fellow recruits. Turning to Shi Jin, the squad leader's disappointment pierced Su Sanduo's nerves, forcing him to lower his head. Sighing, Yang Qi, witnessing Su Sanduo's dazed demeanor, felt a profound sense of disappointment. Take a seat, Su Sanduo, Shi Jin instructed as he walked to the front. Confidentiality regulations. What is confidentiality? One should refrain from uttering the inappropriate and avoid asking the unaskable. This is a red line. Should any leakage of information be discovered, it will result in expulsion from the military and grave consequences. As Shi Jin spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Su Sanduo, his voice involuntarily rising, hoping the latter would heed his warning. Let us disperse, he urged, tightly grasping the irritable Wu Lui as they made their exit. He genuinely feared what Wu Lui might say or do next. The once vibrant dormitory fell into a profound silence following Su Sanduo's remarks, leaving only the sound of pen nibs gliding across paper. Su Sanduo, I have completed 2 copies. I leave the final one to you, exclaimed a new recruit, stretching and rubbing his hands, which had grown stiff from prolonged writing. All right, let us all speak less, Yang Qi interjected, having swiftly finished transcribing 3 copies. His thoughts interrupted by the sudden outburst. Chapter 23. The selection of the vice-class leader. Let us get to work, Yang Qi declared as he stood up, urging everyone to copy down the material. Everyone makes mistakes. The military is a grand crucible, a place where we are thoroughly reshaped into competent soldiers. I understand that you may feel resentment, but this is the military, not the outside world. One person's mistake results in collective punishment. As he spoke, Yang Qi approached Su Sanduo and patted him on the shoulder. Su Sanduo, do you recall what I asked you about memorizing the confidentiality regulations a while back? Do not merely memorize. That serves no purpose. Su Sanduo focused intently on his notebook, diligently writing until Yang Qi concluded his remarks. Only then did he respond. I'll finish copying soon, and we'll write it several times. I'll share the rest with everyone. Suddenly, a loud thud drew the attention of all the new recruits, who turned to see an enraged Yang Qi confronting Su Sanduo, who lay on the ground. What are you doing, Yang Qi? Is Su Sanduo all right? Cheng Kai, who had been observing Yang Qi closely, witnessed the entire incident. Yang Qi had kicked Su Sanduo, sending him crashing to the floor. Ignoring Chen Kai, he glared at the innocent Su San duo and barked, "Are you a fool? Why do you evade questions and respond off-topic? You are here to serve in the military, not to enjoy a vacation. When a soldier errs, they must acknowledge it. What does evading questions achieve? Will it lead to further mistakes? Or have you not even considered making amends? Are you content to make mistakes without consequence, thinking that you can simply carry on as before? Do you intend to drift through life for years, only to come to the military and continue that trend?" Yang Qi's admonishing voice echoed through the barracks, resonating with all the new recruits. "Don't go in," Gao Cheng whispered to Shi Jin, who was eager to enter. He was curious about how Yang Qi would handle the situation, while Shi Jin worried about potential conflict between Yang Qi and their comrade. Thus, they stood outside the curtain, quietly eavesdropping. Gao Cheng was equally interested in observing Yang Qi's approach to such matters, especially when a fellow soldier's mistakes impacted the group. Would he handle it rationally or ostracize the one at fault? However, from what they had heard so far, it seemed that every word Yang Qi uttered was a lesson for Su San duo on how to mature. The new recruits inside listened attentively to Yang Qi's words, reflecting on his insights. Even Chen Kai was absorbed in thought, though he soon found peace within himself, having already resolved to dedicate his life to the military. Yet, his concern for Su San duo lingered. Chen Kai glanced anxiously at Su San duo, who appeared dazed, staring vacantly at Yang Qi. "Su San duo, stand up." Yang Qi's sharp command startled Su San duo, causing him to break away from Chen Kai's grasp. Trembling, he rose to his feet. "Tell me, are you here to serve in the military, or just to pass the time?" Yang Qi stepped closer to Su San duo, pressing him for an answer. In a state of confusion, Su San duo reflected on the sacrifices his father made to send him to the army, alongside the humiliation of being called a turtle son. Shi Jin shared, "I was once in your shoes, overlooked by my family, but since becoming a soldier, my father has taken pride in me." Memories flashed through Su San's mind, and after a moment of resolve, he declared, "I am here to serve. I no longer wish to be called a turtle son." With a smirk, Yang Qi remarked, "Now that you've made up your mind to change, it's time to think before you speak and act. Tell me, why were we punished for copying the confidentiality regulations?" After some contemplation, Su San duo replied, "It was because I intended to send a letter from the company commander to my father, thus violating the confidentiality rules and leaking information." "Well done, you comprehend the situation." Shi Jin acknowledged, nodding in approval as he and Gao Cheng departed. Shi Jin felt gratified by Su San's transformation and hoped he would maintain it. "Hurry and write, everyone. Once completed, we can hand it to squad leader Yang Qi," he said, leaving with satisfaction. As for the kick he had given Su San duo, it served its purpose, waking him up, which was worth it. "Qi good, do you know we need to elect a deputy squad leader?" Bai Taijun whispered to Yang Qi. "Oh, is it time for that already?" Yang Qi raised an eyebrow, realizing it had indeed been over a month. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one while cautioning, "Just don't get caught." Bai Taijun took the cigarette, inhaling deeply, the precious Jiao layer. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched the cigarette away, causing Bai Taijun to fume, but his anger faded upon recognizing the culprit. "What makes you think you can smoke with your grades?" Shi Jin glared at Bai Taijun. Well." Bai Taijun glanced around, sensing someone was missing. "Where's Qi Ge, the one who gave me the cigarette?" "What are you looking at?" Shi Jin inquired, observing Bai Taijun's shifty demeanor. "Nothing." Bai Taijun lamented, "Qi Ge, why didn't you say anything before leaving? If I had known, I would have hidden the cigarettes." Shi Jin picked up the already copied confidentiality regulations from Yang Qi's bunk and asked, "Where did Yang Qi go?" "I don't know." "Squad leader, Qi Ge was just here," Shi Jin replied. "Looks like he went out for a smoke again." "Squad leader, did you call for me?" Yang Qi entered, the scent of smoke wafting in with him. "Now that you're here, take a seat." Shi Jin gestured for everyone to gather. "The other squads have already elected their deputies. It's our turn. Let us take this opportunity to nominate someone for the deputy position, or feel free to self-nominate." "A deputy? I doubt I have a chance." "I just hope it's Qi Ge," murmured the new recruits, their voices reflecting a lack of confidence. "Squad leader, I nominate myself," Yang Qi stated decisively. The class vice captain is, without a doubt, a pivotal role, even if one hails from the ranks of fresh recruits. The squad leader contemplated for a moment, slightly vexed by his own sluggishness, before promptly rising to voice his thoughts. Yang Qi and Chen Kai exchanged a glance, a spark seemingly igniting between them. Though it was merely a figment of imagination, Shi Jin observed both Yang Qi and Chen Kai, who stood out among the new recruits due to their exceptional performance and commendable results. Selecting a vice captain was indeed a challenging dilemma. After a brief deliberation, he resolved to entrust the decision to all the recruits. Since both of you have put forth your candidacies, we shall determine the outcome in the most impartial manner, through anonymous voting, Shurjin stated, retrieving several pieces of paper from his pocket, tearing them into smaller fragments, and distributing them to everyone present. Each of you shall inscribe the name of your preferred candidate for vice captain. The one with the most votes will be elected. Upon concluding his remarks, Shurjin's gaze swept across the assembly. Remember, the vice captainship is not merely an honor, it is a profound responsibility. You must choose someone who can genuinely be accountable for the collective. The recruits accepted the slips of paper, dutifully bowing their heads to right. Chapter 24. A minor achievement task completed. Yang Qi, the newly elected class vice president, sat calmly to the side, seemingly untroubled by the outcome. In contrast, Chen Kai appeared somewhat anxious, his fingers tightly gripping a piece of paper as he occasionally cast furtive glances at Yang Qi, silently praying for his own success. Moments later, Shurjin collected all the slips and began tallying the votes. Yang Qi's name was repeatedly announced, while Chen Kai's was mentioned only a few times. Ultimately, the result was unequivocal. Yang Qi was elected class vice president by an overwhelming majority. Congratulations to Yang Qi for becoming our class vice president, Shurjin declared, his face adorned with a satisfied smile. Yang Qi rose and offered a crisp military salute to the assembly. Thank you for your trust. I will strive to fulfill my duties as vice president and live up to your expectations. Chen Kai, seated nearby, bore a grim expression. He lowered his head, his fingers tightly clutching his trousers, overwhelmed by feelings of resentment and jealousy. Despite his commendable academic performance, why had no one chosen him? Was it merely because Yang Qi was slightly better? Why did Yang Qi always seem to overshadow him? He felt indignant. Su Sanduo noticed Chen Kai's distress and, seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was still on Yang Qi, quietly moved beside him, softly asking, Chen Kai, are you all right? Chen Kai looked up, forcing a semblance of a smile. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Su Sanduo's attempt to console him caught Chen Kai off guard, yet it only deepened his discomfort, revealing a vulnerable side to Su Sanduo. Aware that Chen Kai was merely putting on a brave front, Su Sanduo chose not to press further, instead offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. It's okay, there will be more opportunities in the future. Chen Kai nodded, though his thoughts belied his outward agreement. He gazed at Yang Qi, who stood before the crowd receiving congratulations, and silently vowed, I will surpass you, Yang Qi. The position of vice president will eventually be mine. Shurjin observed Chen Kai's expression with a hint of helplessness. He recognized that Chen Kai was a capable soldier, albeit somewhat hasty and competitive in nature. Approaching him, Shurjin placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. Chen Kai, don't be disheartened. The vice presidency is merely a starting point. The road ahead is long, and as long as you continue to work hard, opportunities will abound. Chen Kai lifted his gaze to meet Shurjin's, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Yes, squad leader. I will keep striving. Shurjin nodded with satisfaction, then turned to address everyone. All right, we have our vice president. I expect you all to collaborate with Yang Qi moving forward. Now, let the banter continue. The mood shifted, although they were not the ones selected. There was a sense of joy in having a vice president. Yet, Shurjin's words swiftly brought them back down to earth, leaving them puzzled. All right, get writing. Look. Your vice president has already finished. That's what it means to be vice president, always ahead of you all, Shurjin teased Yang Qi, simultaneously provoking the group of new recruits. Turning to the dazed Yang Qi, he waved a hand in front of his face, asking, what's wrong? Lost in thought? Are you too excited about becoming vice president? Ah, just a moment of excitement, Yang Qi replied, acknowledging his momentary distraction. All right, I shall take my leave now. Once they have finished copying, please gather everything and bring it to me, Shurjin stated before exiting the dormitory. Observing the departing Siki, Yang Qi shrugged and remarked, make sure everyone writes their names after copying. We wouldn't want any mix-ups. I will return shortly to collect them. With that, he disregarded the eager gazes of the new recruits and hastily departed. Just moments ago, when he had been appointed as the vice class leader, the system's voice had startled him momentarily. System, what did you just say? Yang Qi inquired, lighting a cigarette as he sat on a stone chair. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title, vice class leader. Rewards, speed 1, strength 1, reaction 1, mentality 1. Each attribute increased by 1. He pondered, examining his current stats. Yang Qi, title, Vice Class Leader, Strength, 9110, Speed, 819, Reaction, 9110, Mentality, 617, Skill, Master Level Combat Techniques, taking a drag from his cigarette. Yang Qi fell into contemplation, realizing that he should now be able to complete a run in under 20 minutes. No, it wasn't just a possibility, it was a certainty. With this thought in mind, he quickly finished his cigarette and made his way back to the dormitory. Once they had completed copying the confidentiality regulations, he would promptly go for a run. Upon entering, he noticed a small stack of notebooks neatly placed on his bed. A quick glance around revealed 2 or 3 others that remained unfinished. Just the right opportunity to change into his running clothes before heading to the track. Hey Chi, are you going out for a run again? Bai Taijun, freshly returned from washing up, remarked as he spotted Yang Qi, already dressed. Let me tell you, you're making it hard for the rest of us. You're Vice Class Leader now, yet you're still pushing yourself this hard. Bai Taijun, I don't know what your home situation is, but being a soldier, aside from defending our homeland, offers prospects that the outside world simply cannot match. To put it plainly, you receive meals and accommodation daily, along with a stipend each month. Moreover, as time progresses, these benefits will only increase. If your family is well off and you can inherit the family business, then consider my words moot. However, if your circumstances are average or challenging, it would be wise to strive for more. The Army provides excellent welfare and promising prospects. I am merely working for my future. The choice is ultimately yours. Having said this, Yang Qi chose not to engage further with Bai Taijun. Each individual has their own path, clarity and ambition is essential. And Bai Taijun seemed to drift even more aimlessly than Su Sanduo. Silenced by Yang Qi's words, Bai Taijun lay on his bed, lost in thought after putting away his toiletries. He understood Yang Qi's perspective. His family indeed faced difficulties. Yet, he found himself hesitant to make a decisive commitment. Unsure if he could endure the hardships, he shut his eyes after a bitter smile, opting not to dwell on it. Young Vice Class Leader, I have finished copying. A voice broke through Yang Qi's reverie as he opened his eyes to see a new recruit, seemingly earnest, holding out a notebook. Finally done, Yang Qi accepted it and replied, make sure to wash up and rest. With that, he took the notebook, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and departed. With a sense of urgency in his footsteps, he was determined to break the record. Thud, thud, thud. Upon entering, Shijin glanced at Yang Qi, immediately noticing the gear he wore, followed by a stack of notebooks he held. Shijin inquired, have you finished copying? Of course. I brought it to you at the earliest opportunity. You think I don't know your tricks? Is it merely to deliver the notebooks or to time me? Shijin retorted, exasperated, as he accepted the notebooks and retrieved the stopwatch from his drawer before leaving. As he passed Yang Qi, who seemed lost in thought, Shijin asked, what's the matter? Not running anymore. Of course I'm running, Section Leader. After both exited in tandem, the door from the adjacent room swung open, revealing Gao Chang peering out at the departing duo. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow and see what this young man was up to. How are you feeling? Do you have confidence this time? Shijin queried, observing Yang Qi as he warmed up. In response to Shijin's question, Yang Qi turned around, his face beaming with a smile as he confidently declared, I will definitely finish in under 20 minutes. Chapter 25, The Fundamentals of Marksmanship. The confidence in his words resonated with Shijin, who felt a surge of happiness as he beheld the self-assured Yang Qi. Such unwavering confidence. Shijin turned to Yang Qi, just as the newcomer, Gao Cheng, approached. Report, Company Commander. Yes, confidence is essential. With that, Gao Cheng reached out for the stopwatch from Shijin. All right, Commander, Shijin replied, handing it over. Come on. Let me see if you're genuinely confident or merely boasting, Gao Cheng teased as he stood beside Yang Qi. When you're ready, let me know. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Qi lowered his stance and declared, Commander, I am ready. Set. Go. Yang Qi's footsteps echoed across the training ground, each stride imbued with remarkable power. His breathing was rhythmically controlled, his chest rising and falling in a steady cadence, while his legs sprang forth with the lightness and swiftness of a coiled spring. Shijin and Gao Cheng, stationed at the starting line, followed Yang Qi's figure with rapt attention. First lap, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Gao Cheng exclaimed, a hint of exhilaration in his voice as he glanced at the stopwatch. Maintain. Keep that pace. Shijin couldn't help but shout, his fist clenched tightly as if he were running alongside him. Hearing their encouragement, Yang Qi felt a warm surge in his heart, propelling his steps with even greater determination. He was acutely aware that his current condition surpassed that of previous attempts. Though fatigue lingered, he had mastered it completely. In the second lap, Yang Qi maintained a steady pace, even surpassing his first lap speed. Gao Cheng observed the time on the stopwatch, astonishment flickering in his eyes. This kid truly possesses talent. Onlookers, drawn by Gao Cheng and Shi Jin's shouts, gathered around the training field, watching Yang Qi sprint with admiration and murmuring amongst themselves. Why does it seem like this new recruit is getting faster? Isn't that Yang Qi, the standout from the recruit company? Goodness, at this speed, I doubt anyone in our company could keep up. Disregarding the chatter surrounding him, Yang Qi remained wholly focused on the track. As he completed the third and fourth laps, his pace remained steady at approximately 3 minutes and 50 seconds, showing no signs of slowing despite the exertion. Final lap. Sprint. Sprint. Gao Cheng's voice rang out once more, laced with excitement. Hearing those words, Yang Qi felt a tightening in his chest. He understood this was the crucial moment of his final push. At last, the finish line loomed ahead. And with every ounce of strength he had left, Yang Qi surged across it. Gao Cheng glanced at the stopwatch, his face lighting up with uncontainable exhilaration. 19 minutes and 4 seconds. Well done, you truly broke the 20-minute mark. Shi Jin beamed as he patted Yang Qi on the shoulder. Excellent. I knew you could do it. Surrounding veterans gasped in astonishment, with some even breaking into applause. Yang Qi's remarkable achievement not only thrilled Gao Cheng and Shi Jin but also astonished the seasoned soldiers. It was a rare feat for a recruit to accomplish such a time in a 5-kilometer run. Gao Cheng surveyed the gathered crowd, smiling as he waved his hand. All right. All right, disperse now. Go about your business. The veterans chuckled as they began to scatter, yet many turned back to glance at Yang Qi, their eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Yang Qi gradually straightened his posture, feeling notably better than before, and then was overwhelmed with excitement as he realized he had not only surpassed the 20-minute barrier, but had achieved a remarkable time of 19 minutes and 4 seconds. Gao Cheng approached Yang Qi, his smile radiating with pride. Well done, young man. You've made me proud. Keep up the good work. Yang Qi forced a faint smile, his voice hoarse as he replied, Thank you, Lieutenant. I will continue to strive. Shi Jin patted him on the shoulder, offering profound encouragement. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Ding! It's here. Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Yang Qi restrained his elation from surfacing. Congratulations, host, for breaking the regiment record of 20 minutes. Reward, novice-level marksmanship. Congratulations, host, for breaking the division record of 20 minutes. Reward, entry-level marksmanship. Entry-level marksmanship. Speed 2. Reaction 5. Open my panel. Yang Qi title, Deputy Squad Leader, Strength, 10, Speed, 9 to 11, Reaction, 10 5 15, Mental Strength, 7, Skills, Master-level combat skills. Entry-level marksmanship. Standing still, a torrent of information surged into Yang Qi's mind, as though he had been inundated with the contents of countless tomes in an instant. His temples throbbed, a sharp pain akin to being pricked by needles causing him to frown involuntarily. This is knowledge of marksmanship? Yang Qi was astounded. He closed his eyes, and a myriad of firearm schematics, shooting techniques, disassembly steps, and even various usage scenarios and precautions for different firearms materialized in his mind. This knowledge encompassed not only the Type 81 but also the Type 88 sniper rifle, pistols, machine guns, and various other types of firearms. How astonishing! Yang Qi marveled inwardly. He had initially presumed that the novice-level marksmanship awarded by the system would merely provide him with a basic understanding of firearms, yet it encompassed such extensive content. As the sharp sensation gradually subsided, Yang Qi opened his eyes, now infused with a newfound confidence and composure. He glanced at the Type 81 slung around his neck, and a detailed schematic of the rifle instantly appeared in his mind. The Type 81, formerly known as the Type 81 automatic rifle, has a caliber of 7.62 millimeters, an effective range of 400 meters, and a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Yang Qi silently recited, his fingers gently tracing the barrel as if he could feel the presence of each component. He vividly understood how each part of the weapon was assembled, disassembled, and even maintained. Moreover, he grasped how to utilize this rifle in various environments, how to adjust his shooting posture, and how to enhance his accuracy. So that's how it is, Yang Qi mused quietly. Although he had previously gleaned some knowledge about firearms from various magazines, it paled in comparison to the systematic and profound understanding he possessed now. At present, he seems to have grasped countless firearms, achieving an unprecedented level of understanding regarding weaponry. Yang Qi, what are you daydreaming about? Shi Jin's voice interrupted Yang Qi's thoughts. Regaining his focus, Yang Chi smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, squad leader. I just feel that I'm in good form today and want to practice more." Jin patted him on the shoulder and responded with a grin. "That's the spirit. However, don't overexert yourself. Your health is paramount." Gao Cheng approached, looking at Yang Chi, and remarked, "You performed admirably today, but don't let it go to your head. Skill with a firearm cannot be honed solely through running. Starting tomorrow, we will be engaging with the firearms directly, so make sure to practice diligently." Yang Chi's heart soared with joy, and he eagerly nodded. "Yes, Commander. I will definitely practice hard." Gao Cheng nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Jin glanced at Yang Chi and said with a smile, "All right, go rest. There will be plenty to practice tomorrow." Chapter 26 at 18 minutes and 35 seconds. A new record was shattered once again. Yang Chi nodded, shouldering his weapon as he made his way back to the dormitory. Along the way, his mind replayed the newly acquired knowledge of firearms. He touched the 81 rifle on his neck, quietly contemplating, "With this knowledge, I shall astonish everyone in future firearms training." Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Chi placed his backpack at the head of his bed, still digesting the newly acquired knowledge. This knowledge was not merely theoretical. It was crucial for his survival on the battlefield and for the successful completion of his missions. The rewards bestowed by the system had indeed been immensely helpful. Yang Chi mused. He lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and various scenarios of firearm usage danced in his mind, as if he were already immersed in the battlefield. One cannot help but marvel at the system's ineffable nature. It required no study, merely being infused directly into his mind. Hush time for morning exercises. The recruits swiftly arose and assembled for their morning drills. Yang Chi and Jin proceeded to the training ground for their daily task of armed cross-country running for 5 kilometers. However, this time, several captains adorned with their insignia were present at the edge of the training field, each holding a stopwatch. Yang Chi's expression remained unchanged. But Jin felt a wave of unease at the sight of the officers. Clearly, the commotion caused by Yang Chi the previous night was far from forgotten. At the regiment headquarters, commander's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chief of Staff, is there something urgent? Wang Xingrui found it peculiar that the Chief of Staff had arrived so early in the morning. The Chief of Staff made no pretense, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Commander, there was quite a ruckus made by a recruit in the new recruits company last night. All those captains are preparing to poach him." "Hold on a moment. What do you mean by poach? What are they planning to do?" Wang Xingrui was incensed to hear that all the captains were heading to the new recruits company to poach a recruit. While such incidents were not unheard of, they usually involved 1 or 2 captains discreetly discussing matters with the commanding officers of the recruits. Now, with all of them involved, it was truly outrageous. He slammed his pen down onto the desk and stood up. "Let us go. I want to see what they're up to." Fuming, Wang Xingrui grabbed his coat and said as he walked, "Tell me about this recruit. I wish to know what extraordinary individual has compelled all these captains to poach him." The Chief of Staff hurriedly followed, stating, "The recruit's name is Yang Chi. He was—" "Wait a moment. Yang Chi?" Wang Xingrui suddenly recalled the recruits who had run 20 kilometers on the day of their enlistment. Once again interrupted, the Chief of Staff remained unperturbed and continued, "Yes, Commander. You are correct. He is one of the 3 who ran the 20 kilometers. What remarkable feat has he accomplished this time?" Wang Xingrui inquired as he opened the car door waiting downstairs. "Armed cross-country running for 5 kilometers in 19 minutes and 4 seconds. And I've heard he completed a 5-kilometer run without equipment in 14 minutes and 48 seconds. Wang Xingrui felt as though he had misheard. Turning to gaze intently at his Chief of Staff and inquiring once more. "Armed in 19 minutes, unarmed in 14 minutes and 48 seconds. As he listened to the Chief of Staff reiterate the results, Wang Xingrui began to comprehend the fervor of those company commanders. Yet, mere cross-country results could not convey the entirety of the situation. The true nature would only be revealed upon meeting. On the other side of the playground, various company commanders encircled Yang Chi, their intentions ambiguous to the unknowing observer, who might presume they intended harm. Only Jin, who was supporting Yang Chi, understood that these commanders were vying for his recruitment. Jin spread his arms wide, resolutely positioning himself in front of Yang Chi, his stopwatch displaying a remarkable time of 18 minutes and 35 seconds. This achievement incited a frenzy among the commanders, surpassing the Brigade's records and compelling them to act. More importantly, the leap in Yang Chi's performance was astonishing. Just the previous night, he had clocked in at 19 minutes and 4 seconds, yet upon awakening, he had improved to 18 minutes and 35 seconds. Such an enhancement was almost beyond belief. Even if his marksmanship remained uncertain, he was still a sought-after asset. Shooting skills could be honed, and marksmanship was nurtured through diligent practice. Company commanders, why don't we have a chat with our company commander? He is just a rookie, and I'm merely a squad leader, Shurjin said, bracing himself against the throng of company commanders. A look of panic and trepidation etched across his face. If you dared to let Yang Qi slip away, the wrath of the company commanders would be unfathomable. Shurjin, step aside. We mean no harm. We merely wish to converse with Yang Qi. Rest assured. Rest assured? How could Shurjin possibly find solace? These company commanders resembled wolves in sheep's clothing, attempting to deceive him. What are you doing? With a bellow, Shurjin's taut nerves finally relaxed. He spotted Gao Chang striding purposefully toward them, his anger unmistakable. Company commander, you have finally arrived. Seeing Gao Chang push through the crowd, Shurjin's expression morphed into one of grievance. Yang Qi stood behind him, observing Shurjin and then Gao Chang, noting that the two truly made an interesting pair. With a smile, Yang Qi's gaze flitted between the two, a look that did not escape Gao Chang's notice. You little rascal. You've caused quite a commotion with your running. Gao Chang shot a disapproving look at the still grinning Yang Qi, his expression one of exasperation. It's not my fault. Company commander. I simply ran normally. How much did you run? Gao Chang was too weary to engage in further banter with this impudent youth. He had initially intended to whisk him away as soon as the training session ended, but that was no longer feasible. The news had spread like wildfire. Company commander. He ran 18 minutes and 35 seconds. Upon mentioning this time, Shurjin's face remained one of sheer astonishment. Gao Chang's pupils constricted. 18 minutes and 35 seconds had shattered the brigade record. He cast a penetrating glance at Yang Qi, astonished by the rapidity of his improvement. Old 7. Let us not waste words. For this new recruit session, we in the 6th company will take no one but him. You're talking nonsense, Old 6. Yang Qi is ours in the 3rd company. Listening to the incessant chatter around him, Gao Chang felt a throbbing pain in his head. He bellowed in anger. What on earth are you all clamoring about? It has only been a little over a month. If it weren't for your whispers, Yang Qi, such an excellent soldier, would likely have been snatched away by you, Old 7. He declared firmly, Yang Qi belongs to our 7th company. We will not relinquish him. Among these company commanders, even those of equal rank, Gao Chang no longer held back, raising his voice decisively. Old 7, do not overstep your bounds. Another exclaimed, indeed, not every good soldier can be yours. Yet another protested, Old 7, your dominance is excessive. The collective ire of the company commanders was ignited by Gao Chang's attitude. And it seemed a physical altercation was imminent. Yes, we understand you, Gao Chang, have a formidable background, and we have tolerated your arrogance thus far. But this new recruit is something we must contest. With a fierce shout, Gao Chang commanded their attention, drawing their gazes towards him. Chapter 27. The turmoil caused by Yang Qi. Greetings, Commander. As Shurjin and Yang Qi observed a group of school officers approaching, they recognized their leader, Commander Wang Qingrui. Wang Qingrui pushed aside the towering figure of Gao Chang, casting a disapproving glance at him, clearly having overheard Gao Chang's earlier arrogance. How dare you? He exclaimed, stepping forward to confront Yang Qi, who was carrying a backpack. Are you Yang Qi? Reporting to the commander, I am the new recruit, Yang Qi. Indeed. Your military posture is commendable, and your demeanor is impressive. You exhibit the qualities of a fine soldier. Wang Qingrui generously praised Yang Qi. I hear you completed your run in 18 minutes and 35 seconds? Yes. Are you aware that we belong to an armored division, an armored unit? Speed is no longer paramount. It's the other skills that matter. Do you know what those are? Wang Qingrui inquired. He had no intention of belittling Yang Qi's running achievement. His words were simply the truth. Reporting to the commander, I understand. Very well, Wang Qingrui responded, his voice resonating with authority. Then elucidate those skills. Various types of firearm shooting, including operations in diverse terrains and nighttime combat, as well as understanding firearm mechanics, maintenance, and repair. Mastery of armored vehicles, handling onboard weaponry. Vehicle upkeep and basic repairs, along with individual anti-tank and anti-vehicle training, as well as proficiency in individual anti-tank and surface-to-air missiles. Hearing this, Gao Chang felt a sense of familiarity. These were the very topics he had discussed at the last company meeting. This young man was indeed remarkable, possessing an impressive memory. Excellent. Truly excellent. Wang Qingrui expressed his delight. Reporting to the commander, the surrounding officers turned their attention to Yang Qi, curious about his forthcoming words. Only the company commander and Shurjin exchanged worried glances with Yang Qi, silently urging him to be cautious in his speech. I believe my shooting capabilities will not disappoint. Yang Qi asserted confidently. Goodness, Could you tone down the bravado? Gao Cheng and Shi Jin thought, wishing they could silence Yang Qi. Confidence is admirable. Assertiveness is commendable. I appreciate that. However, many things are proven through action, not mere words. Do you understand? Wang Qingrui remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. Yes, Commander. Whether others believed Yang Qi's words, Shi Jin could not ascertain, but he was certain of one thing. Yang Qi's nature would remain unchanged. Ever since they met, Shi Jin recognized Yang Qi's audacity and unwavering self-assurance. After exchanging a few more words with Yang Qi, Wang Qingrui turned sternly to the group of company commanders. Follow me. Yes. The several company commanders dared not retort and followed the commander. Quickly, return. Gao Cheng nudged Shi Jin, whispering. Understood, company commander, Shi Jin replied, tugging at Yang Qi's arm. Let us hurry back. As Yang Qi glanced at the company commanders being led away by the commander, he turned back to follow Shi Jin. Meanwhile, Commander Wang Qingrui guided the company commanders into a conference room. Come, let us discuss. Do you all still possess organization and discipline? Wang Qingrui asked, lighting a cigarette as he surveyed the company commanders. Reporting to the commander, the 7th company commander is too excessive. He claims all the elite soldiers for himself. What are we to do with our companies? The 3rd company commander rose first, addressing the 7th company commander with the formal title rather than the familiar nickname. What nonsense! What do you mean all soldiers must be elite? Why is it that every single one from your company is top-notch? Each of them would excel in our unit. With this, the group of company commanders began to bicker without restraint. Yet, who was Gao Cheng? Would he be intimidated by mere words from this assembly? My unit comprises the best soldiers. Our 7th company is the strongest. Not to mention the regiment, even within the division, few can rival us. Bang! Wang Qingrui slammed the table, silencing the gathered company commanders, though mutual disdain lingered in their glances. Their quarrel with Gao Cheng did not imply a lack of rivalry. After all, were they not all cunning like foxes? The clamor persisted among these officers, the company leaders, who were bickering over a new recruit as if they were in a marketplace. Weren't they comrades? Even if they belonged to different companies, such conduct was unbecoming. And you, Gao Cheng, with your hasty demeanor, was this the attitude one ought to have towards a fellow soldier? Wang Qingrui chastised them ruthlessly, leaving no one unscathed. The atmosphere in the conference room was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung out like a wet cloth. Wang Qingrui's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over each company commander present before finally resting on Gao Cheng. Although Gao Cheng was typically fearless, he restrained himself in the presence of the regiment commander. Lowering his head in silence, Gao Cheng, tell me, does your 7th company absolutely require Yang Qi? Wang Qingrui's voice resonated with a low, commanding authority. Gao Cheng raised his head, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Report, Commander. Yang Qi is indeed an excellent recruit. Not only is he physically capable, but his training attitude is commendable. More importantly, he has the potential to become an elite soldier in our 7th company. As the company commander, I naturally wish to bring him into our ranks. Wang Qingrui nodded, shifting his gaze to the other commanders. What about you? Any thoughts? The 3rd company commander stood, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Commander, the 7th company already has numerous elite soldiers. We cannot let them take all the exceptional recruits from this new batch. Our other companies also require fresh blood. The other commanders echoed his sentiments, and a murmur of low discussions filled the conference room once more. Wang Qingrui frowned, raising his hand to signal for silence. Enough. Stop arguing. I understand that your intentions are for the good of your units, but do not forget, we are comrades, not adversaries. To create such a ruckus over a single recruit is unbecoming. He paused before continuing. The new recruit company and its commanding officers have the right to select 3 soldiers each session. This has always been the rule. However, with the exceptional recruit Yang Qi in the mix, we must amend the rules slightly. Upon hearing this, Gao Cheng's heart tightened, and he could not help but inquire, Commander, does that mean? Wang Qingrui glanced at him and replied gravely, Gao Cheng, if you truly wish to have Yang Qi, it is possible. However, once the new recruit company concludes, you will no longer have the privilege of priority selection. Regardless of Yang Qi's shooting performance, he belongs to your 7th company. As for the other companies, I will allocate the new recruits fairly based on their overall performance. Gao Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, Commander, I accept this arrangement. Although the other company commanders were somewhat dissatisfied, the commander had made his decision, and they dared not voice further objections, merely nodding in consent. Wang Qingrui, observing the lack of dissent, softened his tone slightly. All right, This matter is settled. After you return, focus on leading your troops well, and refrain from incessantly vying for superiority. Remember, our objective is to cultivate exceptional soldiers, not to compete for status. Understood, Commander. The company commanders replied in unison. After the meeting concluded, Gao Cheng exited the conference room and let out a long sigh of relief, although he had lost the privilege of choice. The assurance that Yang Qi would join the 7th Company brought him a sense of ease. Chapter 28. Mastery of Firearms Achieved. Reaction exceeds 25. Upon returning to the recruit company, Shi Jin awaited outside the door. As Gao Cheng emerged, he hurriedly approached and inquired, Company Commander, what did the regiment commander say? Gao Cheng smiled, patting Shi Jin on the shoulder. Rest assured, Yang Qi is now part of our 7th Company. However, once the recruit training concludes, we will lose our preferential selection rights. Shi Jin nodded, grinning as he replied, Yang Qi is indeed a soldier worth having. Don't worry, Company Commander. I will take good care of him. Gao Cheng nodded with a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Let us return and prepare diligently. The recruit training is not yet over, especially the shooting exercises. Keep a close watch on Yang Qi. At this point, Gao Cheng was indeed betting on Yang Qi's ability to excel in shooting performance as well. Yes, Company Commander. I will pay extra attention to Yang Qi during the upcoming firearms training, Shi Jin affirmed. Meanwhile, Yang Qi had returned to the dormitory, where the system notified him of the completion of another task. Ding! Congratulations, host, you completed the run in 18 minutes and 35 seconds. You have broken the 5-kilometer armed cross-country record of the group army. Reward, Mastery of Firearms, Speed 5. Reaction 10, Yang Qi. Title, Deputy Squad Leader. Strength, 10. Speed, 11.5. Reaction, 15-10-25. Mental Strength, 7. Skills, Master-level combat techniques. Proficient firearms skills. Wow. My reaction has actually reached 25. He exclaimed. I've surpassed my limits. This system is truly unreasonable. Time flew by. After half a month of combat training, the recruit company commenced firearms training, which included the study of firearm principles, disassembly, maintenance, and ultimately, shooting performance evaluation. Shi Jin, holding the Type 81 rifle, stood before the third row of recruits, his gaze sweeping across every youthful, eager face. He smiled slightly, his voice resonant and clear. Today, we officially begin our firearms training. First, I would like to introduce you to the Type 81 automatic rifle we have in hand. The recruits held their breath, their eyes fixed on the rifle in Shi Jin's hands, as if it were an incredibly sacred weapon. Shi Jin continued. The Type 81 automatic rifle is a classic firearm independently developed by our nation, known for its stable performance and high shooting accuracy, suitable for various complex environments. Its effective range is 400 meters. Next, I will provide a detailed explanation of its structure, principles, and usage. As he spoke, he expertly disassembled the Type 81 into several main components, showcasing each part to the recruits. This is the barrel, this is the bolt, this is the magazine. Each component serves a unique function, and none can be omitted. You must remember, a firearm is a soldier's second life. It must be cherished as one would care for their own eyes. The recruits listened intently, and even Yang Qi, who had already achieved proficient firearms skills, followed Shi Jin's every movement with keen interest. Next, I will teach you how to disassemble and reassemble the firearm. Upon concluding his statement, Shi Jin began demonstrating step by step. His movements were crisp and efficient, as if the 81 rifle in his hands were an extension of his very being. The new recruits watched in awe, their hearts swelling with admiration yet tinged with apprehension. All right, step forward in turn to collect your weapons and gun covers. Those who have received their gear, refrain from any erratic movements, Shi Jin instructed, rising after reassembling the weapon. Yes, the eager recruits stepped forward one by one to receive their gun covers and the 81 rifles, their excitement palpable as they gazed at their newfound armaments. Hey, who told you to move? You do know the muzzle should never be pointed at a person, right? Wu Lui dashed forward, delivering a swift kick to Su Sanduo's rear. In his eagerness, Su Sanduo had completely forgotten the squad leader's warning and began fiddling with the rifle, inadvertently aiming the muzzle at the head of a fellow recruit, which ignited Wu Lui's fury. Without hesitation, he advanced to deliver another kick, only to be halted by Shi Jin, who intervened just in time. All right, Lui, calm down, he reassured, before turning to Su Sanduo on the ground and asking, Are you all right, Sanduo? Yang Qi stepped forward to retrieve the 81 rifle that had been kicked away, casting a sympathetic glance at the forlorn figure of Su Sanduo. As he helped Su Sanduo to his feet, Yang Qi felt nothing but disappointment. Sanduo, you have truly let us down. Su Sanduo, caught in his feelings of injustice, could hardly believe his ears. He had been the victim of a kick, yet somehow, it was he who had disappointed Yang Qi. He could only feebly protest. Vice Squad Leader Yang, the squad leader, said not to move the equipment, and yet you not only moved it but also aimed it at someone. Since you seem so fond of making mistakes and are unwilling to amend your ways, I have nothing more to say, Yang Qi retorted, placing the rifle back into Su Sanduo's hands before returning to the line. All right, Sanduo, return to the line, Shijin conceded, realizing he had no words of comfort for Su Sanduo in this instance. Feeling the weight of disappointment from both the squad leader and the vice squad leader, Su Sanduo despondently returned to his place. The recruits laid their gun covers on the ground before them. Follow me step by step as we disassemble the firearms, Shijin instructed. Despite the earlier mishap, the training must go on, for one individual's error cannot derail the entire squad's progress. Sanduo, what do you think you should do? At this rate, you might end up raising pigs when the recruit company concludes, Chen Kai remarked quietly to the mechanically dazed Su Sanduo. What? Raising pigs? Su Sanduo, previously lost in his own thoughts, exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone around. Lower your voice. Chen Kai glanced nervously at Shijin and the instructing Wu Lu Yi, exhaling with relief before casting an annoyed look at Su Sanduo. If you keep this up, perhaps you should indeed go raise pigs. Chen Kai was at a loss as to how to handle Su Sanduo, a single-minded individual, devoid of thought, blaring loudly, displaying an unrestrained grin. Alas, if you continue to err, you may indeed find yourself relegated to pig farming in the battalion. First, it was the confidentiality regulations, and now the muzzle of a gun directed at a person. Yang Qi's words ring true. Each time you make a mistake, you seem to believe that merely acknowledging it suffices, only to repeat the same errors time and again. Which battalion would dare accept you? The only fate left is to be sent to tend to pigs. Chen Kai has found himself in rare agreement with Yang Qi's sentiments. According to his perspective, it is quite plausible that Su Sanduo could be dispatched to raise pigs. Chen Kai, I do not wish to tend to pigs, Su Sanduo exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. Chen Kai, ignoring Su Sanduo's pleas, continued to call out, inevitably drawing the attention of Shijin. Su Sanduo, what troubles you? Shijin inquired softly, squatting before him. With teary eyes, Su Sanduo gazed at his squad leader and said, Squad leader, I do not wish to raise pigs. What do you mean by raising pigs? Chen Kai interjected, I fear no battalion will want me, and I shall be left with no choice but to tend to pigs. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Kai, this amused Yang Qi. Chen Kai had intended to provoke Su Sanduo, but regrettably, Su Sanduo was unable to comprehend such nuances. However, Su Sanduo's innocent revelation of the act of informing on others displeased Yang Qi. Chapter 29, Live Fire Shooting Training. At times, he found himself questioning whether Su Sanduo was genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be so. Such matters were beyond his concern. He resolved to concentrate on his disassembly and assembly training. Chen Kai, what nonsense have you been telling Su Sanduo? Shijin glared at Chen Kai in exasperation. I'm wronged. Platoon leader, I said nothing. I merely wished for him to make fewer mistakes, so I told him that if he continued to err, he might end up raising pigs. Chen Kai felt deeply aggrieved, and Su Sanduo, with his lack of common sense, left him utterly speechless. Upon hearing Chen Kai's words, Shijin understood. All right, I get it now. Focus on your training, he said, turning to Su Sanduo. You want to be sent to raise pigs. Our regiment has no facilities for that. Stop imagining things and concentrate on your training. Really, platoon leader? Su Sanduo asked with hopeful eyes. Indeed. Shijin patted Su Sanduo's shoulder, leaving him with a reminder to train diligently before shifting his attention to others. Throughout the morning training, Su Sanduo remained in a daze. Or perhaps he simply had not engaged at all. Chen Kai adored firearms. Even during his first encounter, his eyes sparkled with unbridled passion. On the other side, Yang Qi felt an overwhelming urge to disassemble and reassemble the weapon within seconds of acquiring it. Yet he opted for a methodical approach, dismantling it step by step. As the training intensified, they progressed from disassembling firearms to holding them for simulated shooting. Thus, 2 weeks passed in relentless practice. Several comrades had pondered ways to uplift Su Sanduo during this period of distraction, but he remained impervious to their encouragement. It is said that one should not easily abandon their comrades. However, Su Sanduo was on the brink of relinquishing hope in himself. In the final month of the recruit company, only the grenade-throwing training remained as the last subject. Shu assemble. Early in the morning, Company Commander Gao Cheng blew his whistle. And once all the recruits were gathered, he commanded, Shi Jin, lead the team to the shooting range. Yes, the shooting range? Are we about to commence live-fire exercises? Yang Qi, at the rear of the formation, began to speculate. Naturally, prior to the shooting assessment, they were required to undergo shooting training. It was inconceivable to jump straight into evaluations without any practice. The only uncertainty lay in how many rounds they would fire before the assessment. Upon arriving at the shooting range, astonishment enveloped them. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire echoed around them. Numerous soldiers wielding Type 81 rifles aimed at distant targets, intermittently firing their weapons. Were they about to shoot at targets? Wow, were they finally going to handle real firearms? They were uncertain if they would genuinely be allowed to fire. The recruits exchanged excited whispers as they gazed at the shooting range. Su Sanduo hesitated, his hands rising slightly before falling back down. The cacophony of gunfire was indeed overwhelming, yet he dared not raise his hands fully, fearing the prospect of making a mistake. During this period, everyone has gained considerable understanding of firearm principles. We have also engaged in numerous simulation training sessions. Now, we are about to embark on our inaugural live-fire shooting exercise. Please remain calm. Shooting requires a precise alignment of 3 points in a line. Steady hands are essential. Gao Cheng surveyed the new recruits below and exclaimed loudly, the muzzle must never be pointed at anyone, and firearms must not stray from the target. Although he addressed all the new soldiers, Su Sanduo felt as though the squad leader's gaze was fixed upon him. Shi Jin and Wu Lui stood nearby, observing the recruits with knowing smiles. Wu Lui, despite his cheerful demeanor, cast a cold glance at Su Sanduo, hoping that this group of new soldiers would experience fewer misses. Shi Jin, unable to discern Wu Lui's true intentions, remarked helplessly, Lui, let us not be too harsh on our comrades. Even if he isn't in our squad in the future, we are all brothers in arms, you know? Gao Cheng accepted the sniper rifle from the range officer, tossing it in the air before catching it. He then addressed everyone. Who among you is familiar with this weapon? QBU, 88.5, 8mm sniper rifle. Yang Qi proclaimed loudly. His extensive knowledge was not intended to showcase his superiority, yet he could not help but speak up. Indeed, this is a sniper rifle, Gao Cheng affirmed, but the QBU 88 is designed as a squad-level sniper rifle, rather than a traditional sniper rifle. Its bullpup configuration facilitates portability and maneuverability, and it is equipped with an adjustable magnification optical sight, making it suitable for accurate shooting at varying distances. Thus, it is quite prevalent in our unit. Yang Qi, do you know its effective range? Gao Cheng inquired, still holding the sniper rifle. The other recruits glanced around. Pondering the weapon's range, this was their first encounter with the QBU 88, so they were entirely unfamiliar with its specifications. Only Chen Kai gazed at the rifle, feeling a natural affinity for it, convinced that he was destined to be a marksman. Report. Its effective range is between 600 to 800 meters, with a maximum range exceeding 1,000 meters. However, accuracy diminishes at such distances. At 1,000 meters, while not as precise as at shorter ranges, it can still inflict fatal damage on a target. Report completed, squad leader. Both Wu Lui and Shi Jin were astonished, for Yang Qi's response was comprehensive and accurate, information even they were not entirely sure about. Wow, I knew you would surprise me, Gao Cheng exclaimed, his mouth agape. Pausing for a moment before continuing, Gao Cheng nodded in satisfaction and then remarked, indeed, the Type 88 sniper rifle can achieve a maximum range of up to 1,000 meters, which means one can deliver a fatal headshot on an enemy from beyond that distance. Of course, at such ranges, it is no longer merely a matter of practice or ammunition. It relies heavily on innate talent. Wow, is that true? This rifle is incredible. 1,000 meters. What kind of marksman would it take to accomplish that? Su Sanduo seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope as he turned to Chen Kai and asked, do you think if I could hit a target at 1,000 meters, the company commander and the others would recognize my abilities? Chen Kai rolled his eyes and replied, if you could indeed shoot at 1,000 meters, not only would the company commander acknowledge you, but I would have to reevaluate my perception of you as well. Stop dreaming and focus on taking one step at a time. A voice from behind interrupted the conversation. Su Sanduo turned to see Yang Qi, who was not focused on him, but rather on the Type 88 sniper rifle in the company commander's hands. Before Su could respond, Gao Cheng continued. Although this rifle can shoot at such distances, it is not something everyone can master. It requires a true marksman. Everyone must avoid overreaching. Each company has 3 designated sniper positions, 1 for each squad, making it exceedingly difficult to become a sniper. Noticing that the regiment commander and others were approaching from a distance, Gao Cheng ceased his remarks. Today marks your first live-fire exercise as new recruits, and the regiment commander will be observing as well. Pay close attention to your preparations and shooting techniques. Do not make any errors. Seeing the eager expressions of the recruits, Gao Cheng called out, "Does everyone have confidence in performing well during the shooting exercise?" Yes. They all responded in unison, their voices brimming with determination. Yet, many harbored uncertainties within. Chapter 30. Rapid Fire? Yang Qi's mistake led to continuous fire. Shi Jin. Attention. Finally, it was time to demonstrate the preparation and essentials of shooting. Shi Jin retrieved a gun devoid of a magazine and subsequently signaled Wu Lui to load the ammunition. He meticulously demonstrated the entire process step by step, from retrieving the bullets, loading them, preparing to shoot, to the actual shooting, once again for the overly anxious recruits. Every individual observed with utmost seriousness, fearful of missing a single detail that could lead to errors later on. Once armed, it was imperative to exercise caution. These were live rounds, and care must be taken to avoid accidental discharges or pointing the weapon at others. Everyone, focus. At this moment, Yang Qi felt little tension. Although he had never fired live ammunition, the system's rewards had made it seem as though he had engaged in countless shoots. Chen Kai had never handled a gun before, and now, as he stood on the brink of firing live rounds, his excitement was palpable. On the contrary, Su Sandio maintained a remarkable composure. He was determined to excel in the shooting exercise and earn the recognition of his peers. Attention. To the right. Align. Forward. Look. At ease. Stand at attention. After giving the commands, Gao Cheng ran to stand before the regiment commander. Report, Commander. The new recruits are prepared for shooting. Present, 50 individuals. Actual, 50 individuals. Please advise. The commander returned the salute and replied, "Proceed as planned." Yes. Gao Cheng withdrew his arm from the salute and dashed back to the front of the recruit formation. Shi Jin, commence. Shi Jin stepped forward and announced, "Next, 10 individuals will form a team and run to their respective target positions, awaiting further instructions. First row. Right turn. March. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Step in place, halt." Shi Jin observed the 10 recruits standing at attention. His gaze particularly fixed on Su Sandio in front, while Wu Lui stationed himself in the middle, ever vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances. Prone position, load. Instantly, the 10 recruits dropped to the ground, thankfully without any incidents, which allowed Gao Cheng, observing from a distance, to breathe a sigh of relief. Come. Pass me the binoculars, Wang Qingrui gestured. Taking the binoculars, Wang Qingrui focused on the 100-meter fixed human-shaped target. All the recruits began to raise their rifles to aim, and for a moment, the shooting range fell silent as they seemed to hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats. Disengage the safety, fire at will. Bang. Just as Shi Jin finished speaking, a shot rang out. It was Su Sandio, standing right in front of him. Not only did it startle Shi Jin, but it also sent a shiver down Chen Kai's spine, nearly causing him to discharge his weapon. Su Sandio was equally startled. He turned to the squad leader, intending to say something, but his movements caused the gun to shift towards Shi Jin. This alarmed Shi Jin greatly. He swiftly kicked the weapon away and pressed down on its barrel. This was no laughing matter. Should anything go awry, it would not only jeopardize Su Sandio but also implicate the squad leader. "What are you doing, Su Sandio? Did I not instruct you that the muzzle must not be pointed at anyone? What were you thinking?" Shi Jin pressed down on Su Sandio, his voice unavoidably laced with both fear and anger. He dared not glance in the direction of the company commander, unable to fathom the terrifying expression on his face, let alone that of the regiment commander present. "Secure the safety, prepare to shoot, and then release the safety," Shi Jin instructed, only to observe that Su Sanduo remained completely motionless. Irritated, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and secure the safety. Regaining his composure, Su Sanduo thought, "A single mistake is nothing to fret over. Do you truly wish to feed pigs?" Bang, bang, bang. The other recruits had commenced firing, harboring resentment towards Su Sanduo, as they had finally calmed their nerves and prepared to shoot, only to have their focus shattered by his gunfire. Startled by the sound of the gun, Su Sanduo's grip trembled, and he hesitated to pull the trigger. "You might as well raise pigs, Su Sandio. Is it truly that difficult to release the safety, aim, And fire? Shi Jin looked at him with disappointment. It seemed as though Su Sanduo had lost all sense of self as he disengaged the safety and began firing. After everyone had completed their shots, Shi Jin called out, "All done. Eject the magazines, inspect the firearms, and secure the safeties." It was only once all the recruits had finished their operations and stood up that Gao Cheng finally picked up the radio to report the targets. Target 1, 18 rings, Su Sanduo. Target 2, 41 rings, Cheng Kai. Target 3, 31 rings. Upon hearing the report, not only did Gao Cheng's expression darken, but even that of Regiment Commander Wang Qingrui turned grim. Several missed the target entirely, with 6 scoring below 30 rings. As for the soldier at Target 1, Wang Qingrui was not particularly enraged. After all, they were new recruits and could be forgiven. Next group, prepare to shoot. Last row, right turn. March, 1 to 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Prone position, load. Gao Cheng, Wang Qingrui, and the array of company commanders directed their attention towards Yang Qi at Target 10. Among the 40 recruits before them, only 3 had surpassed 40 rings, while many others fell below 30, and missed shots were even more numerous. "Steady yourself, you rascal. The company commander and regiment commander are watching," Wu Lui admonished, standing behind Yang Qi. "Hey, let us make a bet." Yang Qi tilted his head, glancing at Wu Lui beside him. "No more chatter, just focus on hitting the target," came the retort. "TCH, how mundane," Shi Jin observed. Turning to all the prepared recruits, "Release safeties and shoot at will." Bang, 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 bang. A rapid 5-shot volley drew everyone's attention to Yang Qi's position. Gao Cheng even dropped his score sheet and dashed down from the stands. "Cease fire," Gao Cheng shouted as he ran. "All safeties on. What on earth are you doing? Did you accidentally set it to automatic?" Wu Lui was nearly beside himself, having just told him to shoot properly, only to witness a rapid succession of shots. Just as he prepared to voice his concerns, he caught sight of a furious Gao Cheng approaching, compelling him to remain silent and stand aside. "What is happening?" Gao Cheng anxiously glanced at Wu Lui, then turned to Yang Qi and exclaimed, "How could you discharge all 5 bullets in rapid succession? Can you even aim properly?" His voice inevitably rose in volume. 5 consecutive rapid shots. Whether it was a series of quick shots or single shots, he could discern the difference. It was a quintessential display of single-shot rapid fire. Yet, even he found it hard to believe that Yang Qi could hit all his targets or achieve remarkable results. "Cheng Kai, has Vice Captain Yang made a mistake?" Su Sanduo observed Yang Qi at the target position with concern. The company commander's furious demeanor was even more intense than the last time he nearly compromised their mission. Squad leader Shi Jin stood nearby, refraining from uttering a word. "Who knows? Just wait and see," Cheng Kai sneered. Whether Yang Qi had erred or not was of no consequence to him. He secretly hoped for dismal results. "Gao Cheng, what on earth are you doing? We cannot allow one individual to disrupt the shooting of everyone else. Hurry up and continue." Gao Cheng responded into the walkie-talkie, "Understood, Commander." He then turned to Shi Jin and said, "Continue shooting." After saying this, Gao Cheng did not leave but stood behind Yang Qi, fully prepared. Should Yang Qi's performance falter, he was ready to kick him out of the shooting pit. Chapter 31. A second round at the shooting range. Gao Cheng sought to assess Yang Qi's prowess. With the safety engaged, he continued to fire. Although Shi Jin harbored concerns for Yang Qi, the protocol must not falter. He remained vigilant regarding the other recruits' performance. Moments later, the others commenced their firing. Bang, bang, bang. Once the rounds were expended, the target reporting began. Target 1, 28 rings. Target 2, 42 rings. Target 10, what is the score on Target 10? Have you forgotten how to read the target paper? Gao Cheng barked into the intercom, irritated by the hesitant reporting. Report, Target 10, 10 rings? Yang Qi, the target reporting officer, scrutinized the bullet hole at the center of the target paper, confirming repeatedly before relaying the score. 10 rings? Wu Lui, standing nearby, was alarmed. 5 bullets for a mere 10 rings. The company commander was bound to be furious. You, my boy, you have truly astonished me." Gao Cheng gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glance at Yang Qi, who was leisurely sprawled on the ground. Wang Qingrui, accompanied by a cadre of officers including several company commanders, approached. "Gao Cheng, is Yang Qi's target paper showing only 10 rings?" Wang Qingrui sensed something amiss, particularly because it was precisely 10 rings, not 6, 7, or any other number. 5 shots, 10 rings. Report, Commander. The target reporting indicated only 10 rings. Even in a foul mood, Gao Cheng reiterated the report. "Have the target paper brought over," Wang Qingrui insisted, eager to ascertain the facts, as he remained unconvinced. Understood. Gao Cheng then communicated over the intercom, target reporting, target 10S paper, bring it over. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a soldier sprinted from the target pit, holding the target paper aloft. Noticing the gathering of the regiment commander and several officers, he felt a pang of trepidation but dared not dwell on it. After placing the target in front of the officers, he retreated. Wang Xingrui and the others examined Yang Qi's target paper, and Wang Xingrui immediately sensed something was amiss. He touched the bullet holes and, with a spark of realization, discerned the truth. Yang Qi, rise and elucidate to your company commanders. You too. How can you maintain such composure? Wang Xingrui remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he turned to the still-prone Yang Qi. Wang Xingrui's words left the surrounding officers momentarily bewildered. They glanced from the ground-bound Yang Qi to the target paper before Gao Cheng, too, paused in realization, clearly identifying the anomaly. Good heavens, you truly have surprised me. Gao Cheng delivered a playful punch to Yang Qi's shoulder as he exhaled in relief. Report, Commander. Company Commander, I achieved 5 shots with 1 hole. Everyone may observe that bullet hole. Although not exceptionally pronounced, the hole is indeed larger than that of a single shot. Remarkable. You indeed possess confidence. 5 shots, 1 hole. The Chief of Staff and others noted the peculiarity. Discretion? Not a chance. When one possesses strength, it must be displayed. Once your prowess astounds all, whether in competition or other endeavors, you will be the first thought in their minds. Wang Xingrui scrutinized Yang Qi's visage earnestly and remarked, not bad at all. 5 shots in 1 hole. There is no other sharpshooter in the entire army group like you, my lad. You are truly remarkable. The surrounding company commanders gazed at Yang Qi with increasing fervor, but upon remembering that he had already been claimed by Gao Cheng, their gaze shifted to the latter, who was suppressing a grin. They couldn't help but think of giving him a good thrashing. Were it not for the presence of the regiment commander, Gao Cheng would have likely burst into uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, solid performance. It's a pity this isn't a shooting assessment, otherwise I could have recommended you for a 3rd-class merit. Do you think you can replicate this achievement next time? Wang Xingrui expressed, tinged with regret. Ding. System task released. Astonished the entire army by achieving a perfect score of 5 shots in 1 hole during the shooting assessment. Reward. Novice-level vehicle proficiency. Wait a moment, system. A perfect score only warrants novice-level vehicle proficiency? That seems rather unjust. It should at least be at the proficient or expert level. Ding. Host, you already possess proficient-level shooting skills. This task is merely a bonus. Very well, I accept. Report to the regiment commander. I'm confident I can achieve this score again, Yang Qi asserted with unwavering confidence. All right, when the live-fire assessment arrives, if you can replicate this feat, I shall personally recommend you for a 3rd-class merit. That, Wang Xingrui turned to the aide who had just picked up a camera. Zhang. Make sure to capture some good photos for the regiment's report, understood? The aide, busy snapping pictures, promptly replied, rest assured, Commander. I've even thought of a title. His hands never ceased their motion. He could already envision the astonishment this report would evoke. New recruits live-fire shooting. 5 shots in 1 hole, 50 rings. Achieving a perfect score in the shooting assessment allows new recruits to apply for a 3rd-class merit. Enough. It's no wonder we came to witness this today. It truly is a surprise, Gao Cheng. Indeed. Your vision is commendable. All right, we should head back. Otherwise, I fear you might get beaten. Focus on training. The other recruits' performances need considerable improvement. Before Gao Cheng could finish his statement, Wang Xingrui interrupted him, leading a throng of irate company commanders away. Hee. 5 shots in 1 hole. You've truly brought me honor. Gao Cheng joyfully patted Yang Qi on the shoulder as they watched the regiment commander depart. Sure, Jean. Lead the team back. Let us rest this afternoon. He then draped an arm around Yang Qi's neck and strolled away. Given Gao Cheng's considerable height, few could manage to throw an arm around Yang Qi, who stood at an impressive 8 meters tall. Commander, where are we headed? Yang Qi queried, bewildered as he noticed they were walking deeper into the shooting range, the sounds of gunfire punctuating the air, occasionally accompanied by the roar of engines. How about it? Impressive. Isn't it? This is the daily training of our company, coordinated shooting between armored vehicles and personnel. Gao Cheng gazed proudly at the scene, noting that their unit excelled in such coordinated efforts. Commander, will you let me give it a try? Observing the eager anticipation in Yang Qi's eyes, Gao Cheng remarked with a hint of annoyance, what are you thinking? This isn't the purpose of our visit. With that, Gao Cheng retrieved a cigarette. Ignoring Yang Qi's expression that pleaded for one, lit it up, took a drag, and chuckled. Consider this a reward. Thank you, company commander, Yang Chi replied. Accepting the pack of Yushi cigarettes, he placed one between his lips and stowed the rest away in his bag. Now, let me witness your limits, Gao Cheng instructed as he led Yang Chi to another shooting range, where numerous soldiers were already engaged in target practice. This is the company's training ground. While ammunition isn't exactly abundant, it's quite feasible for each person to fire 100 rounds a day. Let's go. I'll let you take a shot and see how you fare, Gao Cheng continued. Absolutely, company commander, Yang Chi affirmed. As they entered the range, a sergeant approached, saluting, and greeted, "Good day, company commander." After returning the salute, Gao Cheng instructed, "Go fetch an 81 rifle and a magazine." "Yes, sir." Yang Chi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A magazine holds 30 rounds, a promising challenge for him. He was eager to see what he could achieve with those 30 bullets, wondering if he could score a perfect 30 in one hole. Chapter 32, The Astonishing Achievement of a Monster, Gao Cheng's Shock. A report. The sergeant rushed over. Weapon in hand, Gao Cheng gestured, and Yang Chi took the firearm from the sergeant, swiftly loading the magazine with a series of clanks, pulling back the bolt, startling both men. "Have you really never practiced?" Watching Yang Chi execute the loading and bolt action with such speed and efficiency was both delightful and alarming. He could not fathom how an ordinary citizen could perform such maneuvers with such fluency. In his view, it was inconceivable without extensive training over time. It appeared that upon returning, he would need to scrutinize Yang Chi's records closely. Gao Cheng dared not voice his suspicions, lest he inadvertently plant seeds of distrust in Yang Chi's mind. He pondered the scenario. If Yang Chi truly posed a problem, he would not raise any alarm. He hoped fervently that his concerns were merely figments of his imagination. Suppressing his errant thoughts, he focused on the task at hand. Target number 1. Let us see your results. The sergeant, perceptive to the situation, promptly offered a pair of binoculars. Squad leader, I request that a thicker wooden plank be placed behind the target paper, Yang Chi stated. Gao Cheng, grasping the intent behind his request, directed the sergeant. Go find a sufficiently thick plank to place behind the bullseye. He was eager to see whether Yang Chi could indeed achieve a single-hole grouping. Though the thought of a 30-shot single-hole score was beyond his imagination, Yang Chi's request for the plank aimed to conclusively determine if all shots were indeed in one hole, as the hillside behind the target would not suffice to prove anything without the plank. The sergeant, although perplexed by the purpose of the plank, complied and procured a half-meter-long, 30-centimeter thick piece of wood, positioning it upright behind the target paper. Report, the plank has been set. Gao Cheng waved his hand in acknowledgement, then turned to Yang Chi, saying, "Shall we begin?" He raised the binoculars. With a deep breath, Yang Chi commenced shooting. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of shots, all 30 bullets discharged in a flurry. After verifying the weapon and engaging the safety, Yang Chi handed the firearm back to the sergeant. Squad leader, your weapon. The sergeant received the gun with an expression of astonishment. 30 rounds fired in rapid succession was achievable with practice. But Yang Chi's flawless rhythm and speed were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Gao Cheng lowered the binoculars and instructed the sergeant. Go fetch the target and the plank. Yes, sir. As the sergeant dashed off, Gao Cheng turned to the composed Yang Chi and inquired, how did it feel? Did you hit your mark? Well, I believe it was full rings, Yang Chi replied, teasingly withholding the full truth. One hole? Why not let the squad leader see for himself? Yang Chi feigned an air of mystery, and Gao Cheng, though undeniably curious, refrained from pressing further, eager to witness the results firsthand. Squad leader, I have never seen such marksmanship. I have not even heard of it. The sergeant hoisted a wooden post, while an old soldier hurried over with a target sheet in hand. Gao Cheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the wooden post resting on the ground, as well as the target paper, which had but a single hole at its center. Hand me a dagger, he commanded, extending his hand towards the astonished sergeant. Upon receiving the dagger, Gao Cheng observed the wooden post, which was nearly punctured through, and immediately began to work, pulling the trigger with fervor. As each bullet was discharged, excitement surged within him, causing his neck to redden and his face to flush. 1, 2, 3, 30. He murmured under his breath, counting the bullets he had extracted, his eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded the feigning Yang Chi. What sort of creature is this? 30 shots in a single hole. The post was half a meter long and 30 centimeters thick, positioned vertically behind the target paper, akin to a wooden wall of that thickness. The shooting range could only conceive of using the post. Yang Chi delighted in witnessing the astonished expression on his commanding officer's face, relishing the display. particularly in front of Gao Cheng. Regardless of his personality, Gao Cheng treated his subordinates exceptionally well, at least those he deemed worthy. So, how was it, Commander? Did I perform adequately? Adequately? Not merely adequate. You are a prodigy. No, even a prodigy may not reach your caliber. You have truly astonished me, Gao Cheng exclaimed, grasping Yang Chi's shoulder and shaking him with fervent enthusiasm. This matter must not be disseminated, he warned, casting a glance at the nearby soldiers. Understood. The soldiers regarded Yang Chi with expressions of awe, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Gao Cheng patted Yang Chi on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. I cannot quite grasp your potential." This sentiment marked the first time Gao Cheng found himself genuinely impressed by a soldier, especially a new recruit. The confines of Steel 7's ranks were limited. Whether they could accommodate a talent like Yang Chi remained to be seen. You may return now. Upon their return to the new recruits unit, Gao Cheng dismissed Yang Chi directly. As he departed with a puzzled expression, Gao Cheng briskly made his way back to his quarters. Yang Chi shrugged and nonchalantly returned to the dormitory. "Yang, where did the commander take you?" asked Bai Taijun, known for his loyalty. As he rose to his feet upon seeing Yang Chi, "He took me to practice shooting." Concealment seemed unnecessary. Upon hearing Yang Chi's words, the surrounding recruits cast glances that were tinged with envy, though a few harbored jealousy. Chen Kai glared at Yang Chi with a mix of envy and resentment. Yet he could not deny the merit of Yang Chi's achievements. 5 shots in a single hole, his own unit hadn't even managed to achieve full rings. Nevertheless, Chen Kai refused to concede defeat. His instincts told him that Yang Chi was a natural marksman. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory, Gao Cheng closed the door and locked it securely. He abruptly yanked open a drawer, staring at the mobile phone within, his face etched with conflict. After a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately picked up the phone, locating the contact labeled Old Man and dialing the number. "Hello?" A voice imbued with authority resonated from the other end, devoid of excessive emotion, presenting a demeanor that was strictly businesslike. "Assist me in investigating an individual's background. I have a sense that his information is not as simple as it appears." Gao Cheng has evidently become accustomed to the tone of the conversation, directly articulating his request. The military unit number and name were conveyed in similarly succinct terms. "The recruit I am leading, Yang Chi." A recruit? The person on the other end momentarily failed to grasp Gao Cheng's intentions and could only inquire, "Why?" 30 rounds per hole. The physical prowess is astonishing. Gao Cheng could no longer tolerate his elder's manner of speaking and responded in kind. 30 rounds per hole for a recruit? Are you certain, Gao Cheng? 30 bullets in a single hole? Despite the high-ranking status of the individual on the other end of the line, the notion of 30 rounds per hole was truly unsettling. He had heard of it, yet had never witnessed it. Absolutely. During the initial live-fire exercise, 5 rounds per hole, I took him to the range for another series. And even he found it excessive, but that is the reality. There is no disputing it. Understood. I will have someone investigate. But you must be aware that if the soldier is without fault. Chapter 33, Live-Fire Assessment. I understand. I will have someone investigate. But you must know that if there are no issues with this soldier. With half the sentence left unspoken, Gao Cheng clearly understood the implication. At the very least, he should remain in the Steel 7th Company for a year. This is his baseline. And Gao Cheng was acutely aware that if Yang Chi's background were unblemished, a soldier of his caliber could never languish in a grassroots unit, special forces or, at the very least, a regimental guard would be his rightful station. In Gao Cheng's view, it was most likely the former. After the conversation concluded, the man in green military attire, adorned with a star on his shoulder, Gao Jichong, shook his head and chuckled at the phone, calling the young man a rascal. However, the new recruit named Yang Chi indeed warranted a thorough background check. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Jichong picked up the red telephone on his desk and dialed. "Hello, this is Gao Jichong. Please conduct a meticulous investigation into the background of the new recruit, Yang Chi, from the 702nd Regiment to see if there are any hidden issues." After hanging up, Gao Jichong thought of Gao Cheng, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. As the scene shifted, a red-headed document lay on Gao Jichong's desk, Modern Military Reform in the Construction of Digital Forces. The next day, a regiment report reverberated throughout the entire group army. The soldier king Yang Chi achieved remarkable feats in his first live-fire exercise, 5 shots, 1 hole. Armed cross-country in 18 minutes and 35 seconds. At a secret training base. Yuan Lang tossed a newspaper across the table to the man sitting opposite him, who wore sunglasses. The soldier king? Yet still a new recruit? Yuan Lang immediately noticed the contents of the report, along with a confident and exuberant photo of Yang Chi. Interested in taking a look? The live fire assessment for the new recruits of the 702nd Regiment is approaching. Railway discerned Yuan Lang stayed at a glance, although he feigned indifference. His eyes betrayed a profound interest in Yang Chi. Very well, I shall arrange a time to observe this. Soldier King. With that, Captain Yuan Lang stood up and departed. This fellow is putting on an act even more convincingly than I am, Railway murmured, withdrawing his gaze. In the new recruit company, Gao Cheng also laid eyes on the regiment report, or rather, the military report, his expression rife with irritation. He could not believe that this rascal had stirred up such a commotion. Approaching the window, Gao Cheng caught sight of Yang Chi training on the playground, his fondness unmistakable. As time swiftly passed, the 3-month training period for the new recruits drew to a close. Today marked the final shooting session, which would also serve as their live fire assessment. It was time for them to prove whether they were dragons or tigers. Standing before the recruits, Gao Cheng rallied them. Do you have confidence? Yes. The resounding cheer echoed throughout the square. Sure, Jean. Present. Lead the team to the shooting range and sing a song. Let us sing returning from shooting. Yes. Sure, Jean stepped forward, a slight smile gracing his lips as he issued the command to commence. All present. Right. Turn. March and step. The recruits advanced toward the shooting range with disciplined strides, while Sure Jean walked alongside the formation, calling out commands. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky, he proclaimed, Prepare. Sing. The melody resonated through the training grounds, harmonizing with the rhythmic footsteps, creating a vivid tableau brimming with vigor and strength. Yang Chi, trailing at the rear, couldn't help but smile, confident in his shooting abilities. Since the conclusion of the last shooting exercise, his performance in armed cross-country had been steadily improving, achieving an impressive time of 17 minutes and 50 seconds. He felt that with merely a month more of training, he could potentially break the military record of 17 minutes and 23 seconds. Gao Cheng stood at a distance, watching the formation gradually fade from view, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He muttered to himself, You rascal, don't falter at a crucial moment. His father had already communicated the results of the background investigation, confirming Yang Chi's impeccable lineage. His father worked as a laborer on construction sites, while his mother was an elementary school teacher, even extending their inquiry to 2 generations back, including blood relatives. The Public Security Bureau had verified that Yang Chi's background was utterly clean. The team soon arrived at the shooting range, where Sure Jean stood at the forefront, issuing final instructions. All present, stand at attention. To the left, turn, at ease. The recruits promptly complied, their gazes fixed on Sure Jean. He surveyed the group, his tone serious and resolute. Next, according to the previous grouping, you will enter the shooting positions in order. Remember, safety first. Strictly adhere to the operational procedures during firing. The results of this assessment will significantly influence your unit assignments. Do you understand? Understood. The recruits replied in unison. All present, stand at attention. Sure Jean ran towards the group leader, who was among the gathered officers. Report, group leader, live fire assessment for the recruit company. Expected attendance, 50. Actual attendance, 50. Please advise. Wang Qingrui responded, proceed as planned. Yes. Sure Jean returned to the recruits, swiftly organizing the groups and shooting sequence. Yang Chi found himself placed in the last group. The atmosphere at the shooting range was tense and solemn, with each recruit holding their breath in anticipation of the assessment's commencement. Sure Jean stood nearby, silently cheering for them. Prepare. Fire. As the command rang out, Yang Chi swiftly focused, firmly raising his weapon, aligning his sights on the distant target, and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew, striking the humanoid target in succession. While observing his comrades shoot, Yang Chi suddenly sensed a gaze directed at him, one devoid of malice. Following his instincts, he turned to glimpse the figure of the regiment commander from his peripheral vision. The man, clad in sunglasses and an unorthodox military uniform adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, fixed his eyes upon Yang Chi. In a hushed whisper, he murmured, Yuan Lang? What an acute sixth sense! Yuan Lang was profoundly startled by the actions of the other party. Merely gazing at them for a moment had not gone unnoticed, stirring within him a sense of inexplicable thoughts. Initially, he had indeed approached with a genuine interest in Yang Chi, with no real desire for this soldier. Yet now he sensed a shift in his intentions. Yang Chi's ability to perceive the gaze of others was attributed to a newfound power acquired after his reaction surpassed 30, the sixth sense. Yang Chi title, Vice Class Leader, Strength, 13, Speed, 18, Reaction, 30. Sixth sense, mental strength. 9. Skills, master-level combat techniques, proficient marksmanship. Sixth sense, over the course of more than a month, Yang Qi's attributes had significantly strengthened. Following the completion of the first Group S exercises, the target reporting commenced. Target 1, 28 rings, Su Sanduo. Target 2, 48 rings, Chen Kai. Upon hearing Chen Kai's score, his fist clenched tightly, just 2 rings short, merely 2 rings. Target 3, 38 rings. In comparison to the first shooting results, Chen Kai exhibited remarkable improvement, while Su Sanduo, despite his less favorable score, fortunately encountered no significant issues. Chapter 34, Special Forces? Eyes concealed in the same forest. The final group. Shi Jin turned to gaze at Yang Qi's group, which was indeed the last one. Officer Zhang, equipped with a camera, diligently recorded as Wang Qingrui observed that it was Yang Qi's turn. Yes, rest assured, Commander. I have been filming from the very beginning, Officer Zhang exclaimed with excitement, his eyes fixated on the camera's display. Yuan Lang discerned the purpose behind the camera. If Yang Qi's performance was genuine, it certainly warranted documentation, as achieving a perfect score in live-fire assessments could qualify one for a third-class merit. Such recognition was of utmost significance, particularly for new recruits and outstanding veterans alike. Prepare for shooting. Yang Qi stood at target number 10, the farthest from Wang Qingrui and the others, and promptly retrieved his binoculars. Gao Cheng, observing Yuan Lang, who had also produced a pair of binoculars, was keenly intrigued by the identity of the individual, as neither the attire nor the demeanor exhibited was characteristic of an ordinary combat unit. Captain, that Yang Qi is about to commence shooting, a concealed voice reported from another part of the shooting range. A female soldier, also holding the rank of colonel, took out her binoculars upon hearing the soldier behind her. Which soldier is it now, Gao Zhangdue? An elderly first-class sergeant inquired, lowering his own binoculars to address the tall man beside him, who wore sunglasses. Gao Zhangdue lifted the binoculars hanging around his neck and directed them toward Yang Qi at target number 10. Soon, both groups felt a shiver run down their spines. 4. Just as Yang Qi prepared to fire his Type 81 rifle, he instead turned his gaze towards the left rear where the female soldier was stationed. Although her identity remained concealed, he was certain someone was there, observing him. He then glanced to the right rear, where Gao Zhangdue stood, sensing the presence of another observer. What is this Yang Qi up to? Wang Qingrui inquired, watching Yang Qi's erratic glances. This brat better not be putting on a show, Gao Cheng muttered under his breath. Yuan Lang, noticing Yang Qi's behavior, retracted his binoculars and scrutinized the 2 directions Yang Qi had been observing. Upon looking through his binoculars again, he clearly saw 2 groups concealed within the foliage on either side. Special Forces. Yuan Lang's expression darkened significantly. The aura emanating from those 2 groups was unmistakably on par with their own, indicating they were indeed combat units of the same caliber. He had not anticipated that Yang Qi could attract the attention of 2 Special Forces teams. Let us hope my instincts are mistaken, he thought. Captain, could he be looking at us? The incredulous lieutenant behind the female soldier queried. A chilling female voice responded, interesting, perhaps it's intuition. It appears we are not the only ones keeping an eye on this soldier. 2 other groups are as well. Intuition, a nebulous ability that is difficult to articulate yet undeniably real, particularly among elite snipers. This sensation could serve as an invaluable asset during mountainous operations or when under the enemy's crosshairs. The colonel behind the major was undoubtedly from a Special Forces unit. But who could the other group on the opposite side be? The sergeant on the other side turned to observe the high school team and, after a moment's pause, remarked, "This is a kind of sixth sense akin to that of a woman. This lad possesses something remarkable. Let us take a look at his shooting results." With that, he continued to scrutinize Yang Qi, disregarding the other units, for he held his own Special Forces unit in the highest regard, considering it to be among the elite. On the shooting range, Yang Qi withdrew his gaze, ignoring the cacophony of gunfire that had begun around him. With a grin, he murmured, "Since you wish to see, allow me to demonstrate." With a decisive click, the bolt was pulled back, and the eyes of 3 observers fixated intently on Yang Qi and the distant target paper, their attention oscillating between the 2. Beside him, Wu Lu stared intently at Yang Qi's every movement, not daring to utter a word for fear of disrupting Yang Qi's concentration. He would have preferred to hold his breath if possible. Following the retraction of the bolt, Yang Qi hesitated not for a moment and swiftly squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. His 5 consecutive shots were executed with even greater speed and steadiness than before, swiftly emptying the magazine, releasing his grip on the 81 rifle. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Rapid shooting demanded precision and steadiness, with upper body strength playing a crucial role. Should one lack the requisite strength to control the weapon, the trajectory would inevitably falter. However, for Yang Qi, even if the shooting line were altered, he could still hit the mark from a different position. If one were to categorize shooting proficiency, novice level corresponds to a mere instinct, the feeling of being able to hit the target, while intra-level is about aligning 3 points in a straight line. Proficient level relies on intuition rather than sight, engaging the heart. Mastery allows for swift aiming and shooting from the heart, while the Grandmaster level is characterized by the ability to hit the target without aiming, drawing the weapon and firing instinctively. At the pinnacle, the shooter and the gun become one. The weapon is an extension of the individual. Yang Qi, proficient in his skills, had surpassed a threshold of 30 in reaction time, and with the aid of his sixth sense, one might assert he was nearly at the level of mastery. So swift. The three observers marveled inwardly, though they remained uncertain of his shooting results. After completing his rounds, Gao Cheng picked up the radio before Shi Jin and said, "Bring over target number 10. The others should begin reporting. Target 1, 42 rings. Target 2, 34 rings. Target 3, 40 rings," came the reports. "This is the paper for target number 10. Even from afar, they could discern the results through the binoculars, yet witnessing it firsthand left Wang Qingrui and the others astounded. 5 shots, 1 hole. Yuan Lang, the high school team, and the female lieutenant colonel all beheld this achievement through their binoculars. Military binoculars are capable of clear visibility at several hundred meters. There is no disputing that. "Let us go down, come on," Wang Qingrui exclaimed. Staring at the lone hole in the 10 ring on the target paper, the results spoke for themselves. "Very good. Solid work. Bring Yang Qi over." "Yes, Commander," Gao Cheng responded. Seizing the radio once more, Shi Jin, instruct Yang Qi to run over. "Understood." Suppressing the joy within his heart, Shi Jin sprinted towards Yang Qi's target position. "The commander wishes to see you. I shall head there first," he said, and with that, Yang Qi turned and dashed off. "Report to the commander. The new recruit Yang Qi has arrived." Wang Qingrui's fondness for the soldier grew stronger with each passing moment. "Do not be so tense. Relax a little," he said casually. "Commander, with so many eyes upon me, it's difficult to unwind," Yang Qi replied cheerfully. "Enough, it's not our first meeting," Wang Qingrui chuckled, observing the mock seriousness of Yang Qi. "Yes, Commander. I mentioned earlier that if you could maintain such performance, I would recommend you for a third-class merit award. You have certainly not disappointed me. Are you feeling nervous?" Yang Qi responded contentedly, "Report, Commander, I feel quite at ease, without any pressure." "Mind your manners, you rascal," Gao Cheng interjected softly from the side. "Squad leader, the commander has said to relax. If not for the constraints, I would have liked to smoke a cigarette," Yang Qi said with a grin, addressing the squad leader. "You possess remarkable psychological resilience. Are you proficient with a sniper rifle?" A sudden voice emerged from behind Wang Qingrui, prompting everyone to turn. It was Yuan Lang, appearing rather ostentatious in his sunglasses. Chapter 35, The Wolf Warriors and the Wolf Fong Team. The opportunity lies before us. What are we waiting for if we do not seize it now? "Report, sir." "I can." Yuan Lang was taken aback, yet he could not help but inquire further. "Where did you learn to use a sniper rifle?" "During the disassembly of firearms in the recruit battalion," Yang Qi replied. Although Yuan Lang found this response somewhat unsatisfactory, he glanced at Wang Qingrui before asking, "Commander, may I have him tested again?" Yuan Lang was unsure of his discontent. Perhaps it was the one-sidedness of Yang Qi's reply. Or perhaps he perceived an air of arrogance in the other. "Very well. Gao Cheng, fetch a Type 88 sniper rifle." Wang Qingrui responded with a dismissive tone towards Yuan Lang. "Old A, always indulging in these opportunistic endeavors." "Understood." Gao Cheng comprehended the colonel's intentions and promptly retrieved the prepared Type 88 sniper rifle, initially unaware of why a singular rifle was required. He soon realized it was all part of their meticulous preparations. Gao Cheng handed the Type 88 to Yang Qi and then casually stood aside like a bystander. "For 100 meters should be manageable for you, but since it's your first time using a sniper rifle, let's start at that distance," Yuan Lang remarked, observing Yang Qi's joyful and eager demeanor. "Yes, sir." Yuan Lang turned to Wang Qingrui, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Commander." Wang Qingrui did not even glance at Yuan Lang, directing Gao Cheng instead, "Hand over your radio to him. Let him operate it himself." Of course, Gao Cheng felt he was unfairly caught in the crossfire. It was evident that Wang was at odds with the colonel, yet his unique status required him to suppress his irritation. "Comrade Colonel," Gao Cheng said, passing over the radio, Yuan Lang accepted it without hesitation, speaking into it. Target trench, extend the target position back by 300 meters. Understood. At that, a non-commissioned officer at the 100-meter mark lifted the target and sprinted backward. New recruit, you may prepare now. Yes, sir. Yang Chi shouldered the Type 88 and dashed toward the target position, bypassing target 10 and stopping at the nearest target 1. Yuan Lang observed Yang Chi expertly inspecting the firearm and loading it, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. His movements were fluid and precise, betraying no hint of a novice's training. Brother Chen Kai, is Yang's deputy still scheduled to shoot? Haven't they already finished? Chen Kai, watching Su Sanwa's bewildered expression, could only reply. It seems Yang Chi's performance is so remarkable that it has drawn attention. Throughout their conversation, Chen Sai's gaze remained fixed on the Type 88, acknowledging Yang Chi's exceptional skills. A truth he could not deny, no matter how reluctant he felt. Yang's deputy is truly impressive, Su Sandio admired, watching Yang Chi poised to shine. Hello, sir. A sudden greeting captured the attention of Wang Qingrui, Gao Cheng, and others, prompting Yuan Lang to glance over as well. Iron Lady and Old Gao, he exclaimed. So, it is you two factions after all. Wang Qingrui regarded the approaching figures with curiosity. 2 colonels, a captain, and a first sergeant. He promptly concluded that they were not from his 702 unit. Greetings, Commander. I am Long Shaoan, the leader of the Warwolf Squadron. Greetings, Commander. I am Gao Dazhuang, the leader of the Wolf Fang Special Forces. As the two introduced themselves, Wang Qingrui realized that the situation had transformed from a single group to 3. Despite his displeasure, he responded courteously, very well. I have a general understanding of your intentions. I suppose you are familiar with where to go. Apologies for the trouble, Commander. Long Shaoan, along with her deputy, proceeded towards Yuan Lang. Good to see you again, Captain Yuan. It hasn't been long since our last encounter, has it? Weren't we just acting together last year? After exchanging salutes and pleasantries, they engaged in light conversation. Hearing the commotion, Yang Chi turned to glance over, momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why are there characters from IAM, a special soldier and werewolf here? Is this some chaotic world of special forces? Gao Dazhuang teased Yuan Lang. Could it be that this fellow has taken a liking to the Iron Lady? He noticed Yang Chi's dazed expression as he looked at Long Shaoan. Long Shaoan, with her delicate features and striking presence, inexplicably flushed a shade of crimson. She's blushing. Gao Dazhuang exchanged incredulous glances with Yuan Lang, astonished to witness the Iron Lady displaying shyness. In truth, Long Shaoan spent most of her time in the military, having encountered countless men, yet few had stirred her heart. Her unique status precluded her from mingling with ordinary individuals, as it might bring them trouble. Yang Chi was the first man who had caught her attention at a mere glance. Behind her, Xiao Bing appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Such a scene was utterly foreign to him. Speak out of turn again, and you'll discover how painful my fist can be, Long Shaoan declared, suppressing her chaotic thoughts. The others diverted their gazes. Despite being a woman, she was exceptionally fierce, hence her moniker, the Iron Lady. Yang Chi regarded the familiar faces with a sense of exaggeration. As for Long Shaoan, he acknowledged her beauty, but any further thoughts remained known only to him. Report, the target position is set, came the voice from the radio. Cutting through the awkward atmosphere, Yuan Lang withdrew his gaze and asked Yang Chi, are you ready? Always prepared. Fire. As soon as Yuan Lang finished speaking, Yang Chi swiftly focused his aim and fired. Long Shaoan and her team had yet to lift their binoculars when he had already concluded a shot, leaving them in astonishment. Report the target. 10 ring. Long Shaoan snatched the radio and instructed, move the target to 800 meters. The sudden female voice momentarily startled the officer on the other end. But he promptly replied, affirmative, Commander. Long Shaoan set down the radio and crouched beside Yang Chi, asking, what do you think? Is 800 meters an issue? With effortless ease. Long Shaoan observed the arrogant Yang Chi, a faint smile gracing her exquisite lips. I hope you will not disappoint me. She then raised her binoculars, meticulously scrutinizing the shooting range's environment. Her voice was calm and clear. The shooting position has now been relocated to 800 meters. The current wind speed is approximately 5 meters per second, with the breeze blowing from left to right. The drag coefficient is around 0.3. Under these conditions of distance and wind speed, the bullet's trajectory will exhibit significant drop and deviation. You must adjust your aim accordingly to ensure the bullet strikes the target accurately. Long Shaoan continued, at a distance of 800 meters. The flight time of the bullet will increase, which means the wind's influence on the bullet will also be magnified. You need to calculate the wind drift correction in advance. Furthermore, due to the extended distance, the bullet's initial velocity will diminish, and the drop in trajectory will be more pronounced. I recommend that you elevate your point of aim slightly while also adjusting to the left at a certain angle to compensate for the wind's effects. Chapter 36. Something's amiss with Long Shaoan and Yang Qi. Are they eyeing each other? An 800-meter distance presents a challenge neither too great nor too insignificant for any skilled marksman. Rest assured, Commander, he assured, possessing a proficiency in marksmanship that had thoroughly embedded itself in his mind. Moments later, the intercom crackled with the announcement that the target had been set. Long Shaoan uttered no further words, her gaze fixed upon Yang Qi. Whenever you are ready, take the shot. With a steadying breath, he adjusted his aim through the sniper's scope, clearly seeing the silhouette at 800 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qi squeezed the trigger. Bang! As the gunfire echoed, Long Shaoan and her companions turned their attention to the target. Target hit. Report. 10 rings. Yuan Lang and the others beamed at Yang Qi. For a novice to achieve a 10-ring shot at 800 meters without formal training spoke volumes of his extraordinary talent, truly a born marksman. Yuan Lang, having solidified his thoughts, declared, "That will suffice." Yet, Long Shaoan raised her hand to halt him, glancing at Yang Qi and inquiring, "Are you interested in 1,000 meters?" Yang Qi smiled, replying, "Absolutely." Without a moment's pause, Long Shaoan commanded the target paper to be moved to the 1,000-meter mark. The new recruits behind them stood in awe. For their squad leader possessed the intercom and had just relayed an impressive feat, though they did not fully comprehend its significance. Gao Cheng was particularly pleased. The higher Yang Qi score, the better. Yang Qi turned to Long Shaoan, saying, "Commander, I require your assistance for the 1,000-meter shot." "Ah? Oh, certainly," she responded, noticing her agreement. Yang Qi rose from the ground, shifting from a prone to a crouched position, and glanced at the 2 shell casings to his right. Picking them up and meticulously cleaning them with his sleeve. Ding. Task activated. Hit the 1,200-meter silhouette target with 10 rings, reward, mastery in vehicle operation, including all types of vehicles, race cars, aircraft, tanks. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Yang Qi paused momentarily before stating, "Let's change it to 1,200 meters, Commander." Long Shaoan regarded him, seeing not arrogance but an unwavering confidence, an unfamiliar yet admirable self-assurance. After a brief contemplation, she picked up the intercom and ordered, "Move the target to 1,200 meters." Understood. Long Shaoan approached Yang Qi, crouching down to face the range. Yang Qi handed her the cleaned shell casings, to which she smiled and remarked, quite meticulous. She gently placed the casings in her ear canals. While they could not entirely muffle the sound of the gunfire, their presence would significantly dampen much of it. "I am always attentive when it comes to ladies," Yang Qi replied, unperturbed. "Whoa. Is he actually flirting with the Iron Lady?" Gao Dazhuang whispered to Yuan Lang, nudging him. Yuan Lang, uncertain, responded, "It seems quite possible." Yang Qi was not one to be frivolous, upon first laying eyes on Long Shaoan. He had already firmly resolved in his heart who his future wife would be, despite being a newcomer. His striking looks and the extraordinary promise of his system set him apart. As for Long Phone, he could only utter a polite apology, with a smile gracing his lips. Yang Qi gently rested the 88 sniper rifle on Long Shaoan's shoulder. Long Shaoan chose not to take on the role of an observer any longer, silently transforming into a steady stock for the rifle. Report, target position secured and ready for firing. Received. Yang Qi heard the confirmation and turned his gaze toward the distant target at 1,200 meters. Even the slightest tremor could cause the target to sway significantly through the scope. Steadying his breath, Yang Qi refrained from firing immediately. Instead, he focused intently on his target. Bang! With the sound of the shot, Yang Qi withdrew from the scope, lifting his gaze to the now invisible target paper. Report. 10 ring. Yes. Deputy Yang is impressive. Qi Gu is truly handsome. The new recruits erupted into a frenzy of joyous cheers behind him. Long Shaoan and her companions felt a jolt upon hearing the 10-ring score. For they too could hit the target, but achieving a 10-ring was largely a matter of luck. A glance at Yang Qi revealed a string of 10 rings starting from 400. Applause erupted among them as they admired Yang Qi's prowess. Quite impressive, indeed. Long Shaoan exchanged a smile with Yang Qi, who, in turn, reached out to shake her hand. Wolf Brigade, Long Shaoan, she introduced. Yang Qi, grasping her hand firmly, replied, New recruit company, Yang Qi. As the two momentarily lost themselves in the moment, Mata teased. In situations like this, one either kisses or fights. The pair regained their composure, quickly retracting their hands. Yang Qi, noticing the blush on Long Xiaoyun's cheeks, murmured softly, So beautiful. Though Gao Dezhuang did not catch the remark, Long Shaoan certainly did, casting a glance at Yang Qi before saying nothing. Yang Qi could only scratch his head, awkwardly chuckling. Wang Qingrui approached, clapping Yang Qi on the shoulder with an easy grin. Well done, King of Soldiers. Truly deserving of the title. Thank you for the praise, team leader. Yang Qi stood at attention, acknowledging the compliment. Wang Qingrui's delight was evident as he observed the confident Yang Qi, then glanced at Long Shaoan beside him, a teasing smirk gracing his face. Long Shaoan, the captain of the Wolf Brigade, was formidable not only in skill but also in her impressive background, though the specifics eluded him. Noticing the playful expression on Wang Qingrui's face, Long Shaoan quickly diverted her gaze after a brief look at Yang Qi. All right, Yang Qi, I will report your third-class merit. The rest, you may discuss among yourselves, Wang Qingrui said, giving Yang Qi's shoulder another pat before departing with a group of officers. As for whether they would take Yang Qi with them, Wang Qingrui harbored no concerns, at least for now, as Gao Cheng would not permit them to take Yang Qi away. Gao Cheng contemplated his father's promise, disregarding the group of individuals around him. He turned and approached the new recruits, addressing Shijin, lead the team back. Shijin cast a worried glance at Yang Qi before turning to the platoon leader. But, sir, what about Yang Qi? There's no need to fret about that troublesome lad. Just return, Gao Cheng replied with a smile and took the lead in walking away. Platoon leader Wu Lui approached. Since the commander said there's no issue, it should indeed be fine. Let's proceed. Shijin stepped to the front of the formation and called out, attention. Right turn. Forward. March. Let's sing a song. As the sun sets behind the western mountains, the red clouds soar. Prepare. Sing. As the sun sets behind the western mountains, the red clouds soar. Soldiers aim to return to the battalion. As he watched the departing recruits, Yuan Lang withdrew his gaze and turned to his peers of equal rank, inquiring, now, let us discuss our plans. I assure you, I will not relent in releasing anyone. With no one else present, it was time for Yuan Lang and his companions to address serious matters. Chapter 37. The discussion of marriage has commenced. Are you here to recruit or to seek a match? Author's note, let me clarify. The reason I wrote about Long Shaoan and Yang Qi experiencing love at first sight is that I am not adept at writing romantic plots. I wish to accelerate the narrative and bypass the lengthy courtship, for otherwise, you would find dozens of chapters on romance unbearable. Yuan Lang, your words lack substance. We certainly came here with intentions directed towards him. At the very least, you ought to engage in a conversation before outright rejecting him, Gao Dezhuang remarked. Visibly displeased with Yuan Lang. We are all cunning foxes. It is evident to all why we are here, is it not? We are here for the sake of the new recruit, Yang Qi. Recognizing that he alone could not sway Yuan Lang, Gao Dezhuang turned to Long Shaoan, intending to express something, but upon seeing her, he found himself at a loss for words. Yuan Lang also turned to observe. Who could fathom how Long Shaoan and Yang Qi ended up locking eyes once more, staring at each other in silence? Ahem. Though Yuan Lang was reluctant to disrupt their moment, he felt compelled to remind Long Shaoan of her purpose for being there. Long Shaoan raised a hand to her mouth and cleared her throat before addressing Yang Qi. Would you be willing to join the Wolf Warriors? Yang Qi glanced at Long Shaoan, admitting to himself that he had nearly lost his focus on her stunning beauty. Yet he promptly regained his composure and replied, my ambitions do not lie solely with becoming a soldier or joining a special forces unit. Long Shaoan pressed further. Then what is your aspiration? To become a general who can command operations and personally navigate the battlefield. The limitations of special forces do not meet my expectations. The group fell silent for a moment, taken aback. A general? How intriguing that this soldier's goal is to become a general, especially one who is both scholarly and martial. If we were to classify factions, he would undoubtedly belong to the hawkish side. However, the validity of his claim cannot be dismissed, as the highest rank attainable in a special forces unit is typically colonel, lacking the rank of general. As Gao Dezhuang and Yuan Lang pondered this, Long Shaoan spoke up, her tone filled with excitement. The Wolf Warriors is a possibility. All eyes turned to Long Shaoan, well aware of why she could make such a statement, her connections, while they remained unclear about the specifics of her background. It was evident that she possessed significant influence. However, there are prerequisites. You must be strong and diligent. You should understand that the nature of special forces is unique. Every operation is an opportunity for merit, and thus, advancing through accomplishments to gain rank is challenging, even for ground forces. Long Shaoyan felt it necessary to clarify this, fearing that Yang Qi might become overly confident. Though the A team may not guarantee success, they will certainly strive for it. Moreover, Do you not think it premature to contemplate such matters? The recruit training has yet to conclude. I hope you can progress step by step. And both I and the A team wish to add something distinctive to your resume. You need to grow. Yuan Lang removed his sunglasses, speaking with such eloquence that the power of language was palpably embodied in his words, compelling even Yang Qi to admire Yuan Lang's oratory skills. Gao Dazhuang cast a bewildered glance at Yuan Lang, marveling at the eloquence reminiscent of their team leader He. If only he possessed such persuasive skills. Recruiting soldiers would be a breeze. Long Xiaoan turned to Yang Qi and asked, "Do you have a significant other?" "I've never dated," he replied. "Me neither." "Shall we give it a try?" Long Xiaoan chuckled. Hey, Captain Long, are you serious? You wouldn't gamble your lifelong happiness, would you?" Yuan Lang was taken aback by Long Xiaoyan's boldness. This woman was indeed cunning. "I'm not joking. I am sincere. Yang Qi is handsome, strong, young, and ambitious. He exudes confidence without arrogance, full of vitality. Tell me, how could any woman resist a man like him? Especially when they are both single and there is no issue of infidelity in the military?" After speaking, Long Xiaoan turned to Yang Qi earnestly. "I take matters of the heart seriously. Although this is our first meeting, I trust my instincts. You are worth the gamble of my lifelong happiness. Even if you don't join the Wolf Warriors, I believe you will rise swiftly." Yang Qi looked at Long Xiaoan in astonishment, truly unprepared for her audacity. He began to understand that she was interested in pursuing a relationship with him, regardless of his commitment to the Wolf Warriors. With a hint of reluctance, he replied, "To be honest, I find you very attractive. You may not be among the world's most beautiful women, yet there is something undeniably captivating about you. However, I am still a rookie." "That's all right. There is plenty of time ahead for us to explore this connection," she reassured him. Gao Dazhuang gently tugged at Yuan Lang's sleeve, subtly indicating that they should depart. "I say, Gao Dazhuang, while it's true we belong to the same military district, the C Group Army is directly under our team's jurisdiction. Isn't it a bit unseemly to recruit without a word?" Yuan Lang chided him as they left. Gao Dazhuang shrugged off the criticism. "What can I say? This rookie's performance is simply astonishing. Only a handful of us have achieved such feats. And he manages to do it consistently. You must understand what that signifies." Yuan Lang remained silent, fully aware that it indicated a genuine sharpshooter, a battlefield prodigy. Yet, curiosity got the better of him. "So, you're just going to give up?" Gao Dazhuang shot him a puzzled look, thinking, "Is your vision impaired?" The chemistry between Long Xiaoan and Yang Qi was palpable. How could he not see that? Enough said, Yuan Lang realized he was stating the obvious. Turning back, he noticed the two had already clasped hands. "Ah, they're holding hands? What is wrong with you?" Gao Dazhuang observed Yuan Lang coming to a halt, equally startled. Xiaobing silently cheered. "My captain, have you really found your other half so effortlessly?" "Incredible!" The scene shifted back to Yang Qi. As Long Xiaoan observed the departure of the onlookers, she earnestly turned her gaze towards Yang Qi and declared, "I have never experienced love nor do I comprehend its essence. However, I can unequivocally state that my heart races when I behold you. After you shared your aspirations, I sensed an unfamiliar feeling blossoming within me, akin to the flutter of affection. When you gaze at me, my heart quickens, I become bashful, and I find myself unable to meet your eyes. I understand this is our first encounter, and it may seem abrupt, yet I am sincere. We are both soldiers. Let us be forthright. What do you say?" With her cheeks flushed crimson, Long Xiaoan fixed her gaze intently into Yang Qi's eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. Being soldiers, they adhered to a code of resolve. Once a decision is made, it remains unaltered. Long Xiaoan, a formidable woman, and Yang Qi, though still a private, possessed the potential to achieve great heights in the future. Her family had been pressuring her regarding marriage, despite the absence of any formal engagement. The insistence from her family had become quite bothersome. Yet now she found herself genuinely smitten. Thus, "Hello, my girlfriend. I am your boyfriend, Yang Qi, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Long Xiaoan, amused by Yang Qi's peculiar words, reciprocated, "Hello, my boyfriend. I am your girlfriend, Long Xiaoan, and I shall also seek your guidance in the times to come. Firstly, I wish to bypass the complexities of romantic scenes, as I find myself inadequate in portraying their intricacies. Secondly, I indeed overlooked the matter of the legal marriage age. I hope for your understanding. This story is solely focused on the female protagonist, Long Xiaoyan." Chapter 38. The decisive establishment of a romantic relationship. Long Xiaoyan indeed emerged as the ideal spouse in Yang Qi's heart. Yet he had not anticipated her to be even more resolute than he imagined. Truly, she was a product of the special forces. Let us change locations for our conversation. They will soon commence target practice, Yang Qi said, taking Long Xiaoyun's hand and leading her toward a nearby open area. Long Xiaoyun glanced at her hand being held. Neither resisting nor protesting, her cheeks flushed as she allowed him to guide her. It was only after they had exited the shooting range that Yang Qi released her hand. Contrary to his expectations that her hands might be roughened by training, they felt remarkably soft and cool. Alas, given the military context and the presence of others, it was prudent to refrain from prolonged displays of affection. A brief hand-holding was already quite commendable. Suddenly, Long Xiaoyun spoke up. I will submit my marriage application to the organization upon my return. Yang Qi was momentarily taken aback. Observing his stunned expression, Long Xiaoyun pouted and added, What? Are you unwilling? How could I possibly be unwilling? Of course, I am delighted. Yang Qi replied with a cheerful laugh. Completely astonished at the prospect of marrying at the tender age of 18, the thought struck him as amusing. Seeing Yang Qi's joyful demeanor, Long Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and teased, Look at your foolish face. I'm starting to have second thoughts. Yang Qi, alarmed by her words, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he boldly kissed Long Xiaoyun. Bang! Long Xiaoyun's face turned crimson, completely unprepared for Yang Qi's audacity. And even more astonishing was how swiftly he acted. She had no time to react. Yang Qi chuckled. It's official now. There's no turning back. Yes. No turning back, she replied. But then, as if recalling something, she quietly added, By the way, I didn't clarify earlier. I am 7 years your senior. At this admission, Long Xiaoyun felt a bit bashful, realizing she was akin to an older cow courting tender grass. Yang Qi, unfazed, responded, as the saying goes. A woman 3 years older brings fortune. I'll gladly embrace 2 pieces, reveling in my good fortune. At his words, Long Xiaoyun's anxious expression transformed into one of delight. The simplicity with which they had established their relationship made Yang Qi unable to contain his laughter. Long Xiaoyun, feigning annoyance, asked, What are you laughing at? At the fact that I have gained a petite, adorable, yet formidable girlfriend, he replied, casting a shy glance her way. Long Xiaoyun then became serious, stating, When you wish to visit the War Wolf unit, let me know. If you ultimately decide against it, that's also acceptable. I will certainly go, especially since my wife is there, he retorted. Since you currently lack a mobile phone, jot down my number. You must contact me when you have the time, understood? Yang Qi patted his chest, assuring her, Rest assured, I may lack in many aspects, but I am devoted. Long Xiaoyun looked deeply into his eyes and remarked, You better be. Come, let me escort you back. I must also return to file my report, including the marriage application. All right. The two walked side by side until they reached the perimeter of the shooting range, where an off-road vehicle awaited them. Xiao Bing stood beside the vehicle, lost in thought, completely bewildered about the purpose of his day with the captain. Whether they were recruiting or seeking companionship was a mystery to him. Until he saw Long Xiaoyun and the others approaching, he stood at attention. Captain, we are ready to return. After speaking, Long Xiaoyun opened the door to the back seat. While Xiao Bing had already returned to the driver's seat, his eyes curiously glancing at the rearview mirror, observing the interaction between the captain and Yang Qi. A smile of delight adorning his face. Most of the team members had already settled down with families, and it was only the captain who remained unattached. Now that he had finally found a partner, how could they not be elated? Suddenly, Xiao Bing's pupils dilated in shock. He witnessed something extraordinary. The captain had taken the initiative to kiss. Though their exchange had been brief, the two had seemingly committed to a shared future. Long Xiaoyun's affection for Yang Qi grew with each passing moment, and after stealing a kiss, she entered the vehicle. Yet, her shyness rendered her cheeks flushed, akin to a monkey's backside. Observing the inquisitive Xiao Bing, Long Xiaoyun feigned calmness and said, Drive, we're heading back to the base. Yes, Captain. Yang Qi stood rooted, watching the departing vehicle, a smile gracing his lips as he touched his mouth, left hand grasping the contact information Long Xiaoyun had provided, including her base's phone number. After memorizing the digits on the note, he chose not to discard it. Instead, he tucked it into his bag and turned back towards the recruit company. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the 1,200-meter shooting mission. Reward, mastery in vehicle operation, including all vehicles, racing cars, airplanes, tanks, strength 5, reaction 5. Mental power 2. Current status is as follows. Yang Qi. Title, Vice Squad Leader. Strength, 13-5-18. Speed, 18. Reaction, 35-35, 6 cents. Mental power, 9-11. Meditation. Skills, Master Level Combat Techniques. Proficient firearms skills, Sixth sense, mastery in vehicle control, meditation, ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing a mental power threshold of 10, activating the skill, meditation. Meditation enhances recovery of physical strength and mental state through focused contemplation. Remarkable. With the skill of meditation, future training sessions, even after rigorous exertion the previous day, would allow for swift recovery and readiness for the next day's endeavors. It appears that upon breaking certain thresholds, one learns unique skills. However, it remains to be seen what transformation strength and speed will undergo. Oh well, this knowledge will come in due time and in high spirits. Yang Qi hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back. Upon sighting Gao Cheng at the entrance, Yang Qi paused but still greeted, "Good day, company commander." "Good. Good. Let us go." Gao Cheng seized Yang Qi and led him toward the adjacent conference room. Meanwhile, on the other side, the robust Gao Dazhuang, accompanied by Ma Da, had already boarded the return vehicle. "Old Gao, has Yang Qi really given up?" Ma Da inquired, not bothering to turn his head while driving. "Yang Qi is quite the catch. Once he joins Wolf Fong, there is no doubt he will become an unstoppable force." Gao Dazhuang felt quite disheartened. Yet there was little he could do. It seemed that too many had set their sights on Yang Qi, even without Long Shaoan. There was no chance of passing through the ranks of Yuan Lang. While the Wolf Fong was indeed an established special forces unit, the old A team was different. They were a newly formed elite force, directly under the army group, akin to the Imperial Guards. Their recruitment was open to the entire military. Alas. Nevertheless, considering Yang Qi's demeanor, it was unlikely he would join Team A. He was probably destined for the War Wolves. What a pity it was. Truly regrettable to lose such a remarkable soldier. Still, while he lamented this loss, the disappointment etched on Gao Dazhuang's face was impossible to conceal. On the other hand, after a difficult struggle to regain her composure, Long Shaoyan finally spoke up. "Do not speak indiscriminately upon our return." "Understood, Captain. But Captain, have you truly decided to be with that new recruit?" "Yes, I have resolved to submit my application for marriage upon returning." The mere thought of Yang Qi brought an involuntary smile to Long Shaoyan's face. "Indeed, if I were a woman, I too would be moved." Xiao Bing suddenly recalled Yang Qi's exceptional performance. Although he was unaware of many details, it was evident that Yang Qi was destined for greatness. Once the winds of fortune blew, he would transform like a dragon. All he lacked was time and opportunity. Fortunately for Yang Qi, time was in abundance, for he was still quite young. Chapter 39, The Army Group Competition. The mere thought of his captain, Old Nyo, pursuing a younger partner cast a peculiar gaze upon Xiao Bing as he regarded his leader. "You're hoping for a private devil's week, aren't you?" Dragon Xiaoyan, well aware of their thoughts, issued a warning. "Hey, Captain, don't. That aside, if you do end up marrying, I would be a witness." Xiao Bing exclaimed with a grin. Meanwhile, Dragon Xiaoyan was preoccupied with whether she should inform her family first. Upon entering the conference room, Yang Qi naturally accepted the cigarette offered by the company commander, who likely had something important to discuss. "Yang Qi, I just conferred with the regiment commander and have arranged for you to participate in this year's Army Group competition." "What?" "I said you will take part in this year's Army Group competition, which conveniently coincides with your new recruits joining the battalion. Although new recruits have never participated in competitions before, you are no ordinary recruit." Beep. System task detected. Please achieve first place in the Army Group shooting competition. Reward: 10 to all attributes. Achieve first place in the combat competition. Reward: Eagle Eye. Achieve first place in the cross-country competition. Reward: 5 million yuan. Through legal income from investments. The investigation will only reveal earnings prior to enlistment through legal avenues such as investments and the stock market. Consider this my personal wish to provide for my parents, while the rest will be used to establish a hope project. 5 million. Do you understand the significance of 5 million in the year 2000? Accepted. I accept all of it. Hai Cheng looked at Yang Qi, his eyes brimming with delight. Thankfully, the regiment commander supported this endeavor, and achieving first place in any category of the Army Group competition would earn merit. Whether Yang Qi could participate and win in the military district competition would rely solely on his own efforts. There was still time. "Count me in, Commander," Yang Qi declared immediately. "Splendid. I'll report to the regiment commander and sign you up for the shooting competition." Hai Cheng replied with a smile. "Commander, I wish to participate in shooting, combat, and cross-country events." 3 events? Are you certain? Hai Cheng inquired, looking at Yang Qi. "Rest assured, Commander, I am confident." Yang Qi affirmed resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, Hai Cheng responded, Very well. I shall register you for all 3 events. The opportunity is yours. Whether you seize it depends on you. Thank you, Commander. Hai Cheng suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, what is the situation with that female officer? Commander, why are you so curious? Hey, can't I just ask? Hai Cheng feigned a strike, and Yang Qi playfully dodged. It's nothing, just that from today onward. I am also someone in a relationship. Yang Qi couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke of this matter again. Hai Cheng was taken aback, then exclaimed, wow. You're quite lucky. A new recruit has found a partner, and she is a lieutenant colonel. Yang Qi, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I'm doing all right. Nothing special. But you, don't take advantage and act coy. I must clarify that as soldiers, once we make a choice, we must take full responsibility. Don't mess things up. Understood? Gao Cheng was concerned that Yang Qi might misbehave once he achieved success in the future, so he felt the need to remind him. Hearing this, Yang Qi felt a warm sensation in his heart and assured, rest assured, Commander, I am not that kind of person. All right, you may leave now. I still have to report to the regiment leader. After all, there are only a few days left. Gao Cheng felt exasperated seeing Yang Qi, wondering why he had no admirers back in his day, which left him in a gloomy mood. After departing, Gao Cheng headed straight to the regiment office. Knock, knock. Knock, come in. What brings you here? Wang Qingrui looked at Gao Cheng, puzzled. Gao Cheng got straight to the point and said, Commander, I would like Yang Qi to participate in the army group competition. Upon hearing this, the commander's eyes lit up as he looked up and said, why didn't I think of that? He then picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. Once connected, he said, Officer Wang, please come here. After Wang Qingrui hung up the phone, Gao Cheng spoke. Uncle Wang, Yang Qi wishes to enter 3 events. 3 events? Yes, they are shooting, armed cross-country, and combat. Isn't that a bit reckless? I've seen and heard about shooting and cross-country, but combat. Gao Cheng interjected on Yang Qi's behalf, though Yang Qi is a rookie. I believe he won't act irresponsibly. Knock, 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 come in. Wang Qingrui looked at the chief of staff who had entered and said, please wait a moment, let me think. After a brief pause, he continued, isn't the registration for the army group competition still open? Go ahead and enroll Yang Qi for shooting, cross-country, and combat. All 3? Yes. All 3. Please register him. Understood. As the chief of staff left, closing the door behind him, Wang Qingrui turned to Gao Cheng and said, have a seat. Gao Cheng, though puzzled, complied and sat down. Uncle Wang, what is the matter? I heard from that lieutenant colonel that there seems to be something going on between Yang Qi and that female officer. Is there something unusual there? Well, Uncle Wang, I'm not entirely certain, but I did ask Yang Qi, and it seems they are in a relationship. At this point, Gao Cheng felt a sense of unfairness. You have yet to indulge in your whims. I have heard that in your childhood, you would not let go of the hand of a kindergarten teacher. As you grew older, you were caught peering at others bathing. Upon hearing Uncle Wang's playful teasing, Gao Cheng hastily stood up, glanced around, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, that situation does not exist. Do not heed the idle gossip of others. It seems this matter is known solely to you. However, since Yang Qi is now in a relationship, you must invest more effort into it. The personal circumstances of a soldier are of considerable importance. Rest assured, Uncle Wang. That will be enough. You may return now. The training for the recruits is reaching a conclusion. For the time being, let Yang Qi practice daily to prepare for the competition. Observing Uncle Wang's intent to dismiss him, Gao Cheng did not rush to speak but said, Uncle Wang, regarding Yang Qi, I would like to request some firearms and ammunition for him. After all, he is still a recruit and needs more practice. Certainly. As they are about to join their respective companies, shooting training will be managed by each company. However, as recruits, they must report a significant number of shooting tasks. I shall take my leave now, Uncle Wang. Hurry along. Gao Cheng left with a smile, not at all vexed. The following day, during morning exercises, Gao Cheng stood on the platform and announced, this morning, we shall not train. Instead, what shall we do? Write letters home to assure our families of our safety. Remember, do not include any sensitive information. Is that understood? Understood. Return to your squats. In the dormitory, everyone was engaged in discussions about how to write letters home. The daily routine of monotonous training left them wondering what to write about. Confusion reigned, but they began to put pen to paper, most expressing their feelings of longing. Yang Qi also composed his letter. Dear Dad and Mom, I am well fed and well rested in the army. Please do not worry about me. Tell Dad that saving money is not feasible. He should eat and drink well without being frugal. Chapter 40. onward to the Army Corps, preparing for the competition. Oh, and dear mother, please take good care of yourself. Do not hesitate to invest in cosmetics. Self-care remains essential. By the way, your son has begun a romantic relationship. I discreetly share that not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she is also an officer. Just imagine, your son is indeed thriving. When the opportunity arises, and both of us have leave, I shall bring her home to meet you. However, I must give you a heads up. Your future daughter-in-law has already submitted a marriage application to her superiors upon returning to the unit. Once that report is filed, your son will officially be a married man. Haha. I can only imagine the surprise on your faces, but such is the charm of your son, which is simply irresistible. Yang Chi's parents held the letter in their hands, experiencing a mix of joy and frustration. This cheeky rascal is even lecturing us. Yang's father lamented while glancing at his wife, who was wiping tears from her eyes. You should be more courteous to our son. Upon hearing her husband's complaint, Luya shot him a disapproving look. Their son had accomplished much, securing a wife, and from the tone of the letter, it seemed that once the report was submitted, it would be akin to their receiving a marriage certificate. Liu could not contain her happiness. Her son was indeed flourishing. And his fiancée, he was also a military officer. Old Yang, what do you think we should prepare as a betrothal gift? Luya inquired, dabbing the corners of her eyes. Yang Zhen was at a loss, lighting a cigarette and pondering deeply. Perhaps we should ask our son? He suggested. Though his voice lacked conviction, Liu shot him an irritated glance. All you do is smoke. If you can't think of a solution, at least stop smoking. Yang Zhen, feeling a bit guilty, replied, My dear, I am just a simple man, as you well know. Why don't you consider what the betrothal gift should be? Not expecting much from Yang Zhen, Luya rose and retreated to her room, where a third-class merit plaque hung in the living room. Moments later, she emerged with a savings book in hand. Over the years, they had managed to save a modest amount, but seeing the balance of just over 40,000 yuan filled her with concern. Old Yang, we only have 40,000 yuan in savings. Do you think the bride's family will look down on us? Although she was unaware of the military salaries, she had learned about officers' ranks since their son joined the army. Perhaps we should write back to her son? Liu suggested, giving Yang Zhen a light nudge. We can't let our daughter-in-law feel slighted. And let us ask that careless boy to send a photo back as well. Right, Yang Zhen agreed. But Luya had already lost interest in his response and went back to her writing. 702nd Regiment. New recruits. Gao Cheng approached Yang Chi, who was busy organizing his bunk. How is it going? Have you finished tidying up? Hearing the voice behind him, Yang Chi turned and stood at attention. Good day, company commander. I am all set. Let us depart. The vehicle awaits, declared Gao Cheng. Observing the first to leave, Yang Chi promptly shouldered his backpack. Before departing, he turned to his fellow recruits, particularly addressing the brothers of the 3rd Squad. Regardless of where we may be assigned, I hope you will always cherish the memories of our time in the recruit company. We are comrades, brothers in arms. Never regard one another as foes, for such a mindset breeds distrust among those who should stand together. Although we are not bound by blood, our coming together from all corners of the land makes us as close as kin. I must take my leave now. But always remember what it truly means to be a comrade. Casting a discreet glance at Cheng Kai, Yang Chi departed. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Gao Cheng called from the vehicle. Yang Chi calmly replied, with everyone being reassigned, many of us will not meet again. I simply wish to bid a brief farewell. Fine. You are always so particular, Gao Cheng retorted, but he was secretly pleased, as it demonstrated Yang Chi's value for camaraderie, not someone who forgets their roots upon achieving success. Before long, they arrived at the division headquarters. Step out. We need to switch vehicles for the army group and take the train, Gao Cheng remarked, glancing at Yang Chi as he exited first. Originally, the division was to transport everyone, but Gao Cheng desired to accompany them, as those participating in the competition had already reported to the army group. Thus, Yang Chi had to lead the way, leaving He Hongtao to manage the recruit company's affairs. Fortunately, they were only left with the task of assigning soldiers to their respective units. Otherwise, Gao Cheng would have found it challenging to leave. Under Gao Cheng's guidance, the pair swiftly reached the train station, where tickets had been prepared by the division. They only needed to collect them and board. So, after 3 months in the recruit company, do you long for the outside world? Gao Cheng inquired, taking a seat beside Yang Chi, gazing at the retreating buildings outside. The vibrant world was indeed captivating, yet it could not sway his heart. It's all right. It's just the same as always. Sometimes, I truly cannot discern whether you are mature or merely feigning maturity. Commander, I wouldn't call this maturity. I simply have gained some experience, Yang Qi replied. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they reached the entrance of the train station. Captain Gao, we have arrived at the train station, the driver announced as he halted the vehicle. Thank you, Officer Li. We appreciate your assistance, Gao Cheng responded graciously before opening the door and stepping out. Have you got the tickets? Yang Qi rolled his eyes. Commander, I am not a child. Hey you, let us go, Gao Cheng said, playfully patting Yang Qi on the back of his head as they walked toward the entrance. With a smile, Yang Qi followed. That soldier is quite handsome. Indeed, why not go and ask for his contact information? A group of female students giggled, watching Yang Qi as he entered the station. The train bound for Chengdu is about to depart. Passengers who have not boarded, please do so and ensure you have your personal belongings. K-Seat 3. No, squad leader, why didn't you purchase a ticket for a neighboring seat? Yang Qi turned to High City in N-Seat, feeling rather speechless. High City offered no explanation, simply stating to Yang Qi, once your luggage is stowed, take a moment to rest. It will be a 14-hour journey. What a pity, if only we had left a bit earlier. You could have flown with the squad in a Wuji. Wuji? An armed helicopter? Indeed, that would have been a missed opportunity. However, it is of little consequence. There will be future chances. Not wishing to look at the squad leader any longer, Yang Qi turned to return to his seat. Hey, this is for you. Yang Qi glanced back at the squad leader, who was offering him a pair of sunglasses. Upon noticing that High City had already donned a pair, he accepted them without hesitation. Seated in the aisle position, Yang Qi put on the sunglasses, instantly enhancing his demeanor. Exuding an aura reminiscent of a bodyguard from Zhongnan High, handsome and charismatic. Chapter 41. The thief approaches Yang Qi. The soldier just now was undeniably handsome, yet alas, he seemed to have vanished. Is that the same soldier from before? Indeed, it is, seated directly across from us. A few jovial girls took their seats opposite Yang Qi, their laughter rousing him from his drowsiness. Behind his sunglasses, he discerned 3 vibrant young ladies before him, radiating youth and liveliness, albeit clad in attire that was rather too revealing, showcasing their long legs. Hello, may I introduce myself? One of the girls extended her hand towards him. Yang Qi lifted his hand, briefly removing his sunglasses to offer a glance. Hello. He was already in a relationship, so their handshake was fleeting. The girl was taken aback, surprised by Yang Qi's politeness. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Inquired her companion beside her. Yes, in fact, I have already submitted my marriage application. At the mention of Long Shaoan, a smile involuntarily crept upon Yang Qi's lips. What a pity, Xiaoya, you've missed your chance, her friend remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at the girl who had first greeted him, flushing crimson at the teasing. Disregarding her friend's comment, Xiaoya asked, are you visiting home? No. I am here for a competition. I need to rest and recuperate, he replied, disregarding their astonished expressions as he pushed up his sunglasses and closed his eyes to rest. Xiaoya found this intriguing. She too had relatives in the military and could tell that Yang Qi was still a private. Yet it was quite remarkable that he could participate in a competition. Sensing his desire for solitude, she refrained from further disturbing him. Hai Cheng, sitting in front, glanced back and noticed that Yang Qi was indeed aware of his relationship and was behaving appropriately. Thus he returned to his own repose. In the middle of the night, Yang Qi sensed a presence before him. Upon opening his eyes beneath his sunglasses, he observed, ah, how interesting, a thief stealthily approaching him, daring to steal in the presence of a soldier. He watched as the thief delicately extracted a wallet from the bag of the girl named Xiaoya using tweezers. And despite the urge to intervene, he restrained himself, adhering to the principle of catching the thief in the act. The thief's face beamed with delight as he prepared to retrieve the wallet, but Xiaoya soon sensed something amiss and awakened. Upon noticing her consciousness, the thief promptly drew a small knife from his waist with his left hand. Just as Xiaoya was about to scream, Yang Qi sprang into action. He abruptly sat up, delivering a powerful kick to the thief, then swiftly closed the distance, seizing the thief's knife-wielding hand and flipping him onto the ground. Catch the thief! Catch the thief! Xiaoya cried out, witnessing Yang Qi subdue the thief. What happened? Hai Cheng inquired, positioning himself in front of Yang Qi. Yang Qi's commotion had been quite significant. Hai Cheng, a seasoned reconnaissance soldier, maintained a vigilance that, while perhaps not as acute as Yang Qi's, was nonetheless considerable. The entire train car's passengers awoke, and upon hearing of a thief, instinctively checked to ensure their wallets were still in their possession. Moments later, the train car erupted with a chorus of exclamations. My wallet is gone. Mine is missing too. Quick, call the police. The clamor within the carriage escalated, as whispers transformed into a chorus, enveloping the entire train in a lively uproar. The train attendant approached, witnessing two soldiers subduing a thief. Following protocol, he inquired, "Good day. May I ask what transpired?" "This thief brazenly pilfered right before my eyes," Yang Qi remarked, effortlessly restraining the miscreant. "I can attest that he was apprehended in the act," chimed in Xiaoya, standing nearby. Upon hearing of the thief's immediate capture, the attendant had little to say, swiftly producing handcuffs to secure the criminal. "Thank you, comrades. Would it be convenient for you to provide a statement?" "It won't take much of your time," Yang Qi replied. He turned to Gao Cheng, who nodded in silent agreement. "And you, madam, if it's not too much trouble, could you accompany us?" Xiaoya consented with a nod and followed suit. After a brief record was taken, they all departed. "Thank you, handsome. Could you share your contact information?" Xiaoya inquired eagerly upon their return to their seats. "I'm terribly sorry, but I don't possess a mobile phone, and my wife wouldn't permit me to contact someone as young as you," Yang Qi politely refused. Invoking his spouse once more, Xiaoya discerned his reluctance and, with a hint of disappointment, replied, "Very well." Her companion nudged her, whispering, "Such a pity, her heart yearns." Yet he remains indifferent. "Just sleep," Xiaoya retorted. With a heavy heart, she cast a lingering glance at the sleeping Yang Qi, feeling a pang of bitterness. It was her first flutter of affection, and it seemed to end before it began. The following day, after an arduous journey of several hours, the train finally reached its destination. "Let us go. I've arranged for someone to pick us up," Gao Cheng stated as he approached Yang Qi. Xiaoya and her companions disembarked at the station, trailing closely behind Yang Qi. Upon exiting the station, Yang Qi spotted a military vehicle waiting by the roadside. He turned to Xiaoya and her friends, saying, "This is where we part ways. Our brief encounter has been a twist of fate. Travel safely." After rendering a salute, he boarded the vehicle. Watching the departing military truck, a companion remarked, "Stop staring, Xiaoya. He has already gone." Xiaoya nodded, withdrawing her gaze, and followed her friend away, her spirits dampened. For Yang Qi, this was merely a fleeting episode. However, he did contemplate acquiring a mobile phone. While the military did possess phones, they were primarily in the hands of officers. The common soldiers were often unaware, as a phone required at least a year's worth of allowance to purchase. First place in the cross-country competition. Reward, 5 million yuan. Yang Qi's eyes sparkled at the prospect of 5 million. He resolved to discuss purchasing a phone with his squad leader, planning to wait until he secured victory in the upcoming military competition, for otherwise, he would lack persuasive power. "Are you nervous about the competition?" Gao Cheng queried, glancing back at the typically reticent Yang Qi after he boarded. "You're not pining for that young lady, are you? Let me remind you, you are a married man. Do not err." Upon hearing the remarks of the sergeant driving the vehicle, he nearly pressed down on the accelerator in disbelief. This private, who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, was already married. Yang Qi, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "What are you thinking? I was merely contemplating how to bring glory to our competition. Speaking of my wife, if I were to secure first place in all 3 categories, could I discreetly make a request?" Gao Cheng, amused by this, replied, "If you indeed achieve first place in all 3 events, I would not only entertain 1 request but 10. However, I must clarify that anything in violation of military regulations is out of the question." Yang Qi was taken aback. A mobile phone is indeed a communication device, and while one could argue its significance, it is equally challenging to dismiss its relevance. Before he could elaborate further, Gao Cheng quickly interjected, "Anything unlawful is off limits." Yang Qi clarified, "I merely wish to acquire a mobile phone. You know, I am in a relationship now. And if we don't stay in touch, won't our feelings grow distant?" Chapter 42. Chen Jun, the former vice captain of the Wolf Warriors. Upon hearing the phone call, Gao Cheng could not readily acquiesce, yet he recalled his commander's advice to pay attention to the personal lives of the soldiers. With a serious tone, he remarked, "We will discuss this later, but let me make it clear that it will be conditional. We shall talk further about it." "No problem, Captain," came the chorus. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. "How lively it is here at the Army Group," Yang Qi observed, gazing out at the training troops surrounding them. The Army Group headquarters was situated within the city, primarily overseen by the Army Group leadership, while the subordinate units were dispersed across various locations, thus serving as the nerve center of the military district. "I will have them take you to the dormitory first. We will be staying here for several days," Gao Cheng concluded before departing. Watching him leave, Yang Qi surmised that he was likely going to meet his father. Upon entering the dormitory, Yang Qi found 4 bunks, 3 of which were already occupied. Noticing the empty space, he presumed the other occupants must have gone out for training, especially with the impending competition. Every extra minute of practice could enhance their chances. Yang Qi, title, Vice Squad Leader, Strength, 21, Speed, 21, Reaction, 35, Sixth Sense, Mental Strength, 12, Meditation, Skills, Master-Level Combat Techniques, Proficient Marksmanship, Sixth Sense, Expert Vehicle Maneuvering. Meditation. Both his strength and speed had surpassed the 20 mark, the upper limit for special forces, making him determined to excel in the upcoming competition. After tidying his bunk, Yang Qi stepped out of the dormitory and began to wander. Having trained diligently every day since enlisting, he thought, what harm is there in a day of leisure? Yang Qi raised an eyebrow, following the sound to a nearby patch of grass where several female soldiers were engaged in combat training. With his master-level combat skills, he quickly discerned the deficiencies in the 2 sparring partners. Their movements were too slow, lacking aggression, and they appeared hesitant. Are you captivated by another girl? A voice teased from behind him. Turning around, Yang Qi's eyes lit up with surprise. Wife, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Long Xiaoyan, who whispered in reply, keep it down. What brings you here? He inquired. I came to watch my man compete in the army group competition, Long Xiaoyan answered nonchalantly. Despite his joy at her presence, Yang Qi expressed concern. What if there is an urgent matter in your unit? I'm on leave for over a month. Xiao Bing is temporarily in charge, the one who accompanied me last time, she explained. Yang Qi recalled the name and understood immediately. Aren't you training? The competition starts tomorrow. Is it possible that your husband is strong enough? She teased. You better show impressive results during the competition. Come on, let us go explore. She urged. Yang Qi smiled and quietly accompanied her. Their striking appearance, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, drew even more attention, especially with the dynamics of a major and a private at play. Are you Xiaoyun's man? A sudden arrival of a major unexpectedly blocked the path of the 2 individuals. Xiaoyun? Understanding the implications of the visitor's words, Yang Qi remained silent, merely tilting his head to glance at his wife. Chenjun, have I ever mentioned that I do not harbor any fondness for you, and that I am currently involved with a man? A man, not merely a boyfriend. Do you comprehend? Long Xiaoyan disdainfully gazed at the man before her, delivering her words with unrelenting candor. Upon hearing this, Chenjun's expression darkened. His gaze directed at Yang Qi filled with malice. Long Xiaoyan's countenance shifted as she instinctively positioned herself in front of Yang Qi, fully aware of the man's identity, while others remained oblivious. He was the former vice captain of the Wolf Brigade and currently the deputy commander of the Army's Guard Battalion, undeniably holding the rank of major. However, his ulterior motives were glaringly evident. Ever since her father visited the Wolf Brigade and Chenjun learned of her background, he had relentlessly pursued her. Even after leaving the brigade, he would sporadically write letters and make phone calls, and when she did not respond, he would contact the base. This time, she had genuinely forgotten about Chenjun, her thoughts consumed by Yang Qi. Upon hearing that Yang Qi would participate in the Army's competition, she seized the opportunity. Having not yet taken her leave this year, and promptly requested time off. The primary reason for her visit was an important document contained within her luggage. Unfazed by Chenjun's glare, Yang Qi took his wife's hand, gently pulling her behind him. Chenjun fixated on the hand that touched Long Xiaoyan, his expression shifting through various emotions before erupting in rage. You are courting death. Soldiers nearby, either training or passing by, were drawn to the commotion. As the crowd of onlookers grew, Long Xiaoyan, unwilling to engage further, tugged at Yang Qi's hand and urged, let us depart. Do not entertain the madman. Following Long Xiaoyan, Yang Qi left, leaving behind a furious Chenjun, his veins bulging and breath heavy. Once they distanced themselves from the tumult, Yang Qi inquired, who was that person? He called you Xiaoyan. Long Xiaoyan chuckled, sensing a tinge of jealousy in the air. Leaning closer to Yang Qi, she teased, why so sour? Are you feeling envious? Inhaling the faint yet delightful fragrance that wafted through the air, Yang Qi rubbed his nose and admitted, indeed, I am envious. He dared to call my wife by her nickname. All right, cease your jealousy. Why be so petty? We are, after all, married, Long Xiaoyan interjected, attempting to shift the conversation that Chenjun was the former vice captain of the Wolf Brigade. Yang Qi was not easily misled. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he pressed. What did you just say? We are married? Realizing that the surprise had been prematurely revealed, Long Xiaoyan conceded, the marriage application has been approved. Once you have the time, We shall go obtain our marriage certificate. Joy illuminated Yang Qi's face, and he enveloped Long Shaoan in his arms, spinning her around in exhilaration. Long Shaoan reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him, but after a moment, she urged, "All right, enough now, put me down. Muah, I also have a wife now." After setting Long Shaoan down, Yang Qi cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. Fortunately, there were few onlookers, yet a couple of soldiers witnessed the tender moment, gazing at Yang Qi with envy, marveling at his good fortune. "All right, dear, do tell, what is the story behind Xinjun?" After releasing Xiaoyun, Yang Qi inquired. Long Xiaoyun, adjusting her attire, slowly replied, "The situation stems from the fact that my father visited our team once, and since then, Xinjun has relentlessly pursued me with unwarranted insistence. Does he truly believe I am some Navi girl, untouched by worldly affairs? His intentions are painfully transparent." As she spoke, a tone of disdain colored Long Xiaoyun's words. "It is merely my family's background that has caught his attention. Furthermore, it would not be an exaggeration to label him as psychologically disturbed. Thankfully, I have Yang Qi by my side." Chapter 43, The Frightening Family Background of Long Shaoan. Having encountered a myriad of experiences, Long Shaoan may not have been able to discern the true nature of an individual entirely, yet she could certainly grasp the general essence. Moreover, her father had merely glimpsed Yang Qi's photograph and felt that he possessed a commendable countenance, radiating warmth, confidence, and charm. Returning to a few days prior, within the confines of the military compound in the capital, a man engaged in work at home was taken aback by the voice emanating from the telephone. What did you say?" he exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, a cultured female voice resonated from outside the door. "Old dragon, what are you shouting about? Our daughter has a boyfriend." The man, filled with delight, stood beside a coat rack where his military uniform hung, adorned with olive leaves and 3 stars. The woman entered the room, still donned in her uniform, boasting 4 stars, a colonel. "How can you, a vice president, still be this flustered?" Long Jingguo remarked, observing his wife's hasty demeanor. "I am affording you an opportunity to speak properly," she replied with a stoic expression. "Hey, Li Mei, don't be angry. Do not give me that cheeky demeanor. Did you just say Xiaoyan has a boyfriend? Is it true?" Long Jingguo placed the phone back and activated the speaker. "Xiao Shi, my wife is here. Please reiterate." Once more, the voice of Shi Qingsong echoed through the receiver. "Sir, Xiaoyan has submitted a marriage application report. I am unsure whether to approve it and thought to consult you. Did you hear that? Our daughter not only has a boyfriend but is also applying for marriage." Li Yun interjected. "Who is the young man? How old is he?" Long Jingguo shared her curiosity, having yet to pose the question himself before his wife interjected. Sir. The young man is also from the military. He is a recruit, aged 18. Upon hearing this, both Li Yun and Long Jingguo were momentarily taken aback. A recruit? 18 years old? They exchanged glances, each reflecting shock at the revelation that their daughter was pursuing a relationship with someone so much younger. This reckless girl. Li Yun's immediate thought was that her daughter was exerting undue influence over the young man. How could he possibly agree, given the age difference? "I will call her to inquire," she declared, initiating a phone call, while Long Jingguo did not intervene, equally eager to understand Xiaoyan's perspective. "Hello, you mischievous girl. Are you bullying Yang Qi?" Long Xiaoyan, bewildered by her mother's furious outburst, hesitantly replied, "Mom, have you heard some rumors?" She was genuinely perplexed and, to her surprise, found herself quite fond of the young man. That young man is 7 years your junior, and he can accept this? Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyan quickly responded with a laugh. "Mom, you misunderstand. Yang Qi doesn't mind at all. In fact, we are quite fond of each other, which is why we are submitting a marriage report." Li Yun glanced at Long Jingguo and then retorted, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, rest assured, mother. I have heard that Yang Qi will participate in the military competition, and I plan to take a leave to attend. By the way, regarding the report." Long Xiaoyan felt quite helpless. Is she truly that unimpressive? Young and beautiful, albeit perhaps slightly older. Fine, please be kind to Yang Qi and do not bully him, all right? Otherwise, if I find out, you shall face dire consequences. Worry not, mother, that will not happen. I cherish my man far too much to mistreat him. Long Jingguo reached out and took the phone from Li Yun, inquiring, "Is this Yang Qi aware of our family situation?" The once relaxed Long Xiaoyan suddenly stiffened at her father's authoritative tone, responding with a serious demeanor, absolutely unaware. She understood her father's intention. There were countless individuals eager to associate with her family, and his inquiry was quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Long Zhenghua nodded and replied calmly, I approve your application. Once you have made your choice, you must remain committed from the very beginning, understand? Rest assured, father. After hanging up, both Long Zhenghua and Li Yun felt a surge of joy, as their daughter had finally found a sense of belonging. Long Xiaoyun promptly headed to the brigade headquarters, pushing open the door to Shi Qingsong's office. Startled by her sudden entrance, Shi Qingsong, who was engrossed in his documents, exclaimed, Long Xiaoyun, do you not adhere to any decorum? You did not even knock. Uncle Shi, you have already reported me to my father, and yet you admonish me. Long Xiaoyun retorted with irritation. Coughing, Shi Qingsong's gaze wandered momentarily as he explained, you know, I approved your marriage report, but I still need to inform your father. I wish to take a leave. Long Xiaoyun, not wishing to dwell on the matter, stated, for what purpose? Having secured approval for my marriage report, I shall undoubtedly take leave to meet my man. Ideally, we will head straight for the wedding. Aware of his culpability, Shi Qingsong ceased to argue and nodded in agreement. Returning to the present, Long Xiaoyun was elated to hold a leave of 1.5 months. After Yang Qi's competition, they would proceed to register their marriage. She genuinely feared her husband might be whisked away by some enchantress. Did she not notice the peculiar glances from passing female soldiers directed at her man? If they were not in the military district, she would have surely taken his arm to assert her claim. Let us dine. Yang Qi cast a curious glance at Long Xiaoyun, sensing a hint of irritation from her, but he did not dwell on it. In the cafeteria, the unusual pairing of Yang Qi and Long Xiaoyun attracted considerable attention. Make sure to eat plenty of eggs. Long Xiaoyun remarked as she transferred some of the eggs from her plate to his. Do you feel confident about tomorrow's competition? Do you doubt your man? I have secured 3 first places, no less. He cheerfully accepted the food she offered, savoring it delightfully. In the Ministry of Defense building, Qin Jun inquired of the officer who was searching for the list of participants, have you found out which private is competing? Report, Commander. We have located Yang Qi, a new recruit from the 702nd Regiment this year. He has participated in 3 events, cross-country, shooting, and combat. Qin Jun grinned widely and said, sign me up for all 3. The officer, surprised, glanced at Qin Jun but remained silent. Participation was open to anyone, with no restrictions. Let me see how your chosen man, Long Xiaoyun, performs, Qin Jun thought as he left the building. Stepping outside, he looked up at the blazing sun, his thoughts drifting back to his time with the Wolf Warriors. Back then, Long Xiaoyun had just taken charge of the unit, filled with ambition and purpose. Qin Jun developed a fondness for her, but his aspirations extended beyond the role of deputy captain. He aimed for something far greater. It was only after Long Xiaoyun's father visited and overheard the identity of Shi Qingsong in his office that his ambitions began to swell. One must act for oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Yes, indeed. In the dining hall, you rascal, you seem to stir up trouble wherever you go. Just as Long Xiaoyun was sweetly feeding Yang Qi, Gao Cheng's loud voice rang out. Long Xiaoyun furrowed her brow, her mood instantly soured. Yang Qi offered a reassuring glance before turning to the company commander and asking, Commander, have you finished your matters? Chapter 44, Eager for Marriage. Let us depart. After the contest. There was nothing to discuss. It was merely an encounter with acquaintances. Clearly, Gao Cheng was disinclined to engage in conversation. Yang Qi insisted on pursuing the topic. Commander, you went to see your father, didn't you? How did you know? It's common knowledge within the regiment. Gao Cheng was not a fool. Everyone in the regiment was aware of his father's situation. The initial joy he felt had significantly diminished. Comrade Colonel, I'll leave this lad in your capable hands, he said as he departed, leaving behind a lonely figure. Long Xiaoyun, puzzled, turned to Yang Qi and inquired, what is wrong with him? Commander's father is our superior. He thought only the regiment leader was aware, but in reality, the entire regiment knows. His current mood resembles that of a jester being toyed with. Upon hearing of Gao Cheng's father's rank, Long Xiaoyun felt a tightening in her chest. Reflecting on her own family's circumstances, she momentarily found herself at a loss for words. However, upon observing Yang Qi, she noted that he remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the revelation of her commander's father. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to ask, your commander's father is a high-ranking official. Shouldn't you be more ingratiating towards him? It could only benefit your prospects. Long Xiaoyun eagerly awaited Yang Qi's response, acknowledging that her inquiry bore a hint of testing, which was not entirely appropriate, yet she still yearned to hear his thoughts, even if it meant apologizing afterward. Our nation has always placed great importance on social niceties. Flattery and cultivating interpersonal relationships are, in my view, not wrong. Yet, The crux lies in possessing formidable skills. One must allow things to unfold naturally. I do not intend to curry favor with anyone. I place my faith solely in my own abilities, though I am not devoid of social acumen. Long Shaoan felt quite satisfied with his response, reaffirming her keen judgment. Let us depart after we finish eating, she remarked, picking up her tray. They strolled to the playground. And several times, Long Shaoan gathered her courage to speak, but ultimately remained silent, fearing that Yang Qi might take offense at her probing. Upon reaching a stone bench, Yang Qi took her hand and gently urged her to sit. Speak up. I've noticed your hesitance. What is it that troubles you? Go ahead. I'm curious about what could possibly make my captain so reticent. If I tell you, you must promise not to be angry, Long Shaoyan said, adopting a demure demeanor reminiscent of a bashful girl. Yang Qi squeezed her hand reassuringly and replied, I assure you, I won't be angry, unless you cross a line. Unaware of what crossing a line entailed, Long Shaoan shot him a playful glare but felt considerably more relaxed as she confessed, I come from a military family. My father is a deputy commander of the army, and my mother is the deputy director of the capital military region general hospital. As she spoke, she dared not meet Yang Qi's gaze, fearing his reaction. Yang Qi was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with the implications of her background. It was indeed formidable. So, does this mean I am unwittingly enjoying the perks of your family's influence? Are you not upset? Upset? Why should I be angry? If you are merely testing me, there is no cause for ire. After all, I have become accustomed to a comfortable life, and you underestimate a man's capacity for generosity. Were it not for the occasional passerby, Yang Qi would have already kissed me. Such a delightful Dragon Shaoan is a rare gem. A warmth enveloped Dragon Xiaoyun's heart. She realized Yang Qi was no longer upset and had adopted a softer approach to alleviate her self-reproach and inner turmoil. With no one around, she boldly embraced the moment and kissed him, unbothered by the lack of witnesses. That was enough. Sensing Yang Qi's hands beginning to stir, Dragon Xiaoyun prudently ended the kiss, wiped her lips, and gracefully returned to her seat. Dear, if you claim first place in all 3 categories, will you be granted time off? Upon hearing the term dear, Dragon Xiaoyun felt a rush of shyness but did not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, if you achieve first place in all 3 categories, a reasonable leave can be arranged. What is the matter? Are you yearning for a break? If memory served her right, it had been barely 40 days since Yang Qi had enlisted. Hey, my dear, if I don't take a break, how will we ever marry? He teased. You are so beautiful. Now, let us go. I'll take you back to the dormitory, and I need to head to the reception area. Dragon Xiaoyun released the hand she had been holding, though she kept to herself that her household registration was nestled within her backpack. Seeing his wife blush, Yang Qi felt a surge of joy and hurried to catch up with her as they departed. 2 days later, the day of the Army Group's competition officially commenced. The number of participants exceeded hundreds, comprising soldiers from various divisions, including A Division, B Division, C Division, T Division, and others. The first event was a 5-kilometer armed cross-country race. Dragon Xiaoyun and Gao Cheng stood beside Yang Qi, watching him warm up. Dragon Xiaoyun offered words of encouragement. Do not rush, just maintain your rhythm. If you perform as you usually do, you should be able to sprint at the end and secure first place. Gao Cheng, unable to interject, stood by, offering Yang Qi encouraging glances. Yang Qi looked up and declared, I have secured first place, but it will certainly not be the first in the army group. Yang Qi. Title, Married Man. Vice Squad Leader, Strength, 26, Speed, 25, Reaction, 38, Sixth Sense, Mental Strength, 14, Meditation, Skills, Master Level Combat Techniques, Proficient Level Marksmanship, Sixth Sense, Proficient Level Vehicle Operation. Meditation, breaks Army record, 17 minutes 23 seconds. Reward, Proficient Level Marksmanship, breaks historical record, 15 minutes 40 seconds. Reward, Master Level Marksmanship, with a speed of 25. Yang Qi's goal was to shatter the historical record. He aspired to ascend swiftly and secure a promotion. Gazing at Yang Qi, whose eyes sparkled with confidence, Dragon Xiaoyan found him utterly captivating. I believe in you, she whispered into Yang Qi's ear. Hubby, go for it. With that, Dragon Xiaoyan blushed deeply, and Yang Qi felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. Let us assemble. Gao Cheng did not pry into what Dragon Xiaoyan had whispered. Yang Qi observed the gradually converging crowd, casting a reassuring glance at the 2 individuals before stepping towards the square. Moments later, as all participating soldiers gathered for the cross-country event, the assembly was complete. All present, commanded the formation, align to the right, gaze forward. The sound of light footsteps echoed throughout the square. The commander of the T Corps bellowed, at ease. Attention. He then turned and ran towards the high platform. Reporting to the esteemed leader, for the Army competition, the armed cross-country event covering 5 kilometers, the participants have assembled. Expected, 545. Present, 545. Please provide further instructions. Hai Ji Chong, adorned with a single star, returned the salute and replied, proceed as originally planned. Commence the competition. Understood. Chapter 45. The competition officially commences. 50 contestants surged forward simultaneously, with Yang Qi participating in the 5th wave. The soldiers who had yet to compete were energetically warming up, eagerly anticipating a moment of brilliance. Yang Qi's gaze drifted across the crowd, effortlessly locating Long Shaoan in the distance. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, although the expressions remained obscured. The mutual understanding was palpable. As for the company commander, who cared? His wife was paramount. Bang! With the sound of gunfire. The first group of 50 contestants launched into a sprint. The entire arena seemed to be enveloped in a rush of adrenaline as the soldiers gritted their teeth, pushing themselves to unprecedented limits. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. As group after group of soldiers competed, the times continued to be shattered. Starting from 19 minutes and 50 seconds, then 19 minutes and 30 seconds, until it was finally Yang Qi's turn. The best time had already been recorded at 19 minutes and 20 seconds. The atmosphere was electric. This competition appears to be the strongest one yet. Gao Jichong remarked to the political commissar beside him. Indeed, but I've heard there's a new recruit competing this year. The buzz has been overwhelming. The commissar replied with a chuckle. I know that soldier is from the 702nd Regiment, but I doubt he is as formidable as rumored. We shall see. Upon hearing this, the commissar understood. The commander's son was indeed the company commander of the 702nd Regiment. No wonder Gao Jichong had such confidence. The commissar's gaze shifted back to the arena. Positions. Ready. Bang. With the gunfire, Yang Qi surged forward, leading the charge. Such speed. Is that even human? Long Shaoan marveled, her eyes fixed on Yang Qi as he darted ahead like the wind. She had never witnessed such velocity. If he could maintain it, he might very well break the fastest record in the Army's history. Go, 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 Gao Cheng whispered fervently from the sidelines. His hands clenched in excitement. Ecstasy coursed through Yang Qi. He felt as if he could fly, the weight upon him seemingly non-existent, unable to hinder his stride. In this moment, he truly grasped the terrifying power of a speed enhancement of 25. Yet, he moderated his pace. He aimed to set a record without inciting undue astonishment. 14 minutes and 40 seconds. He glanced at his watch and the finish line ahead. Charge. As he crossed the finish line, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Although Yang Qi's precise time remained unknown, that extraordinary speed promised an impressive result. As the last soldier completed the course, everyone awaited Yang Qi's score. Eager to discover his achievement, the judge timing Yang Qi took a deep breath after glancing at the stopwatch, suppressing his astonishment before reporting the results. Gao Jichong, upon seeing the compiled results, inhaled sharply and rose, addressing the crowd through the microphone. First place, 86749 unit, new recruit Yang Qi. Time all eyes were fixated on the commanding officer on stage, breathless with anticipation. The final results were, to be frank, terrifying. It was the most remarkable score in the entire military history. With every word spoken by Gao Jichong, the hearts of the soldiers below surged. The best score in military history, 15 minutes and 10 seconds. Let us congratulate Yang Qi for breaking this historic record. Upon finishing, not only was Gao Jichong moved, but so too were the political commissar and the soldiers beneath him, followed by a thunderous roar of applause. There was no mockery, no envy at this moment. There was only respect for the strong and joy for Yang Qi's achievement. Yang Qi, Yang Qi, Yang Qi. The soldiers united in a deafening chorus, their cheers resonating so loudly that even passers-by outside the military district paused, puzzled about the commotion. Qin Jun stood among the 7th batch of competitors, his gaze fixed intensely on the jubilant Yang Qi ahead. He had lost. However, there was still a chance. This was merely the first event. In combat and shooting, he would not concede defeat. After the competition concluded, Qin Jun's time was 18 minutes and 30 seconds, also breaking the previous group army record, securing 2nd place. Alas, this edition featured the formidable Yang Qi. Following the event, Gao Jichong privately met with Yang Qi. Good day, Chief. Relax, there is no need to be so tense. Gao Jichang remarked, observing Yang Qi before him. Indeed, you have shattered the historical record for the entire military, which warrants commendation. Breaking the military record is a first-class merit. And after consulting with the political commissar, I have decided to promote you to the rank of second lieutenant and award you a first-class merit. How does that sound? Wow. Well, a promotion and a first-class merit. How incredible! Yang Qi responded, standing at attention and saluting respectfully. Thank you, Chief. Gao Jichang smiled. We will conduct your promotion ceremony once the competition concludes. I recall you still have 2 events remaining. Yes, Chief, there are the shooting and combat events. Do your best. I look forward to your results. Yang Qi suddenly inquired, Chief, if I also break the shooting record, will there be any additional rewards? Currently, the shooting records stand at 100 meters, 10 shots in 1 hole, and for snipers, 1,500 meters with 1 bullet hitting the target. A feat accomplished by soldiers in the highlands. I have heard from Gao Qing about your accomplishments, 100 meters with 30 shots in 1 hole, and shooting 1,200 meters with 10 rings. I will give you an opportunity during the competition to achieve 200 meters with 10 shots in 1 hole, and to break the sniper record of 1,500. I will still commend you for it. A first-class merit requires breaking historical records. If you can shatter both, then I will grant you 2 first-class merits. There is no rule stating that one cannot receive another after already being awarded one. A merit is a merit. If you can break 2 records, it is a testament to your abilities, and it all depends on you. Yang Qi suppressed the joy within and solemnly saluted. Yes, Chief. I will give it my all. All right, return and prepare yourself. Tomorrow marks the shooting competition. I noticed that young lady at the entrance has been waiting for you for quite some time. Commander, she is my legitimate fiancée. Have you 2 wed? Not yet, but we plan to marry after the competition concludes. She has already secured leave from her workplace. After pondering for a moment, Gao Jichang remarked, I grant my approval. Regardless of your subsequent performance, your achievement in the armed cross-country alone is commendable, especially considering your prowess in shooting. Gao Jichang harbored immense confidence in Yang Qi. Our military is about to witness a soldier who shatters 2 records. How could he not feel elated? Thank you, Commander. Go on, go on. Even as he exited the military headquarters, Yang Qi's heart raced with exhilaration. That represented a first-class merit and the rank of second lieutenant. Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking the historical record with a time of 15 minutes and 40 seconds. Chapter 46. Breaking the historical record of the entire army. First-class merit. Reward. Master-level marksmanship. Speed 5, Strength 5, Reaction 20. Congratulations to the host for securing first place in the cross-country competition. Reward. 5 million yuan, Yang Qi title, husband. Deputy Squad Leader, Strength, 26,531, Brute Force, Speed, 25,530, Wind Speed, Reaction, 38,2058, Environmental Awareness, Mental Strength, 14, Meditation Skills. Master-level combat techniques. Master-level marksmanship, Environmental Awareness, Basic Radar, Proficient Vehicle Operation, Meditation, Brute Force, Double Strength when activated. Wind Speed, Double Speed when activated. Environmental Awareness, the ability to perceive subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Similar to Elemental Resonance, Avatar, The Last Airbender, sensing the flow of natural energy. Bioelectric Field Detection, Chronicle of Superpowers, sensing the electromagnetic field of living beings. Items. 5 million. Legitimate investment earnings have been transferred to the host bank account through legitimate investment income. An investigation would only reveal Yang Qi's lawful earnings prior to enlistment from investments, stock markets, and similar avenues. Yang Qi was no longer inclined to utter expletives, deeming it too uncivilized. While he could overlook the brute force and wind speed, the environmental awareness was indeed astonishing, bordering on radar-like capabilities. Elemental resonance? The flow of natural energy, the air currents generated by bullets, would indeed have an impact, akin to an enhanced sixth sense combined with basic radar. Master-level marksmanship had propelled him into an entirely new realm. He could feel that if he were to be handed a firearm now, his shooting skills would surpass those of any in the world. This was no exaggeration, at least not in his eyes. Tomorrow's competition? First place was assured. Suddenly, Long Shaoan leapt out from the side, exclaiming, "Hey!" Despite Yang Qi being lost in thought, his awareness remained keen. Observing his expressionless demeanor, Long Shaoyun's face fell. Sensing something amiss, Yang Qi feigned being startled. "Who goes there?" Stealing a glance at Long Shaoyun, she finally wore a smile. Why did it feel like his wife was a bit childish? Yang Qi pondered. With her mood brightening, Long Shaoan gazed at Yang Qi with a cheerful smile. What did the high-ranking officer discuss with you? Seeing her beloved willing to indulge in playful banter brought her immense joy. Let us walk and talk. It's good news. Yang Qi recounted his rewards, leaving Long Shaoyan utterly astonished. First-class merit. Even she had not achieved such a feat among the combat wolves. No one had ever received it. Most were second-class merits. Most importantly, there was the promotion to lieutenant. Celebration is a must, she exclaimed, taking her man's hand and heading towards the military district's restaurant. The restaurant was run by the families of service members, as was the small shop. However, all establishments had undergone political scrutiny, ensuring that not just anyone could operate them. As Long Shaoan continued to order dish after dish, Yang Qi promptly interrupted, saying, "That's enough. We can't finish all this, and it would be wasteful. It's a pity we can't drink. You still have a competition ahead." Observing the regret etched on Long Shaoyan's face, Yang Qi added, "Once the competition is over, I will take a vacation. At that time, I will take you home, and we shall wed. Normally, we are not of the right age, but that's my concern. Let's not argue about it. Just heed my advice." Without waiting for Long Shaoyan's response, Yang Qi looked at her curiously, initially thinking she might be unwilling, only to find that her eyes were already glistening with tears. The proprietor, having overheard their conversation, exclaimed with delight, "You are getting married? Then today's meal is on me, a small gift to celebrate your engagement." "Oh no, that is not necessary. We will pay for ourselves." "Thank you for your kindness," Long Shaoan replied, wiping away her tears and gazing at Yang Qi with love and dependence. "All right. As soon as we return, we shall marry." Long Shaoan, feeling as though she had fallen under Yang Qi's spell, found herself longing for him ever since they had acknowledged their relationship. However, her circumstances prevented her from expressing her desires openly, forcing her to bury her feelings deep within. Now that their wedding was finally approaching, she felt an overwhelming sense of excitement, almost bordering on uncontrollable emotion. Gently dabbing at Long Shaoyan's tears with a tissue, Yang Qi comforted her, saying, There, isn't this a joyous occasion? Let us not cry, shall we?" "Yes, okay," she replied, accepting Yang Qi's comforting presence, her tears giving way to a smile. There was an undeniable beauty in her expression at that moment. After a brief interlude, the proprietor served their dishes and discreetly departed, allowing the couple to enjoy their time together undisturbed. They reveled in each other's company until they finally finished their meal. As they strolled down the path, Long Shaoyan suddenly inquired, "Have you spoken to Uncle and Aunt about our marriage?" Still calling them Uncle and Aunt, Long Shaoyan shyly glanced at Yang Qi before continuing, "Have you asked your parents?" Yang Qi chuckled and replied, "I wrote to them. By the way, lend me your phone. I'll call them to inform them." Taking the phone that Long Shaoyan handed over, he dialed home directly. "Hello? Who is this?" "Mom, it's me, your precious son. Chi-Chi, why are you calling home?" Luya's excited voice came through the line. Chi-Chi. Long Shaoyan nestled closer to Yang Qi. "Chi-Chi, who is that?" "I hear a girl's voice," Luya remarked, sensing a feminine tone beside her son. Then, almost as if a thought struck her, she added, "Is this your girlfriend?" "Yes, Mom, but not just my girlfriend. She is your daughter-in-law. We will be returning soon to obtain our marriage certificate." "Really?" "Indeed. Then please hand the phone to my daughter-in-law. I wish to have a word with her." Yang Qi looked at Long Shaoyan and passed the phone to her, saying, "Mom wants to chat with you." Taking a deep breath, Long Shaoyan replied, "Mom, this is Long Shaoyan." Hearing Long Shaoyan directly address her as Mom, Luya felt immense joy and immediately engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with her future daughter-in-law. Beside her, Yang Qi observed Long Shaoyan's occasional blush with a sense of leisure, relishing the beauty before her. Half an hour later, "All right, Mother, you need not worry. We will return as soon as we conclude here. Rest assured, I shall keep a close eye on him," Long Shaoyan remarked, casting a glance at Yang Qi, laced with a hint of irritation. Yang Qi, plagued by a foreboding sense of dread, stood up, contemplating an escape. Alas, she was a moment too late. Long Shaoyan had already grasped her ear firmly. "So, you are confessing to the teacher, are you? Sneaking kisses from your classmates, are you? You seem to have quite the romantic fortune." With each accusation, Long Shaoyan tightened her grip, a pang of indescribable bitterness swelling within her. Though she was fully aware that these incidents belonged to Yang Qi's childhood, she could not suppress her jealousy and anger. "My love, my dear, I beg for mercy. Those were mere childhood antics. My heart is solely yours now," Yang Qi lamented, feeling betrayed by her own mother for divulging secrets to Shaoyan. It seemed, contrary to the common narrative of strained mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, her situation was entirely reversed. In an instant, she felt as though she had betrayed herself, a mix of frustration and amusement swirling within her. After a prolonged plea for mercy, Long Shaoan finally released her grip. Gazing at Yang Qi's reddened ear, she felt a surge of compassion as she gently rubbed it and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It does not. I was at fault. Otherwise, I would not have provoked my beloved wife," Yang Qi replied, knowing how to placate her partner. Chapter 47. The shooting competition commences. Record-breaking, record-breaking. The following day marked the commencement of the shooting competition. Unlike the cross-country event, the number of participants was limited to 60, each representing the finest marksmen from various units. Yang Qi was part of the second group of evaluators, yet his attention was drawn to a soldier on his left, whose wide-eyed expression struck him as familiar. Was that not Wu Jing? No, he was a non-commissioned officer, thus he must be Long Feng from Wolf Warrior. Alas, Dragon Shaoan was already his wife, leaving Lang Feng to endure a relationship with that foreign doctor. The shooting competition differed significantly from cross-country events. And then it began. The referee announced from behind a few competitors. Position 1, Lang Feng, full score. Position 4, full score. Position 5, full score. He then picked up the radio and commanded, "Target trench, move the targets back 100 meters. The remaining evaluators, please return." The expressions of the last 7 participants conveyed a sense of despondency. Despite having performed flawlessly during training, they encountered unexpected setbacks during the evaluation. However, failure was failure, and no excuses could be made. "You 3, prepare to shoot." Shortly thereafter, the 3 began their shooting rounds. Long Feng felt remarkably at ease, with the pressure not weighing too heavily upon him. The target trench reported, "Position 1, full score. The rest are disqualified. Continue moving back 100 meters, 200 meters. Ultimately, they arrived at a distance of 600 meters, nearly reaching the limits of the 81 model rifle. The psychological pressure on Long Feng intensified considerably. With each round, he fired 10 bullets, only counting the full scores. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Lang Feng approached his shooting with heightened caution, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 600 meters, at this distance, the bullets began to drift significantly. Once he finished shooting, a sinking feeling of failure settled within him. Report. Candidate 1, Lang Feng, requests a sniper evaluation. Accepted. The sniper assessment comprises 2 components. 1 opportunity with 5 bullets, focusing on accuracy and precision. A soldier nearby handed Lang Feng an 88 sniper rifle. The referee declared, "Target trench, 800 meters for sniper targets." Understood. Upon hearing this distance, Long Feng felt a degree of confidence. Yet the immediate challenge of 800 meters offered no chance for adjustment, truly a testament to the rigor of the army competition. Through the telescope, the referee confirmed the target paper was set and announced, "Prepare to shoot." Following several gunshots, the target trench relayed the results. 5 shots, 5 hits in the target. Should we move back 200 meters? Move back. Records for ultra-long-distance sniper shots included a sniper from the Tibet Military District hitting a target from a distance of 1,500 meters at an elevation of 4,500 meters, and a sniper from an eastern unit piercing through the front target at 800 meters before striking the bullseye on the rear target. Both achievements shattered records and garnered first-class merit. Ultimately, Lang Feng's attempt to challenge the 1,300-meter mark faltered at 1,200 meters. Nevertheless, a score of 1,200 was already an exceptional feat. Suddenly, Yang Qi felt compelled to seek out Dragon Shaoyan. He successfully located her in the audience section from the previous day. She was indeed watching him. Seeing this, Yang Qi felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he remained uncertain about what precisely he wished to witness. "Next team, prepare." He cast aside his distractions, inhaled deeply, and joined the line, taking position 6 in the middle. Once ready, he commenced shooting. As he spoke, Yang Qi unleashed a flurry of bullets with a single pull of the trigger. Since acquiring master-level marksmanship, this marked his inaugural encounter with a firearm. The audience, both on and off the stage, gazed at Yang Qi in astonishment. They did not entertain thoughts of whether he was merely seeking attention, but if he truly possessed such prowess. The mere contemplation sent a shiver through the crowd. Cold Feng fixated intently on Yang Qi, his mind unwilling to fathom the implications. Once all shooting was completed, the outcome was markedly different from the previous reports. Target 6 had full rings, 10 shots in 1 hole. Target 8 also boasted full rings, at a distance of 200 meters. The competitor at Target 8 had already faltered, leaving Yang Qi as the sole shooter with 10 shots in a single hole. For 100 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters. The examiner's lips quivered, At 700 meters with the 81 rifle, 10 shots in one hole had shattered records, achieving the furthest shooting distance. At this range, Yang Chi's aim had already tilted upward. "Judge, I require a sniper rifle assessment." "And no problem." After recording Yang Chi's shooting results, the judge handed him the sniper rifle. At 800 meters, full rings, 5 shots in one hole. Upon hearing yet another report of a single hole, the judge, now less exuberant, simply stated, moved back 200 meters. What a thrilling sensation. Yang Chi felt as though he could strike at will, as if he were the weapon itself, requiring minimal aiming. The flow of air, wind resistance, and environmental factors were all calculated in his mind with clarity. 1,200, 1,004, 1,500 meters. Should Yang Chi maintain 5 shots in one hole, or at least hit the target twice, he would break the record. Yet the judge hoped he would surpass this goal. The thought of Yang Chi potentially setting another record, following his previous achievements, made the judge's heart tremble. As Yang Chi adjusted his breath to focus on the nearly invisible target, he quickly squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The audience held their breath, anticipating the target's report. 5 shots in one hole. Wow. The crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing the results blaring from the speaker. Long Shaoan stood on stage, gently covering her mouth in awe. This was her man, shining brightly in his element. "Do you wish to continue challenging?" the judge inquired. Yang Chi furrowed his brow. To be honest, he felt confident at 1,500 meters, yet 1,600 meters was another matter entirely, as it exceeded the effective range of the 88 sniper rifle by twofold. This was not a mere film. Claims of 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, or 10 kilometers for high-altitude sniper targets were, quite frankly, absurd. Should one not consider the weapon he wielded? What era is it now? Ding. Task released. Challenge at 1,600 meters, 5 shots in one hole. Reward, all attributes 5. Yang Chi smiled wryly, realizing that the system had made the decision for him. "Referee, I would like to give it a try. Let's go." After speaking, the referee picked up the intercom and said, "Target, move back 100 meters. Referee, may I borrow your body for support?" Yang Chi asked as he stood up from a crouched position with his sniper rifle in hand. Of course. Yang Chi, holding the sniper rifle, bounced a few times in place to ease his tense body, then shook his hands and fixed his determined gaze ahead. "Bring it on." The referee stood in front of Yang Chi, maintaining a position of attention. Yang Chi rested the rifle on his left hand while his left hand supported the referee's shoulder. The barrel elevated to nearly a 45-degree angle, with the scope devoid of any visible target, relying solely on instinct. Activate environmental perception. Chapter 48. The Headache of Gao Jichong. How to reward Yang Chi's military achievements. In a fleeting moment, Yang Chi sensed the sway of every blade of grass and the flow of air around him. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, he held his breath. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 swift shots, Yang Chi felt the referee's endurance waning, and he instinctively fired once more. Bang! The bullet erupted from the muzzle, traversed the grassy terrain, crossed the target trench, and ultimately aimed straight for the target paper at a distance of 1,600 meters. With a soft thud, the bullet pierced through the target paper. And moments later, a voice echoed from the target trench. Report. The contestant achieved a perfect score, 5 shots, 1 hole. Oh, Yang Chi, Yang Chi, Yang Chi. Long Shaoan was among the crowd, cheering fervently, exclaiming, "My husband is so handsome." The surrounding soldiers gazed at Long Shaoan in astonishment, but as her fervor intensified, they averted their eyes. Those who had been celebrating Yang Chi's accomplishments now cast him glances filled with envy, wishing him ill. Such a stunning beauty. A female officer no less was taken by the dazzling figure on stage. Yet Long Shaoan paid no heed to their reactions. Her gaze was solely fixated on Yang Chi. Ultimately, Yang Chi's results were as follows: 700 meters with a rifle, 10 shots, 1 hole. 1,600 meters with a sniper rifle, 5 shots, 1 hole. Both shooting records shattered, establishing a new benchmark for the entire military. While this was indeed exhilarating, Gao Jichong found himself in a quandary. According to regulations, first-class merit must have a significant impact on the military or create a historic breakthrough. Should multiple military records be broken in a single competition, such as sniping, obstacles, and tactical coordination, multiple first-class merits could theoretically be awarded. However, unless breakthroughs occurred in different fields, such as shooting, physical fitness, or command, multiple first-class merits are typically conferred only once based on the highest contribution. Yang Qi had indeed excelled in shooting and cross-country running, qualifying him for 2 first-class merits. But he had yet to compete in hand-to-hand combat. If he secured first place in that as well, it would merely earn him a second-class merit. Regrettably, Gao Jichang was already certain that Yang Qi would clinch first place in the competition. Thus, this young man participated in a single contest, not only earning 2 first-class merits but also on the verge of receiving a second-class merit. What would this mean for his military rank? The previously prepared plans were insufficient, indicating he would at least be promoted to a commissioned officer. Tearing his thoughts, Gao Jichang gazed at the exhilarated Yang Qi, his anticipation for the young man's future growing, though he wondered just how far this lad would go. As Gao Jichang pondered, the shooting assessment was nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, Qinjun, stationed at Target 2, struggled to maintain his composure due to Yang Qi's exceptional performance, ultimately yielding poor results, even falling short of cold front in the sniper assessment. There remains a glimmer of hope. Tomorrow's combat represents his final opportunity. He is determined to defeat Yang Qi and prove to Long Shaoan that he, Qinjun, is no less than capable. Upon the conclusion of the match, Gao Jichang summoned Yang Qi as per usual. However, unlike the previous day, his expression was devoid of joy and instead bore a look of deep contemplation. Yang Qi, unable to decipher his superior's thoughts, stood there, feeling somewhat bewildered. Do not be anxious. I am merely pondering how a rookie like you could return from a single bout with such accolades. How shall you manage this? If all goes as planned, your rank should be elevated as discussed yesterday, and potentially by a significant margin. While you have set 2 records, as they pertain to shooting, you cannot be awarded 2 first-class merits. I will apply for a commendation for your sniping, and the rifle achievement will be reflected in your rank. Very well. You may return for now. I will contemplate these matters. Best of luck in tomorrow's combat. Yes, Commander, I will strive to excel. As Yang Qi departed, Gao Jichang shook his head. Moments later, a knock resounded on the door. Enter. Upon the arrival of Gao Cheng, Gao Jichang set down his pen, accepted the cigarette offered, and after it was lit, inquired, Did you come here regarding your soldier? Indeed. I wish to ascertain what rewards Yang Qi ultimately receives. Gao Cheng replied directly as he took a seat across from him. Such matters are not your concern. I shall ensure he receives everything he is due. However, when will you truly mature? Gao Cheng, unperturbed, lowered his tone and asked, Father, will Yang Qi still be able to return to my Steel 7th Company after the match? Gao Jichang recalled the reform report on his desk that day and, softening, responded, Yes, but it should only be for a year. After that, he must attend military school. Understood. Gao Cheng left with a smile, content as long as the 1-year guarantee remained unchanged. He recognized that Yang Qi's future could not be confined to the 7th Company indefinitely. Yet, who could say what the future might hold until the very end? As Yang Qi exited the building, he spotted the beloved figure waiting in the same spot as yesterday. He approached her, saying, Let us go. I am famished. Long Shaoan teased, What did Commander Gao say to you this time? You seem less than thrilled. What else could it be? I broke the records too swiftly. The 2 first-class merits are assured, but how my rank will be adjusted remains uncertain. 2. How can it be only 2, my dear? You shattered 2 shooting records. And with the cross-country event, shouldn't that amount to 3? Long Shaoan gazed at Yang Qi with concern, believing he was being treated unfairly. Dear, do not be upset. Allow me to explain. In the end, Long Shaoan understood but remained displeased, resolved to call his father upon returning home, insisting that he deserved every accolade. Rules apply to the ordinary. Is Yang Qi an ordinary man? No, he is exceptional. Unbeknownst to Yang Qi, Long Shaoan was prepared to advocate on his behalf. They proceeded to dine at a restaurant, and as they stepped out, they encountered Qinjun, who had come looking for them. Qinjun said with a serious expression, You won the previous matches, but in tomorrow's combat, I will make you understand that you are unworthy of Xiao Yun. With that, he departed, leaving Yang Qilong and Xiao Yun no time to react. Yang Qi remarked, Is this person insane? Long Shaoan nodded in agreement and replied, Indeed. How does our relationship concern him? It's simply absurd. Long Shaoan, already displeased, felt even more disheartened, although she was ultimately comforted by Yang Qi. She returned to the guest house with a heavy heart. Upon closing the door, she immediately dialed her father's number. Hello? Daughter, why are you calling back? She heard. Long Shaoan then recounted Yang Qi's situation in detail, expressing her determination not to let her man be wronged and insisting on what he rightfully deserved. Upon realizing it was their daughter on the line, Li Yun listened alongside Long Xinghua, becoming increasingly pleased to hear that their future son-in-law had broken 3 historical military records in a single contest. However, when she heard her daughter's demands. Li Yun refrained from interjecting, leaving Long Jinghua to grapple with the dilemma. In truth, if Yang Qi were to secure first place in tomorrow's combat as well, he would earn either 3 first-class merits or a major's rank, compensating military achievements with rank. However, this scenario had never occurred before. It was typically the case that ranks were elevated based on surpassing military achievements. Thus, it would likely result in 2 first-class merits, 1 second-class merit, and a major's rank. Chapter 49: The Final Contest. All competitions have been held, and those who broke the sniping records were all majors. Yang Qi shattered 3 records. Setting aside the military academy for now, Long Jinghua contemplated and remarked, according to the regulations, this qualifies as 2 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit, along with a promotion to major, and he will proceed to the military academy after a year. Upon hearing this, Long Shaoan felt that it was the best decision, one that complied with the regulations. All right, Li Yun suddenly interjected, Shaoan, when will you bring my son-in-law back? Mom, we need to return first for the wedding. After we complete the ceremony on his side, we will come back. There will still be time. Very well, I shall notify the relatives. But what about the wedding? We can't hold it there without inviting family members, can we? Long Shaoyan found this to be a headache as well. If her parents were ordinary people, it would be fine to hold the ceremony anywhere, but that was not the case, especially considering her father's status. It wouldn't be easy to leave the capital. With so many considerations to keep in mind, I'll discuss it with my husband. If it doesn't work out, we can just register first and hold the wedding later. All right, but do let me know once you've consulted with my son-in-law. Sure, Mom. Don't worry. We will return. Training ground. The sound of sandbags colliding echoed amidst the heavy breaths of a man. Chen Jun attacked the sandbag with fierce punches and kicks. Tomorrow was his last chance. He must seize it. As for the previous 2 defeats against Yang Qi, he was indifferent, or rather, he was fully aware of his losses yet refused to admit them. Tomorrow, he would personally break the opponent's limbs. In combat matches, there are no restrictions. To put it bluntly, if one loses and dies, it simply indicates a lack of skill. Chen Jun sweated under the shade until nearly 10 o'clock before packing up his gear and heading home. The following morning, the expansive training ground was divided into 8 fighting arenas, indicating the preparation for 8 simultaneous matches. The rules were straightforward. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. 460 soldiers vied for the honor of first place. On the military audience platform, the commander of C Division turned to the commander of T Division, Yang Qi's unit, and inquired, Commander T, your Yang Qi made quite a splash a few days ago. Commander T chuckled, it was just luck, just luck. You're just being modest, you old rascal. Retorted Commander B with a hint of envy, if it's merely luck, then let us have this soldier in B Division. I will dedicate all resources and attention to him. That is out of the question. Don't even think about it. What is all this commotion? The match is about to begin. Gao Jichong, observing the contest, glanced at the various commanders and shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, directing their focus to the arena. Afterward, Gao Jichong turned his gaze to Yang Qi, genuinely surprised to discover that he was indeed the son-in-law of Commander Long, a fact that was already set in stone. Recalling the unexpected phone call from General Long yesterday, he himself was taken aback, as it is rare for individuals at their level to receive such calls unless absolutely necessary. The essence of the general's message was that Yang Qi was his son-in-law, yet this familial connection could not justify any breach of protocol. A decision had to be made that was both reasonable and compliant with regulations. Ultimately, Gao Jichong conveyed the outcome of his discussions with the political commissar to the general. Sir, we will award 2 first-class merits, 1 second-class merit, and promote him to the rank of major, with a plan to attend military academy in a year, should he fail to excel in combat. The merit associated with that will be revoked, while the rest remains intact. Long Jinghua's calm voice responded from the other end, proceed with your proposed handling. In truth, this was the most favorable outcome attainable. After concluding the call with the general, it dawned on him that Yang Qi's commander was his own son. Observing his son's demeanor, it was evident he held the other party in high regard, and even without General Long's influence, such achievements would inevitably pave the way for his success. Truly, this young man was extraordinarily fortunate. Returning to the training ground, the competitors were summoned one by one. Contestants numbered 1 to 16. Yang Qi stood among the ranks, gazing at the 16 participants on stage as the referee signaled the commencement of the bouts. To Yang Qi, the individuals on stage were rife with vulnerabilities. Even through the lens of his master-level combat skills, they appeared akin to children engaging in a scuffle. Throughout the morning, Yang Qi's turn did not arrive. A testament to the remarkable willpower exhibited by the competitors. Several were left bloodied yet triumphed through sheer determination. Yang Qi respected their tenacity, setting aside his initial condescension. As noon approached, disappointment loomed, not only for Yang Qi but also for Long Shaoan, who had awaited her beloved's match with eager anticipation, only to find it absent. During lunch, Long Shaoan specially ordered an array of beef dishes for Yang Qi. "Dear, this is more than enough," he remarked, observing the towering pile of beef in his bowl. "Eat more. You need the strength for the afternoon's competition," Long Shaoan insisted, fervently adding more food to his bowl. All right, I will eat, but this is excessive. I might overindulge and be unable to compete later," he protested. "Ah, is that so? Then you should eat less," she replied, taking half of the contents from his bowl into her own. "I've already eaten. So what if you have? We're getting married soon." She shot him a look, her tone teasing yet firm. This left Yang Qi somewhat embarrassed, and he quietly returned to his meal. After lunch, the couple shared a tender moment before returning to the competition venue. The afternoon sun blazed down, the temperature notably higher than in the morning. After only a brief period of standing, everyone was already drenched in heat. Competitors numbered 241 to 256 took to the stage. Yang Qi, number 388, felt the number was quite auspicious. After more than 2 hours, it was finally his turn. Combat appeared to unfold slowly, requiring at least 10 minutes or more to complete. However, the reality was that victories were determined within mere minutes, with no room for probing. Gazing at his opponent, Yang Qi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The size of this individual was utterly extraordinary. At the referee's command, both Yang Qi and the Mongolian warrior stepped forward simultaneously. The opponent stood nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a robust physique. Merely standing there exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. He flashed a confident grin, clearly brimming with pride in his strength. "Begin." The Mongolian warrior let out a fierce roar and charged forward with a sudden burst, his powerful arms sweeping through the air like iron pillars, creating a rush of wind. Should this punch land solidly, an ordinary person would likely be sent flying. However, Yang Qi merely tilted his body slightly, adeptly sidestepping this formidable blow with effortless grace. Chapter 50, Application for a Special Position. Armed, the opponent appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yang Qi's swift reaction. He quickly adjusted his stance, his right leg sweeping out like a whip, aimed directly at Yang Qi's lower body. A flash of brilliance ignited in Yang Qi's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. In the instant the opponent's leg was raised, he surged forward, his left hand like lightning seizing the opponent's ankle, while his right hand, palm open, gently pushed, bang. The Mongolian warrior felt a sudden, skillful force, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. As he rose, he lifted his fist high, poised to strike down, but ultimately halted mid-motion. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by a chorus of astonished gasps. The referee, momentarily stunned, took 2 seconds to respond, then blew the whistle. The victor is contestant number 388, Yang Qi. The entire encounter transpired in mere seconds. Yang Qi, having stabilized his stance, reached out to assist his opponent in rising, smiling as he said, "Thank you for the match." The Mongolian warrior, incredulous at first, soon broke into a grin and clapped Yang Qi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Impressive. Let's spar again when we have the chance." Yang Qi nodded, turning to descend the platform, while Long Shaoan, observing from the sidelines, wore a proud smile. Meanwhile, Gao Cheng, seated in the stands, couldn't help but cast a deep look at Yang Qi, pondering a thought: just how much strength does this young man still possess? The number of competitors quickly halved, and the second round commenced. Both Yang Qi and Chen Jun advanced to the 3rd round, and ultimately to the 4th round. In the end, 58 soldiers remained, each bearing various injuries. Yet Yang Qi appeared relatively unscathed. Save for a bead of sweat on his forehead, his attire remained immaculate. This was due to the fact that he had swiftly dominated nearly every match. "Commander Gao, we have 58 soldiers remaining. Should we determine the final 16 today or postpone until tomorrow?" The political commissar glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. So he sought the opinion of his counterpart. "Let us finalize it today. The final competition will take place tomorrow," Gao Jichang declared. "Understood." The political commissar picked up the intercom. "The competition continues. We will determine the final 16. Proceed," the referee announced to the participants. Perhaps it was fate, but Yang Qi and Chen Jun never faced each other, even as the top 16 were established. "Honey, my mother suggested we return and get married. Should we plan a wedding?" Long Xiaoan approached Yang Qi after the match concluded. Just as he was about to respond, Yang Qi caught sight of Gao Cheng approaching and gestured for Long Xiaoyan to wait before stepping toward him. "What's up, squad leader?" Gao Cheng greeted Yang Qi with a cheerful smile, then noticed Long Xiaoan behind him. It was evident that Gao Cheng had completely acknowledged his subordinate's prowess in every aspect. Gao Cheng addressed Yang Qi. "I need to head back now. After all, I brought you here. I was supposed to return in 2 days, but it is already stretched to several. It's a pity I once witnessed your victory in combat. I wonder if the next time we meet, I'll have to address you as commander." Although it was a jest, Gao Cheng bore no jealousy. After conversing with his father yesterday, he understood that during their next encounter, Yang Qi would at the very least be of the same rank. With a cheerful pat on the shoulder, Gao Cheng turned and departed, having already purchased his train ticket and unwilling to linger any longer. Yang Qi chuckled. "Take care, company commander. I'll return to the unit once my leave is over." "You rascal, I nearly forgot about your leave. I've never seen a recruit who waits nearly 2 months after finishing basic training before reporting in, especially one who has been promoted. All right, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, company commander." Long Xiaoan approached Yang Qi and remarked, "Your company commander is quite commendable. He is somewhat of a soldier enthusiast, only favoring those who are diligent. As long as you prove your mettle, he treats everyone equally. However, he does not look kindly upon those who give up entirely on themselves. Otherwise, he offers everyone a chance. He is a good leader." Unbeknownst to them, she inadvertently took hold of Long Xiaoyan's hand. "Hey, watch where you're putting your hands," Long Xiaoan exclaimed, swatting away the unwelcome touch. "I couldn't help myself. Are you injured anywhere?" Long Xiaoan asked, genuinely wishing to check beneath his clothing. "Fear not. I am unscathed. You know me well." "All right then. By the way, dear, what are your thoughts on the wedding?" Noticing the anticipation in Yang Qi's eyes, Long Xiaoan replied, "Let us marry once you graduate from the military academy. We can register first. By the way, there is something important I must discuss with you." Yang Qi looked at Long Xiaoan with curiosity as she led him to a more secluded spot. Long Xiaoan turned to Yang Qi with sincerity, saying, "I think you should take a position in the Wolf Brigade." "What? Are you so eager to bring your husband back?" Yang Qi remarked playfully, to which Long Xiaoan retorted, "I mean for you to hold a position that allows you to carry a firearm. As you know, I am the captain of the Wolf Brigade, and there are countless enemies lurking in the shadows. If they become aware of your existence, it could lead to complications. As for our parents, they will ensure our safety, especially since we are married." "Is that so? So you carry a firearm as well?" Yang Qi had never considered whether Long Xiaoan carried a weapon, but now he observed her waist closely and noted something unusual. "Indeed, I would certainly be willing. All right, I'll take care of this. I'll report to the brigade commander shortly. This is not my fault. Firearms are only permitted under the following circumstances: temporary task authorization, special duties, serving as the commander of a reconnaissance battalion or special operations team, carrying a weapon during field training, and finally, in wartime contexts. Let us not get bogged down in specifics. I simply intend to arm Yang Qi. Kiss me." "What?" "I said kiss me. What is the matter? Are you already tired of me before we're even married?" Yang Qi glanced around, noting that they were alone, and gently cupped Long Xiaoyan's face, leaning in for a kiss. It was only when she began to lightly push against him that he finally relented. Observing the enchanting gaze of Long Xiaoyan, Yang Qi could only suppress the flames of desire igniting within him. "I shall take my leave now, my dear wife," he said, as he awkwardly retreated. Long Xiaoyan let out a soft chuckle, only to be struck by a sudden wave of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson as she too made her exit. "Hello, Commander Sure. My husband has agreed to join the War Wolves. I wonder if you have been keeping an eye on the Army's competition?" Upon returning to her quarters, Long Xiaoyan promptly dialed Shi Qingsong, eager to advocate for her husband. "Really? That's wonderful. With Comrade Yang Qi's addition, our brigade's combat prowess has significantly enhanced. However, as for the Army competition you mentioned, I haven't been paying much attention." What transpired? Chapter 51. The Ruthless Chun Jun. Having come to a profound understanding of the age restrictions on marriage within the military, I earnestly seek to be spared from further discussion on this matter. A wave of delight surged through Shi Qingsong's heart. The addition of Yang Qi, a super soldier, filled him with an irresistible thrill. However, he found himself somewhat detached from the martial competition that Long Xiaoyan had mentioned. "If all goes as expected, my husband is poised to earn 2 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit, leading to a promotion of at least captain." Until Long Xiaoyan concluded her thoughts, Shi Qingsong remained in a daze, bewildered by the prospect of achieving such honors through a mere competition. He refrained from speaking, aware that Long Shaoan had more to convey. Patiently awaiting her subsequent remarks. What I wish to propose is a special position for my husband, one that would permit him to carry a firearm. After all, you are well aware of the numerous hidden adversaries that the Wolf Warriors face. However, this cannot be under your Wolf Warriors banner. I envision him serving as the commander of my security battalion. You know that position has been vacant for quite some time. Old fox. As soon as Shi Qing uttered his request, Long Xiaoyun silently cursed in her heart. How could she allow her husband to be reassigned so easily without incurring his wrath? Sensing her displeasure, Shi Qing softened his tone, saying, Shaoan, hear me out. If Yang Qi takes on the role of security battalion commander, you would need housing. Wouldn't he? That means you and Yang Qi would have a place to stay, right? I have my own residence as well. True, you have your own house. But you are seeking a special position for Yang Qi, aren't you? Long Shaoan retorted, her frustration evident. He is my husband. He is my security battalion commander. Shi Qing lowered his demands further, suggesting, how about this? When the Wolf Warriors require Yang Qi's presence, he can be temporarily reassigned, and for the rest of the time, he would remain in the security battalion. Besides, you seldom stay at the unit, which isn't too bad, right? Long Shaoan recognized this as the best possible outcome and, considering her husband's aspirations, realized that the security battalion might indeed be a better fit. Very well then, how soon can we receive the weapon permit and firearm? The competition concludes tomorrow, and we should return to get married the day after. Are you in such a hurry, Shaoan? Urgency is warranted. My mother is urging me to bring him back swiftly. I'm on leave, and my husband will also take leave right after the competition, so we should return together. After contemplating for a moment, Shi Qing replied, all right, I will report this to the military, and arrangements can be made for distribution after the competition concludes. That sounds preferable. I appreciate your assistance, Brigade Commander. Upon the conclusion of your leave, remember to bring him back promptly. Suddenly, Long Xiaoyun interjected, that might not be feasible. He must first return to the company for a year, attend military school, and only then can he report for duty. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing felt his blood pressure rise dramatically. He is already the commander of my security battalion, and yet he must return to the grassroots company? This is mandated by the military district leadership, as you are aware, the top brass. Consider it a form of training. My husband is advancing too swiftly, and I fear he may become complacent. A year is neither excessively long nor short, and when necessary, he can be temporarily reassigned. Fine. Let us settle on this. Just ensure there are no hiccups during the reassignment. Rest assured, Brigade Commander. After hanging up the phone, Long Shaoan murmured, darling. Look how considerate I am, with a playful giggle. In my characterization, Long Shaoan is infatuated and clingy, exuding an air of aloofness to outsiders. But is a delicate woman around Yang Qi. In the Southeast Military Region Special Operations Brigade, Shi Qing felt a headache as he stared at the disconnected call. While his method was undoubtedly effective, it left him feeling uneasy. Noticing the time was still early, he decided to reach out to the Army Group for assistance in arranging the transfer of weapons from his end. The necessary documents could be issued from there, as it was technically his superior unit, but weapons could only be sourced from his own unit. He retrieved his phone and dialed, Deputy Company Commander Lee, please come here. Knock, come in. Brigade Commander, you called for me? Take my orders to the armory and retrieve a handgun. Bring it to the Army Group for Long Xiaoyun. The weapon is for Yang Qi, specifically arranged for your company. Understood. Regarding the newly parachuted Shadow, Deputy Company Commander Lee held no reservations. The brigade commander's judgment was unquestionable, and the individual was undoubtedly qualified, especially given their airborne status, which suggested greater strength. With the brigade commander's orders in hand, Deputy Company Commander Lee successfully acquired the weapon from the armory and boarded a vehicle destined for the Army Group that very day. As dawn broke, the new day of competition commenced, marking the final day. On the square stood 16 soldiers, including Yang Qi, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the forthcoming match. The judge stepped forward and announced, all competitors, please take your positions. Yang Qi first glanced at the opponent before him, then shifted his gaze to Qin Jun in the adjacent arena. In the competition arena, the morning breeze was brisk. Yang Qi and Wang Xiaohu stood opposite each other, their gazes sharp and their presence formidable. Begin, shouted the judge. As the judge's words fell, Wang Xiaohu sprang into action, his movements swift and fierce, executing a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at Yang Qi's chest. 8 Extremes Fist. Fierce Tiger climbs the mountain. A flash of brilliance ignited in Yang Qi's eyes. Rather than retreating, he advanced, his right arm blocking while his left hand formed a claw that instantly seized Wang Xiaohu's elbow joint. With a sudden drop of his body, he leveraged the force against Wang Xiaohu 8 Extreme's fist. Earthly cannon. Bang. The two forces collided, producing a muffled explosion that echoed through the air. Wang Xiaohu was sent staggering back 3 steps, shock evident in his eyes. You know 8 Extreme's fist too. Yang Qi merely smiled, refraining from a verbal response. He then lunged forward, his form akin to a tiger bursting from its cage, executing a ferocious shoulder charge against his opponent. Wang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and braced himself, crossing his arms to block, but was met with an overwhelming force that sent him flying. However, his combat experience was vast. Mid-air, he twisted his waist, using one hand to catch himself, rolling to stabilize his form. With a shout, he charged once more. 8 Extreme's fist. King of Hell's 3-point strike. Fist, elbow, knee. An unrelenting barrage targeted Yang Qi's vital points. Unfazed, Yang Qi's movements were fluid and serpentine, evading each attack with precision while countering with a crushing punch that struck Wang Xiaohu's shoulder. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Xiaohu retreated once more, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He fixed his gaze on Yang Qi, gritting his teeth. Your 8 Extreme's fist is purer than mine. Yang Qi stood firmly, calmly saying, I concede. Wang Xiaohu took a deep breath and suddenly cupped his fist in salute, exclaiming, I have lost. But I wish to know, from whom did you inherit your Baji Quan? Yang Qi extended his hand to help him up, smiling as he replied, I have dabbled, merely possessing a superficial understanding. Wang Xiaohu shook his head with a wry smile, retorting, You call that a superficial understanding? After 20 years of practice, I'm still no match for your casual moves. The audience erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the renowned heir of Baji Quan, celebrated for its ferocity, would suffer such a complete defeat in direct confrontation. Meanwhile, a piercing scream echoed from the adjacent arena. Yang Qi turned to see Qin Jun's opponent. Bloodied and staggering, collapsed to the ground, while Qin Jun coldly withdrew, casting a chilling gaze towards Yang Qi, his lips barely moving. You're next. The medic rushed onto the scene to attend to the injured, while Yang Qi and Qin Jun exchanged a fiery glance, as if sparks were igniting in the air between them. Chapter 52. The competition concludes, not perfect, yet satisfactory. Yang Qi disregarded Qin Jun, instead focusing on the soldier being carried away, drenched in blood, with an arm grotesquely bent. What did this signify? Was it because it was a competition that he showed no mercy? Yang Qi discerned that Qin Jun possessed ample strength to vanquish his opponent, employing far more effective methods. Yet he chose to strike with such ruthless ferocity. The surrounding officials and soldiers expressed their discontent towards Qin Jun's merciless actions. Particularly, Gao Jichong was perplexed. How could Qin Jun's temperament shift so drastically, exhibiting such brutality as if he no longer regarded his opponent as a comrade? Displeased with this conduct, Gao Jichong, with his discerning eye, could easily perceive that Qin Jun was more than capable of defeating his adversary with ease. After exhaling a deep breath, Gao Jichong signaled for the referee to resume the match. In the final duel, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron, whether it was fate or mere coincidence. The ultimate confrontation was between Yang Qi and Qin Jun standing at the center of the arena, their gazes locked in a silent clash. An undercurrent of lethal intent flowed between them. The referee announced loudly, Finals, begin. With a sinister grin, Qin Jun surged forward like a specter, executing a knife hand strike aimed directly at Yang Qi's throat. The military lethal technique, throat slash. Yang Qi sidestepped, countering with a whip kick aimed at Qin Jun's lower body. But Qin Jun leapt effortlessly out of reach. As he landed, his fingers morphed into claws, viciously lunging towards Yang Qi's heart. Bang! Yang Qi crossed his arms to block, leveraging the impact to retreat a couple of steps, his eyes glinting with cold fire. Is this all you can do? Qin Jun's chilling smile responded. You evade quite swiftly. But how long can you continue? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he lunged again, his fists and feet like a tempest, each strike targeting vital points, clearly intent on causing grave harm. The audience gasped in shock. Has Qin Jun gone mad? Is this a competition or an execution? Be careful, Yang Qi. Long Xiaoan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She understood all too well that Qin Jun's prowess was among the elite in the Wolf Brigade. And at this moment, every move he made was lethal. Gao Jichong's expression darkened, almost compelling him to rise and halt the match, yet he remained still. On the field, Yang Qi continued to nimbly evade Qin Jun's assaults, but his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Qin Jun's anger flared. Is evasion all you can do? Useless. Suddenly, Yang Qi halted, calmly stating, I shall indulge you. In the next instant, bang, bang, bang. Yang Qi darted forward like lightning, delivering 3 consecutive heavy punches to Qin Jun's chest. Qin Jun let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In disbelief, he looked up, only to find Yang Qi advancing once more, Iron Mountainly. Boom. Qin Jun was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, struggling helplessly to rise. Silence enveloped the arena before erupting into thunderous applause. The referee promptly approached, confirming Qin Jun's inability to continue, and announced loudly, the match is over. The victor, Yang Qi. As the crowd erupted in rapturous applause, Yang Qi merely turned calmly, preparing to exit the stage. At that moment, chaos erupted. Die. Qin Jun suddenly sprang to his feet, drawing a dagger from his boot and lunging wildly at Yang Qi's back. Watch out, Long Shaoan exclaimed in alarm. In a split second, as if sensing danger, Yang Qi deftly sidestepped, the blade barely grazing his sleeve. He seized Qin Jun's wrist and twisted it forcefully, crack. Ah! Qin Jun screamed in agony as the dagger clattered to the ground. Yang Qi delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. If you can't handle defeat, spare us the disgrace. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Gao Jichong slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Seize Qin Jun. Military tribunal awaits. Several military policemen rushed onto the scene, dragging the snarling Qin Jun away. Yang Qi picked up the fallen dagger and handed it to the referee. Long Shaoan exhaled deeply, pride shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the sidelines, Vice Captain Li tightened his grip on his service pistol, murmuring, This new captain, ruthless and formidable. Gao Jichong's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that a mere contest would unveil such turmoil. The awards ceremony was supposed to follow the competition, but Qin Jun had marred the proceedings. He had resolved to deal with Qin Jun severely, considering expulsion from the military. Gao Jichong took the microphone, stating, The joint army competition concludes here. Although an unpleasant incident occurred, I will address it sternly. We shall now present honors to the soldiers who achieved remarkable results in various events. Minutes later, all soldiers donned their formal uniforms, standing proudly. The top 3 competitors had received their deserved accolades, yet curiosity brewed as Yang Qi's name was conspicuously absent. In that moment, Gao Jichong took a deep breath and announced, Next, we honor the soldier who has achieved the highest results and honors in the history of our army. From the 86749 unit, Rookie Yang Qi. He has shattered 3 historical records and claimed 3 first-place victories in this joint competition. This is an extraordinary honor. Let us applaud. As applause erupted, Yang Qi, catching Long Shaoyan's gaze from afar, adjusted his attire and ascended the stage in a running posture. Salute. You did well, kid. Gao Jichong remarked before continuing into the microphone, by decision of the military district. Comrade Yang Qi is awarded 2 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit for breaking 3 historical records. He is also promoted to the rank of major. To report to military school in a year. Gasps filled the air. First-class merit. Not just first class, but a promotion to major. Did you all notice? What do you mean? Yang Qi is a rookie this year. He can't be over 20 yet, and he's already a major. Realization dawned upon the crowd, comprehending the sheer magnitude of his accomplishments. Captain Long. As Long Shaoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration, Vice Captain Li approached her. I arrived here under the command of the brigade commander. Once the battalion commander concludes the promotion ceremony, I will proceed to obtain my firearm permit, with the weapon already in my possession. At this moment, Long Shaoan shifted her gaze back to Yang Qi. Gao Jichong approached Yang Qi, scrutinizing him with evident satisfaction. Before carefully removing his insignia and placing it on a nearby tray, he then retrieved a set of pristine insignia, exclaiming, A fine pair. After adorning Yang Qi with the new insignia, Gao Jichong remarked, Very good, very good. You appear much more spirited now. Yang Qi saluted and replied, Thank you, Commander. This is what you deserve. Gao Jichong then directly pinned 2 first-class merit badges and 1 second-class merit badge onto Yang Qi's chest, returning the salute. Following Yang Qi's response, Gao Jichong addressed the assembly through the microphone, declaring, This military competition has concluded successfully. A resounding affirmation echoed from the thousands of soldiers present. Before departing, Gao Jichong said to Yang Qi, I eagerly anticipate your future. You must enhance your studies in command. Yes, Commander. With that, Yang Qi turned and ran towards Long Shaoan, who stood at a distance, immediately enveloping her in a warm embrace. Chapter 53. The journey home as Dragon Shaoan gently draped her arm around her companion. She nestled quietly against him, After a brief moment, she spoke. All right, my comrade, or may I? If you hold me any longer, it will lead to an awkward situation. Who would dare? They are merely envious of my wife's virtues. This was Deputy Camp Commander Lee from the Guard Battalion, who had come to deliver a firearm and the corresponding permit to Yang Chi. Yang Chi glanced at the man standing behind him. He too was an May. Possessing a resolute countenance, slightly tanned skin, and a physique that exuded formidable strength, reminiscent of a Special Forces soldier. Hello, Deputy Camp Commander Lee. Greetings, Commander. Commander? Dragon Shaoyan promptly clarified. The brigade commander has assigned you the position of the Guard Battalion commander, but when the Wolf Warriors require your presence, you must respond. After your leave, you will return to the company, attend military school in a year, and then report back. With everything laid out clearly, she added. This is all thanks to my wife, right? Indeed. Just consider my identity, Deputy Camp Commander Lee interjected aptly. Commander, your firearm permit still requires a stamp. As your final position remains uncertain, it is all set now. Then I appreciate your assistance. It is no trouble, Commander. The trio proceeded towards the military headquarters, where Yang Chi posed a question. If I choose not to go, the commander's position should rightfully belong to you. Do you harbor no other thoughts? Deputy Camp Commander Lee replied candidly, I have faith in the brigade commander's judgment, especially now that I have witnessed her capabilities firsthand. I am convinced. After a penetrating glance at Yang Chi, he continued, Commander, I will go inside to get your stamp. You and Captain Long may wait for me outside. Go ahead. I appreciate it. Dragon Shaoyan smiled. So, how does it feel? Quite impressive. Isn't it? Indeed, the brigade commander's judgment is truly commendable. Logically speaking, when someone is suddenly parachuted in to replace another, the displaced individual would typically harbor resentment or discontent. However, Deputy Camp Commander Lee exhibited none of these sentiments. Rather, he was remarkably forthright, a commendable soldier. Commander, here are your documents and firearm. I must return to deliver items to Yang Chi, Deputy Camp Commander Lee said, turning to leave. Why not stay for a meal before you depart? Leaving like this makes it seem as though I lack social grace. Regrettably, Commander, we are the Guard Battalion. Once the mission concludes, I must return, Deputy Camp Commander Lee replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Yet, this was indeed the reality. The duty of the Guard Battalion, whether at the regiment, brigade, or division level, was to ensure the safety of their respective leaders. With the commander absent, and his deputy not present, any issues that arose would be untenable. All right, my dear, the Guard Battalion cannot function without oversight. Thank you for your diligence. Deputy Camp Commander Lee, Dragon Shaoyan remarked, patting Yang Chi on the shoulder. Fine then. Once I report back, I shall treat you to a meal. That is agreeable, Commander. Until we meet again. After exchanging courteous farewells, Deputy Camp Commander Lee departed. Quite splendid. Let us go, my wife. It is time for us to return home. With no hindrances whatsoever, Yang Chi's leave was promptly approved. He shouldered his backpack, which primarily contained belongings brought by Long Shaoyan. It was not much, a set of casual attire, while Yang Chi had entrusted his luggage to a fellow soldier also participating in the 702nd Group S competition. The dashing young man with the second strap of his uniform and the charming young woman with her own matching strap strolled out of the military district into the city, undeniably drawing attention. Yang Chi insisted on not changing clothes, wishing to accompany Long Shaoyan to purchase a set of couple's outfits, to which she readily agreed. Hailing a taxi, they made their way to the city center, disembarking and heading directly towards their destination, a Nike specialty store. What color do you prefer, my dear? Yang Chi inquired. Me? Perhaps pink, Long Shaoyan replied, glancing at a pink sports outfit displayed on a mannequin nearby. Hello, could you please fetch us a set of white and pink sportswear? And we'll need shoes as well. Certainly, ladies, responded the sales staff, captivated by the attractive couple. They couldn't help but wonder why they lacked such dashing partners. Charge it, Yang Chi declared, admiring their reflection in the mirror. He was thoroughly pleased with their matching outfits and produced his bank card to complete the purchase. At last, his 5 million had found a worthy cause. Long Shaoyan neatly folded her military uniform and placed it alongside his in the backpack, which also contained 3 of his military medals. Their sidearms and identification were securely on their persons, not to be stowed away in the bag. As they exited the store, Yang Chi eagerly took Long Shaoyan's hand, exclaiming, It's truly a relief. I can finally be affectionate with my wife without reservation. With that, he leaned in and kissed her gently. Long Shaoyan reciprocated the kiss, lifting her head to meet him. To his surprise, Long Shaoyan herself had been holding back for quite some time. Mommy, are brother and sister kissing? A little child asked. Sweetheart, you mustn't stare, the child's mother replied, blushing as she hurried her child away. Enough, dear husband. Long Shaoan playfully pushed Yang Qi away, observing the blush on her cheeks and her shy demeanor. Yang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was indeed his wife. My love, what do you think I should buy as a gift for my parents? She inquired as they walked hand in hand. You are the most precious gift I could bring home, he declared sincerely. Well, seeing as you are rather rough around the edges, let's visit a jewelry store, she suggested. Of course, I shall heed my wife's wishes, he replied enthusiastically. Upon entering a reputable jewelry store, Long Shaoan made a beeline for the bangle display. Hello, could you please show me this bangle? She asked, her delicate fingers gently tapping on the glass counter as she scrutinized the gold pieces within. This solid bangle featuring a dragon and phoenix design would be perfect for my mother. She pointed to one weighing approximately 30 grams, addressing the sales staff. Could you please take it out for me to examine? With gold prices around 85 yuan per gram in the year 2000. The bangle was valued at over 2,000 yuan, making it quite a lavish gift at that time. Long Shaoan meticulously inspected the craftsmanship of the bangle, nodding in satisfaction. Turning her attention to the men's accessories section, she remarked, this square gold medal would be perfect for my uncle, weighing around 20 grams. It is both elegant and understated. While Long Shaoan was meticulously selecting her gifts, Yang Qi's gaze was captivated by a delicate chain. A small safety lock dangled from it, inscribed with the words "A lifetime of peace." He discreetly signaled to the salesperson, gesturing towards the chain. Wrap it up, and do not let my wife see. Yang Qi whispered, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As Long Shaoan finalized her choice and prepared to pay, Yang Qi swiftly stepped forward, handing his bank card to the salesperson. Charge it to my card. No, Long Shaoyun exclaimed, firmly pressing down on the salesperson's hand, her eyes wide with surprise. This is my first opportunity to express my in-laws' sentiments. I must pay for it myself. Yang Qi scratched his head, but no buts, Long Shaoan declared resolutely, retrieving her wallet only to discover that her cash amounted to a little over 2,000, which was insufficient. She promptly pulled out her bank card and handed it over. The salesgirl stifled a giggle, quietly slipping the beautifully wrapped small box into Yang Qi's hands. After the transaction was complete, Yang Qi suddenly wrapped his arms around Long Shaoan from behind. Darling, I have a gift for you as well. What? Long Shaoan turned in surprise, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the small box. Yang Qi lovingly fastened a delicate chain around her neck, the safety lock resting gracefully between her exquisite collarbones, shimmering under the lights. When did you? Long Shaoan touched the lock, her voice wavering with emotion. Chapter 54. Eagle Eye. While you were engrossed in selecting gifts, Yang Qi gently remarked, the inscription here conveys precisely what I wish to express to you. Long Shaoan, her cheeks flushed, playfully struck him, always resorting to tricks. Yet her hand tightly clutched the small lock pendant, reluctant to release it. However, once we return to the army, I won't be able to wear it. It's all right. Even if it's not worn, it can be kept in the bag. After retrieving the bank card, Long Shaoan pulled Yang Qi along. Upon arriving at the train station, Yang Qi glanced up at the signboard, momentarily unable to locate a direct train to Anning City. Approaching the military personnel entrance, Yang Qi presented his officer's ID and inquired, Excuse me, is there no direct train to Anning? Please hold on. Let me check, the ticket clerk said, tapping on the computer. Indeed, there are no direct trains. You will need to take a train to Liqing first and then transfer to reach Anning City. Liqing? It can't be the one I'm thinking of, can it? How long does it take to get to Liqing? 9 hours. Please give me 2 sleeper tickets. How much is that? 360. After retrieving his wallet, Yang Qi handed over the money. With the tickets in hand, he turned to Long Shaoan and said, My dear, we need to reach Liqing first, then transfer to get to my home. It's fine, as long as I'm with you. Yet, Yang Qi appeared somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of whether this Liqing was indeed the one he feared. Noticing Yang Qi lost in thought and nearly missing a step, Long Shaoan asked, Honey, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating a talented individual in Liqing, pondering whether to enlist their help to earn some money. With 5 million still in his bank account, a sum from the year 2000, it was indeed a considerable fortune, enough to start a business. Oh, this talent is a woman, isn't she? How did you know, my dear? How could I not? Your face is a tapestry of turmoil and unspoken concerns. It's quite evident. Long Shaoyun rolled her eyes. After all, she was the captain of the Wolf Warriors, and her intellect was certainly not to be underestimated. So you fear I might misunderstand or overthink it? Because that woman is quite beautiful? Is it any wonder you are my wife? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you exceptionally astute. Enough of that. I possess ample capacity for tolerance. If she can assist you, what do I have to be concerned about? With that, Long Xiaoyan further inquired, but darling, are you truly intent on making money? Why not seize opportunities to earn? We both serve in the military, and if I don't strategize for our financial future, how can I ensure your happiness? There's a saying, money isn't everything. But a lack thereof is utterly debilitating. After a moment of contemplation, Long Xiaoyan replied, I support you, my love, but we must never engage in unlawful activities. Rest assured. How could I possibly break the law? I cherish our integrity. That's good. Go forth and pursue your endeavors. Once their conversation concluded, the two boarded their designated carriage. Upon opening the door, they beheld their sleeping quarters. How delightful it was to have a room with 2 sleeping berths and no one else around. After surveying the surroundings, Yang Qi remarked, the environment is quite pleasant. Indeed, it is rare to find such a tidy train. Yang Qi placed his luggage on the bedside and said, let us rest for a while. We can go out for dinner later. By the time we wake up, we will have arrived at our destination. Having said that, Long Xiaoyan rose and walked towards Yang Qi. Seriously, my dear, this bed isn't large enough for 2. Yang Qi teased with a smirk, observing his clingy wife. What are you thinking? I merely wish to lean against you, she replied, not waiting for Yang Qi's reaction before reclining on his bed and resting her head on his shoulder. As he gazed at the slumbering beauty with her eyes gently closed, Yang Qi leaned down to kiss her. However, he underestimated Long Xiaoyan's affection for him. She swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck and initiated a passionate kiss that lasted for 10 blissful minutes. After parting, Long Xiaoyan gazed at him with sultry eyes filled with emotion, fixating on the man who would accompany her for a lifetime. When Yang Qi had previously mentioned he was seeking a beautiful woman, she had felt a pang of anxiety, yet she chose to trust her husband. Sensing a mischievous hand at play, Long Xiaoyan frowned and said playfully, what are you up to? With a cheeky grin, Yang Qi replied, my wife. I will never tire of you. After a while, noticing that Long Xiaoyan had succumbed to a rhythmic breathing pattern, Yang Qi gently pulled the blanket over her, adjusting his position slightly to ensure her head rested comfortably. He too remained awake, closing his eyes to review his system rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving first-class merit for the first time. Applause, applause, reward. Skill enhancement card X1 can elevate any skill by 1 level, up to master level. Congratulations, host, for achieving first-class merit. Reward, proficient tactical skills, enables better strategic planning in combat. Congratulations, host, for receiving second-class merit for the first time. Reward, mastery skill enhancement card, can elevate any skill to mastery level. Congratulations, host, for securing first place in the army shooting competition. Reward, 10 to all attributes. Congratulations, host, for winning first place in the combat competition. Reward, Eagle Eye. Host's current profile is as follows. Yang Qi, title, married man, major. Battalion commander of the brigade security unit. Strength, 46, brute force. Speed, 45, wind speed. Reaction, 73, environmental awareness. Mental strength, 29, meditation. Skills, master level combat skills, expert level marksmanship. Environmental awareness, proficient vehicle maneuvering, proficient tactics, meditation, eagle eye, brute force, wind speed. Items, 5 million, skill enhancement card X1, mastery skill enhancement card X1. Upon opening the system, a flurry of notifications erupted, and one could not deny the exhilarating sensation it brought. Turning to gaze out the window, Yang Qi noticed his own eyes reflecting a faint golden light in the glass. So this is the eagle eye, through the glass. He could discern the features of pedestrians approximately a kilometer away from the train. After conducting a series of tests, he found he could not provide an accurate conclusion. However, it appeared the visual range extended at least 10 kilometers. Note, the eagle's vision can extend up to 36 kilometers, just for your reference. Impressive. Subsequently, Yang Qi experienced the profound mastery of advanced tactics. Individual tactics, squad tactics, offensive tactics, defensive tactics, and cooperative tactics among different units. Unfortunately, it did not encompass command level or operational level strategies. However, even the mastery of tactics proved immensely beneficial, enabling him to discern when to employ individual actions and when to collaborate, allowing his mind to make timely judgments. Coupled with his extraordinary reflexes and mental fortitude, he could make decisions with remarkable speed, which is indeed a facet of combat command. He decided to retain both skill cards for now, as there were no suitable skills to employ at the moment. As for enhancing his master-level marksmanship to grandmaster level, he had contemplated it, yet deemed it unnecessary for the time being. He would keep it for potential future needs. Darling, how long have I been asleep? A drowsy Long Shaoan inquired, gently rubbing her eyes. About 2 hours. It's time to wash your face, and then we shall go for a meal, Yang Qi replied, glancing at the time. All right. Chapter 55, The Return of Rong Jin. Uncertain whether it was merely a figment of Yang Qi's imagination, he consistently sensed that Xiao Yun, upon awakening, spoke in a delightful, dazed manner that was utterly charming. As Long Shaoan sat up, she had never experienced such profound comfort in sleep. Wondering if it was indeed her husband's allure that allowed her to succumb to such deep slumber without a trace of apprehension. After freshening up, Xiao Yun grasped Yang Qi's hand and declared, "Let us go for a meal." As they exited their room, they ambled toward the restaurant located at the rear of the vehicle. Yang Qi secured his bag on his back, mindful that his military honors were safely contained within. Passing by the crossway of the carriage, Yang Qi noticed several plainclothes police officers. Their vigilant demeanor and the glint of metal peeking from beneath their coats revealed their true identity. Ordinary passers-by would not exhibit such alertness or wariness. While Yang Qi shielded Long Shaoan as they navigated past the carriage, a pedestrian unexpectedly staggered into the lane. Yang Qi found it amusing. How audacious could these thieves be to act so brazenly in his presence? Just as the individual reached toward Xiao Yun's waist with a blade, Yang Qi swiftly intervened, wrapping his arm around the would-be thief's waist and, with lightning speed, seized the assailant's arm. "Ah, that hurts. Let go. What are you doing?" the thief cried out. Yang Qi exerted pressure, aware that he possessed the strength to shatter the man's arm should he desire. "What were you thinking? Attempting to steal from my wife right before my eyes?" Two plainclothes officers approached, presenting their credentials. "We are police officers. May we take this thief into custody?" Yang Qi nodded slightly and released his grip, though the thief, audaciously, attempted to push past the officers and flee, only to be swiftly subdued by two more officers who emerged from the shadows. A total of 6 officers in one carriage seemed excessively indulgent towards these thieves. Observing the additional officers passing by, Yang Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Pardon the disturbance. We are left with no choice. The recent surge in thievery has become rather rampant, and we are preparing for a crackdown, one officer remarked, glancing at Yang Qi. However, your skills are quite impressive. Noticing the skepticism and caution in the officer's gaze, Yang Qi chuckled. Both of us have served in the military. He then glanced at the still fuming Long Shaoan. All right. My dear, do not be upset. He nearly touched the garment you purchased for me. He deserved to be shot on sight. Though Long Shaoyan's words were merely a jest, and she harbored no intention of harming the thief, they nonetheless instilled considerable fear in the onlookers. The officers were unaware, but Yang Qi was acutely aware that his wife was indeed armed. "Ah, my dear wife, there is no need for such anger," he said, glancing at the police officers. "I apologize. My wife loves me dearly," and her words stem from frustration. "This matter does not concern us, and we shall be on our way to breakfast." The officers stepped aside, and as the couple departed, one policeman, restraining the thief, remarked, "Lu, this female soldier has quite the terrifying temper. I feel somewhat sorry for that young man. He was nearly met with a dire fate over a garment purchased by your husband. I have never encountered such a temperament before. What nonsense are you spouting? Keep a close watch on this fellow. Once we reach Liqing, he is to be taken back." Lu commanded. "Yes, Captain Lu." Meanwhile, Yang Qi was soothing his wife. "Do not fret, my dear. Pickpockets on trains and thieves at stations have become all too common these days. Their audacity is truly astonishing." Yang Qi smiled but remained silent, pondering how his wife would react if she learned that the individual he intended to recruit was not merely a thief, but the mastermind of a gang. After enjoying breakfast, the couple retreated to their room for a brief intimate moment before succumbing to slumber. In this era devoid of video entertainment, it was unreasonable to chatter endlessly throughout the night. The following morning, as dawn broke outside, an announcement echoed through the train. "Liqing is approaching. Passengers disembarking should prepare and ensure they have their belongings. The station is bustling with activity. Please be vigilant against pickpockets." Upon disembarking, they spotted the same officers alongside the thief, evidently all from Liqing. "Let us first seek out a hotel, and then we shall meet that individual," Yang Qi said, stifling a yawn. "I shall follow your lead." They secured accommodations at the finest hotel nearby, after which Long Shaoan promptly headed to the bathroom for a shower. Yang Qi reclined on the bed, contemplating his plans to purchase a mobile phone before meeting the woman. Such a waste of talent. As for the adversary's weaknesses, I shall ensure they are dealt with accordingly. I truly do not believe that person would dare obstruct my path. In Anning City, at Yang Chi's residence, as the morning sun poured into the courtyard, the air outside buzzed with the lively sounds of drums and firecrackers. The crackling of fireworks sent red paper remnants swirling through the air, prompting neighbors to peek out in curiosity. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps echoed at the door, accompanied by the booming voice of Director Wang from the neighborhood committee. Teacher Liu, open the door quickly. A momentous occasion awaits. Liu was in the kitchen preparing breakfast when she heard the commotion. Wiping her hands, she approached the door, puzzled. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by the spectacle before her. Standing outside were 7 or 8 uniformed officials, led by Zhao Weiguo, the Minister of the Armed Forces in Anning City, and Li Weiman, the Deputy Director of the Veterans Affairs Bureau. Behind them trailed a lively group of performers, complete with drums and a television reporter from the local station. Camera in tow, neighbors gathered around, pointing and whispering, their faces filled with envy. What is going on? Liu questioned, bewildered. Zhao Weiguo stepped forward, his face aglow with joy. Teacher Liu, congratulations. Your son Yang Chi has achieved great merit in the military. We have come on behalf of both the military and the local community to present you with this letter of commendation. As he spoke, he stepped aside, allowing 6 armed police officers to advance with 3 gleaming plaques, prominently inscribed with the title of First-Class Merit Family. The document bears the signatures of the People's Liberation Army Unit 452565 and the People's Government of Anning City. Additionally, there is a designation for the home of second-class merit awardees, also signed by the People's Liberation Army Unit 452565 and the People's Government of Anning City. Liu felt a sudden rush in her mind, her legs weakened, and she nearly lost her balance. First-class merit, 2 awards, and a second-class merit as well. Her lips trembled, and her complexion turned pale in an instant. The accolades of the military carry immense weight, particularly the first-class merit, which is almost equivalent to a life-risking sacrifice. She was aware that the third-class merit could be received while standing, the second class while lying down, and the first class was awarded to family members. The sudden arrival of 2 first-class merit plaques led her to the immediate conclusion that something terrible had happened to her son. Is my child? Could it be? Her voice quivered, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Yongjin, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the house and steadied his trembling wife, asking in a grave tone, Comrade leader, where is my son now? Is he still alive? Zhao Weiguo was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, waving his hands dismissively. Oh dear, there has been a misunderstanding. Comrade Yang Chi is safe and sound. These 2 first-class merits were awarded for his outstanding contributions. The specific tasks involved are military secrets that we cannot disclose. But your son is perfectly well and still serving in the army. Chapter 56. Li Xiaoyan. 5 million, aside from enhancing the quality of life for her parents, would primarily support a company focused on the Hope Project and poverty alleviation. Leah finally regained her composure, though tears continued to cascade down her cheeks as she both cried and laughed, patting her chest. You scared me to death. This rascal. Why didn't he give me a heads up before achieving such glory? The odd-looking neighbors expressed their admiration. The old Yang family must have truly struck a rich vein. With a son so accomplished, 2 first-class honors, how long has it been since our city has seen even one? And now, 2 at once. Yang Chi has always been clever. But who knew he would excel so magnificently in the military? Li Weiman stepped forward, presenting a thick envelope with a smile, saying, this is the reward from both the military and the local government, totaling 50,000 yuan, note, in the year 2000. The bonus for a first-class honor typically ranged from 20 to 30,000 yuan, making this amount reasonable considering the 2 honors combined with local subsidies. Additionally, the city has conferred upon Comrade Yang Chi the title of honorary citizen. Should your family encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Liu accepted the award, her hands trembling, while Yongjin stood tall, his face beaming with pride. A reporter from the television station hurriedly approached, microphone poised towards Luya. Aunt Lu, how do you feel at this moment? Is there anything you wish to say to your son? Wiping her tears, Luya choked back her emotions as she addressed the camera. Yang Chi, I am so proud of you. Focus on doing well in the military. Do not worry about home. Serve the country diligently. You must not bring shame upon me. The surrounding crowd felt a flush of embarrassment with such military honors. Who would dare suggest that one had not served honorably? Meanwhile, far away in Licity, Yang Chi suddenly sneezed. Who is mentioning me? He rubbed his nose, completely unaware that his hometown was alive with celebration, becoming the focal point of the entire city. Are you all right? Do you think you might be catching a cold? No worries. I think my mom is just missing me, he chuckled. Dude, hurry up and take a shower. Aren't we supposed to meet that woman you fancy? Long Xiaoyan emphasized the word woman with particular intensity. Yang Qi, not one to be drawn into conversation, simply headed off to take a shower. The two, hand in hand, followed Yang Qi to purchase a mobile phone before returning to the station. Darling, is the person you're looking for at the station? Yes, she's a doctor, though it seems a bit beneath her talents. Indeed, Yang Qi aimed to recruit the physician from the train station's medical room, Li Xiaoyan, a woman with a gentle exterior yet a complex inner world, forced by her background to navigate the shades of gray. No ambiguity, single female lead, Long Xiaoyan. She was the mastermind orchestrating a series of unexpected thefts, a strategist whose intelligence and thinking were beyond the ordinary. Then I must meet this person. I've already seen her. Huh. Outside the station, Long Xiaoyan followed Yang Qi's gaze upward, vaguely spotting a woman in a white coat standing before the medical room on the second floor. Lacking Yang Qi's keen eyesight, she could not discern the woman's features clearly. Let us proceed. At the station's medical room, a soft yet slightly husky voice beckoned from within, "Please come in." Upon seeing a couple enter, Li Xiaoyan swiftly formed a judgment in her mind. Clad in Nike sportswear, devoid of a watch, and with only a gold necklace adorning the woman's neck, its size indiscernible, their demeanor suggested they belonged to a distinguished group. While Li Xiaoyan scrutinized the duo, Yang Qi and Long Xiaoyan were equally assessing one another. Their exterior exuded a gentle charm, driven by the quest for her younger brother. Li Xiaoyan had ventured out independently since childhood, enduring numerous hardships and even confronting human traffickers. The age-old adage of an elder sister is akin to a mother resonated with her life's narrative. She had dedicated her early years to her brother, embodying loyalty and resilience, qualities befitting the individual he sought. Conversely, Long Xiaoyan felt an alarm ringing within. Was this not merely a gentle older sister? Could it be that her husband was attempting to introduce him to a new partner? May I inquire if you two have business here? Li Xiaoyan, sensing the scrutiny directed at her, took the initiative to ask. We came for you, or rather, your unexpected presence compelled us to arrive, Yang Qi stated as he motioned for Long Xiaoyan to take a seat after retrieving a chair. He positioned himself by the window and continued, with your intellect and insight, you ought not to be ensnared in a dubious theft ring's machinations. It is a waste of your potential. His words struck a chord with Li Xiaoyan, causing her heart to tighten, yet she maintained her gentle demeanor, replying, I am uncertain of what you are referring to. Uncertainty is inconsequential. Come with me and your brother. I aspire to establish a company and you shall serve as the president, generating revenue while living in the light. Li Xiaoyan, in a moment of spontaneity, declared, where we reside is of little importance. What truly matters is that those we cherish remain unharmed. Her seemingly careless words inadvertently revealed that her brother's well-being was her utmost priority. Yang Qi, unwilling to engage in prolonged deliberation, revealed a firearm and military identification card from beneath his clothing, placing them on the table. Do you believe that fellow, known as Buddha, would dare to confront me? His bravado held a kernel of truth. Should anyone threaten him or Long Xiaoyan, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Li Xiaoyan's phone vibrated sharply, prompting her to glance at the military identification, battalion commander, major. The mere revelation of this information sent tremors through her mind. An impulsive urge surged within her, a voice urging her to accept his proposition. This was her singular opportunity to live in the light with her brother. Suppressing her racing heart, Li Xiaoyan replied, Buddha will not easily permit my departure. Long Xiaoyan, observing from the sidelines, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This woman, Li Xiaoyan, was a thief, a masterful one. Even the mastermind of the gang. A multitude of questions flooded his mind. How could his husband possess knowledge of her? At merely 18, he had enlisted in the military, with no records linking him to leeching. How was he able to pinpoint this individual with such accuracy? You must trust me first. We shall go to the hotel to retrieve your brother, and then I will take you to meet that master to clarify matters. If he possesses any sense, he will wait for the police to apprehend him. If he lacks such sense, we shall ensure that the police keep a vigilant watch on him. Have you recently acquired anything of particular significance? Yes, ocular corneas. Li Xiaoyan was unaware of why she disclosed this so readily. Perhaps she had already succumbed to the persuasive whisper within her heart. Let us proceed. First, resign from your position, then collect your brother, and finally confront that thief's leader. Having successfully resigned, Li Xiaoyan walked alongside Yang Qi, her hands clasped before her, nervously fidgeting. She questioned whether she had been bewitched to trust the other so easily. If things went awry, her brother would surely be in peril. Yet, the mere thought of the other party being armed provided her with a measure of reassurance. She had heard of armed battalion commanders, but had never encountered one. However, she was no fool. The personnel surrounding those leaders were indeed security forces. And as a battalion commander, he could be trusted. As for the authenticity of his credentials, surely the firearm he carried was genuine. And one cannot feign the aura he exuded. Chapter 57. The Buddha in the VIP ward of the cardiac surgery department on the 6th floor of the First People's Hospital of Liqing. 3 individuals pushed open the door to find Li Xiaoyang lying in bed. Li Xiaoyan spoke up. "This is my brother, Li Xiaoyang. He suffers from congenital heart disease and requires surgery, but the costs are prohibitively high. That is why I have been exploited by the Buddha to help him earn money, serving as the brain behind his operations." As she approached the bedside, Li Xiaoyang joyfully exclaimed, "Sister, you're here. Xiaoyang, we will be changing our living situation." "Sister, what has happened?" Seeing the forced smile on Li Xiaoyang's face filled Li Xiaoyan with sorrow. She blamed herself for her inadequacy. Despite the apparent brightness of their situation, they were still being manipulated by others. "It's a good thing. This is Yang Qi. From now on, sister will work under him, and no one will control us anymore." As she spoke, tears welled in the corners of Li Xiaoyan's eyes. Li Xiaoyang, too, could not help but shed tears. His sister always thought he was unaware, but he understood everything. "All right, let us pack up and leave." Though reluctant to interrupt the touching bond between the siblings, Yang Qi felt pressed for time. Wasting even a day seemed a pity. "Yes, I'll go arrange for Xiaoyang's discharge." Li Xiaoyan nodded and exited the room. Li Xiaoyang immediately inquired, "What do you need my sister for?" "I require your sister's capabilities. Rest assured, I will not control you. It is more of a partnership. I provide the funds, and she helps me generate income. I will offer her shares and a salary." He had already calculated that 5 million would surely yield profit. While he might not need the money at present, who could say what the future held? "Thank you," Li Xiaoyang expressed sincerely from his hospital bed. 20 minutes later. Sensing something amiss, Long Xiaoyan voiced her concern. "Darling, is something wrong with Li Xiaoyan?" Indeed, the duration had been excessively long. Yang Qi glanced at his wristwatch. Nearly 20 minutes had passed. "Wife, stay here and keep watch. I will go check." "Okay." A moment later, Yang Qi successfully located Li Xiaoyan, but her situation appeared dire. As he approached, he overheard a man's voice. "Did you think you could escape my control? It seems I have been too lenient with you." With a sudden, furious motion, the man struck Li Xiaoyan across the face, causing her to nearly lose her balance. Yang Qi's expression turned icy. He rushed forward, pulling Li Xiaoyan behind him and glaring at the man with intense anger. "How disgraceful to strike a woman. You lured her away, didn't you?" "Lured? No. I merely offered her a choice to thrive." "You must be the Buddha?" Upon closer inspection, Yang Qi recognized the man as the owner of the watch shop. The true mastermind controlling Li Xiaoyan and others, the Buddha. A mere leader of a gang of thieves. The Buddha could scarcely restrain his expression any longer. With a flick of his right hand, a water-based pen materialized, swiftly thrusting towards Yang Qi's abdomen. "Surprising. Perhaps we have some misunderstanding, wouldn't you agree?" The Buddha held his pose, the absurdity of the situation evident as beads of cold sweat uncontrollably dripped from his forehead. Is a misunderstanding simply a misunderstanding? Could it be too late? Yang Qi's domineering voice rang out, while Li Xiaoyan, even aware of Yang Qi's identity, felt a tremor of unease at the scene before her. Facing the glinting black barrel of a gun, the Buddha's mind stirred with tumultuous waves of panic. What on earth was happening? Why did the other party possess a firearm? "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." As Yang Qi sensed someone approaching, he delivered a kick squarely to the Buddha's abdomen and turned to drag Li Xiaoyan away. He acknowledged his selfishness. The matter was far from over. Li Xiaoyan hurriedly followed Yang Qi, the lingering warmth on her wrist quickening her heartbeat. Stealing a glance at Yang Qi's austere profile, she was swept by a tide of mixed emotions, gratitude, reliance, and an inexplicable flutter in her heart. She had never been protected in such a manner before. Throughout her life, she had borne every burden alone, caring for her brother while confronting the harshness of society, even being coerced into becoming the mastermind of a thieving gang. Yet just moments ago, this man had unhesitatingly shielded her, brandishing a gun at the Buddha, even kicking aside the figure that had once instilled fear in her. For the first time, she felt that perhaps she could truly exist in the light. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the corridor, the Buddha curled on the floor, his abdomen ablaze with pain that left him nearly breathless, cold sweat saturating his back. He glared at the retreating figures of the two, his eyes a tumult of resentment and terror. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed through gritted teeth, his voice trembling out of tune. In that fleeting moment, with the dark muzzle pressed against his forehead, he felt the chilling embrace of death. That fear, he never wished to experience it again. How infuriating! How detestable! Li Xiaoyan had somehow allied with military personnel? Why the military? After decades of life, every action and word from the other party exuded the demeanor of soldiers. Struggling to rise, he clutched his abdomen and staggered away from the hospital, fully aware that he could not let this matter rest. For now, he must bide his time. Yang Qi, realizing he still held Li Xiaoyan's hand, promptly released it and asked in a calm tone, "Have you completed the discharge procedures?" A slight tremor ran through her fingertips as the warmth dissipated, leaving her inexplicably disheartened. However, she quickly composed herself and nodded, "It's all taken care of." Upon returning to the ward, Li Xiaoyang immediately noticed the swelling on his sister's face, his expression shifting drastically. "Sister, what happened to your face?" His gaze swiftly turned to Yang Qi, fury igniting in his eyes. "Did you hit her?" "Xiaoyang." Li Xiaoyan hurriedly pressed down on her brother's shoulder, shaking her head. "It wasn't him, it was the Buddha." She chose not to elaborate, gently stroking her brother's head while managing a faint smile. "Thanks to Mr. Yang. Otherwise things would have been worse." Li Xiaoyang was taken aback, and then, filled with guilt, glanced at Yang Qi. "I'm sorry, It's nothing." Yang Qi waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Li Xiaoyang pressed her lips together, refraining from further inquiries, yet secretly noted this debt in her heart. "Buddha, just wait." Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, I have brought the wheelchair you ordered," a nurse said softly after tapping on the door. "Thank you for your trouble." "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty." In the end, Li Xiaoyan pushed the wheelchair-bound Li Xiaoyang as they departed the hospital alongside Yang Qi and Long Xiaoyan. In the shadows, Buddha cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Li Xiaoyan, even stealing a glance at Yang Qi before leaving. Perceiving the gaze, Yang Qi turned just in time to catch a glimpse of Buddha's retreating figure. It seemed this individual was not prepared to relinquish his pursuit. Chapter 58, The Hope Project. Poverty alleviation. As long as there's enough money. Thinking of the ruthless character in the drama, Yang Qi heightened his vigilance. He was unafraid of overt threats but wary of underhanded tactics, such as accidents involving falling billboards or out-of-control vehicles. He could react quickly alongside Long Xiaoyan. But he worried about Li Xiaoyan and her brother, who might not be as quick on their feet. A sense of urgency gripped him as he considered contacting Guo Pengfei to inform him of the situation regarding the formidable figure. In light of this, he felt it necessary to share information about his fiancée, Yi. Otherwise, this diligent anti-pickpocket officer might find himself in a precarious predicament. The four of them took a taxi to the hotel where they would stay, with train tickets for a direct journey to Anning City scheduled for the following morning. Upon returning to his room, Yang Qi made a phone call home, feeling a sense of responsibility as it was his fiancée's first visit. "Hello, Mom. It's me. Your beloved son," he exclaimed, reclining in a chair by the window, his voice brimming with joy. "I wanted to let you know that my wife and I will be home by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Good. Don't worry, Mom," he assured her before hanging up. Curious about the conversation, Long Xiaoyan, who was perched on the edge of the bed, asked, "What did Mom say?" Yang Qi remained silent until Long Xiaoyan leaned in and kissed him, prompting him to smile and reply. "Mom told me to take good care of you and not to lose you." "Ha ha ha. I think you're asking for trouble," she teased as she playfully captured him in the limited space, sitting atop him and tugging at his face. "Stop pulling. If you keep that up, my handsome face will become deformed." He laughed, reaching to tickle her side, causing her to squirm and nearly slip off his lap. "Oh no," she exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing her body close to his. Seizing the moment, Yang Qi rolled over, pinning her against the sofa by the window. A mischievous grin on his face. "Caught you. Now who is asking for trouble?" With a slight blush on her cheeks, Long Xiaoyan defiantly glared at him. "Major, you're overstepping your bounds." "Oh, what does Captain Long intend to do to punish me?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow and lowering his voice as he leaned closer to her ear. Her heart skipped a beat at his warm breath brushing against her skin, yet she retorted, "Punish you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Qi leaned down and captured her lips with his own. The kiss was gentle yet lingering, infused with a playful teasing and an abundance of affection. Long Xiaoyun initially attempted to resist, but soon succumbed, her fingers instinctively clutching his collar. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Qi finally pulled away slightly, gazing at her flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes, unable to suppress a chuckle. Captain Long, your combat skills seem rather lacking. Yang Qi, Long Xiaoyun exclaimed in mock indignation, playfully hitting him, only to be enveloped in his embrace. The two nestled together on the sofa, content to simply be in each other's presence. Long Xiaoyun nestled against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of peace washed over her. Yang Qi gently caressed her silky hair, his fingertips entwining in her tresses, and softly inquired, "Are you tired?" "Mm." She replied vaguely, akin to a languid feline, nuzzling deeper into his embrace. Yang Qi chuckled softly, leaning down to place a kiss atop her head. "Take a nap. I'll wake you when the time comes." Dragon Xiaoyun fell silent, simply closing her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. In that moment, there were no military accolades. No pressing missions, only the tranquility and happiness that belonged solely to them. Yang Qi retrieved his phone to send a text to Li Xiaoyan next door, and soon received a reply. He gently laid the slumbering Long Xiaoyan on the bed and approached the window to dial the number from the message. Beep. It was only when the call connected that Yang Qi exhaled in relief, grateful that the other party's phone was operational. How could such a prominent officer be in arrears? "Hello? Is this?" After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Yang Qi sensed a certain heaviness in the tone. Understandable, given the tumultuous events they had all endured. "Hello, are you Guo Pengfei?" Yang Qi cautiously inquired. "I am. Who are you?" "Hello, Officer Guo. My name is Yang Qi. You don't know me, but what I'm about to tell you is of utmost importance." Without waiting for a response, Yang Qi continued. "Your fiancé has acquired a fiancé, the very doctor who lost the corneas. Moreover, the corneas in question are currently in the possession of the owner of the watch shop at the bus station. He is the leader of a gang that employs accidents for theft. Do you understand?" "Why, yes. I understand. Who exactly are you?" The shock evident in Guo Pengfei's voice, he was astounded that Yang Qi possessed such critical information he desperately needed to process and verify. As a police officer, his sense of duty surged forth. The gang's issue took precedence over personal matters concerning his fiancée. Yet, Yang Qi had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Despite their shared background, he yearned to step out for a meal. He couldn't very well explain that he had abducted their gang strategist or claim he had witnessed such a drama unfold. "Officer Guo, I cannot divulge my identity, but I assure you I harbor no ill intentions. I am affiliated with the military, and I share this information to alleviate a potential hassle. The rest is for you to verify. Hello? Hello." Upon concluding his statement, Yang Qi abruptly ended the call, disregarding the frantic voice on the other end. "Ugh, husband, you're so noisy." A soft, melodic voice drifted from behind him. Turning around, he beheld his beautiful wife, still drowsy and disoriented. "Apologies, my dear, did I disturb you? Are you hungry?" He pondered whether this trait was hereditary or simply her natural demeanor. He had an inkling he would become a pushover at home. "I'm hungry quickly. Get up and freshen up. Let us go out for a meal. I'll call Sister Xiaoyan." The once groggy Long Xiaoyun, with a playful pout, declared, "I'll go call Sister Xiaoyan." Yang Qi, who dared not utter a word in defiance, planted a reluctant kiss on Long Xiaoyun's face before stepping out. Long Xiaoyan is certainly not the jealous type. Absolutely not. Well, perhaps not. As for whether Guo Pengfei might alter the narrative or come to terms with things prematurely, that is of no concern to our male protagonist. Such a woman is simply not worth it. If life were but as it first appeared, why lament the autumn winds that mournfully caress the painted fan? Sigh. 10 minutes later, in the hotel restaurant, the four of them were seated around the dining table, partaking in dinner, with only the intermittent sound of chewing breaking the silence. Yang Qi relished this ambience, where one dined without conversation, savoring the meal in silence. Chatting seemed utterly tedious. After finishing their meal, the group remained seated, and it was Li Xiaoyan who first shattered the stillness. "Yang Qi, I still do not know what you need me to do." Upon hearing this, both Long Xiaoyan and Li Xiaoyan turned their gaze towards Yang Qi. "What to do?" "Start a company, of course. The question is, what kind of company?" "A startup fund of 5 million, neither too much nor too little. In the year 2000, what avenues exist for making money?" Chapter 59. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Yang Qi sat in his seat, his mind swirling with memories as he sought the optimal solution. After a brief moment, he surrendered, realizing that throughout his previous life, he had been engrossed in a battle of wits with drug traffickers, completely neglecting such matters. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Well, I don't really know. Anyway, with the startup fund of 3 million, how to operate it and what to do, I trust your judgment." In that moment, he felt utterly useless, as if he had squandered his life. The three others involuntarily twitched their faces, collectively thinking, "So, big brother, you really know nothing? Just invest the money." Li Xiaoyan felt immense gratitude towards Yang Qi. His trust in her would not go unfulfilled. Li Xiaoyan regarded Yang Qi with a strange look, wondering if he was perhaps interested in his sister. But that didn't seem right. After all, didn't he have a wife? So, was it truly his sister's talent that captivated him? Only Long Xiaoyan pondered the crucial point. Where did Yang Qi acquire such a sum? This was 3 million. Not 300. Could a mere 18-year-old college freshman possess such wealth? Long Xiaoyan had thoroughly investigated Yang Qi's background. He came from an ordinary, well-off family. Coupled with the seemingly prophetic discovery of Li Xiaoyan and this 3 million, she was determined to interrogate Yang Qi tonight. Her curiosity was insatiable. Upon returning to her room, Long Xiaoyan abruptly slammed the door, causing a sound that reached Yang Qi's ears with alarming clarity. "Ouch. Honey, I was wrong." "Oh, you were wrong? Then tell me. Where did you err?" She retorted. "What did I say? I hate your father." Anning City, Yang family Achu. Yang's father rubbed his nose, thinking that his wife surely missed him. He couldn't wait to finish work and return home. Back at the hotel, Yang Qi declared resolutely, "Wife, I'm not in the wrong." "Not in the wrong? Then explain to me, where did you get this money?" Long Xiaoyan, who seemed fierce, was on the verge of tears. No matter how she thought about it, something felt off. Eventually, she even arrived at a nearly despairing conclusion. What if this money came from an overseas organization and her husband was a spy? Noticing the redness in Long Xiaoyan's eyes and the tremor in her voice, Yang Qi realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly pulled her into his embrace, gently stroking her back, and softly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so upset?" Long Xiaoyan clutched his shirt, looked up at him, her voice laced with suppressed anxiety. "Yang Qi, please tell me honestly, where did this 3 million come from?" She paused, biting her lip, finally voicing her terrifying suspicion. You wouldn't be. Wouldn't be what?" Yang Qi was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, unable to help but pinch her cheek. "Hey, Long Xiaoyan, what is going on in that head of yours? You aren't thinking I'm a spy, are you?" Long Xiaoyan remained silent, yet her gaze tacitly acquiesced. "Oh dear, my foolish wife." Yang Qi burst into laughter, cradling her face and planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. "Do you not realize that I am a principled major in the People's Liberation Army, with 2 first-class awards under my belt? How could I possibly engage in such acts? But what about the money?" Yang Qi sighed, guiding her to sit at the edge of the bed, adopting an earnest demeanor. "In truth, this money is what I have saved over the years." "Saved?" Long Xiaoyan widened her eyes in disbelief. "Your parents' combined monthly salary barely exceeds 1,000. How could you amass 3 million? Please, let me finish." Yang Qi scratched his head, explaining, "I have had a habit since childhood of never touching my red envelope money or pocket money, but saving it all. Later, in high school, I stumbled upon an article about the stock market in the newspaper and secretly began to study it for a while." "So, you made this from stock trading?" Long Xiaoyan regarded him with skepticism. "Yes, but that is not the entirety of it." Yang Qi chuckled. "I was fortunate. During my second year of high school, I coincidentally encountered a surge in tech stocks and invested all my saved tens of thousands, resulting in returns that multiplied several times. Subsequently, I purchased a few promising stocks, and with compound interest, my wealth grew until it reached this amount." Long Xiaoyan furrowed her brow. "But you were only 18. How could you open a stock trading account as a minor?" "Well, that is a bit complicated." Yang Qi chuckled awkwardly. "I used my father's ID. He typically does not monitor these matters, so I operated discreetly." Noticing Long Xiaoyan's lingering skepticism, Yang Qi promptly pulled out his phone, retrieving the bank's transaction records. "Look. These are all legitimate transfer records from a securities account, with each transaction's flow clearly documented, entirely lawful." Long Xiaoyan scrutinized the information and, upon confirming its authenticity, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, her expression quickly shifted to suspicion. "Wait, if you possess such wealth, why did you not disclose it earlier? You even kept it from me?" Yang Qi scratched his nose, chuckling awkwardly. I was merely concerned you might think I was being too boastful. Moreover, money is simply a tool. As long as it suffices, there is no need to flaunt it. Long Shaoan fixed her gaze upon him for a few moments before suddenly pinching his cheek. Yang Qi, if you ever dare to keep secrets from me again. I shall, and what will you do? Yang Qi leaned in with a playful grin. I shall donate all your money to the Hope Project. Long Shaoan declared fiercely. All right, I concede. Yang Qi quickly raised his hands in surrender, pulling her into his embrace and nuzzling her hair while chuckling. From now on, my money is your money. Spend it as you wish. Is that satisfactory? Long Xiaoyun huffed lightly, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a smile. My dear wife, since you mentioned the Hope Project, what if I were to invest this sum for Li Xiaoyan to generate more income, and we could use the proceeds for the Hope Project and poverty alleviation? What do you think? That sounds wonderful. However, dear husband, what inspired you to propose such an idea? Faced with Long Xiaoyun's inquiry, Yang Qi found himself at a loss for words. Be it the next 24 or 25 years, many are engaged in poverty alleviation and the Hope Project. Yet he has witnessed far too many villages still steeped in poverty. A daily diet consisting solely of potatoes for their grandchildren, without a refrigerator or electricity. It is a rarity to acquire a piece of meat, only for it to spoil yet still be consumed, as one cannot bear to finish it in a single meal. Opting instead to take only a morsel at a time. Those in rural areas cannot afford to fall ill, or perhaps they dare not, for the cost of treatment is beyond their means. Children are deprived of educational opportunities, while their parents toil away, often absent for long periods. The elderly left behind struggle to care for themselves, and such families are all too common, especially in the year 2000. Reflecting on this, a pang of sorrow washed over him. In the capacity he could manage, every penny he possessed would be devoted to meaningful endeavors. He would not harbor regrets. He wished to extend a helping hand to families in need. Though he could not save everyone, saving even one is a victory. Teaching one to fish is far more valuable than merely giving them a fish. He envisioned building schools, establishing production lines, or engaging in handicrafts and local specialties, assisting them in marketing their goods. First, the nation, then the family. No one can guarantee that among these children, there may not emerge future world changers like Mr. Qian or Grandpa Yuan. Money is only valuable when it suffices. The rest should be devoted to this cause, though the sum may be modest. He held unwavering faith in Sister Lian's capabilities. Just as the moved Long Shaoan pinched Yang Qi in disbelief. Isn't this all dependent on Li Xiaoyan? Chapter 60. Homeward bound there is no other way. I am in the military, and I lack business acumen. I firmly believe that Sister Xiaoyan would be more than willing. If Yang Qi's intellect were rated at 10, with 5 points designated for academics, 3 for cognitive ability, and 2 for emotional intelligence, then for commerce, it would receive a score of 0. Well, no matter what you choose to do, I shall support you. With that, and under Yang Qi's puzzled gaze, I strode towards my outer garment, retrieving my bank card and presenting it to him. This is the allowance I have accumulated over the years. Along with some pocket money from home, not much, but it amounts to about 200,000. It is all yours. As Yang Qi beheld the bank card I offered, a wave of warmth surged through his heart. He gently grasped my hand, but did not take the card. Instead, he tenderly pushed it back towards me. My dear wife, I appreciate your intentions, but I cannot accept this money. His tone was resolute, yet softened with a hint of affection. I furrowed my brow, poised to protest. But Yang Qi quickly elaborated, I will invest my allowance in the future, but your funds must be preserved. We must consider our future together. Moreover, he winked playfully. If I invest all my wealth, would you not have me completely at your mercy? I would even have to ask you for money to buy a pack of cigarettes. At his words, I paused, my eyes brightening with realization. I had not considered this angle. If Yang Qi were indeed left with nothing, would that not? My lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Additionally, Yang Qi continued to coax. Think about it. If we have children one day, we must save for their education, right? And what if I wish to surprise you with a gift someday? Gradually, my expression softened, and I nodded thoughtfully. You are right. Very well. I consent to your investing your allowance, but I shall keep my funds. Suddenly leaning closer, I squinted at him. However, since you have said this, you must hand over your allowance card for me to manage, all right? Feigning horror, Yang Qi took a step back. No way, my dear wife. Are you attempting to seize complete control over my financial lifeline? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? I placed my hands on my hips, adopting a challenging stance. Of course. I am willing. Yang Qi promptly raised his hands in surrender, a fond smile gracing his face. To be managed by Captain Long is indeed an honor. Satisfied, I let out a playful huff and tucked the bank card away. He remained oblivious to the glimmer of cunning in Yang Chi's eyes. He had long intended to entrust her with financial authority, albeit not in such a manner. By the way, Yang Chi suddenly recalled, once the company is established, I plan to appoint Li Xiaoyan to oversee operations, allowing us to be hands-off. This way, we can fulfill our military duties while helping more people. I nodded in agreement, then unexpectedly pinched Yang Chi's cheek. But you must promise me that you will not conceal anything from me in the future. Understood? At your command, my esteemed wife. Yang Chi exaggeratedly saluted, eliciting a laugh from me. Outside the window, the night deepens, yet the two individuals within the room feel an extraordinary warmth. Unbeknownst to them, this spontaneous decision will profoundly alter the fates of countless souls in the future. In this moment, they merely exchange smiles, their fingers entwined, filled with anticipation for the journey that lies ahead. The following morning, Yang Chi, accompanied by Long Shaoan and others, set off once more for the station. Boarding the train bound for Anning. The clattering of the train exacerbated Long Xiaoyun's already anxious heart. Her expression remained blank, her body tense. As she awkwardly gazed out the window, attempting to relax. Noticing her distress, Yang Chi audaciously leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "My dear wife, are you perhaps feeling afraid?" "Afraid? Me? I would never be scared. You have one more chance to speak properly." Long Shaoan retorted, her eyes narrowing in annoyance, causing Yang Chi to instinctively retract his neck. A soft laugh escaped Long Xiaoyan, lifting her spirits. Sitting across from them, Li Xiaoyan also smiled faintly. Her heart brimming with hope for the future, it would be no exaggeration to proclaim that the future is promising. Several hours later, as the train gradually slowed, Yang Chi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he beheld the place where their dreams had once taken flight. "Yang Chi, I've taken my brother ahead. Once you have some free time, give me a call," Li Xiaoyan said, pushing her visibly excited brother towards Yang Chi. "All right then," Yang Chi replied after a moment's thought. "This gives you both a chance to explore together." "Okay, Shaoan, we shall take our leave now. Please be safe, and if anything arises, call my husband." Li Xiaoyan nodded, guiding her brother away. It was only after they departed the station, leaving Long Shaoan and Yang Chi behind, that Li Xiaoyang voiced his concern, "Sister, do you like Yang Chi?" Li Xiaoyan felt a pang in her heart, but feigned nonchalance as she responded softly, "Xiaoyang, don't speak nonsense. Yang Chi is already married. They have returned this time to register their marriage." The wistfulness in her words pierced Li Xiaoyang, who could clearly see that his sister had developed feelings for Yang Chi. A sudden silence enveloped the siblings as they wandered aimlessly. Neither had ever felt such a carefree and indulgent appreciation for the world outside. Meanwhile, Yang Chi held the visibly hesitant Long Xiaoyun's hand, directing their course toward the place he knew best. "Husband, could you please check if my outfit is appropriate?" Long Shaoan nervously adjusted her clothing, turning to him for reassurance. However, the silence that followed incited her irritation. "What do you mean by keeping your eyes closed? Am I truly so unappealing?" Sensing the palpable tension beside him, Yang Chi swiftly opened his eyes and smiled. "When we arrive at the inn near my home, we can freshen up and change before heading back. After all, it is my homecoming." Long Xiaoyun, who had already extended her hand, retracted it silently, feigning indifference as she nodded in agreement. After a brief moment, as the approaching vehicles drew near, Yang Chi spoke, "Master, please stop at the inn ahead." After settling the fare, the two entered the inn and rented a room for a brief stay. Approximately 10 minutes later, they emerged, both clad in crisp and immaculate military uniforms. "I know you're curious." One changed in the restroom, while the other changed inside the room. The two, exuding an enhanced charisma, instantly attracted the gaze of countless passers-by as they stepped out of the inn. Yang Chi, a major with 2 stripes and 1 star. Alongside Long Xiaoyan, a lieutenant colonel with 2 stripes and 2 stars. "Honey, hold on. I need to buy a few things," Long Xiaoyan exclaimed, spotting a supermarket as she dashed inside, determined to make a good impression on her future in-laws. Following her inside, Yang Chi could only watch in exasperation as his silly wife continued to pile her cart high with items. Eventually, he could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "That's enough, my dear. At this rate, we could open a supermarket when we return. You are already the finest gift I could bring home." He felt overwhelmed, wondering if he would encounter the same scenario when meeting Long Xiaoyan's parents. Ultimately, the two emerged from the store, laden with bags that Long Shaoan had purchased. Their destination, the Yang residence. Chapter 61. A family reunion. As the two individuals approached the street where Yang Chi's home was located, The surrounding neighbors instantly erupted with excitement. Oh my, isn't that Chi-Chi from the old Yang family? Aunt Zhang, the fruit vendor, was the first to recognize Yang Chi, eagerly setting down the scale she had been holding. Goodness, in that military uniform. Has Young Yang become an officer? Uncle Wang from the hardware store exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed to the insignia on Yang Chi's shoulder. Nearby, Grandpa Li, who sold breakfast, squinted and remarked, with those stars, he must surely be an officer. Impossible. Aunt Zhao from the neighboring tailor shop countered. Chi-Chi just joined the army 4 months ago. How could he have risen through the ranks so quickly? Yang Chi smiled and nodded courteously to the neighbors, while Long Shaoan maintained a composed smile. However, the two continued walking towards home without pausing. At that moment, the ever-enthusiastic Aunt Wang, who lived next door, suddenly slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear! I must hurry to inform old Yang." With that, she dashed towards the Yang household. In the yard, Yang Zhun paced nervously, while Luya continuously rearranged the tea table, which she had already cleaned 3 times. "Old Yang, stop fidgeting. You're making me dizzy," Luya complained. "I'm just anxious," Yang Zhun replied, rubbing his hands together. "What do you think our son has brought back with him?" Before he could finish, Aunt Wang burst in with great fervor, shouting, "Old Yang, old Lu, your Chi-Chi has returned, and he brought back a beautiful female officer." "What?" the couple exclaimed in unison, immediately rushing towards the door. As they reached the entrance, they were met with an unforgettable sight. Yang Chi, clad in a crisp military uniform, was holding the hand of Long Shaoan, who was also dressed in military attire. As they approached home, the sunlight bathed them, making the stars on their epaulets gleam. "Mom, Dad," Yang Chi called out from a distance, his voice filled with excitement. Luya's tears instantly flowed as she stumbled forward a few steps and enveloped her son in a warm embrace. "You little rascal. I've missed you so much." Standing nearby, Yang Zhun felt his eyes redden, struggling to hold back tears. He patted his son's shoulder and said, "Well done, my boy. You've made us proud." After releasing his embrace, Yang Chi pulled Long Shaoan closer and proudly introduced, "Dad, Mom, this is your daughter-in-law, Long Shaoan. Isn't she beautiful?" Long Shaoan's cheeks flushed, yet she stood tall, saluting the elders with a formal military gesture. "Hello, Mom and Dad." This heartfelt greeting filled the elderly couple with joy. Luya, brimming with excitement, grasped Long Shaoan's hands and examined her from head to toe. What a lovely daughter-in-law. Truly stunning. Suddenly, Yang Zhun remembered something and quickly pulled Luya toward the house. Wait. Moments later, the pair emerged, each holding a thick red envelope. Luya handed one to Long Shaoan, saying, "Dear, this is your betrothal gift. We had prepared it long ago, never expecting to use it so soon." Yang Zhun also presented his envelope to Long Shaoyan, his smile broadening. Indeed. We thought we would have to wait a year or 2. Feeling somewhat bashful, Long Shaoan accepted the envelopes, saying, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Yang Chi, with a sense of pride, wrapped his arm around his wife's waist and exclaimed, "What did I tell you? My parents would adore you." Leah dabbed at the corner of her eye and suddenly noticed the insignia on her son's shoulder. "Wait a moment, Chi-Chi, is this? Have you become an officer?" Yang Chi and Long Shaoyan exchanged amused glances. "Yes, I'm an officer. Please, sit tight. I'll fetch the camera." Suddenly, Yang Zhun leaped to his feet, hastening to the bedroom in a flurry, one slipper flying off in his haste. Leah shook her head with a resigned smile. At his age, still so impulsive, yet her gaze lingered affectionately on her husband's retreating figure. Before long, Yang Zhun returned, cradling an old Seagull camera as if it were a rare treasure. "I saved for 3 months to buy this. I've been reluctant to use it," he boasted proudly to his son. Yang Chi leaned in for a closer look and couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, how many years has this camera been around? And you still treat it like a gem? You little rascal, what do you know?" Yang Zhun feigned annoyance, then turned to his wife. "Darling, quickly take a picture of our son and me." Leah took the camera, clumsily fiddling with it. "How does this thing work?" "Oh, like this." Yang Zhun stepped closer to guide her, their heads nearly touching. Long Shaoan watched this tender moment, stifling a smile and gently squeezing Yang Chi's hand. At last, Luya raised the camera, and Yang Zhun straightened up beside his son, instinctively adjusting his collar. He reached out to tidy his son's uniform but withdrew halfway. His son's attire was impeccably neat, requiring no adjustments. "Dad, move a bit closer," Yang Chi suggested, leaning towards his father until their shoulders pressed tightly together. Yang Zhun's lips quivered slightly, and his eyes glistened with emotion. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Luya pressed the shutter, and as the flash illuminated the room, Yang Zhun instinctively puffed out his chest, pride radiating from his face. It's my turn, it's my turn. Eagerly, Luya passed the camera to her husband and trotted over to Long Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, come take a picture with Mom. Long Xiaoyan quickly stood up, nervously adjusting her uniform's hem. Luya affectionately linked arms with her daughter-in-law, suddenly noticing that Long Xiaoyan was a head taller than her. Oh my daughter-in-law is so tall. Long Xiaoyan blushed and lowered her gaze. But Luya promptly remembered something and rummaged in her pocket for a comb. Wait, let me fix your hair. She gently tidied Long Xiaoyan's stray strands. Watching the scene, Yang Qi felt a warm glow in his heart as he noticed Long Xiaoyan's eyes shimmer with unshed tears. All right, let's take the picture, Luya declared, satisfied with her work. She urged her husband, hurry up. Yang Zhen lifted the camera but suddenly frowned. Dear, stand up straight, don't slouch. Who is slouching? Luya retorted immediately, yet found herself straightening her posture unconsciously. Observing this, Long Xiaoyan kindly bent her knees slightly, minimizing the height difference between herself and Luya. With a crisp snap, the scene is frozen in time, a gentle and kind grandmother alongside her dashing daughter-in-law, both adorned with radiant smiles of joy. Let us capture a family portrait. Yang Qi suddenly proposed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He dashed to the doorway, just in time to catch a glimpse of Aunt Wang next door hanging laundry in her yard. Aunt Wang, could I trouble you to help us take a family photo? Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang immediately set down her clothes rack and merrily hurried over, exclaiming, Oh, this is a significant occasion. Absolutely, I shall help. Yang Zhen quickly brought over a long bench, while Luya guided Long Xiaoyan to sit in the center, with Yang Qi and his father standing proudly behind them. Just before the photo was taken, Luya suddenly sprang to her feet. Wait. She swiftly dashed into the house and soon re-emerged, holding 2 small red flags. Hold these, how festive. Yang Qi and Long Xiaoyan exchanged amused glances, accepting the flags and holding them proudly against their chests. This book has many issues. Initially, I could not find a novel about soldiers, so I decided to write one for myself. I never anticipated the outcome would be so poor. I have noted all the errors and will gradually rectify them, while also preparing a new book. This one will be crafted with care, serving as my stepping stone. I shall diligently use this book to hone my writing skills. Chapter 62, Family Gathering. Yang Zhen discreetly placed his hand on his son's shoulder. A subtle gesture noticed by Long Xiaoyan. She quietly leaned closer to her mother-in-law, allowing Luya to comfortably loop her arm around her. Let us all smile. 1, 2, 3, and Wang boomed with vigor. Cheese. The 4 exclaimed in unison, their faces radiating genuine joy. The sun shone warmly upon them, the red flag vibrant, and the military uniforms impeccably neat, each pair of eyes sparkling with light. After the photo session, Aunt Wang reluctantly returned the camera to Yang Zhen, saying, Old Yang, remember to print me a copy. I want to hang it in the most conspicuous spot in the shop. Absolutely, Yang Zhen replied eagerly, carefully storing the camera as if it were a priceless treasure. Yang Qi wrapped his arm around Long Xiaoyan's waist. Watching his parents animatedly discuss which photo studio to visit for developing the pictures, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. In that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Are you all right, my dear? Do you feel out of place? Not at all. I can sense how much Mom and Dad care for me, Long Xiaoyan replied, shaking her head slightly with joy as she leaned against him. Suddenly, Yang Qi seemed to remember something. He released Long Xiaoyan, retrieved his backpack, and solemnly produced 3 military medals. Dad, Mom, these are my medals. Seeing their son holding the medals, even Luya and Yang Zhen, who had already experienced much, felt tears welling up once more. Heaven knows the sacrifices their precious son made for these honors. Good, good. My son is always the best, but you must remember to stay safe, all right? Luya gently touched the medals presented by Yang Qi, her voice filled with concern. Don't worry, Mom. All right. Dear, go prepare the meal. They must be famished, Yang Zhen said, wiping away his tears as he approached, unable to comprehend how long the emotional display would continue between mother and son. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Yet, despite his words, Luya made her way to the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you, Long Xiaoyan said, removing her coat and hat, rolling up her sleeves as she went to assist. Yang Qi smiled slightly, glancing at his father, who also wore a smile, and said, Dad, tomorrow Xiaoyan and I will go to register our marriage. You better shape up, son. It's good to have someone of my humble status in the family. Yang Zhen replied. Yang Qi looked at the busy Long Xiaoyan in the kitchen, then at his mother, feeling hope was slim. What a disappointment. Yang Zhen shot a disapproving glance at Yang Qi before turning to the sofa. After dinner, the 4 gathered around the tidy dining table, warm light illuminating their faces. Luya served Long Xiaoyan another piece of braised pork and cheerfully asked, "Xiaoyan, when do you plan to hold the wedding?" Just as Long Xiaoyan was about to respond, Luya eagerly added, "And will your unit grant you leave for the wedding? I'm eagerly awaiting a grandchild." Mom. Yang Qi nearly choked on his food, exclaiming, "I'm only 18, and Xiaoyun is nearly 25. Is this not rather premature?" He added, "Moreover, we are currently in a crucial period in the military." "Premature, indeed," Liu interjected with dissatisfaction. "Your father had you at the age of 22. Yangjin sat quietly beside them, sipping his tea and feigning ignorance. Long Xiaoyun's face flushed a deep crimson, yet she responded gracefully, "Mother, we plan to hold the wedding after Yang Qi graduates from the military academy. We shall first obtain our marriage certificate and prepare for the wedding at a leisurely pace." Yes. Let us first acquire the certificate." Luya's face brightened instantly. "We will go tomorrow. I have already inquired. Xiao Zheng at the Civil Affairs Bureau is one of my former students and will ensure everything is handled meticulously." Yang Qi gazed helplessly at his exuberant mother and then at his chuckling father, muttering quietly, "I feel as though I am being arranged quite clearly." Under the table, Long Xiaoyun gently kicked him, then turned to Luya, saying, "Mother, rest assured, when the time is ripe, we shall certainly present you with a plump grandson." Upon hearing this, Luya clapped her hands in delight. "Wonderful. I shall await that day." As she spoke, she served Long Xiaoyun a piece of fish, insisting, "Eat more. It will nourish you." Yang Qi sighed, realizing there was no evading this topic. After dinner, Luya took Long Xiaoyun's hand and said, "Tonight, you shall stay in Chi-Chi's room. I have prepared everything." She lowered her voice mysteriously. "The sheets and duvet are all new, in festive red. How auspicious." Long Xiaoyun's previous embarrassment returned in full force. Yang Qi quickly interjected, "Mother, you need not fuss. We can manage on our own." As night deepened, the Yang family's courtyard finally fell silent. Yang Qi's room had indeed been transformed. A bright red duvet adorned the bed, and a crooked double happiness character was affixed to the headboard, clearly the handiwork of Luya. Long Xiaoyun sat on the edge of the bed, unable to suppress her laughter. "Your mother truly has put in a lot of thought." Yang Qi scratched his head awkwardly. "That is just her nature. Please do not take offense." "How could I?" Long Xiaoyun replied gently, gazing at him. "I quite adore this familial atmosphere." She paused, adding, "It is far livelier than my own home." Yang Qi stepped forward to embrace her. "From now on, this will also be your home." Originally planning to obtain their marriage certificate 2 days later, they hastily went to the Civil Affairs Bureau the following day due to their mother's intervention. Standing at the entrance, they gazed momentarily at the marriage certificate in their hands, realizing they were indeed married. After exchanging a smile, they held hands and returned home. At home, the elderly couple beamed with pride as they admired the freshly minted marriage certificate. In the ensuing days, the Yang family courtyard was bustling with activity as numerous relatives arrived, all eagerly informed by Yang's parents to share in their joy. The first to arrive was Yang Qi's uncle and his family. Upon entering the courtyard, the uncle's eyes fell upon the 3 honor plaques displayed prominently at the entrance, 2 gleaming first-class awards and 1 shimmering second-class award, which sparkled magnificently in the sunlight. "What a fine young man!" his uncle exclaimed, patting Yang Qi on the shoulder. "The ancestral graves of the Yang family must be billowing with smoke." His voice trembled slightly, brimming with pride. Next came Yang Qi's aunt, uncle, and distant relatives, almost all the kin who had bid farewell to Yang Qi when he enlisted. As each individual crossed the threshold, the first sight of the honor plaque compelled them to stand a little straighter, their faces adorned with smiles of pride. Long Xiaoyan, standing beside Yang Qi, gazed at these sincere and unpretentious relatives, feeling a wave of warmth surge within her. She could sense that their blessings for Yang Qi were devoid of any trace of jealousy, entirely rooted in genuine joy. "Xiaoyan," Yang Qi's aunt affectionately grasped her hand. "If Chi dares to bully you, just tell me, and I shall set him straight." Indeed, chimed in a distant uncle. "If this rascal misbehaves, we, the elders, will be the first to object." Though Long Xiaoyan felt slightly embarrassed by their enthusiasm, her heart swelled with warmth. Stealing a glance at Yang Qi, she found him smiling helplessly and shaking his head. Chapter 63. The Yang family visit is coming to an end. In the evening, the entire family gathered around an elongated table, laden with an array of signature dishes brought by each household. Yang Zhen raised his glass, his voice trembling slightly. "Today, my son is getting married, and he has achieved great merit. A double celebration. Come, let us toast." The clinking of numerous glasses resonated, creating a melodious sound. During the feast, relatives exchanged words of wisdom and encouragement with the newlyweds. Chi-Chi, you are now a soldier, and more importantly, a husband. You must learn to shoulder responsibilities. The elder uncle said earnestly. Xiaoyan, from now on, this will be your home. Do come back often. The aunt said as she served a piece of chicken to Long Xiaoyan. What touched Long Xiaoyan the most was the words of Yang Chi-Chi's uncle. A simple farmer whose face flushed with drink, who thumped his chest and declared, Xiaoyan, if you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak. Though we may not possess great abilities, as a family, we are united, and there is no hurdle we cannot overcome. Observing the scene before her, Long Xiaoyan felt her eyes moisten. Having grown up in a military family, she was accustomed to a reserved and disciplined manner of interaction. Yet this was her first encounter with such unreserved familial affection. Yang Chi-Chi seemed to sense her emotions, subtly grasping her hand beneath the table. Long Xiaoyan reciprocated, holding her husband's warm palm, silently reflecting, this is the essence of home. As the night deepened, relatives gradually departed, and Yang Chi-Chi and Long Xiaoyan stood at the door to bid farewell to each one, the last to leave. The elder uncle glanced back at the brightly lit Yang family courtyard, then at the plaque of merit on the door, smiling with satisfaction. The old Yang family has prospered. That night, the stars shone particularly bright, illuminating the plaque of the meritorious family, casting a warm glow. The soft amber light from the lamp spilled over the pristine red sheets as Yang Chi-Chi leaned against the headboard, his gaze intensely fixed towards the bathroom. The sound of water gradually ceased, and through the frosted glass door, the silhouette of Long Xiaoyan drying herself became faintly visible. With a soft click, the bathroom door gently opened, and Long Xiaoyan emerged wrapped in a white bathrobe, droplets still clinging to the ends of her hair. She met Yang Chi-Chi's fervent gaze, her ears flushing crimson, her fingers unconsciously twisting the robe's belt. What are you looking at? Her voice dropped an octave, tinged with a slight tremor. Yang Chi-Chi swallowed hard, patting the bed beside him. Wife, come here. Long Xiaoyan took a deep breath, her bare feet slowly approaching. Just as she settled on the edge of the bed, Yang Chi-Chi pulled her into his embrace, the aroma of shower gel mingling with his masculine scent enveloping her. And she felt the heat of his hand on her waist. I have awaited this day for so long. Yang Chi-Chi's lips brushed against her ear, his warm breath rendering her weak all over. I truly can hardly contain myself. Long Xiaoyan distinctly felt the warmth pressing against her thigh, her face burying into his chest in embarrassment. The fabric of his clothing brushed against her cheek, imbued with a familiar scent of laundry detergent. And she suddenly realized he hadn't even loosened his tie, prompting an involuntary soft laugh. I've been eager for you to come out. Yang Chi-Chi nuzzled her hair tenderly, suddenly flipping her beneath him, yet pausing above her, his fingertips gently tracing her flushed cheek. Is it all right? Long Xiaoyan's eyelashes fluttered as she reached out to tug at his tie, pulling him down slightly. You fool, we are legally married now. This phrase seemed to have triggered something within Yang Chi, who leaned down to kiss her lips. Unlike the gentle kisses of the past, this kiss was imbued with long-suppressed desire. Long Xiaoyan responded awkwardly, feeling his fingers tremble as they unfastened the belt of her bathrobe. Wait. She suddenly pressed his hand down and whispered shyly under his puzzled gaze, turn off the lights. Yang Chi chuckled softly, merely dimming the bedside lamp. Bathed in the warm glow, he gazed at his wife's skin, which glimmered like pearls. I want to look at you. My wife is so beautiful. Long Xiaoyan turned her face away shyly, but he gently turned her back, showering delicate kisses on her forehead, the tip of her nose, and finally resting at her collarbone. When his warm palm brushed against her waist, she shivered involuntarily, arching her back. If it hurts, just bite me. Yang Chi's voice was hoarse, beads of sweat forming at his brow. They both inhaled sharply. Long Xiaoyan's nails dug into his back, yet she couldn't bring herself to bite him. Instead, burying her face in his shoulder and softly whimpering. The red silk sheets were wrinkled from their entanglement, their intertwined figures casting shifting silhouettes on the wall. Outside, fine rain began to fall, the soft patter of raindrops against the window masking some of the blush-inducing sounds within. As the rain subsided, Yang Chi cautiously held her in his embrace, brushing away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Are you all right? Long Xiaoyan lightly punched him, her voice still carrying the nasal tone of someone who had cried. You liar. You promised to be gentle. I was wrong. Yang Chi kissed the top of her head, suddenly discovering something. He fished out a crumpled red envelope from beneath the pillow. Oh, when did Mom slip this to me? Upon opening it, they found 2 crisp 100 yuan bills and a note that read, for the daughter-in-law to buy supplements. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Yet, as Long Xiaoan laughed, she suddenly winced, prompting Yang Qi to immediately check on her. What happened? It's still your fault. She shot him a flushed glare. But her heart softened when she saw the red marks on his shoulder from her grip. She gently caressed the area, asking, "Does it hurt?" Yang Qi seized her hand and pressed it against his chest. "It hurts more here. My heart is racing too fast." Beneath her palm, she felt his rapid heartbeat, causing her eyes to well up with warmth. As the rain intensified, Yang Qi wrapped them both tightly in the down comforter. Long Xiaoyun curled up in his embrace like a kitten, listening to their heartbeats gradually synchronize. The gold dust of the wedding character on the bedside table shimmered softly in the light, reflecting their intertwined wedding rings and sketching out the most ordinary happiness. "Sleep now." Yang Qi gently patted her back, his voice filled with contentment. They would still need to pay respects to their parents tomorrow. Long Xiaoan mumbled her agreement, finding a comfortable position in the crook of his neck. In her hazy state, she felt a soft touch on her hair, accompanied by a satisfied sigh. "This is wonderful. You are finally mine." Morning sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, and Long Xiaoan gently shifted her body, although she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Her training as a special forces soldier allowed her to move freely. She turned her head to gaze at Yang Qi, who was still deep in slumber, unable to resist the impulse to gently tuck away the stray strands of hair from his forehead. "Wife, are you awake so early?" Yang Qi suddenly opened his eyes and seized her mischievous hand. "I want you to take me to see the place where you grew up," Long Xiaoyan replied, leaning against his shoulder, her voice still laced with the languor of morning. After having breakfast, the couple changed into casual attire and ventured out. Anning South Old Street retained the charm of the early 20th century, with cobblestone paths flanked by weathered sycamore tree shadows. Yang Qi held Long Xiaoyan's hand, pointing out various landmarks. "That dumpling shop is where I've eaten since childhood. The owner always slipped me an extra meat bun. This basketball court is where I played every day until dusk during high school. And this bookstore, I spent all my pocket money here." Long Xiaoyan listened intently, as if through these fragmented memories she could glimpse the youthful Yang Qi. Chapter 64. Off to Kyoto. As Yang Qi approached an antiquated mailbox, he suddenly halted, his gaze softening. "In my childhood, whenever I performed poorly on an exam, I would wait here for my father to finish work, for he never scolded me in this spot." Long Xiaoan felt a warmth in her heart and was about to respond when her phone rang. Noticing it was her mother calling, she gestured for silence toward Yang Qi. "Mom? Xiaoan, when do you plan to bring my son-in-law home?" On the other end, Li Yun's voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable authority. Long Xiaoan glanced at Yang Qi helplessly. "In a couple of days." "All right, I'll be waiting." Li Yun promptly ended the call. Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. "Is your mother urging you?" "Yes," Long Xiaoan replied, slightly embarrassed. "My mom can be quite impatient." In the following 3 days, Li Yun's calls became increasingly frequent, each morning inquiring if they had risen and each evening asking if they could return the next day, leaving Long Xiaoyan amused yet exasperated. "Mom and Dad, we need to visit Xiaoyan's family tomorrow," Yang Qi finally announced during breakfast on the 4th day. Luya paused with her chopsticks and then smiled, nodding. "Of course, your in-laws must be eager to meet you." She rose to fetch 2 exquisite boxes from the bedroom. "These are gifts from Xiaoyan. We never found the opportunity to wear them." Yangjin opened the boxes to reveal a heavy gold medal inscribed with blessings of longevity and health, while Luya's held a finely crafted dragon and phoenix bracelet, shimmering in the sunlight. "These are too extravagant." Luya caressed the bracelet, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Mom, it looks beautiful on you," Long Xiaoyan said, assisting her mother-in-law in putting it on, and the two stood together, resembling a pair of close mother and daughter. On the day of their departure, Luya pulled her son aside to meticulously adjust his collar. "Remember to be courteous and extend our regards to your in-laws," she said, slipping a bulging red envelope into his pocket. "This is our token of appreciation." Yangjin patted his son's shoulder. "Make us proud. Do not bring shame to the Yang family." Traveling light, they only packed the essentials, leaving their military honors at the Yang residence. For none dared trespass upon a home bearing the plaque of a distinguished family. Yang Qi had not forgotten about Li Xiaoyan. As soon as they stepped outside, they spotted her standing gracefully by the Yang family's entrance, quietly gazing at the distant blue sky. "Xiaoyan, Yang Qi, I heard you were leaving. Have you made a decision regarding the company?" Li Xiaoyan turned, her face adorned with a warm smile, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor she had once exhibited. "We have made a decision. My husband intends to invest 3 million to establish a company, primarily focusing on the Hope Project and poverty alleviation." "Is that true?" Yang Qi. Indeed, Xiaolian. However, I hope to ensure that while the company generates profits, we also fulfill our mission to the best of our abilities. The more we earn, the more people we can assist. As for you, Xiaolian, in addition to your monthly salary, you will also receive a 5% share. That's wonderful news. But I would prefer not to take the shares. Li Xiaolian repeatedly shook her head in refusal. In her view, having achieved a stable life and secure employment alongside her brother was more than sufficient. Furthermore, the work they were engaged in was immensely meaningful. Thus, the shares were truly unnecessary. Sister Xiaolian, please do not decline. This compensation is rightfully yours. The future may be quite demanding, as these projects are linked to poverty alleviation. And I hope you can take charge and ensure genuine assistance to others. Therefore, please accept it. Indeed, Sister Xiaolian, you should listen to my husband and accept it. Li Xiaolian, being older than Long Xiaoan, certainly warranted the title of sister, and it was evident that she was someone to be trusted. Very well. I will certainly manage the company well. Have you decided on the company name? Qiyun Company. As she spoke, Yang Qi produced a bank card that had been reissued with 3 million yuan already deposited, handing it over. He had reserved 1 million for his parents. Recognizing their years of hard work, he wished for them to enjoy a more leisurely life, free from excessive toil. The remainder would be taken by himself. All right. I will handle it today. Observing Li Xiaolian's departure, Long Xiaoan was curious about her husband's unwavering trust in the other party, for she valued loyalty deeply. Let us indulge ourselves this time, Yang Qi said with a smile as he hailed a taxi for their flight home. Realizing that a train journey would take 2 days and nights, leaving them quite uncomfortable, Long Xiaoan smirked. What is this? Major Yang is concerned about his wife? Of course. Yang Qi leaned closer to her ear. Only I can care for my wife's comfort. Yang Qi. Long Xiaoyan blushed, playfully pinching him, while the taxi driver chuckled at the exchange in the rearview mirror. In the bustling airport terminal, while they queued for security checks, Long Xiaoyan suddenly recalled something and whispered, "There may be a bit of trouble during the security check." Indeed, as the scanner passed over their waists, a shrill alarm blared. "Sir, ma'am, please cooperate with the inspection." The security officer approached warily. "May I ask what items you are carrying at your waist?" Yang Qi glanced around, noting the curious gazes of other travelers. He lowered his voice. "Comrade, could we speak privately?" He then produced his officer's ID and firearm certificate. The young female security officer's eyes widened as she took the documents. Quickly summoning her supervisor, the two huddled together, meticulously verifying the credentials. "A 25-year-old lieutenant colonel," the supervisor murmured, glancing up at the poised Long Xiaoan with admiration. However, when he flipped to Yang Qi's credentials, his hand trembled slightly. "An 18-year-old, Major?" After thoroughly confirming the authenticity of the documents, the supervisor immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Good day, sir. Please follow me to the VIP passage." Having smoothly passed through security, Yang Qi could still hear the low murmurs of the officers behind them. My goodness, that female officer is so young but already a lieutenant colonel. Even more astonishing is that young man, an 18-year-old major. My cousin in the army said that is simply impossible. Hush, lower your voice. It must be the special forces. After boarding, Long Xiaoan leaned against Yang Qi's shoulder and chuckled. It seems our Major Yang is about to gain some notoriety. Yang Qi playfully pinched her nose, replying, "Isn't it because you insisted on me carrying a firearm? Safety first." Long Xiaoyan blinked and added, "Besides, with such a significant occasion as meeting the in-laws, shouldn't we be thoroughly prepared?" As the plane ascended into the sky, the ocean of clouds billowed outside the window. Yang Qi gazed at the increasingly distant Anning city, feeling a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He wondered how his yet-to-be-met father-in-law, a general, would perceive him. The man who had taken his precious daughter away. It wasn't until the moment they disembarked that Yang Qi realized he had been rather careless. He shouldn't have mocked his wife. Now, it was his turn to feel the overwhelming nerves. Perhaps we should go buy something first, dear," Yang Qi stammered. Clearly anxious, his words slightly faltering. Chapter 65, The Long Family. The considerations of Father Long. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyan smiled without restraint and remarked, "Oh, isn't that my fearless husband? What's the matter? Are you feeling nervous about meeting your in-laws now?" "I was wrong, dear wife," he retorted, "Humph. Let us see if you dare to mock me again." The couple took a taxi to the city center, where Yang Qi, well aware of his father-in-law's familial circumstances, realized that bringing anything would be inappropriate. Ultimately, under Long Xiaoyan's suggestion, he purchased a few bottles of liquor and some health supplements. Jewelry was out of the question. His father-in-law had better cigarettes, and although he considered cosmetics, Long Shaoan promptly rejected that idea. The complexities of gift-giving were entirely unexpected for Yang Qi. Arriving at the entrance of the military compound, he gazed at the heavily guarded premises, vowing to himself that he would one day secure a position here. Perhaps Yang Qi's fervent gaze aroused the vigilance of the sentry at the gate. Despite their military attire, they could not be overlooked. "Hello, comrade. Please stop." As they approached the gate, the sentry called out to them. "Hello, I am here to meet my in-laws." Yang Qi began, but his own words left him feeling perplexed. Long Shaoan quickly stepped forward and presented their identification. "Greetings, sir. However, this young major still needs to register." The sentry saluted them, returning their documents while diligently performing his duties. Any incident involving anyone here would be a significant issue, after all. How could they not recognize Long Shaoan, a prominent figure of the current generation? One could only wonder how the young gentleman would react upon learning that she was now married. "Registration complete. No issues. We may proceed," Yang Qi declared as he stepped out from the guardhouse. The sentry glanced at the duty officer inside the booth, whose face bore astonishment, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, permitting their entry. Their identities had been verified without issue, yet the youthfulness of the couple was striking. As Yang Qi and Long Shaoyan entered the compound, the sentry inquired about the commotion at the guardhouse. Upon hearing the response, he gaped in disbelief at the already distant figures of Yang Qi and Long Shaoyan. 18. Rank, Major. Is this an exaggeration? In comparison, they felt as if they had wasted their lives. "The Long family. Old Long, your son-in-law has arrived. And you still haven't finished your work?" Long's mother, Li Yun, expressed her frustration upon seeing her husband, Father Long, in his office. She was well aware that her daughter was 7 years older than her husband. What if they felt slighted and their relationship faltered in anger? Yang Qi was no mere ornament. His 3 military medals spoke volumes. He was not one who sought to leverage their family background. I know, stop urging me. I'll be done shortly." Long Zhenghua glanced helplessly at Li Yun. He certainly valued the arrival of his son-in-law, but work could not be neglected either. He had to expedite his tasks. However, as he observed the incessant border conflicts, a fierce expression emerged on his brow. "Those damned monkeys." Observing her husband in such a state, it seemed that there was little hope for assistance from him, so she resolved to manage everything on her own. Upon entering the kitchen, she commenced her preparations. "Mom, your daughter is back. Mom, we have returned." As Long Shaoyan's voice echoed, a flurry of activity erupted in the kitchen. Li Yun hastily dried her hands and rushed out in a flurry. Long Shaoyan opened her arms, ready to embrace her mother, only to see Li Yun swiftly bypass her. Seizing Yang Qi's hand for a thorough inspection. "Oh my, so this is my son-in-law." Li Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly handsome, even more spirited than in the photos. "Such a physique, such charisma, no wonder my daughter chose you." Long Shaoyan's outstretched arms froze mid-air, and her lips gradually formed a pout. "Mom, I am your biological daughter." She tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Aren't you going to give me a hug?" Only then did Li Yun turn around, patting her daughter's shoulder in a perfunctory manner. "Oh, come now, you're too grown up to be acting like a child." She then turned back to Yang Qi, beaming with a smile that revealed her teeth. "You look splendid, young man, and I hear you perform admirably in the military." Flustered, Yang Qi awkwardly switched the gift from his right hand to his left, standing at attention to salute. "Ma, no, I mean, mother-in-law. No, wait. Hello, sir." His ears reddened, and his voice dwindled to a whisper. Li Yun was overjoyed by his call of Ma, swatting away Yang Qi's saluting hand. "What do you mean, sir? Just call me Ma." She affectionately linked her arm with her son-in-law's, urging him, "Come on, let us go inside." "Old Long, our son-in-law has arrived." Long Zhenghua emerged from his study. Clad in a crisp military uniform, the 3 golden stars on his shoulder epaulettes glimmering in the sunlight. Instantly, Yang Qi stiffened, reflexively saluting once more. "Hello, sir." Li Yun, exasperated, stomped her foot. "Long Zhenghua, I told you not to wear that at home." She stepped forward, attempting to remove her husband's jacket. "Quickly change. We can't scare our son-in-law." All right, I'll change right away." Long Zhenghua chuckled helplessly while unbuttoning his coat, completely devoid of any imposing military authority. He slyly winked at Yang Qi, his expression clearly conveying, "This is how we men behave at home." Yang Qi stood in astonishment, pondering how this scene mirrored his own household. In his family, it was his mother who held the utmost authority, followed by his wife, with himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. As he reflected on Long Shaoyan's distinguished status as a special forces soldier, a sense of despair washed over him, He realized he might never rise above this position in his lifetime. Why are you just standing there? Come in, Li Yun urged, pulling her son-in-law with one hand and her daughter with the other, bustling towards the living room. I've prepared chicken soup for you to nourish your body. Long Xiaoyun, trailing behind, pouted enviously. Mom, I'm the one who needs nourishment. What? Li Yun suddenly turned around, her gaze darting between her daughter and son-in-law. A moment of realization dawned upon her, and her smile became even brighter. All right, everyone shall be nourished. Yang Qi, feeling a wave of embarrassment, wished he could vanish into the ground, while Long Xiaoan playfully pinched him. Just then, Long Jinghua emerged in casual attire, and upon witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Good lad, you're going places. In the living room, Li Yun had already set a table full of fruits and snacks, engaging Yang Qi with a barrage of questions. Long Xiaoan sat neglected at the side, forlornly nibbling on an apple while casting occasional glances at her husband. The atmosphere in the living room abruptly turned serious as Long Jinghua lifted his teacup, taking a sip before directing a piercing gaze towards Yang Qi. Xiaoyang, I have a question that I would like to hear your thoughts on, he stated, just as Li Yun was about to interject. Long Xiaoan gently tugged at her mother's sleeve, shaking her head. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing glances, both filled with anticipation as they turned their eyes towards Yang Qi. Go ahead, Dad, Yang Qi replied, straightening his posture, his expression turning earnest. Long Jinghua set down his teacup and lightly tapped his fingers on the coffee table. Suppose the border remains unsettled, and the other side neither crosses nor resorts to violence, but instead persistently provokes you along the boundary. His gaze sharpened. What would you do? Yang Qi did not respond immediately. His brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously drumming a rhythm on his knee, while the sound of cicadas outside grew distinctly audible, and the clock in the living room ticked steadily. Chapter 66. Daily life of the Long family. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qi uttered a single word. Oh? Long Jinghua raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What manner of combat do you propose? A glint of determination flashed in Yang Qi's eyes. It's not a national war. No weapons shall be drawn. He demonstrated a fighting stance with his hands, asserting that they would engage in bare-handed combat, matching their numbers against the adversary's. Long Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, while Li Yun gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. In the eyes of international opinion, it would merely be a friendly spar between soldiers. A cold smile curved Yang Qi's lips as he declared, I refuse to believe that our men from Long Nation cannot best that band of monkeys. Long Jinghua erupted into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating through the room, causing the cups on the coffee table to tremble. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, What a spirited lad, young in age, yet bold in temperament. As the laughter subsided, Long Jinghua's gaze grew increasingly profound as he scrutinized the young man before him. He had encountered many within the military, both advocates for peace and proponents of war. Yet few possessed the audacity to fight and the wisdom to manage the scale of conflict as Yang Qi did. However, Long Jinghua abruptly shifted the conversation, posing a critical question. What if we were to lose? Without hesitation, Yang Qi replied, Then we shall train harder. If we lose one match today, we shall practice 10 times tomorrow. His eyes blazed with fervor. Defeat was not to be feared, but the absence of courage to confront the challenge was truly daunting. Long Jinghua remained non-committal, turning to his daughter. Xiaoyan, what is your perspective? Long Xiaoyan placed down the apple core and wiped her hands. I believe my husband is correct. A glint of resolve flickered in her eyes, reminiscent of a commander from a wolf pack. Sometimes, matters along the border must be resolved by the rules of the border itself. Li Yun observed the 3 soldiers exchanging animated words, shaking her head in resignation. You all become so spirited when it comes to warfare. Rising to her feet, she added, I shall check on the soup. You 3 continue your discussion. Long Jinghua watched his wife depart, then lowered his voice. In truth, the southern region has been rather unsettled of late. He retrieved a document from the drawer of the coffee table. Take a look at this. Yang Qi accepted the document, flipping through it alongside Long Xiaoyan. It detailed recent border tensions, enemy soldiers deliberately crossing into territory to provoke, only to withdraw just before conflict ensued, repeatedly testing the limits. They are playing with fire. Long Xiaoyan remarked coldly. Yang Qi closed the document, his eyes ignited with martial fervor. Father, we could be even more ruthless. He lowered his voice. If they enjoy crossing the line, let us orchestrate a few accidental military exercises, with artillery that accidentally veers off course by a few degrees. A glimmer of insight flashed in Long Jinghua's eyes before he regained his composure. He regarded Yang Qi with a penetrating gaze and suddenly inquired, "Do you know why I appreciate your proposal?" Yang Qi shook his head. "Because it exhibits our strength," Long Jingguo articulated slowly, while simultaneously providing an avenue for both parties to de-escalate. He patted his son-in-law's shoulder, imparting wisdom. "Remember, a true warrior is not merely one who can throw a punch, but one who understands how to achieve the greatest deterrence at the least cost." The aroma of chicken soup wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by Li Yun's voice. "Dinner is ready. You three should cease your talk of violence." Long Jingguo rose with a smile, deftly locking the documents back in the drawer. As he passed by Yang Qi, he softly suggested, "There will be a border inspection next week. Would you care to accompany me and witness it?" Yang Qi and Long Shaoan exchanged glances, both sensing the eagerness in each other's eyes. After dinner, Li Yun finished clearing the table, wiped her hands, and cheerfully settled on the sofa. "Xiaoyan, show your marriage certificate to your mother." Long Shaoan retrieved 2 bright red marriage certificates from her bag and handed them over. As Li Yun accepted them, her fingers trembled slightly. She flipped through the documents, her gaze lingering on the couple's photograph, a smile involuntarily blossoming on her lips. Upon noticing the registration date, she exclaimed, "Isn't this the day before you returned? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" "I wanted to surprise you." Long Shaoan playfully leaned against her mother's shoulder. Li Yun caressed the certificate, her eyes glistening with emotion. "How wonderful. My daughter finally has someone to look after her." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Yang Qi, saying, "Xiaoyang, if Shaoan throws a tantrum in the future, please be more understanding." "Mom," Long Shaoan protested. "When have I ever thrown a tantrum?" Li Yun ignored her daughter's objection and continued, "This girl has been spoiled by her father since she was little. Her temper is quite stubborn." "Mom," Long Shaoyan stomped her foot in frustration, "my temper is not that bad." Yang Qi, stifling laughter, turned serious upon receiving a glare from Long Shaoyan. "Don't worry, Mom, Shaoyan is very gentle with me." Li Yun looked at him with a skeptical expression, about to retort when Long Shaoyan quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, Mom, we will be going to the border inspection with Dad next week." "What?" Li Yun's smile instantly vanished. She whipped her head around to glare at her husband, her eyes fierce enough to kill. "Long Jingguo, what do you mean by this? Your daughter and son-in-law have just returned for a few days." Long Jingguo, pretending to read the newspaper while holding a teacup, nearly choked. "Cough, cough. This is work. Work, work. All you think about is work." Li Yun slammed her hand on the coffee table. "Last time you promised to retire and travel with me, and now you want to even spare your daughter and son-in-law." Long Jingguo shrank his neck, silently raising the newspaper to shield his face. Yang Qi was left dumbfounded. How could the esteemed vice commander of the army appear so meek at home? After venting her frustration, Li Yun disregarded her husband and squeezed between her daughter and son-in-law. Grabbing Long Xiaoyun's hand in one and Yang Qi's in the other, she earnestly advised, "You both must treat each other well and avoid quarrels." Her gaze fixed intently on Long Xiaoyan, she added, "Especially you. Do not resort to violence so easily." "Mom," Long Xiaoyan exploded, "what kind of image do you have of me?" Li Yun shot her a knowing look, then turned to Yang Qi with a gentle smile. "Xiaoyang, if she bullies you, just tell your mother." "I never bully him." Long Xiaoyan exclaimed in exasperation, "It's always him who bullies me." Yang Qi blinked innocently. "When did I ever?" "Last night." Long Xiaoyan blurted out her words, only to realize she had let something slip, causing her face to instantly flush a deep crimson. Li Yun was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, doubling over in mirth. Long Jingguo peeked out from behind the newspaper, giving Yang Qi a thumbs up. You. Long Xiaoyan was overwhelmed with both shame and anger, seizing a cushion to hurl at them, but was swiftly intercepted by Yang Qi. "Calm down, my dear." Yang Qi chuckled. "Mom is just expressing her concern for us." Li Yun wiped away tears of laughter and carefully tucked away the marriage certificate. All right. No more teasing you," she declared as she stood up. "I'll go prepare some essentials for your journey." Before leaving, she shot her husband a stern look, warning him to remember that if anything were to happen to her precious daughter or son-in-law. Long Jingguo immediately raised his hands in surrender, promising, "I will ensure their safety." Once Li Yun had entered the bedroom, Long Xiaoyan finally relaxed her grip on the cushion in a huff, and Yang Qi seized the opportunity to lean in closer to her ear, teasingly whispering, "So, it turns out I bullied you last night, did I?" Chapter 67. The child king. Long Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and pinched Yang Qi's thigh, only to be embraced at the waist. Upon witnessing this, Long Jingguo discreetly picked up a newspaper and slipped into the study. Once the living room was left with only the two of them, Yang Qi gently kissed the top of his wife's head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. With me here, you shall remain safe." Long Shaoan leaned against him, murmuring softly. Who protects whom is yet to be determined. As the night deepened, a warm yellow bedside lamp illuminated Long Xiaoyun's boudoir. Yang Qi reclined against the headboard, while Long Xiaoyun nestled against him like a little cat, her fingers mindlessly tracing circles on his chest. "Do you know?" Long Xiaoyun suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with pride. "In my childhood, I was the child king of this courtyard. Even the older boys had to call me Sister Yun." Yang Qi couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her nose playfully. "Is that so impressive?" "Indeed." Long Xiaoyun lifted her chin with pride. "There was an instance when the son of the neighbor, Uncle Wang, bullied a little girl, and I threw him over my shoulder, taking him down in one move." Since then, Yang Qi abruptly interrupted her, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Such an impressive little dragon girl must have had many suitors, right?" Long Xiaoyun's expression instantly fell, and she rolled her eyes. "Don't even mention it." It was utterly annoying. She nestled further into Yang Qi's embrace, recounting, "Since middle school, love letters were incessantly passed to me, and it escalated in high school, with some even blocking me at my doorstep." "Oh." Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. "And who were these people? Who else could they be?" Long Xiaoyun scoffed. "Either they were after my family background or had a masochistic tendency after being beaten by me." Suddenly recalling something, she huffed indignantly. "The worst was a guy who, after I rejected him, had the audacity to say, 'With your temper, who else would dare want you?' It infuriated me so much that I tossed him into the artificial lake." Yang Qi burst into hearty laughter, the vibrations of his chest prompting Long Xiaoyun to lightly hit him. "What are you laughing at?" "I was just thinking." Yang Qi leaned down to kiss her head. "If those people knew that you ultimately became my wife, their expressions would surely be priceless." Long Xiaoyun looked up at him, noticing the pride plastered across his face, his metaphorical tail almost wagging in delight. She playfully swatted him. "What is there to be proud of? Time for bed. Your wish is my command, my dear wife." Yang Qi promptly turned off the lamp. In the darkness, Long Xiaoyun felt Yang Qi's arms tighten around her, securing her closely, his breathing gradually steadying as he murmured softly, "After all, you are mine in the dark." Long Xiaoyun secretly curled her lips into a smile, softly responding with a hum. As the morning sun streamed through the sheer curtains, Long Xiaoyun had already dressed in a casual outfit. She looked at the still drowsy Yang Qi and decisively pulled back the covers. "Lazybones, it's time to rise. I'll take you to see my territory." After a hasty breakfast, they greeted Long Jinghua, who was still engrossed in his newspaper, and Li Yun, who was busy in the kitchen, before stepping out. "Mom, we're going out for a stroll." "Be careful," she replied. "Remember to return for lunch." The morning in the military compound is particularly tranquil, with neatly lined sycamore trees flanking the road and the distant artificial lake shimmering with glimmers of light. A few retired generals engaging in their morning exercises acknowledge Long Xiaoyun with smiles and nods. "That is Grandpa Zhang, the former chief of staff of the Air Force." Long Xiaoyun whispers, and beside him is Uncle Li, who used to be. Yang Qi listens in astonishment. Any casual elder strolling in this courtyard could be a figure of great renown from the past. As they arrive at a basketball court, a sudden exclamation of delight pierces the air. "Sister Yun." A girl with a ponytail rushes over like a gust of wind, diving straight into Long Xiaoyun's embrace. Clad in a pink tracksuit, her cheeks flushed, she exudes vitality. "Fei Fei?" Long Xiaoyun exclaims in surprise, catching her. "What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to join the medical team at the grassroots level?" Du Fei Fei sticks out her tongue playfully. "It was cancelled at the last minute." Her gaze swiftly shifts to Yang Qi, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Sister Yun, who is this?" Long Xiaoyun naturally links her arm with Yang Qi's. "This is my husband, Yang Qi. We just got our marriage certificate." The pride in her voice is palpable. "Wow," Du Fei Fei exclaims, leaning in to scrutinize Yang Qi. Sister Yun's husband is so handsome. Suddenly struck by a thought, she mischievously winks. No wonder Sister Yun was so dismissive of those suitors in the past. Yang Qi chuckles at the lively girl, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Yang Qi. Du Fei Fei." She grips his hand firmly and shakes it, adding with mock seriousness, "Daughter of the unremarkable Deputy Commander Du from the Southwest Military Region." Long Xiaoyun shakes her head in exasperation. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Fei Fei is actually an outstanding student at the Military Medical University." Yang Qi's heart quickens. "Isn't she the remarkable Du Fei Fei from I Am a Special Soldier?" Yet, the vibrant young woman before him starkly contrasts with the image of a military daughter he had envisioned. "What unit is your husband from?" Du Fei Fei inquires curiously. "With your demeanor, You must be from a special forces unit, right? Just as Yang Qi is about to respond, a voice calls from a distance. Fei Fei. Time to head back. A middle-aged woman in military attire approaches, her rank indicated by the 2 stars on her shoulder. Oh no, my mom's here. Fei Fei sticks out her tongue and quickly tells Long Xiaoyun, Sister Yun, let us have a meal together another day? Make sure to bring Sister Yun's husband. With that, she hops away like a little rabbit. After a few paces, she suddenly turns back, whispering conspiratorially to Long Xiaoyun, by the way, Sister Yun. Shaolin asked about you the other day. She glances slyly at Yang Qi before darting off. Long Xiaoyun's expression shifts to one of awkwardness. And Yang Qi raises an eyebrow. Shaolin? Just a childhood playmate. Long Xiaoyun coughs lightly, hastily changing the subject. Come. Let me show you my old training ground. Yang Qi casts a knowing smile at his wife, allowing her to lead him onward. The sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, where the silhouettes of 2 individuals are nestled closely together. Yang Qi, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, Who is this Shaolin Gu? Long Xiaoyun paused in her steps, letting out a resigned sigh. Shaolin Gu. He is the son of Uncle Lin, 2 years my senior. She made a face of disdain. He has been trailing behind me since childhood. It's utterly exasperating. Yang Qi raised an intrigued eyebrow. Oh, how did he confess his feelings? Don't even mention it. Long Xiaoyun rubbed her arms as if to shake off a shiver of discomfort. He always gazes at me with that adoring look, saying things like, Xiaoyun, you look so cool when you hit me and such. She rolled her eyes, adding, the most nauseating part is that whenever I strike him, he actually wears a look of pleasure. Yang Qi nearly choked on her own saliva. Cough, cough. Wait, are you saying he enjoys being hit by you? Indeed. Long Xiaoyun exaggeratedly shuddered. Once, I could no longer tolerate it and tied him to a tree, splashing a bucket of cold water on his face to quiet him. And you know what? He actually said, Xiaoyun, you look so adorable when you splash water. Chapter 68, Journey to the Tibetan Region. Yang Qi's expression suddenly became quite vivid. He envisioned a scene, a boy, utterly captivated, bound to a tree, blissfully exclaiming how adorable it was. The imagery was simply enchanting. Thus, Yang Qi struggled to suppress a laugh. Was he perhaps a masochist? Who could say? Long Xiaoyun, visibly irritated, kicked a small stone away, expressing her disgust. It was utterly revolting. Afterward, I went to the military academy, finally free from him. Yang Qi leaned in closer, a mischievous grin on his face, and asked, So, how did you feel when I bullied you last night? Long Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson, and she punched him lightly on the chest. Yang Qi, are you looking for a fight? Ouch. Yang Qi feigned pain, clutching his chest. Oh no. I hope I won't end up like Shaolin. You. Long Xiaoyun, both embarrassed and furious, turned to leave, but Yang Qi pulled her back into his embrace. Just kidding. He planted a kiss on her puffed cheek. Your angry face is indeed quite charming, but I prefer you. His voice dropped to a whisper. When you plead for mercy. Long Xiaoyun's ears flushed a deep crimson, and she pushed Yang Qi away. What are you saying in broad daylight? Yet, her lips betrayed her as they curled into a smile. As they continued their walk, passing a training ground, several soldiers in training spotted Long Xiaoyun and immediately stood at attention, saluting, Good day, Captain Long. Regaining her former authority, Long Xiaoyun nodded in acknowledgement. Once they had walked a distance, Yang Qi teased, It seems our Captain Long commands great respect around here. Of course. Long Xiaoyun proudly lifted her chin and suddenly pointed to a large tree not far away. See that tree? I could climb it at 10, scaring Lin Xiaoping to tears. Yang Qi gazed at the towering tree, astonished. You were such a rascal as a child? That's nothing, Long Xiaoyun boasted. Once, I hung Lin Xiaopeng's trousers on the treetop, making him run home bare-bottomed. She abruptly halted, eyeing Yang Qi warily. Wait, you don't have any peculiar habits, do you? Yang Qi immediately raised his hands in surrender. I swear, I'm perfectly normal. He winked, but if you enjoy tying people up, I could certainly accommodate. Yang Qi. Amid their playful banter, a week had slipped by. Yang Qi had settled into a more leisurely existence at the Long household. Perhaps leisurely was not entirely accurate since he had only been in the military for 4 months before taking leave again. Xiaoyang. You two should tidy up and prepare to accompany me. Long Zhengguo said, seated at the dining table, munching on a youtiao. All right, Dad. Yang Qi exchanged a glance with Long Xiaoyun, both recognizing the joy in each other's eyes. Staying at home was tolerable, but ultimately too dull. Both were restless spirits. So let's go? It's pitiful for a woman like me to be home alone, Li Yun lamented, raising her hand to feign wiping away a tear, her sorrow appearing genuine. Mother, my vacation with Shawan is still nearly a month away. When we return, we will accompany you as we observe the melancholy etched on your mother-in-law's face. Yang Qi remains indifferent to the truth of the situation. A month and a half of leave has only seen half of it pass. Surely, we cannot linger at the border for a whole month? The marriage certificate has been obtained, and it is not peculiar for Yang Qi to address my parents. As for my father-in-law, let us not speak of him. His mother-in-law treats him exceptionally well, almost to the level of a favored prince. Ah, how delightful. This is indeed my beloved son, Li Yun, affectionately gazing at Yang Qi. It is often said that mothers-in-law grow increasingly fond of their sons-in-law, but in her case, it seems to be magnified immensely. After a simple breakfast, we packed lightly, bringing only a set of camouflage attire and our everyday clothes, as we are not embarking on a leisurely trip. Commander, the vehicle has arrived, announced Long Jinghua's bodyguard as he entered. Very well, let us depart, said Long Jinghua, rising first. Yang Qi and I did not linger, bidding a brief farewell to our mother before stepping outside. The convoy journeyed away from the military district towards the capital's military area, with Long Jinghua and others seated in the center, flanked by his armed security detail. A distant buzzing sound grew increasingly louder, and Yang Qi glanced towards the source, where dozens of helicopters of various models were stationed at the military airport. Are we to fly in a military helicopter? He pondered aloud. Commander, are we not considering an alternative mode of travel? A middle-aged man, bearing the insignia of 4 stars, approached urgently, concerned for Long Jinghua's safety. Is it that the security detail cannot ensure my safety? Long Jinghua retorted. No, Commander. Perhaps we might. Enough. No need for further discussion. We shall take the military helicopter. The border situation demands our immediate attention, and making a grand appearance at the airport would be ill-advised. With that, Long Jinghua strode towards the waiting helicopter, with Yang Qi and I hastily following, the force of the swirling rotor blades compelling us to lower our heads and grasp our hats. The security detail, seeing this, promptly boarded 2 other helicopters without hesitation. The colonel, recognizing the futility of persuading them otherwise, instructed his communications officer to alert the pilots to exercise utmost caution. As the helicopters ascended and departed, the colonel could only pray for their safety. Father, what is the current situation at the border? Long Shawan inquired, her voice rising above the clamor of the rotors and engines. Address me by my title, came the authoritative response. Yes, Deputy Commander. In public, titles must be used. At home, we may be more informal. Long Jinghua waved his hand, and a nearby bodyguard promptly retrieved and presented the documents. Upon receiving the materials, Long Shawan did not peruse them herself, instead passing them directly to her husband, Yang Qi. Witnessing the scene, Long Jinghua felt a surge of irritation. As the second in command of the army, why did he hold such a diminished status at home? Envy welled within him. With a perplexed mind, Yang Qi continued to examine the documents below. The more he read, the graver his expression became, his brows knitting tightly in concern. In essence, the relationship between India and the polar bear is notably intimate, holding a position in the polar bear's heart that rivals that of China. However, the conflict between the polar bear and Ukraine has exposed India's weaknesses in manufacturing and the incompleteness of its industrial chain. Logically, given the bond between India and the polar bear, one would expect India to assist Russia amidst the comprehensive sanctions imposed by Western nations on the polar bear. Furthermore, Indian enterprises could seamlessly penetrate the polar bear market to reap substantial profits, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome for both parties. Yet, in reality, India is only able to procure some energy resources from the polar bear, offering little else in assistance. In contrast, the dragon nation possesses the capacity to provide nearly all the products desired by the polar bear, including automobiles, chips, digital products, and various industrial goods. Consequently, following the outbreak of the conflict between the polar bear and Ukraine, India's standing in the eyes of the polar bear has significantly diminished, falling short of China's importance. This dynamic represents the first reason for the heightened tensions in the India-Dragon relationship. While one might categorize this as a political issue, it is crucial to remember that reasoning with a rogue is futile. The subsequent reasons will follow. Chapter 69, Long Jinghua. What are your thoughts after reading it? Long Jinghua observed Yang Qi as he set down the documents and promptly inquired. It is quite complex, to put it plainly. It reflects the inadequacy of our own people in Tianzhu, akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Yet, such petty schemes are ultimately futile against absolute strength. They lack significance but are capable of causing annoyance. Long Jinghua sighed inwardly. Indeed, while they may not hold weight, they are sufficiently irritating. Do they truly believe that Tianzhu can hinder the development of Longhua? How absurd. Yang Qi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotions. However, the issue at hand is not merely restriction, but rather the implications of their actions. Seemingly discerning the conflict on Yang Qi's face, Long Jinghua urged him to speak candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qi articulated, "We are currently in a phase of rapid development, and we cannot afford any unforeseen disruptions. The actions of country, while appearing to have minimal impact, are, in fact, significantly delaying our progress. Ever since Longhua pioneered the development of the truth, country has initiated a series of targeted actions against us, be it through media slander or subtle international maneuvers. They have never relented." The group fell into silence, each feeling a simmering frustration that would inevitably find its outlet, leaving them in a state of agitation for some time to come. 2 hours later, the Wuji helicopter gradually descended onto the tarmac of the Western Military District's airfield, the gusts from the rotating blades causing the nearby flags to flutter vigorously. As the cabin door swung open, Long Jinghua was the first to descend the staircase, his commanding presence compelling the awaiting military leaders to stand tall. "Greetings, sir." Wang Jingwood of the Western Military District stepped forward to salute, followed by a synchronized gesture of respect from the officers behind him. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a weathered face marked by deep lines, a testament to his years of service in the highlands. After returning the salute, Long Jinghua stepped aside to allow Yang Qi and Long Xiaoyan to follow. "I trust these two require no introduction?" Upon seeing Long Xiaoyan, Wang Jinghua's eyes lit up. "Captain Long, your performance in the last military competition was truly impressive." His gaze then shifted to Yang Qi, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "So, this is the Major Yang who shattered the records across the army?" Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. As Yang Qi prepared to salute, he suddenly felt a gentle tug at his sleeve from Long Xiaoyan. Leaning closer, she whispered in a hushed tone, "There are special forces present." Her eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance, her brow furrowed. "I can sense someone observing us, but I cannot pinpoint their location." Yang Qi subtly nodded, discreetly activating his environmental awareness. In an instant, the life forces around them became as discernible as stars twinkling in the night sky. 3 were lurking in the shadows of the tower, 5 concealed within the bushes surrounding the airfield, and 6 more further afield on elevated ground, a total of 14 special operatives. He responded quietly, "There is a sniper at the tower's 3 o'clock position." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Long Xiaoyan's eyes, quickly replaced by understanding. She nearly forgot her husband's extraordinary perceptive abilities. Wang Jinghua noted their subtle exchanges and smiled, explaining, "The recent tensions along the border have heightened security levels." "Please do not take offense, sir." Long Jinghua gestured to indicate his understanding. "It is wise to proceed with caution." As the group approached the reception vehicle, Yang Qi could not help but glance around once more. The sky in the Tibetan region was an exquisite blue, the distant snow-capped mountains towering majestically, presenting a stark contrast to the metallic flow of the airport. He could not restrain a soft exclamation, "Truly beautiful." Indeed, Long Xiaoyan followed his gaze, feeling awestruck as she always did upon each visit. Wang Jinghua, overhearing their conversation, proudly remarked, "The only thing that distinguishes our Western military region is its splendid scenery. Once our official matters are concluded, I shall have Shaoli take you to tour Namso Lake." After settling into the bulletproof SUV, Long Xiaoyan suddenly inquired, "General Wang, which unit is responsible for security this time?" Wang Jinghua glanced at her through the rearview mirror and smiled knowingly. "I knew I couldn't hide it from the eyes of the wolf warriors. It is the Snow Leopard Assault Team, just rotated in from the border." Yang Qi's heart jolted. The Snow Leopard Assault Team, the most elite special forces of the Western Military District, stationed year-round along the border at elevations above 5,000 meters. Rumored to lie in sub-zero temperatures for 3 days and nights undetected. As the convoy slowly departed from the airport, Yang Qi noted the presence of 3 armored vehicles escorting them front and rear. What astonished him further was that, through his environmental perception, he could see snipers positioned at high vantage points along the route, and even 2 armed helicopters hovering overhead for surveillance. Such a high level of security seemed rather excessive. Sensing his bewilderment, Long Jinghua explained in a low voice, "Last month, there was an attack near the border." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyan immediately tensed her body, her professional instincts prompting her to assess the safety of their surroundings. Yang Qi quietly grasped her hand, utilizing his environmental perception to survey the life signs within a 500-meter radius. Rest assured, he whispered into her ear, there are no suspicious presences within 2 kilometers. Long Shaoan looked at him in surprise, then seemed to recall something, her eyes widening. Has your perception range expanded again? Yang Qi merely smiled in silence, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. This small interaction did not go unnoticed by Wang Zhenghua in the front seat, who felt a flicker of contentment in his seasoned heart. Youth is indeed a beautiful thing. What about your Tianlang and Cheetah units? Long Zhenghua inquired. It was rather unusual for the snow leopards to be present here, as they were tasked with border security, while Tianlang and Cheetah were the regular special forces of the western metropolitan areas. At the mention of this, Wang Zhenghua's expression darkened considerably, and Yang Qi and the others exchanged puzzled glances, recognizing that something was amiss, especially if it could provoke such a reaction from a 2-star general. Commander, you are aware that the management of the Tibetan region has always been problematic. The convoy entered the compound of the Western Military District headquarters, where sentries stood at attention, saluting. Through the car window, Yang Qi observed that the military base, nestled at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, was heavily fortified, with armed patrols visibly present. Inside the conference room, a deep brown wooden table gleamed from polishing, and a massive topographical map of the border adorned the wall. Wang Zhenghua personally pulled out a chair for Long Zhenghua, and once everyone was seated, he approached the electronic screen and displayed a series of satellite images. Sir, this is the border surveillance footage from the past week. Wang Zhenghua's voice took on a grave tone as he pointed at the red dots on the screen with a laser pen. Small contingents from the Tianzhu side have been probing our defenses almost daily, here, and here. The scene shifted, revealing a grainy night recording. Several shadowy figures were deftly dismantling the barbed wire we had set up, their movements alarmingly proficient. Chapter 70. Captain Lin Rue of the Snow Leopard Commando Unit, it is far too easy to be thrown into the little black room, lamented Wang Zhenghua, tapping his fingers on the table. Yesterday, we were constantly revising, only to end up there. Woe is me. This was captured the night before last, he continued. They have grown so complacent that they no longer bother with camouflage, brazenly crossing the border in their uniforms. Long Xiaoyan furrowed her brow. What are the casualty figures? 3 lightly injured, Wang Zhenghua sighed. They were struck by rocks thrown by the enemy. Our soldiers strictly adhere to the principle of not firing the first shot. Yang Qi noticed the old general's hands clenching involuntarily as he spoke, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the conference room, the air itself seeming to grow thin. Long Zhenghua rose and approached the map, his finger tracing the meandering borderline until it halted at a particular valley. The Gaoan Valley, he murmured. Turning to Wang Zhenghua, I recall a new outpost was established here just last year? Indeed, sir, Wang Zhenghua replied, pulling up another set of images. However, the enemy has erected 3 observation posts on the opposing hillside, capable of penetrating our outpost's interior with high-powered telescopes. Suddenly, Long Xiaoan interjected. Are they intending to engage in a protracted conflict? Even worse, Wang Zhenghua replied with a bitter smile. They are employing a salami slicing tactic, today dismantling a section of barbed wire, tomorrow relocating a boundary marker, gradually encroaching on our territory. An oppressive wave of indignation swept through the conference room, and Yang Qi observed Long Zhenghua's expression darken to an almost palpable degree, the general's fingers drumming rapidly against the map. Bang! Long Zhenghua slammed his palm onto the table, causing the water in the teacup to splash. Listen, his voice was as cold as ice. I have but one directive. If the enemy does not fire, our soldiers are strictly forbidden from firing. However, he scanned the room, his gaze sharp as a blade, strengthen border defenses, and prohibit any unauthorized entry. Electrify the barbed wire. Vary vibration sensors around the boundary markers, and reinforce the outpost with snipers. Wang Zhenghua immediately stood at attention. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Furthermore, Long Zhenghua added, from today onward, all individuals crossing the border will be treated as spies, apprehend them first and ask questions later. Please share your thoughts, he urged. Yang Qi noticed Long Xiaoan discreetly giving him a thumbs up beneath the table, and he understood his father-in-law's strategy was ruthless, denying the enemy an excuse to initiate conflict while effectively curbing infiltration. Yang Qi slowly closed the document, gently tapping the hardcover twice with his knuckles. The air conditioning in the conference room emitted a soft hum, and the spotlight cast fragmented shadows across his deep-set brows and eyes. Father, he began, only to realize the inappropriateness of the moment, quickly amending his words. Sir, I believe this fundamentally represents a proxy struggle. Long Zhenghua, maintaining an impassive demeanor, lifted his teacup, the rising steam blurring his keen gaze. Elaborate. Tianzhu is akin to a spoiled child. Yang Qi laid the document flat on the conference table, his fingertip resting on the page, analyzing U.S.-India relations. When Country M dangles a sweet treat, it eagerly showcases itself to the world. His fingernails traced an arc on the satellite image. These border provocations were merely antics to pledge allegiance to a new master. The military strategists exchanged glances, some nodding unconsciously. Long Shaoan observed her husband's analysis as her father's fingers rhythmically caressed the rim of his teacup. This was his subtle sign of interest. However, the issue arose when Yang Qi abruptly flipped the document, revealing the Arctic bear's energy export data. When this child discovered his old toy had been snatched away, he drew a conspicuous circle around the trade volume between China and Russia with a red pin, likely to engage in more extreme measures to garner attention. Wang Jinhua slammed his palm on the table. Thus, the recent increase in border crossings is due to the Arctic Bear president's visit to Long Shaoan blurted out, her eyes sparkling. A comprehensive strategic cooperation agreement had been signed. The conference room fell silent, save for the whirring of the projector fan. As Long Jinhua set down his teacup, the porcelain touched the glass table, producing a crisp sound. What is the basis for this judgment? The general's voice betrayed no emotion. Yang Qi retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, displaying a data curve. This is a correlation graph of border incidents and significant foreign affairs activities over the past 3 months. On the screen, the red bar graph representing conflict occurrences sharply ascended following diplomatic milestones, particularly within 48 hours after the Energy Cooperation Agreement was signed, during which 7 surveillance cameras in the Galwan Valley were sabotaged. A staff officer gasped. Are they responding in real time to international developments? No. Yang Qi shook his head, turning the tablet toward the others. These actions require prior deployment. He enlarged the timestamp. The destructive acts occurred 6 hours before the agreement was signed, indicating that someone had long been prepared with the script, merely awaiting a signal. Long Jinhua suddenly rose, placing his teacup heavily on the edge of the electronic sand table, splashing tea across the 3-dimensional model of the Galwan Valley, its meandering form resembling blood. Proceed. Feeling the weight of his father-in-law's gaze, Yang Qi swallowed hard. My suggestion is a dual-line response. He pressed the remote, dividing the screen into 2 columns, the overt line which strengthened border control, while the covert line, the image shifted to a screenshot of an international news article, suggesting the careful release of news regarding the China-India Railway Cooperation Project. Brilliant! Wang Jinhua exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What the U.S. fears most is India leaning towards our infrastructure system. Long Shaoan suddenly chuckled, explaining amidst the puzzled expressions. I recall the Indian Minister of Transport declaring last month, I would rather have the U.S.'s second-hand shields than China's Steel Dragon. Thus, Yang Qi blinked. We merely accidentally allowed the negotiation minutes to leak. He mimicked the exaggerated gestures of Indian officials, such as the Chinese side's willingness to offer a 200 billion rupee interest-free loan. Laughter erupted in the conference room. Yet, Long Jinhua continued to scrutinize his son-in-law for a long moment before suddenly asking, what if they do not buy into this? Yang Qi's smile gradually faded as he approached the window, the distant snow-capped mountains glowing blood-red in the setting sun. Then let them see, he whispered, the glass reflecting his suddenly sharp gaze, what the true Steel Dragon is. After the meeting concluded, Wang Jinhua personally led everyone to the operations command room. In the corridor, Yang Qi suddenly felt an unusual sensation. His environmental awareness detected a rapidly moving life signal darting past the window on the 3rd floor. Something was amiss. He abruptly seized Long Jinhua, positioning Long Shaoyan protectively behind him. Almost simultaneously, a faint snapping sound emanated from outside the window, and a shadow gracefully leaped into the corridor, landing with barely a whisper. Reporting in, Captain Lin Rue of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, at your service. The newcomer stood at attention, saluting, his face camouflaged with paint, revealing only a pair of keen eyes. Wang Jinhua exhaled in relief, teasing, couldn't you have just used the front door? Lin Rue grinned broadly, displaying a set of white teeth. His gaze swept over Yang Qi, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What an astute intuition this comrade possesses. Long Shaoyan proudly linked her arm with Yang Qi's, declaring, this is my husband, Yang Qi. Chapter 71, Galwan Valley No. For Outpost Lin Rue suddenly realized that it was the record-breaking Major Yang. A great honor. He leaned closer to Yang Qi and lowered his voice. How did you manage to spot me just now? Our snow leopards are nearly undetectable, even by infrared. I must commend your audacity. A guard would have likely opened fire without hesitation. Yang Qi smiled silently, merely gesturing to his ears. Lin Rue raised an eyebrow in skepticism. How could human hearing be so acute? Long Jinghua observed the three young men, and the gloom on his face began to lift. Let us proceed to the live surveillance room. Captain Lin, you should join us as well. Pushing open the heavy blast-proof door of the monitoring room, they were immediately greeted by the blue glow of numerous screens and the cacophony of communications. Yang Qi squinted. His keen eyesight allowed him to take in the entire monitoring area within moments. Over 300 square meters, filled with tiered workstations, each occupied by focused soldiers. The electronic screens above them displayed real-time images from various defense zones, with every critical point along the border clearly visible, from the snowy mountain passes to the shallow riverbanks. This is our independently developed Skynet system, Wang Jinghua explained as he led the group down the central aisle, the sound of his polished shoes muted against the carpet. The battalion's monitoring feeds directly into the regiment, and from there, reports ascend to the division. He pointed to the busy officers on the elevated circular platform, where they could access video feeds from all grassroots units. Long Jinghua nodded slightly, while Long Shaoan expertly scanned the various screens. Yang Qi's gaze, however, was drawn to a screen on the right, where soldiers were setting up new sensors on a cliff edge at an altitude of over 5,000 meters. The howling mountain winds threatened to dislodge their cold weather masks. That was the Dabin outpost, and Lin Rue noted Yang Qi's interest, his voice brimming with pride. The highest manned outpost in the world. Wang Jinghua stopped at the control panel, display the Galwan Valley number 4 outpost. The operator swiftly input the command, and the main screen revealed a scene that left everyone breathless. On the vast expanse of snow, a solitary outpost stood like a sword piercing the heavens. As the camera zoomed in, the breath of the sentinel crystallized into frost in the biting cold of -30 degrees, adorning his eyelashes. Behind him, a weathered national flag fluttered fiercely in the gale, the vibrant red the only splash of color against the stark white landscape. Long Shaoan unconsciously straightened her posture, while Yang Qi noticed her fingers trembling slightly at her side, a remnant of nerve damage from prolonged service in extreme conditions. Currently stationed there is the 3rd Squad. Wang Jinghua spoke in a low voice. Last week's blizzard severed the supply line. They have survived for 5 days on melted snow and individual rations. Suddenly, the image on the screen jolted as the sentinel pivoted sharply, raising his binoculars. The operator immediately switched to thermal imaging mode, revealing several orange figures moving in the distance on the snow slope. Here they come again, Lin Rue scoffed coldly. These bastards always choose mealtime to stir up trouble. Long Jinghua suddenly grasped Yang Qi's shoulder and asked, Major Yang, if it were you stationed there. He gestured towards the small watchtower displayed on the screen. What would you do? The clacking of keyboards in the monitoring room abruptly ceased, as everyone awaited the response from this record-setting young officer. Yang Qi fixed his gaze upon the resolute profile of the sentinel on the screen, slowly raising his right hand in a military salute. Report, sir. I would act just as they do. His voice resonated distinctly within the enclosed space, standing in the shadow cast by the national flag, becoming the final silhouette along the border. But I would fight back. Dressed in uniform, I can defend my homeland. Stripped of it, I could still turn rogue. Although Yang Qi was uncertain of his current strength, he was confident that should he enter a certain nation with reckless abandon, it would instill despair in them, unless they resorted to overwhelming firepower from the outset to eliminate him. Yang Qi, title, married man, major, commander of the garrison battalion, strength, 46, brute force, speed, 45, wind speed, reaction, 73, environmental awareness, mental strength, 29, meditation, skills, master-level combat techniques, expert marksmanship, environmental awareness, proficient vehicle operation, tactical mastery, meditation, eagle eye, brute force, double power when activated, wind speed, double speed when activated, items, 800, 000, 1 skill upgrade card. 1 proficient skill upgrade card. With this profile, calling him a human nuclear bomb would not be an exaggeration. Wang Jinghua shook his head with a wry smile. Major Yang's temperament is quite formidable. Lin Rue's eyes brightened, and he struck his palm with a fist, exclaiming, That's the spirit. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. The camouflage on the Special Forces captain's face crinkled with excitement. Long Jinghua's gaze remained fixed on the approaching figures, their orange forms drawing closer on the monitor, his expression darkening to the point of dripping water. Indeed, no one has decreed that we cannot act rogue. These bastards are back. Wang Jinghua suddenly cursed, pointing at the figures dismantling the barbed wire on the screen. Look, they even brought tools. A flash of cold light appeared in Yang Chi's eyes as he abruptly turned to stand at attention. "Sir, I request immediate support at Watchtower number 4. His knuckles turned white from clenching his fist too tightly, his voice restrained with suppressed fury. "Do they really think us easy to bully?" Long Zhenghua cast a deep glance at his son-in-law, approved. "But remember," he raised a finger, "if they do not fire, we must not be the first to shoot." "Yes." Yang Chi's salute was crisp and decisive, his camouflage boots scraping sharply against the ground as he turned. "Lin Rui," Wang Zhenghua commanded, "take Major Yang to the airport. And use the fastest helicopter." Long Xiaoyan stepped forward suddenly. "I also, wife." Yang Chi grasped her hand firmly, leaning in to whisper in her ear. "You must stay behind to ensure Dad's safety. Your presence is needed here." The warmth of his breath brushed against her earlobe, and she bit her lip, ultimately squeezing her husband's palm tightly. "Return to me safe and sound. I promise to complete the mission." At the airport, the rotor blades of the Wuji 10 began to spin with an eager hum. Lin Rui, in a hurried stride, applied a fresh coat of paint to his face, exclaiming, "Major Yang, soon I will teach you to wield the special high-altitude weaponry." Amidst the howling cold wind, Yang Chi's short hair stood on end. As he squinted towards the snow-capped mountains gradually shrouded by the encroaching night, a fiery resolve igniting within his chest. Upon boarding the helicopter, a soldier with frostbitten features handed him a heavy military coat, stating, "Commander, for every 1,000 meters ascended, the temperature drops by 6 degrees. It is currently minus 35 degrees over by the watchtower." As Yang Chi accepted the coat, he noticed the soldier's cracked fingers, a pang of sympathy striking his heart. "Thank you, comrade. You have worked hard." The soldier responded with a hearty, albeit pained smile, revealing lips tinged purple from the cold. "Not hard at all. Just..." He lowered his voice. "When you take on those scoundrels, make sure to kick them a few extra times for us." As the helicopter soared into the sky, the scenery outside the window transformed into a vast expanse of white snow within mere minutes. Lin Rui, engaged in inspecting the weaponry, suddenly noticed Yang Chi staring vacantly out the window. "What are you looking at?" he inquired, leaning closer. Chapter 72. The Intruding Men from the Land of Brahma. Yang Chi pointed towards several moving black dots on the distant snow line. "Over there. Could that be our patrol team?" Lin Rui squinted for a long moment, then suddenly gasped in shock. "Good heavens. Those are our brothers from the 3rd Squad pursuing the border crossers." He lunged for the communicator, urging, "Quick, hurry." As the altitude increased, the temperature within the cabin plummeted sharply, and a layer of frost quickly formed on Yang Chi's eyelashes. He tightened the collar of his coat, his gaze firmly fixed on the increasingly distinct watchtower in the distance, where the red flag defiantly fluttered amidst the blizzard like a flame refusing to extinguish. The deafening roar of the armed helicopter echoed through the snowy valley, and the snow whipped up by the whirling blades resembled a white sandstorm. Below, a dozen or so soldiers from the land of Brahma scrambled in disarray. The bearded leader looked up in terror, shouting in his native tongue, "Split up! Run!" The morale of the Dragon Kingdom's border guards surged at this sight. The squad leader wiped the ice from his face and hoarsely shouted, "Chase! Don't let them escape!" The soldiers trudged through knee-deep snow, struggling to pursue. "Fly ahead of them!" Yang Chi yelled, patting the pilot's seat. The pilot, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, quickly scanned the terrain below, exclaiming, "Sir, below are snow drifts. There are no conditions for landing." Furious, Lin Rui slammed his fist against the cabin door, his 95-style assault rifle feeling like a mere stick. "Damn it. Are we just going to watch these scoundrels get away?" Yang Chi's gaze remained locked on the scene below. The soldiers from Brahma had dispersed into 3 groups, bounding through the snow like startled rabbits. They glanced back periodically, and upon realizing the helicopter could not land, some audaciously gestured obscene signs. "Descend in front of them." Yang Chi's voice was as cold as ice. "Altitude, 20 meters. That's too dangerous." The pilot exclaimed in alarm, but when he met Yang Chi's steely gaze in the rearview mirror, he gritted his teeth and pushed the control stick forward. The helicopter dove down, swooping over the snowfield like a falcon, and came to a steady hover before the fleeing soldiers. The sudden gust of wind sent the soldiers tumbling, yet when they realized the helicopter could not land, the leader grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and shouted in broken English, "Dragon men, cowards who dare not shoot." This taunt echoed clearly through the open communication channel, and Lin Rui's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. Yet, Yang Chi remained unervingly calm, simply unbuckling his seatbelt. "Major Yang." Lin Rui began to protest, but he witnessed Yang Chi already pulling open the cabin door. The frigid wind, at -40 degrees, howled into the cabin, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Tell them, Yang Chi turned back with a smile, Dragon Kingdom soldiers can make them call us father even without guns. Before he finished speaking, he leaped out of the cabin. Sir. The astonished cries of the pilot and crew accompanied the camouflage-clad figure as it shot into the snowstorm like an arrow. The soldiers from Brahma, filled with arrogance, continued their flight, yet the leader suddenly felt a shadow loom above him. In an instant, a shadow descended like a divine weapon, crashing into the snow 3 meters before him and sending a wave of snow that toppled him over. As the snow fog cleared, the soldiers from the land of the sun stared in horror, their eyes wide, as a Dragon Kingdom officer emerged from the 1-meter-deep snow, standing tall like a javelin. His gaze icy and devoid of emotion, sending shivers down their spines. The insignia of a major on his shoulder shimmered in the snowlight, and the white mist he exhaled crystallized into frost at his brow. Run? Yang Chi whispered in English, slowly removing his cold-resistant gloves. Why not run? The leading soldier from the land of the sun let out a strange cry, suddenly drawing a curved blade from his waist, shouting something incomprehensible, while the other soldiers brandished daggers and iron rods, forming a fan-like encirclement around him. The border guards chasing from a distance were taken aback, the squad leader rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things due to the cold? Did someone just jump from a helicopter? The new recruit stammered, pointing ahead. Squad leader. That's Major Yang. I've seen him in the military reports. On the snowy expanse. Yang Chi regarded the encroaching soldiers with a sudden smile, beckoning with his fingers. Come at me together, it will save time. The soldiers exchanged glances, the bearded leader swallowing hard, his gaze darting between the pursuing soldiers behind and the solitary Yang Chi in front. The stinging sensation of snowflakes against his face jolted him, and he suddenly raised his curved blade, screaming, he's alone. Take him down. Dozens of soldiers charged forward with fervor, like they had been invigorated. The burly man at the front swung the iron rod down upon Yang Chi's head, the snowflakes whipped up by the force creating a white streak in the air. Yang Chi slightly shifted his body, allowing the iron rod to graze past his nose. His left hand struck out like a venomous snake, precisely gripping the opponent's wrist and twisting. Crack. The crisp sound of bone snapping was swallowed by the wind and snow. Yet the burly man's scream echoed across the snowy field. Seizing the iron rod, Yang Chi executed a spinning kick that sent a second assailant flying 5 meters away, crashing into a snowbank and splattering snow upon his comrades' faces. 3. Yang Chi softly counted, the iron rod dancing in his hand like a specter, landing heavily against the side of the third soldier's knee. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, the soldier crumpled to the ground, clutching his contorted leg. Chaos erupted in the snow. One soldier, brandishing a dagger, attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Yang Chi evaded as if he had eyes in the back of his head, delivering a precise elbow strike to the assailant's ribs. The attacker's eyes bulged, blood spraying from his mouth and painting the snow with a striking crimson blue. 5. Yang Chi's voice was as frigid as the polar winds. He lunged forward to confront the bearded leader, who was frozen in fear, and with pinpoint accuracy, struck the soldier's wrist with the iron rod. Before the curved blade even touched the ground, Yang Chi had grasped his collar, executing a shoulder throw that slammed the hefty man into the snow. Gagging, the bearded soldier curled up like a shrimp, his stomach contents instantly congealing into ice upon the snow. When the soldiers of Class 3 arrived, breathless and hurried, they were met with a striking scene. Dozens of Indian soldiers lay scattered across the snow, wailing in agony. Some cradled severed arms, while others dragged broken legs. In the midst of this chaos stood the legendary Major Yang, leisurely brushing off the snowflakes from his combat uniform. Reporting in, sir, exclaimed Sergeant Mo Jun, snapping to attention, his voice slightly trembling with astonishment. This is the Class 3 lookout, Sergeant Mo Jun reporting. Behind him, his comrades Rong Ning and Chao Er also saluted in unison, their youthful eyes shimmering with near reverence. Chao Er discreetly nudged his companion with his elbow, whispering, I couldn't believe it when the newspaper claimed Major Yang was the best fighter in the entire army. Yang Chi returned a precise military salute. Comrades, you have worked hard, he said, gesturing towards the moaning Indian soldiers on the ground. Bind these fellows up and send them back. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, swiftly commencing the task of securing the captives. Chapter 73. The terrifying battle power of Yang Chi. Mo Jun approached cautiously, hesitating as he gazed at Yang Chi. Upon noticing that a thin layer of ice had formed on his combat boots, he quickly removed his cold-resistant gloves. Sir, your hands. Yang Qi then realized that his fingers had turned a shade of purple from the cold. Accepting the gloves, he offered a reassuring smile to the earnest border guard sergeant. "Thank you. You brave souls stationed here are the true heroes." A blush crept onto Mo Jun's dark face as he rubbed his hands, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something of great importance, pointing urgently towards the southeast. "Sir, there is another group crossing over there." Yang Qi's expression sharpened, and he turned to pursue, but was halted by Mo Jun. "Your hands will suffer frostbite. Let us go." "No." Yang Qi firmly rejected. "You have already been pursuing for so long. You are exhausted." He raised his gaze to the helicopter still hovering above, making a tactical gesture. Lin Rui's voice crackled through the intercom. "Received. Extraction in 3 minutes." Yang Qi moved his stiffened fingers, offering Mo Jun a comforting smile. "Don't worry, it will be resolved swiftly." With that, he turned and plunged into the snowstorm, his figure quickly becoming a mere black dot in the flurry. Rong Ning watched the receding silhouette, murmuring, "Sergeant, this officer must be a Superman, right?" Mo Jun did not reply. He silently picked up the curved blade that Yang Qi had dropped. The blade reflected his resolute countenance, a look that spoke of having found a role model. Another towering figure? No. Since he was stationed at a border outpost in the Tibetan region, it must be from the show eagles of the snowy land. What a fascinating world this is. One wonders if these remarkably similar-looking individuals feel perplexed upon meeting each other. Yang Qi trudged through the knee-deep snow, each step stirring up clouds of powdery snow. He ascended to the hilltop, the biting cold wind slicing across his cheek. Through his keen eyes, the world became extraordinarily vivid, the icicles adorning the snow-laden pines in the distance. The snowflakes flowing through the crevices of the cliffs, even the traces of snow hares darting several kilometers away, all laid bare before him. Suddenly, an unnatural movement caught his attention. At the edge of a coniferous forest 2 kilometers away, several shadowy figures were stealthily advancing, using the tree trunks as cover. The metallic gleam reflecting from one of their waists revealed their location, a distinctive shine from the standard-issue water bottles of the Tianzhu army. "Found you." Yang Qi narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Just as he was about to step forward to pursue, he realized the snow was too thick. Even with his physical prowess, running felt like struggling through syrup, significantly slowing him down. At that moment, the familiar roar of helicopter blades resonated above. The helicopter executed a graceful dive, skimming just above the snow-laden pines under Lin Rui's adept maneuvering. As the cabin door swung open, Lin Rui leaned halfway out, the fierce wind obscuring the paint on his face. "Grab it," he shouted as he forcefully tossed down a soft ladder, the metallic rungs glinting in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Yang Qi leapt forward, deftly grasping the swaying ladder. He gave a thumbs up towards the cockpit, and Lin Rui immediately understood, the helicopter rapidly ascending to a greater altitude. "Hold on tight." Lin Rui's voice echoed through the headset. 30 seconds to the target area. Clinging to the ladder with one hand, Yang Qi's body billowed like a flag in the frigid wind of -40 degrees. He gazed down, watching as the snowy expanse swiftly receded beneath him, the furtive figures drawing ever closer. The soldiers from Tianzhu had evidently heard the helicopter's roar and were frantically fleeing into the depths of the dense forest. "Lower!" Yang Qi shouted into the communicator. "Drop me in front of them." Lin Rui gritted his teeth. "It's too dangerous. There's a forest below. Execute the order." Yang Qi's voice brooked no dissent. The helicopter made a sharp turn, diving towards a clearing among the trees at a perilous angle, just 10 meters above the ground. Yang Qi suddenly released his grip, plunging downwards like a predatory snow leopard. Thud! He landed heavily in the snow, sending a spray of snow soaring 3 meters high. 5 meters ahead, the 5 Tianzhu soldiers were startled into a panic by the sudden commotion, the foremost among them collapsing onto the ground in fright. "Surprise," Yang Qi said softly in English as he straightened up, stretching his neck with a series of bone-cracking sounds. "Game time." The Tianzhu soldiers exchanged glances, and one suddenly raised his rifle. "Don't move." Lin Rui's furious shout came from the helicopter, the dark muzzle of the machine gun aimed below. "Anyone who dares to shoot, I'll turn him into a sieve." The soldier's hand trembled, causing his weapon to clatter into the snow. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Qi lunged forward, his right leg whipping out like a lash, sending the man crashing into a pine tree, snow cascading down and blanketing the remaining 4 soldiers. "Now." Yang Qi picked up the fallen rifle and twisted the barrel into a pretzel with a single hand. "Who's next?" The 4 Tianzhu soldiers dropped to their knees, hands raised high above their heads, babbling in desperation. Yang Qi scoffed. tossing them a length of rope from his waist. "Bind yourselves. I don't want to do it for you." Trembling, the 5 soldiers tied themselves into a bundle, while Yang Chi leaned against a snow-covered cedar, leisurely brushing the frost from his epaulets. "Report, Commander." Lin Rue saluted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "The outpost just called. They say the captured soldiers have confessed. They were sent to map our outpost location." Yang Chi's expression turned icy. He approached the leading Tianzhu officer, crouching down to softly inquire in English, "Do you enjoy drawing maps?" Without waiting for a response, he suddenly smashed his fist against a nearby rock. The solid basalt shattered with a resounding crack. "Go back and tell your commander." Yang Chi's voice was as piercing as the polar winds. "Next time you come, I'll personally go to New Delhi to draw him a larger one. But before you return, you must first accompany us to meet someone." With a wave of his hand, Yang Chi signaled Lin Rue and the others to escort the prisoners back, and the helicopter sped towards outpost number 3. The solitary watchtower No. 3 stands resolutely atop the snow-capped mountain, its weathered exterior marred by years of relentless wind and snow, creating a rugged facade. Yang Chi gazes upward, where the faded national flag at the summit flutters fiercely in the howling gale, resembling an unquenchable flame. "Commander." Mo Jun jogs over, saluting, his face still flushed from the recent pursuit. The personnel are secured, all tied up in the storage. He gestures toward a few new recruits behind him, their faces marred by frostbite. These are the fresh-faced soldiers assigned this year, and today marks their first eye-opening experience. Yang Chi nods, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings of the watchtower. Makeshift solar panels, frozen water tanks, and a rudimentary toilet constructed from stones. He inhales deeply, the frigid air piercing his lungs. "Lead me to the communications room." Pushing open the creaking iron door, the interior of the watchtower feels suffocatingly cramped. In a space of less than 10 square meters, 4 double-decked iron bunk beds are crammed together, and the walls are adorned with posters of faded film stars. The so-called communications room consists merely of a wooden table in the corner, upon which rests an antiquated field radio. Chapter 74. The End of the Border Affairs Report, Commander. Mo Jun said, rubbing his hands awkwardly. "The signal here is poor. The radio is intermittent." Yang Chi furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Rue, who had just entered. "Captain Lin, you take over the operation." Without a word, Lin Rue sat at the radio, skillfully adjusting the frequency. Amidst a cacophony of harsh static, fragmented voices finally emerged. "This is Western Military District. Please respond." "It's connected." Lin Rue hastily donned the headset. "Snow Leopard calling base. Snow Leopard calling base. Please connect me to Commander Long." During the few minutes of waiting, Yang Chi noticed a duty log on the table. He casually flipped it open, and the latest entry read, December 23rd, snowstorm, supply interruption day 5. Daily ration per person, half a jug of water, 2 compressed biscuits. Squad leader Mo Jun allocated a share to the feverish rookie, Xiao Wang. Recorder, Rong Ning. The handwriting was somewhat slanted, clearly penned in extreme cold. "Commander, we are connected." Lin Rue suddenly stood up and handed the headset to Yang Chi. A deep voice resonated from the headset. "What is the situation?" "Report, Commander." Yang Chi stood at attention, even though the other party could not see him. "We have apprehended 17 individuals crossing the border, one of whom was armed with a standard rifle. Upon interrogation, they claimed to be assigned to map our outpost location." There was a loud bang on the other end, akin to a fist striking a table. Long Jinghua's voice escalated an octave. "Armed. They dare to map military facilities?" Yang Chi could almost envision his father-in-law's furious demeanor at that moment, veins bulging at his temples, eyes ablaze with anger. "Immediately dispatch the Snow Leopard assault team to escort them back. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to prepare a protest. I intend to make sure that the Tenju loses face on the international stage." After ending the communication, Yang Chi removed the headset, only to find the entire watchtower enveloped in silence. Mo Jun and several rookies stared at him wide-eyed, barely breathing. "Commander." Rong Ning mustered the courage to ask, Are we going to war?" Yang Chi looked at the rookie, who was 2 years younger than him, and adjusted his crooked cotton hat. "Do not worry. If we fight, it will be against them." He turned to Lin Rue. "Prepare for escort. I will meet with our armed guest in the warehouse." The Tenju officer was slumped in the corner, noticeably flinching when Yang Chi entered. Yang Chi crouched down and asked slowly in English, "Do you understand the implications of carrying a weapon in a foreign military restricted zone?" The officer's gaze flickered. I was just acting in self-defense." "Self-defense?" Yang Chi scoffed, suddenly drawing his pistol and slamming it onto the ground. Then shall I also act in self-defense? The officer's face turned ashen, desperately shrinking back. But Yang Chi stood up, towering over him. Rest assured, we, the soldiers of Longhua, abide by the rules. He kicked the pistol on the ground. However, when it reaches the international court, I hope you can maintain such bravado. As Yang Chi stepped out of the warehouse, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the national flag fluttering from the watchtower. Gazing at the vibrant red, he turned to the approaching Mo Jun and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for a new flag to be delivered." Mo Jun paused for a moment, then broke into a dry smile, his cracked lips revealing gratitude. "Thank you, Commander. However, this flag was purchased with our allowances. Although it has seen better days, it still serves its purpose." Yang Chi remained silent, simply placing a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the earnest sergeant. In the distance, Lin Rue had already started the helicopter. The swirling snow and mist illuminated in golden hues by the sunset. "You all are enduring too much in this post. I will bring this to the attention of the military authorities. Life along the border is challenging, especially in such arduous conditions." The desolate watchtower echoed the struggles of the border, and he could sense their hardships through the situation within. If circumstances allowed, he truly wished to provide them with electricity. Perhaps once Sister Liana's company flourished, she could donate funds for such initiatives. After all, the expense would be minimal. Country before family. The earnings he made were intended for the welfare of the people. Mo Jun held a flicker of grievance in his eyes, but chose not to voice it. Standing in formation with Rong Ning and the others, watching the ascending attack helicopter. "Salute." They all saluted, exchanging solemn glances. "Sergeant, is what the commander said for real?" Rong Ning asked cautiously. "Perhaps, but no matter how hard it is, this remains our duty." Mo Jun replied, turning away, leaving Rong Ning and the others in a state of silent bewilderment, unsure of what to say next. As the helicopter returned, the atmosphere inside the cabin grew somewhat tense. Yang Chi, resting with his eyes closed, sensed a burning gaze fixated upon him. He opened his eyes to find Lin Rue's piercing stare, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. "Captain Lin, is there something on my face that resembles a battle plan?" Yang Chi finally inquired, unable to contain himself. Rather than retracting, Lin Rue leaned in closer, excitement quivering in his voice. "Major Yang, let us have a sparring match." His painted face could not conceal the fervor that radiated from him. Caught off guard by this unexpected proposition, Yang Chi exclaimed, "What? Right now?" Lin Rue animatedly gestured. "As soon as we land. That side kick you executed was simply magnificent. And that unarmed disarm." Suddenly, he grasped Yang Chi's wrist. "Teach me." With a bemused smile. Yang Chi withdrew his hand. "Do you think this is a martial arts novel?" He scrutinized the Special Forces captain, who towered over him, clearly eager for a fight. "I do." Lin Rue replied resolutely, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. "I've been with the Snow Leopards for 8 years and have yet to encounter a worthy opponent." The other team members averted their gazes, silently acknowledging their captain's obsession with combat. Yang Chi suddenly chuckled, a grin that sent a chill down Lin Rue's spine. "Very well, it's a perfect opportunity to stretch." He rolled his wrist, "But let us agree on one thing. If you end up in tears, don't go crying to your commander. Who will cry remains to be seen." Lin Rue exclaimed, slapping his thigh while turning to the pilot. "Old Lu, let us land directly at the training ground. First, go and report the situation to the commander." Lin Rue nodded in agreement and promptly walked alongside Yang Chi towards the military headquarters. Western Military District, Headquarters Building. Yang Chi and Lin Rue hastily traversed the corridors of the headquarters, their combat boots echoing sharply against the tiled floor, until they reached the door of the conference room on the 3rd floor. Yang Chi adjusted his collar and raised his hand to knock 3 times. "Report." "Come in," came the deep voice of Long Jingwa from within. As they entered, the atmosphere in the conference room was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. Long Zhenghua stood before an electronic sand table, while Wang Zhenghua and several staff officers engaged in a hushed discussion. Long Xiaoyan was positioned by the window. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Yang Chi, but she quickly reverted to an expression of standard military composure. Chapter 75, The Sparring Between Lin Rue and Yang Chi. "Commander." Both Yang Chi and Lin Rue saluted simultaneously. Long Zhenghua turned around, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. "What is the situation?" Yang Chi stepped forward, placing the seized surveying instruments and maps on the conference table. "It has been confirmed that they are conducting armed cross-border surveying. They are equipped with high-precision rangefinders and military-grade GPS, marking the coordinates of our outposts." He paused. The The leader has instructed that they are under the direct command of the 3rd Mountain Division from Tianju. Bang! Long Jinghua slammed his fist down on the edge of the sand table, causing the model of the Galwan Valley to shake violently. What audacity! Where are they? Currently under escort, Lin Rui added. The Snow Leopard Team 2 is responsible for the transport and is expected to arrive in half an hour. By the window. Long Xiaoan tightened her fingers slightly, her gaze swiftly scanning Yang Qi. His combat uniform bore several tears, and the joints of his hands were reddened. Yet he appeared to have no significant injuries. She quietly exhaled in relief. Wang Zhenghua perused the confiscated maps, his expression growing increasingly grim. Is this intended to pinpoint our outpost? What are their intentions? Bombardment? Or let us not jump to conclusions, Long Jinghua interjected, turning to Yang Qi. Are you certain they were armed? Absolutely, Yang Qi replied, retrieving an evidence bag from his tactical backpack, containing several bullets, 7.62mm rifle cartridges compatible with Tianju standard rifles. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Long Xiaoyan unconsciously dug her nails into her palm. Had he actually been in a firefight? Long Jinghua's expression turned ominously fierce. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly gestured for everyone to leave except for Major Yang. Once the door to the conference room closed, Long Jinghua approached the secure phone, inhaling deeply before dialing a number known only to a select few. As the call connected, he instinctively straightened his back. Commander, this is Long Jinghua. An armed incursion has occurred in the Galwan Valley. Yes, confirmation of weapons. They are surveying our military facility coordinates. We have apprehended 12 individuals. Yes, I understand. Yang Qi stood by, observing as his father-in-law's expression transitioned from fury to an icy calm. The conversation lasted approximately 10 minutes, concluding with Long Jinghua resolutely stating, "Execute the orders," before hanging up. The directives from above were clear. Long Jinghua's voice was hoarse. First, immediately transfer the captives to the National Security Department. Second, hold an international press conference to present the evidence. Third, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, enhance electronic jamming along the border. They shall not transmit a single GPS signal. Yang Qi keenly noted the slight tremor in his father-in-law's hands, not born of fear, but of suppressed rage. Long Jinghua suddenly moved to the window, turning his back to Yang Qi as he asked, "Do you believe this time Tianju acted on its own accord, or was there someone instigating them?" Without hesitation, Yang Qi replied, "The destination of the surveying data is the crux of the matter." Long Jinghua turned around, a rare weariness etched on his face. "Go and rest. Tomorrow's press conference, you will accompany me." Upon exiting the conference room, Yang Qi discovered Long Xiaoyan leaning against the corridor window, awaiting him. "Are you uninjured?" she softly inquired, her gaze fixed on the distant snow-capped mountains. Yang Qi smiled gently, subtly entwining his pinky with hers. "Rest assured, your husband is not so fragile." Long Xiaoyan shot him a glare, but did not withdraw her hand. "Is the press conference ready?" Yang Qi concealed his playful demeanor. This time, it might stir quite a tempest. At the end of the corridor, Lin Rui was peering curiously around. Long Xiaoyan sighed. "Go on. That martial arts enthusiast has been waiting for you." Yang Qi shook his head in resignation and approached Lin Rui, while behind him, Long Xiaoyan's hushed voice cautioned, "Don't embarrass yourself. You still need to be on camera tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Rui's painted face visibly fell. "Captain Long, that's rather unkind." 10 minutes later, the Special Operations Training Ground of the Western Military District was bustling with soldiers who had come upon hearing the news. Lin Rui stood in the center of the arena, performing exaggerated warm-up exercises, his camouflage sleeves rolled to the elbows, revealing muscular arms. Yang Qi stood quietly opposite him, merely stretching his neck. He noticed several familiar faces within the crowd. Long Jinghua and Wang Zhenghua had also arrived, conversing beneath the sunshade. Long Xiaoyan leaned against the pull-up bar, raising an eyebrow at him, her expression clearly admonishing, "Don't disgrace me." "The rules are simple," Lin Rui announced loudly, "unlimited combat. 10 seconds on the ground counts as a loss." Suddenly lowering his voice, he added, "Major Yang, do not go easy on me." Yang Qi beckoned with his finger. "Come." In an instant, Lin Rui sprang into action. This towering man, standing at nearly 6'3", moved with the agility of a cheetah, delivering a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Yang Qi's face. The onlooking members of the Snow Leopard team gasped. The captain is starting with a kill shot. As the punch whistled past him, Yang Qi slightly turned his head, the fist grazing his ear, and seized Lin Rui's wrist, executing a swift throw. Bang! Lin Rui crashed into the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He quickly sprang back up, his eyes blazing with combat spirit. Such quick reflexes. This time, he unleashed a flurry of combination punches, left and right hooks accompanied by sweeping kicks, an unrelenting tide of assault. Yet, Yang Qi seemed to possess the foresight to evade each strike by mere inches, the hem of his camouflaged jacket fluttering in the wake of the punches. It's my turn. As he sidestepped the seventh punch, Yang Qi suddenly declared. His figure blurred, and Lin Rui barely registered a flash before his abdomen was struck by a knee, nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Before he could recover, his right leg was swept from under him. Bang! As Lin Rui hit the ground once more, his vision momentarily blurred. Struggling to rise, he found Yang Qi's military boot lightly pressing against his throat. 10. Yang Qi began to count. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. How could the captain of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, a 5-time champion of the Western Military District's combat competitions, be subdued by Yang Qi in less than 30 seconds? 9. 10. Yang Qi withdrew his foot, extending a hand to pull the dazed Lin Rui to his feet. Shall we continue? Lin Rui dusted off the sand from his clothes, suddenly breaking into a wide grin. Of course. Let's fight. He rubbed his aching abdomen. But I must first master this technique. Laughter erupted from the sidelines, and Wang Jinghua shook his head, addressing Long Jinghua. Commander, your son-in-law is truly a peculiar character. Long Jinghua gazed at Yang Qi, encircled by the members of the Snow Leopard team, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning. In a corner of the Western Military District's dining hall, the three gathered around a square table, with snow-capped mountains visible through the window and the bubbling hot pot exuding warmth inside. Lin Rui poured each of them a glass of cola, droplets of water quickly condensing on the glass surface. Cheers, he exclaimed, raising his cup. The grease paint had been washed away, revealing his chiseled features. Let us toast to Major Yang. Today, I have truly witnessed the meaning of there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Chapter 76. I apologize for not being able to write your names. Yet you are worthy of our learning. Yang Qi smiled as he clinked glasses with Captain Lin, saying, You are too modest. He purposely lowered his cup, acknowledging, It is your Snow Leopard's combat experience on the plateau that I aspire to learn from. Long Shaoan also raised her glass, a subtle smile gracing her lips. To the two of you, no fight, no acquaintance. The 3 glass cups collided in midair, producing a clear, ringing sound. Lin Rui tilted his head back and took a large gulp, the icy soda sliding down his throat, prompting a satisfied sigh. Try this, Yang Qi offered, placing a slice of lamb hot pot into Long Shaoyan's bowl. The lamb from Tibet has no gamey taste. Just as Long Shaoyan was about to pick up her chopsticks, she noticed Lin Rui staring at them with an expression that was hard to describe. What's wrong? Yang Qi also noticed. Not to your liking? Lin Rui put down his chopsticks and sighed heavily. You two really are. In the Special Forces competition, I lost to Major Long's Wolf Warriors. And today in combat, I lost to you. He counted on his fingers, shooting, cross-country. Tactical command. I've read in the newspapers that you hold all the records in the army. Yang Qi and Long Shaoyan exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. Lin Rui, gnawing on a lamb chop with a bitter expression, mumbled, I just can't accept it. We Snow Leopards have trained so hard on the plateau for so many years. Old Lin, Yang Qi suddenly said earnestly, do you know why I was able to defeat you? Lin Rui immediately perked up his ears. Because you want to win too badly. Yang Qi refilled his glass with cola. When you throw a punch, your shoulder instinctively moves first, and when sweeping with your legs, your front toes unconsciously turn outward. These are all flaws. Long Shaoyan added, moreover, you rely too much on strength. On the plateau, where oxygen is scarce, every bit of energy must be used wisely. Lin Rui's eyes widened, forgetting to chew his lamb, and after a moment, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, No wonder. Last time during the competition, it was this tactic that allowed you to see through my assault route. The officers at the neighboring table were startled by the commotion and turned to look, prompting Long Shaoyan to quickly gesture for silence. However, Lin Rui suddenly lowered his voice. Leaning in mysteriously, I heard that the Wolf Warriors and Snow Leopards are planning to form a joint task force to specifically address sudden border incidents. His gaze darted between the two. Are you interested? Long Shaoyan raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to poach? Not at all. Lin Rui hurriedly waved his hands, but, in case there is an opportunity to collaborate, Yang Qi interrupted with a smile. Let us finish the lamb chops first. They're getting cold. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the snow-capped mountains in golden hues, and the clamor in the restaurant gradually grew louder. The three continued to eat and chat, laughter punctuating their conversation. in the following 3 days. After Longjing submitted the situation for review, the matter was put on hold, leaving everything to political maneuvering. Yet, it seemed that the people of Tianju, in a fit of rage, not only did not relent but instead became increasingly aggressive. "Old Yang, these Tianju folks are like rabid dogs," Lin Rui exclaimed. His filthy appearance glaring against the focused map Yang Qi was studying, his voice brimming with anger and intent. "Madness or pretense, it matters not. As long as one dares to cross the border, let them be struck." Yang Qi withdrew his gaze from the number 3 watchtower, peering into the distance. Were it decades ago, he would have eagerly charged into the heart of India, unleashing a tempest of violence. Damn those wretched creatures. Forever probing the tiger's backside with reckless abandon. It is time. I must patrol the border. Ever since the last conflict subsided, the border now demands vigilant surveillance daily, leaving no room for negligence. Yang Qi had sought permission from his father-in-law to arrive at the border. Gaowen Valley. "Commander, do they intend to intrude?" New recruit Qin furrowed his brow, observing a group of individuals across the river, along with hastily erected military tents. "Immediately contact the military headquarters." A sense of foreboding gripped Commander Qi. It appeared these Indian intruders were not merely passing through but intended to establish a permanent presence. "Yes." The radio operator behind him promptly set down his equipment, swiftly assembling the antenna and devices, acutely aware of the urgent nature of the situation. "Hello. This is Gaowen Valley. I am a soldier from the Border Defense Unit. The Indians are gradually increasing their personnel at the border and have set up tents, requesting assistance." The communications soldier rapidly conveyed the dire situation, recognizing that protocol could not afford delays. "Western Military District, Headquarters." The sharp ringing of alarms pierced the morning air. Upon hearing this, the radio operator immediately pressed the alarm button on the desk, the shrill sound echoing through the office building. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. What has transpired? Longjing strode in with a commanding presence, accompanied by Wang Zhenghua and other officials. "Report, Commander. There is a situation in Gaowen Valley." The communications officer quickly rose to relay the circumstances. Longjing's expression turned grave as he commanded, "Bring up the surveillance footage from Gaowen Valley." "Understood." As the group gathered around the monitor, their blood pressure surged at the sight. What were these rascals plotting? The footage revealed our 4 soldiers standing in a standoff with a group of 20 Indians across the river, both sides gesticulating animatedly, oblivious to the words exchanged. "Get me Yang Qi." Longjing's heart raced, sensing that something troubling was imminent. "Yes, Commander, we have established contact." Longjing approached the receiver, addressing Yang Qi. "Immediately take your men to Gaowen Valley. The situation has changed." "Understood. We are on our way." After the call ended, Long Zhenghua and his colleagues fixated on the monitor, fervently dispatching reinforcements. "Understood." Wang Zhenghua exited the room, promptly contacting the nearby border defense units to prepare for immediate deployment to Gaowen Valley. Border Defense Company 3 base. The piercing alarm shattered the morning tranquility of the plateau. Soldiers from Company 3, enjoying their breakfast in the mess hall, simultaneously paused with chopsticks in hand, crumbs of steamed buns still clinging to their lips. "All units, level 1 combat readiness." Repeat, "All units, level 1 combat readiness." The announcement caused the cook to drop his ladle into the pot with a clatter. New recruit Shally widened his eyes in astonishment. "B-boss. Is this a drill? A drill? Nonsense." The cook team leader abruptly tore off his apron, exclaiming that he had guarded the border for a decade and was hearing level 1 combat readiness for the first time. At the entrance, communications officer Xiao Zhang clutched the newly received encrypted message, his fingers trembling slightly. Company Commander Zhao Taizhu snatched the message from him, his thick brows furrowing into a knot. "Attention, everyone. Assemble in the vehicle yard in 5 minutes. Carry live ammunition." In the training ground of the 4th Border Defense Company, the company commander was suddenly pulled aside by the operations officer. The instructor handed him a tablet, displaying real-time monitoring footage from the Gaowen Valley, causing the seasoned border defender to gasp in shock. "Damn it." He turned and bellowed, "Everyone, immediately head to the armory." New recruit Wang Lei stood frozen in place until an experienced soldier slapped him on the back of the head. "What are you dawdling for? Go get your weapon." In front of the armory, Armorer Old Joe's hand trembled violently on the keychain, and after 3 attempts, he finally managed to unlock the heavy security door, allowing the soldiers to file in. 6 magazines each. The instructor shouted, his eyes reddened. "Take the riot shields and batons as well." Chapter 77. Reinforcements arrive. At the border outpost, Sentry Xiaolu was conducting his routine surveillance through binoculars when he suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising from the distant road. He hastily pressed the communication button. "Commander, a convoy is approaching us." The company commander of the 5th Company snatched up his binoculars and threw the lens. He spotted 3 armored vehicles racing toward them, the machine guns atop glinting ominously. "Is it the Special Operations Unit from the military district?" The deputy commander's voice tightened. "What has happened?" Before he could finish, the radio erupted with static. "5th Company, attention. Move all personnel immediately to the Galwan Valley coordinates. Repeat." The company commander yanked off his military cap. "Sound the emergency assembly alarm. Quickly." As the alarm blared, the soldiers who were washing clothes hurriedly shook off the water and sprinted toward the parade ground. Some tied their combat gear while running. Others opted to don their combat boots barefoot. Clerk Xiao Yang stumbled behind, clutching the company roster, the pages rustling wildly in the wind. At Sentry Tower number 3, Yang Qi burst through the command room door, finding Lin Rui explaining tactics to the Snow Leopard team. Upon seeing Yang Qi's ashen face, everyone immediately stood to attention. "Galwan Valley," Yang Qi rasped. "We must depart at once." Lin Rui's tactical board crashed to the floor as he seized the intercom and shouted, "Vehicle lot. I want to see all patrol vehicles ignited in 3 minutes." The corridor erupted into chaos. The sound of team members crashing into storage cabinets to grab their gear mingled with the rapid responses over the intercom and the thunderous clattering of combat boots on the metal stairs. Yang Qi stood by the window, his nails digging painfully into his palm. Memories from a past life surged like a tide. June 2020, Galwan Valley, for soldiers sacrificed. Their names etched into his heart like a blade. "Faster," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the parking lot. As the first armored patrol vehicle roared to a halt before the building, its tires screeched against the concrete, leaving 2 dark streaks. Yang Qi flung open the door and jumped into the passenger seat, where 3 Snow Leopard team members were busy checking their weapons in the back. "Go." Lin Rui leaped into the driver's seat, the steering wheel spinning wildly as he regained control. The convoy surged forth like arrows released from a bow, bursting through the gates of the base. Yang Qi's eyes were glued to the red dot on the navigation screen. 87 kilometers remained to Galwan Valley. The rugged highland roads would take over an hour even at maximum speed. "Have we contacted the valley outpost?" Yang Qi inquired, gripping the vehicle's radio. Signal, crackling. Interference. The radio sputtered with fragmented responses, finally concluding with, "Saw. Tibet. Crossing." Yang Qi slammed a fist onto the dashboard, while Lin Rui pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine groaning under the strain. In the rearview mirror, the dust cloud kicked up by the entire convoy resembled a golden dragon. "Old Lin," Yang Qi suddenly spoke, if the situation spirals out of control." "I understand," Lin Rui replied, his eyes fixed on the winding mountain road, swallowing hard. "I brought stun grenades and tear gas." Yang Qi shook his head and pulled out a sealed document from his leg pocket. "This is the commander's special authorization, Red Authority." Lin Rui's pupils constricted sharply. The red authorization signified the ability to open fire without prior consultation in extreme circumstances. The interior of the vehicle fell into a chilling silence. In the back seat, team member Old Zhang swallowed hard, silently loading 5 additional magazines. Galwan Valley Outpost number 4, the private wiped the snowmelt from his face. His fingers were already frozen to a purplish hue. He gripped the riot shield tightly, standing 10 meters across the river, facing over 20 soldiers from the opposing side. "Squad leader, they are advancing again." His voice trembled. The squad leader raised the megaphone and shouted in English, "This is Chinese territory. Leave immediately." The response was a chorus of laughter, as several soldiers from the opposing side deliberately struck the water's surface with sticks, splashing droplets onto the Chinese sentry's uniform. "Damn it." The private swung his baton and was yanked back by the squad leader. "Don't fall for their tricks. Wait for reinforcements." On the opposite bank, a bearded officer suddenly raised his phone, taking several pictures of the Chinese outpost with the flash. The company commander instinctively raised his shield to shield himself, only to hear a splash. The other side had thrown the phone into the river. "They are destroying evidence." The private's face paled. "Quick, aim the recorder at them." Just then, over 30 soldiers wielding sticks emerged from the jungle on the opposite side, a dark mass surging toward the riverbank, some already removing their shoes in preparation to wade across. "Prepare for defense," the company commander bellowed as he pulled the pin from a tear gas grenade. On the mountain road, Yang Qi suddenly pressed down on his earpiece. "What sound is that?" Faint noises from the outpost crackled through the vehicle's radio, followed by a muffled explosion. "Tear gas." Lin Rui's expression changed drastically. They had opened fire. Yang Qi hastily tugged at his collar, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. The black and white photographs from past news reports flashed before his eyes. Faster. He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Lin Rue jerked the steering wheel, the patrol vehicle skidding perilously close to the cliff's edge, the trailing convoy blaring their sirens, disturbing countless birds in the mountains. Yang Qi's eyes were glued to the shrinking numbers on the navigation screen, his nails digging into his palm, leaving bloody marks. This time, he would not allow history to repeat itself. Absolutely not. Galwan Valley frontline, the standoff had persisted for nearly half an hour. The commander straightened his uniform collar and took a deep breath. I will go negotiate. Commander. The company commander grasped his arm. Something feels off. They are clearly setting a trap. The commander patted the company commander's hand reassuringly. Someone must step forward. Adjusting his military cap, he strode alone to the center of the riverbank. The opposing officer revealed his yellow-brown teeth, gesturing with a flourish. As the commander reached the middle of the river, he suddenly heard the private's alarmed shout from behind. Watch out, sir. A fist-sized pebble whistled through the air, striking the commander on the temple with a dull thud. Blood immediately streamed down the side of his face, staining half of his cheek red. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The company commander swiftly advanced to offer support, only to be obstructed by 3 soldiers from the enemy. The riverbank erupted into chaos. Hundreds of enemy soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, some brandishing wooden clubs studded with iron nails, while others swung batons tethered with iron chains. Witnessing their commander injured, a private, eyes ablaze with fury, seized 2 stones. Exclaiming in wrath, "Curse your ancestors." The stone struck a foe squarely in the face, eliciting a pained cry as he collapsed. Another soldier rallied, grasping a riot shield and charging into the throng. The shield's edge collided forcefully with a burly man's knee. The sharp crack of bone drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries. The battalion commander, clutching his bleeding forehead, was shielded by the company commander as they retreated under fire. 5 enemy soldiers surrounded them, raining punches and kicks, while the company commander's riot shield, now splintered in 2, remained steadfastly positioned before the battalion commander. "Commander, we must go." The company commander's voice, mingled with blood, strained through clenched teeth as his left arm hung limply, clearly fractured. Chapter 78. The Awakening Eastern Dragon. At this critical juncture, a deafening battle cry erupted from the eastern side of the valley. The armored vehicles of the 3rd Company came to an abrupt halt, raising a cloud of dust. As the company commander leapt from the vehicle, he had no time to retrieve his firearm, grabbing a spade instead and shouting, "3rd Company, follow me." On the western hillside, soldiers from the 4th Company descended like divine warriors. The new recruit Wang Lei, having lost his helmet, paid it no mind and swung his baton at anyone in sight, exclaiming, "Dare to strike our commander." At the southern bend of the river, the convoy from the 5th Company positioned 3 armored vehicles horizontally in the center of the road as makeshift cover. The commander of the 5th Company kicked open the door, seized a riot shield, and charged forward, declaring, "Not a single one shall escape." The valley instantaneously transformed into a boiling battlefield. Over 200 Chinese soldiers formed a formidable encirclement, the dull thud of batons clashing with shields, the vibrations of boots striking against bulletproof vests, and the cacophony of furious roars mingled with anguished cries. The commander of the 3rd Company delivered an elbow strike that felled a burly man and turned to the communications soldier, commanding, "Capture this. Make sure it's all clear." The commander of the 4th Company was fiercely pummeling a Tianju officer when he was suddenly ambushed from behind. Observing this, the recruit Wang Lei leaped and tackled the assailant into the river, shouting, "Watch out, Commander." The 5th Company commander was the most ferocious, wielding the riot shield as a weapon, targeting the enemy's knees with precision. "Like to cross boundaries, do you? I'll make sure you'll never crawl over again." The regiment commander was escorted to the rear, where a medic hurriedly bandaged his wounds. Blood obscured his right eye, yet he fixed his left eye intently on the battlefield, abruptly seizing the radio. "Exercise caution. No fatalities. We need them alive." The flesh on the Tianju officer's face twitched violently as he yanked the communications soldier by the collar. Bellowing in his native tongue, "Call for reinforcements. Bring everyone from the Valley Battalion." The communications soldier fumbled to retrieve the radio, his fingers slipping on the keys 3 times before establishing a connection. On the distant ridge, a dark mass of figures surged forth like an ant swarm, roughly estimating at least 2 companies' worth of troops. "Damn, they have reinforcements." The commander of the 3rd Company spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, driving the riot shield deeply into the snow as cover. 4th and 5th Companies, rally the formation. A stone struck Wang Lei on the forehead, opening a gash that smeared blood across his left eye. He wiped his face haphazardly, grabbed 2 fallen batons, and tossed one to a comrade beside him. Catch. The riverbank's pebbles became the most effective weapons for both sides, the sounds of projectiles whistling through the air as some were struck down. The commander of the 4th Company, having been hit 3 times on his calf, limped forward defiantly. "You wretched cowards. All you do is throw stones." Suddenly, the roar of engines shattered the tumult of battle. 3 camouflaged armored vehicles charged into the valley like mechanical beasts. Before the vehicles even came to a complete stop, the rear doors were kicked open. In that moment, Yang Chi leaped from the vehicle, deftly seizing the riot baton from a soldier beside him. The alloy baton glimmered coldly in the setting sun as he flicked his wrist, instantly extending it to a length of 1 meter and 20 centimeters. "Reinforcements have arrived," a soldier shouted excitedly. Lin Rue and 2 members of the Snow Leopard team followed closely behind in a triangular formation, for men piercing the battlefield like a sharpened blade, cutting down Tianju soldiers as if harvesting wheat. Yang Chi's baton struck with precision at a burly man's elbow, accompanied by a sharp crack of bone. The man crumpled to the ground, clutching his arm and howling in agony. 7th, Yang Chi coldly counted, sidestepping a flying stone, and with a swift motion, he swung his baton against the side of an assailant's knee, causing him to collapse like a felled tree. The pupils of the officer from Tianju contracted sharply as he watched this blood-soaked officer from the Dragon Kingdom move through the fray as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Each swing of the baton punctuated by the cries of his soldiers. A rookie attempted to seize Yang Chi from behind, only to have his ribs shattered by a swift elbow strike. "A demon. This is a demon." The officer trembled, retreating unsteadily, his boot catching on a stone nearly causing him to fall. Suddenly, Yang Chi halted, standing on the dividing line in the middle of the river. The reddish snowmelt beneath his feet, his bloodied baton angled towards the ground. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of the baton, blooming into a glaring crimson blossom on the snow. "You all." His voice was low, yet it silenced the entire battlefield. "Do you wish to die?" The soldiers of Tianju instinctively took a half-step back. Some dropped their clubs with a clatter, while others instinctively clutched their recently broken arms. The officer's lips trembled, yet he could not utter a complete syllable. At that moment, Lin Rue seized the opportunity to kick a fleeing Tianju soldier into the river, splashing water over those nearby. 2 members of the Snow Leopard team had already drawn zip ties, beginning to bind the captives one by one. "Major," the commander shouted from the opposite bank, "leave a few who can speak." Upon hearing this, Yang Chi executed a graceful arc with his baton in his palm. He bent down to grasp the terrified officer, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Tell your people, should they dare to cross this river again." He pointed to the reddened dividing line beneath his feet, his tone as gentle as discussing the weather. "I will disassemble your bones, one by one, to pave a new boundary marker." Suddenly, the officer's trousers were soaked, the foul stench becoming particularly pungent in the cold wind. Yang Chi disdainfully released him, allowing the man to collapse helplessly into the snow. Western Military District Command. Long Zhenghua slammed his fist onto the command platform, overturning 3 coffee cups. On the surveillance screen, Yang Chi's blood-soaked figure stood resolutely in the middle of the boundary river like a god of war. "Good, good, good." The old general repeated the word thrice, tears shimmering in his reddened eyes. "This is the soldier of my Dragon Kingdom." Wang Zhenghua was on the phone when he suddenly made a peculiar expression, covering the receiver. "Commander, New Delhi is on the hotline, saying we, have excessively used force? Ridiculous." Long Zhenghua snatched the phone, exclaiming, "Our soldiers haven't even brought live ammunition. Yet your men," he pointed at the screen where a bloody brigade commander lay, his voice rising an octave. "This debt will be settled in due time. Those damn Tianju monkeys are truly outrageous. Wang Zhenghua, send reinforcements. I want to see what they intend to do." "Yes." After Wang Zhenghua hurriedly departed, Long Zhenghua retrieved a black military-grade, encrypted phone from his inner pocket. His fingers lingered on the keys for a moment before he decisively pressed down on a number known to only a select few. "Chief, this is Long Zhenghua." His voice resonated like thunder, reporting the outbreak of a physical confrontation in the Galwan Valley, where our troops have already sustained injuries. The old general's knuckles rapped against the table. "At least 2 companies from the Tianju side have crossed the border to provoke us. Damn it, this is outrageous." The other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds, with only the faint sound of breathing audible. Long Zhenghua's gaze was fixed on the smoldering battlefield displayed on the monitor, the veins on his forehead bulging. "If you ask me, we should bring in the heavy artillery." Suddenly, a voice filled with mirth interrupted from the phone. "Have we won or lost?" Chapter 79. Wolf Warriors Snow Leopards. Joint Task Force. Long Jinghua was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his posture. Report, sir, we have emerged victorious. Our side suffered no casualties and captured 68 soldiers from the Tibetan forces. His gaze instinctively sought out the tall figure on the surveillance screen. That young man, Yang Qi, had performed remarkably well. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from the other end of the line. Good. Well done. The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a voice of iron resolve. Convey my orders. If the Tibetans dare to cross the border again, strike them fiercely. Remember, Long Jinghua unconsciously stood at attention. Not an inch of our territory can be lost. Not a single soldier of Long Nation can be forsaken. Yes, sir. Long Jinghua shouted until his voice became hoarse, vowing to accomplish the mission. After hanging up, the seasoned general's hands trembled slightly. He turned to gaze at the electronic sand table, where the miniature model of the Galwan Valley displayed red markers representing the Tibetan forces being methodically removed by his staff. In a daze, those little flags transformed into the image of Yang Qi fighting valiantly. Dad. Long Shaoan stood at the door, her combat uniform still bearing traces of snow and mud. Her eyes were fixed intently on the live feed, her nails digging into the doorframe, leaving behind several white marks. Long Jinghua beckoned her closer. As she approached, he pointed to a corner of the screen. Look, isn't everything all right? On the screen, Yang Qi was assisting a medic in restraining a struggling captive while bandaging his wounds. Blood splattered across his face, his camouflage uniform torn in several places, yet his movements remained swift and powerful. Long Xiaoyun's shoulders subtly relaxed. She bit her lip, suddenly realizing her father was regarding her with a teasing glint in his eyes. Ahem. I am here to report the situation, she feigned composure. There's a new recruit in the 3rd Company with a fractured tibia. He has already been evacuated by helicopter. Long Jinghua stroked the stubble on his chin. Is this matter worthy of the Wolf Warrior Squad leader making a personal trip? Dad. Long Xiaoyun's ears flushed red as she turned to leave. Wait. Long Jinghua called her back, retrieving a brown paper bag from the drawer. Take this to Yang Qi. Long Xiaoyun glanced at it. It contained an official order stamped with a seal. The Snow Leopard Assault Team and the Wolf Warrior Squad were to form a joint task force, with Yang Qi appointed as the chief instructor. Long Jinghua remarked with significance, this young man surpasses your father in his prime. Long Xiaoyun cautiously tucked the document into the inner pocket of her combat uniform, a smile involuntarily curving at the corners of her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, her attention was captivated by an unexpected event on the surveillance screen. Yang Qi seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze toward the camera. His blood-stained face broke into a weary yet radiant smile as he raised his right hand, offering a precise military salute to the lens. Both Long Jinghua and Long Xiaoyun stood at attention, raising their hands in return. The other officers in the command room paused their work, standing solemnly to salute. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the snow-capped mountains in golden hues as a transport helicopter soared across the sky, its fuselage adorned with the gleaming emblem of the August 1st Army. Wolf Squadron Base. The piercing sound of the alarm bell shattered the tranquility of the morning. The team members, gathered in the mess hall for breakfast, abruptly set down their chopsticks. Samba, with a bun still clenched in his mouth, nearly choked, his eyes rolling back. All units, level 1 combat readiness. Repeat, all units, level 1 combat readiness. The voice over the broadcast startled Ban Zhuang, causing him to accidentally smear gun oil across his face as he hastily wiped it off and rushed outside, nearly colliding with Yufei, who was sprinting towards him with equipment in hand. On the training ground, Xiaobing stood fully armed at the command platform, his major insignia glinting in the morning light. The Type 95 rifle slung across his chest and tactical vest brimming with magazines. Attention! Over 30 members of the Wolf Squad instantly formed a straight line. The new recruit's belt still unsecured, prompting an old squad leader to kick one in the back of the knee. Stand straight. Having just received an urgent dispatch from the Western Theater Command, Xiaobing's voice was as coarse as sandpaper. In 1 hour, we will join forces with the Snow Leopard Assault Team to form a joint task force and head to the Galwan Valley. A few suppressed gasps echoed through the ranks. Yufei squinted. Captain, is it the one from this morning's news? Exactly, Xiaobing interrupted him. The Tenzing have crossed the border and injured our men. He raised his voice sharply. Tell me, what is the Wolf's motto? Those who offend China shall be punished. Over 30 voices erupted in a furious roar, though far. They shall be eradicated. Boarding. The engines of the transport plane had begun to warm up. The team members swiftly boarded in pairs, the clinking of weapons creating a crisp metallic sound. Samba was the last to leap onto the ramp, suddenly turning to ask, Captain Xiao, I heard the chief instructor this time is someone named Yang Qi. Xiaobing's lips curled into a slight smile. What? Are you not convinced? Of course not. Sure, Samba scratched his head. I'm just curious. The newspaper said he received 2 first-class merits at 18. The cabin door slowly closed. Xiaobing gazed out the window at the shrinking base and murmured, when you meet him in person, you'll understand. Galwan Valley Frontline. Lin Rue set down the satellite phone, sweat carving channels through the camouflage paint on his face. He approached Yang Qi, who was inspecting a captive, and lowered his voice. I just received orders to form the Snow Leopard Wolf Joint Task Force. Without lifting his head, Yang Qi continued to bandage a new recruit's bleeding wrist. Is that all you're going to say? Lin Rue kicked a pebble at his feet. What is the implication? Are we to? Suddenly, Yang Qi stood up, blood-stained fingers pointing across the riverbank. Lin Rue followed his gaze. Reinforcements from the Tenzing army were gathering on the ridge, with at least a battalion of troops. Through the binoculars, several figures resembling officers were gesturing towards the valley. Got it? Yang Qi removed his blood-smeared tactical gloves. They will not relent. Lin Rue spat. Damn it. Then let us fight. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, the Wolf Squadron is already en route. I heard the leader is a tough character named Xiaobing. Yang Qi paused for a moment, a slight smile gracing his lips, an acquaintance. The last time he encountered Xiaobing was during their time at the recruit camp. It seemed almost an exaggeration to say that 2 short months had transformed everything and everyone. Now, he had risen to the rank of major, equal to his counterpart. This thought brought a smile to his face. Suddenly, the distant roar of engines broke the air, prompting both men to turn their heads. 3 WZ-10 attack helicopters flew past the valley in a combat formation, their missiles gleaming coldly beneath the sun. Following closely was AY-20 transport aircraft, which, while flying low, released a dozen dark figures. These were the advanced team of the Warwolves, parachuting down. It appeared that Lin Rue squinted, realizing that the spectacle was just beginning. Yang Qi picked up a tactical helmet from the ground and donned it, a grim smile emerging on his blood-streaked face. He patted Lin Rue on the shoulder and said, Let's go meet our new teammates. As they approached the drop zone, the first parachute blossomed in the azure sky. The descending figure was as agile as a cheetah, executing a forward roll upon landing to dissipate the impact. When the individual removed their goggles, Yang Qi waved with a smile. Xiao, it's good to see you well. Chapter 80. The intriguing maneuver in Tianzhu. It had been a while since they last met. Major Yang and Xiaobing approached each other and exchanged a respectful salute. So, this is the man of Dragon Team? Xiaobing remarked. Be careful. See Samba, don't gossip or you might end up in trouble. Oh, hopefully not. Yu Fei whispered. I've heard that Dragon Team is quite protective of their own, so tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Si Samba fell silent, aware that their captain, despite her demeanor, possessed a formidable prowess that even they found challenging to contend with. Yang Qi glanced at Yu Fei and the others behind Xiaobing, realizing they were familiar faces. It was a pity for Yu Fei. He hoped they would be able to save him when the time came. Lin Rue stepped forward and bumped fists with Xiaobing. Old Xiao, it seems your wolf warriors have upgraded their gear. He observed the latest single-soldier communicator on Xiaobing's tactical vest, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Xiaobing grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. Not quite on par with your Snow Leopard's high-altitude special edition. He then turned his gaze toward the opposite bank, his expression suddenly turning serious. Now, tell me, what is the mission of this task force? Yang Qi unscrewed his water bottle and took a swig, the cool water washing away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He tightened the cap and simply replied, Engage. Could you elaborate? Yu Fei interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. 3 red lines. Yang Qi raised his fingers. First, no use of firearms. Second, return any intruders. Third, he pointed toward the vaguely visible gun barrels on the other side. Armed control of those crossing the border. Si Samba rubbed his hands together in excitement. Isn't this precisely the task prepared for us? He turned to Ban Zhuang. Same old rule. I'll lead the charge and you cover the rear. Ban Zhuang quietly checked the straps on his riot shield, nodding in response. However, Yang Qi noticed a glimmer of bloodlust in the eyes of this typically taciturn warrior. Tianzhu Military Temporary Command Center. Staff Officer Rajesh lowered his binoculars, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hurried to Commander Singh's side and whispered, Sir, a new group has appeared across the way. Singh was applying a damp towel to his swollen right eye, injured by a stone thrown by a Chinese soldier. He waved his hand dismissively. Which border unit is it this time? Not quite, Rajesh replied, his throat tightening. Their equipment is rather unique. He handed over the binoculars. Look at that tall man in sunglasses. The tactical knife at his waist is the latest model we only discussed in our intelligence briefing last month. Singh squinted his uninjured left eye and through the lens. He saw a Chinese soldier inspecting a riot shield. The soldier suddenly looked up, and from 100 meters away. Singh instinctively took a step back. His gaze was like that of a snow leopard stalking its prey. And that soldier, Rajesh's voice trembled. He is equipped with China's elite. Enough. Singh interrupted harshly. Just give me the conclusion. Rajesh swallowed hard. Based on the equipment, it is highly likely that they are a Chinese Special Forces unit. The command post fell into an abrupt silence as several officers exchanged glances. One officer unconsciously touched the still-swollen corner of his mouth, recalling the chaotic skirmish earlier that morning, where their 68 men were driven to flee by a handful of Chinese border guards. Now, Special Forces had arrived? Could the formidable figure ahead also belong to the Special Forces? If so, it would indeed make sense. No wonder they were so ruthless. Singh suddenly yanked off the towel covering his eyes, revealing terrible bruises that rendered him particularly fearsome. So what if they're Special Forces? Do they dare to fire? He turned to the communications soldier, directing the 3rd Battalion to advance. Position the heavy machine guns on the riverbank. But sir, Rajesh hesitated. Unable to voice his unspoken concern, the murderous aura exuded by those Chinese Special Forces sent chills down his spine even from afar. On the Chinese side, Yang Chi was distributing cold-resistant masks specially supplied for high-altitude operations to the wolf warriors when he suddenly heard the roar of engines from across the river. Using his enhanced vision, he clearly spotted 5 modified off-road vehicles approaching the riverbank, with NSV machine guns mounted on their rooftops glimmering in the sunlight. Humph, Xiaobing scoffed. They're planning something big. Lin Rui had already pulled out a rangefinder, 320 meters, within the actual control line claimed by the enemy. He looked at Yang Chi, inquiring how to proceed. Before Yang Chi could respond, static crackled through the radio. Yang team, this is Eagle's Nest. Latest directive, exercise restraint. But ensure the red flag remains planted in the center of the valley. Xiaobing raised an eyebrow. What kind of order is that? In essence, Yang Chi slowly donned his tactical gloves. They would not fire, nor would they provoke, but if the enemy dared to step into the river. He suddenly raised his voice. Everyone, assemble. Check your gear. More than 30 Special Forces soldiers moved in unison, the clashing of riot shields resonating like war drums. Sure Samba cracked his knuckles. It's about time we stretched our muscles. The movement on their side seemed to alert the Tantric soldiers across the river, as several machine guns pivoted in their direction. Yet, Yang Chi boldly walked to the center of the river and under the watchful eyes of both sides. He planted a brand new 5-star red flag beside the boundary marker. The rushing waters soaked his combat boots, but the flag stood unwavering. Let me tell you, commanders. Yang Chi suddenly shouted in English, his voice echoing through the valley. This is Chinese territory. Want it? Trade your lives for it. The wind whipped the flag, causing it to snap loudly. Singh watched Yang Chi in the middle of the river, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. He had never anticipated that these Dragon Country monkeys would possess such audacity. Did they truly believe he would not dare to fire? With veins bulging on his forehead, Singh clenched his jaw tightly, a voice within him incessantly urging him to shoot, yet he could not, the moment he pulled the trigger. The Tantric would not spare him. Sir, the aide began, only to be kicked to the ground by Singh. The tables and chairs in the command tent were overturned, and a cup crashed onto the canvas with a muffled thud. What to do? Huh? Tell me what to do? Singh grasped the aide's collar, spitting words in his face. Shoot. And then what? Shall we bury the entire land of India alongside us? Are you out of your mind? That is the Dragon Kingdom. Are you intending to provoke a tiger that feigns slumber? It is merely pretending to sleep, not deceased. In the corner, Commander Rajesh huddled, his map crumpled in his grasp. He observed the veins in Singh's temple pulsating wildly, resembling twisted earthworms. Singh released his aide and seized the military canteen from the table, gulping several mouthfuls, the taste of inferior whiskey slightly calming his frayed nerves. He fixated on the officer from the Dragon Kingdom, standing beside the red flag, his teeth grinding audibly. Relay the orders. Singh suddenly lowered his voice, beckoning his trusted confidants to gather around, selecting 30 astute individuals, 10 per team. He marked 3 locations on the map, indicating the points from which they would cross the border, here, and here. Chapter 81. Victory. Departing from Wanha Valley. Rajesh inhaled sharply. Sir, this is against silence. Singh tightened his grip around the advisor's throat. What I require is disturbance. Chaos. He released his hold, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Aren't they capable of fighting? I shall ensure they cannot prevail. The aide wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cautiously inquired, "What about the weapons? Clubs, stones, whatever you can find." Singh rasped the orders through clenched teeth. "Remember, absolutely no firearms. If captured." He made a slitting gesture across his throat, implying the inevitable consequences. "Understood." Several officers replied in unison, a cruel glint in their eyes. Across the valley, Yang Chi suddenly pressed down on his earpiece. "Eagle's Nest, this is Sharp Blade. I have detected unusual movements." His keen eyesight discerned the flickering camouflaged figures in the opposite jungle, 3 o'clock direction. Approximately a squad was advancing towards the northeast. Xiaobing immediately raised his binoculars. "Damn, they plan to flank the 4th Company's defensive area. Not just one team." Lin Rue pointed to the southwest, where additional activity was noted. Yang Chi squinted. Through environmental awareness, he perceived at least 3 life signatures dispersing in a fan-like formation. This was not a frontal assault, but rather infiltration and harassment. He chuckled derisively at the antiquated tactics. Turning to Xiaobing, he declared, "I will take the snow leopards to intercept that northeastern team. You wolves are responsible for the southwest." Just as Xiaobing was about to nod, the radio crackled with a piercing sound. "Attention, all units. Drones have identified a 3rd group of intruders. Repeat, a 3rd group of intruders. Coordinates have been transmitted." Shirsamba cursed under his breath. "Damn it, are they splitting up against us?" "Perfect." Yang Chi stretched his neck. "Yu Fei, take your team to engage the 3rd group." He glanced at the others, his tone suddenly chilling. "Remember, be measured in your actions, just don't let them die." Shirsamba interjected, eliciting a wave of low laughter. The 3 special operations teams shot off like arrows in different directions. Before departing, Yang Chi cast a final glance at the red flag, billowing in the wind like flames, silently proclaiming, "This land shall not yield an inch." Corporal Rao crouched in the underbrush, carefully parting the branches before him. The 10 of them had stealthily advanced 2 kilometers without encountering any sentries. "The Dragon Country fellows are nothing extraordinary," he whispered triumphantly to his companions. 500 meters ahead lies their supply line, and then, before he could finish, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. "Good evening, gentlemen." A standard English voice emanated from behind him. "Would you kindly present your entry visas?" Rao stiffly turned his head to find 10 Chinese special forces clad in snow camouflage had encircled them without a sound. The leading officer removed his mask, revealing a youthful face stained with blood, exactly the same person who had stood beneath the red flag moments ago. "I will count to 3. Yang Chi's finger lightly rested on the trigger. "Those who do not surrender may test whether your skulls are harder than my bullets." 1. 10 soldiers from the Indian contingent raised their hands in unison. "A bunch of worthless fools." Yang Chi scolded them mercilessly in English rather than Chinese. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Rue and Yu Fei's squads returned with the captured prisoners, while Yang Chi was inspecting the seized equipment. Upon glancing up, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These 2 groups of Indian soldiers were in far worse shape than those he had captured. The 10 prisoners from Lin Rue's squad were all bruised and battered. One rotund fellow could barely open his swollen left eye, limping as he walked. The situation was even more dire for those Yu Fei brought back. 2 of them were being supported by comrades, their pants stained with suspicious liquid. "They resisted?" Yang Chi intentionally asked loudly in English. Lin Rue, toying with a seized Gurkha curved knife, grinned at the question. "Indeed." He mimicked the Indian soldier's accent, saying, "We are just humble civilians gathering herbs." Then suddenly his expression changed, "Gathering my ass." On Yu Fei's side, it was even more dramatic. Shirsamba shoved a tall, lanky prisoner forward, declaring, "This bastard tried to ambush me with a rock." He displayed a scrape on his arm, exclaiming, "Look what he did to me." Banzhuang silently raised the law enforcement recording device, the screen clearly showing the image of the Indian soldier hurling a stone at Shirsamba, and in the next moment, the scene spun wildly. When it stabilized, the assailant was already kneeling on the ground, retching. "Well done." Yang Chi patted Shirsamba on the shoulder, then turned to the prisoners, his gaze suddenly icy. It seemed some were unaware of the repercussions of an ambush in the Dragon Kingdom. The prisoners collectively shivered, and one who understood English suddenly knelt. "Wailing, sir, we were forced. Singh said that if we were captured, we should commit suicide." "Shut your mouth." A man resembling an Indian officer barked, only to be met with the butt of Lin Rue's rifle in his stomach, doubling him over in pain. Truly ruthless. Capturing someone and then forcing them to commit suicide was a dire situation indeed. Yang Chi squatted down and said slowly in English, Tell Singh to send someone more competent next time. He pointed at the red flag in the center of the camp, saying, cross this line, and we will take as many as you send. Suddenly, the sound of engines echoed from afar. Everyone turned to see 3 armored vehicles speeding towards them. The words military journalist emblazoned conspicuously on their bodies. Damn it! Lin Rue quickly wiped the blood from his face, wondering how this group of ancestors had arrived. However, Yang Chi's expression brightened as he strode forward, greeting the reporters as they disembarked. You've come at the perfect time. Please get a close-up of these herb-gathering civilians, especially the tools they brought for their gathering. In front of the camera, the seized equipment was lined up neatly: military daggers, climbing ropes, detonation cords, and even several packages of C4 explosives. The reporters gasped in shock, nearly dropping their cameras. These were herb-gathering civilians? Although the journalists were astonished, they wasted no time setting up various close-ups. The blinding flashes of cameras forced the Indian soldiers to lower their heads in humiliation. Suddenly, Yang Chi pulled a folded map from the sole of one of the prisoners' shoes, densely marked with the locations of their outposts. Was this also for herb gathering? That evening, the video, along with the confessions of the captives, was dispatched to New Delhi, where it is said that Singh, upon seeing the news, became so enraged that he smashed his office to pieces. Meanwhile, the red flag in the Galwan Valley continued to flutter defiantly under the searchlights, illuminating half of the night sky. 10 days later, the morning mist enveloped the valley. Yang Chi crouched before the military stove, adding the final handful of wild onions into the bubbling pot, the fragrant aroma wafting far and wide, causing the sentinels across the border to glance over frequently. Time to eat. He tapped the edge of the pot, the sound resonating sharply through the stillness of the valley. Chapter 82. The border is about to end. Lin Rue, with a piece of compressed biscuit in his mouth, approached, his gaze fixed on the opposite bank of the river. How long are these monkeys going to drag this out? He mumbled. Our supplies are nearly exhausted. Yang Chi scooped a spoonful of hot soup and blew on it. It won't be long. He recalled the encrypted call from Long Zhenghua 3 days prior, where they were already being dealt with at the negotiation table. Just then, the communicator, Xiao Zhang, came rushing over, his combat boots crunching on the gravel. Report. Orders from above. He handed over a military tablet, the screen prominently displaying the words top secret. Everyone set aside their bowls and gathered around as Yang Chi quickly scanned the document, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Notify all companies to pack up their gear. We're pulling out. Really? Sure. Samba's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Yang Chi passed the tablet to Xiao Bing, explaining, the 2 countries have reached an agreement. The disputed area will be restored to its original state. He pointed towards the tent where the prisoners were held. Release those herbal gatherers and remember to return their herbal gathering tools, Yu Fei scoffed. Should we also present them with a banner? Thanks to our friends from Tianju for sending supplies over 1,000 miles. Laughter erupted among the group, but Lin Rue suddenly frowned. Just like that? They crossed the border, assaulted us, conducted surveys. Who said it's all settled? Yang Chi pulled out a photograph from his pocket, showing Singh looking disheveled at a United Nations meeting. Tianju has agreed to withdraw 2 mountain divisions, open the Nidula Pass for trade, and will issue a statement at the UN admitting their error. He flicked the photo. This is far more satisfying than just giving them a beating. Banju silently gave a thumbs up. Sure. Samba had already started humming a tune. Farewell, farewell, a warm farewell. 2 hours later, the camp was dismantled. Yang Chi conducted a final inspection of the boundary markers, planting the red flag deeper into the ground. Behind him, over 30 released Tianju prisoners trudged back with downcast expressions. One bold individual glanced back, locking eyes with Yang Chi's cold gaze, nearly stumbling into the river in fright. Fall in, Yang Chi commanded, and the task force lined up neatly. The distant sound of helicopters echoed, the rotors stirring the stagnant air of the valley. Xiao Bing suddenly nudged Yang Chi's arm. Look across. The Tianju camp was in chaos, soldiers hurriedly dismantling tents, while an officer shouted into a phone, presumably ordering an immediate retreat. We won. Lin Rue exhaled in relief. Yet Yang Chi remained silent, gazing at the rising sun over the snowy peaks, remembering his 4 fallen comrades from a past life. This time, the red flag still flew high, the mountains and rivers remained intact, and the heroes returned home safely. As the helicopter descended, the cabin door opened to reveal Long Xiaoan silhouetted against the light. She was not in uniform but wore Yang Chi's training outfit, its loose hem fluttering in the wind. Going home? She asked. Yang Chi strode forward, grasping her outstretched hand. Yes, home. The affairs at the border had concluded. It was time to return. He still had half a month of vacation left, and there was more to explore. Pushing open the heavy oak door, Yang Qi beheld Long Jinghua standing by the window with his back turned to them. The old general's shoulders had slumped further since their last meeting, and the snow-capped mountains outside cast a heavy silhouette upon him. "Dad," Long Xiaoyan called softly. Long Jinghua turned around, and the weariness on his face transformed into a smile upon seeing his daughter in an obviously oversized uniform. "What's this? The commander of the Wolf Brigade has turned to logistics?" Long Xiaoyan felt a slight flush on her ears and instinctively tugged at the hem of her clothing. Yang Qi stepped forward and saluted. "Report, sir. The border mission has been completed, and I request to return to the unit." "Why the haste?" Long Jinghua gestured towards the sofa in the reception area. "Sit." He personally poured 3 cups of butter tea, the steam swirling gracefully in the sunlight. "You both performed admirably. The military commission has decided to award the task force a collective first-class merit." Yang Qi accepted the cup with both hands, the scorching ceramic warming his fingertips. "Sir, we wish to—" "I know what you wish to say," Long Jinghua interrupted. "There are still 2 weeks left of the holiday, right?" He retrieved an envelope from his drawer. "Here's the approved leave request. You can start your leisure in the Tibetan region." "Quite fitting." "Dad," Long Xiaoyan interjected suddenly. "Is there something else you haven't mentioned?" The old general's fingers traced the rim of his cup for a moment before he sighed. "The commendation ceremony will be held next Wednesday." He looked at Yang Qi. "In addition to the collective first-class merit, you will also receive the title of Guardian of the Border and a second-class merit." The office fell silent. Outside, the shouts of soldiers in training echoed, and the clouds over the distant snow-capped peaks were painted golden by the rising sun. Yang Qi slowly set down his teacup, the crisp sound of porcelain meeting glass resonating in the stillness. He stood upright, his posture as straight as a pine tree. "Report, sir. I request the revocation of my individual commendation." Long Jinghua raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Reason?" "First, I merely fulfilled my assigned duties." Yang Qi's voice was as clear as melting snow. "Second, this title should belong to the valiant soldiers who genuinely guard the border, like those stationed at Gowan Valley." Vivid images filled his mind, the bandaged head of the regiment commander, the broken arm of the battalion commander, and those figures standing resolutely at their posts in -30 degrees. Those cracked fingers, frostbitten cheeks, and frozen eyelashes truly embodied the essence of the title of Guardian of the Border. Long Jinghua exchanged a glance with his daughter. Long Xiaoyan's lips curled slightly, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Have you thought this through?" Long Jinghua tapped the table. "This is an honor that will be recorded in your file." Yang Qi shook his head. "Compared to the title, I would prefer these honors to translate into a new heating system for the outpost." He paused. "I have researched. The Gowan Valley outpost still relies on coal stoves for warmth." The office sank into silence once more. Long Jinghua rose and walked to the window, his silhouette trembling slightly. After a long moment, he turned around, his eyes slightly reddened. "Good lad. I did not misjudge you." He seized the red phone on his desk. "Connect me to the General Logistics Department." Listening to his father-in-law arguing passionately over the phone for supplies for the border defense troops, Yang Qi discreetly grasped Long Xiaoyan's hand. Her palm was slightly moist, and her fingertips softly brushed against his. As he hung up the phone, Long Jinghua let out a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. Starting next month, all high-altitude outposts will uniformly replace their heating equipment with new models. He glanced meaningfully at his son-in-law, implying that this outcome is far more substantial than the title you sought. Yang Qi grinned widely, the sunlight streaming through the window casting dappled shadows on his face. "Thank you, Chief." "Enough already." Long Jinghua waved his hand, urging him to leave, as he feigned seriousness, though he could not conceal the smile tugging at the corners of his eyes. "Remember, the Military Merit Assembly next Wednesday." Chapter 83. The Ceremony of Military Honors. Ensure punctuality. Yang Qi offered a standard military salute. As he exited the command building, Long Xiaoyan suddenly grasped his arm. "Do you regret it?" She tilted her face upwards, sunlight dancing upon her eyelashes. That title, many officers never attain it in their lifetime. Yang Qi gazed towards the distant snow-capped mountains. There rested the heroes from his past life, alongside comrades with whom he fought in this existence. The eternal snow atop the peaks stood like an unsung monument. "I have no regrets," he softly replied. "Rather than a hollow title, I yearn to see." His words were interrupted by a burst of laughter. The two turned to witness 3 buses filled with retired soldiers slowly passing by. Smiles illuminated their darkened faces, some fervently waved at the windows, while others wept openly in their comrades' embrace. "This is what I long to see." Yang Qi tightened his hold on his wife's hand. wishing for the safe return of every border guard. Long Xiaoyan suddenly rose on her toes and gently kissed his cheek. This unexpected intimacy left the passing recruits wide-eyed, with one nearly colliding with a lamppost. "What are you doing?" Yang Qi felt warmth creeping to his ears. "There are so many people. Just rewarding you." Long Xiaoyan mischievously winked. "My husband is truly handsome." From afar, the assembly call echoed, and Yang Qi's phone vibrated with a message from Lin Rui. "Bro, the Snow Leopard team invites you for drinks. Tonight at 8, Military Hotel. Don't be late." As he was about to respond, another message popped up from Xiaobing. "The Wolf Warriors have arrived at the base, waiting for your return to spar. P.S. If Long doesn't agree, pretend I never said anything." Long Xiaoyan leaned over for a glance and chuckled. "Looks like someone's holiday plans are about to be ruined." Yang Qi tucked his phone away, wrapping an arm around his wife's shoulder. "No rush. We have plenty of time." He pointed toward the distant, undulating mountains. "Starting tomorrow, I will take you to see the most beautiful glaciers." The sunlight stretched their shadows long as they gradually merged into the bustling flow of the military camp. Behind them, the national flag atop the command building fluttered fiercely like an unquenchable flame. Nighttime, pushing open the heavy wooden door of the restaurant. The aroma of lamb hot pot and the thunderous sounds of gambling filled the air. Yang Qi squinted. Acclimating to the dim yellow light within, about a dozen members of the Snow Leopard assault team crowded around the largest round table, laden with barley liquor and roasted lamb legs. Major Yang. Lin Rui was the first to spot him, rising with a bottle in hand, his face, once painted, now clean, revealing a sun-kissed complexion. "We've been waiting for you." Dozens of eyes turned in unison, and Yang Qi instantly became the center of attention. He approached with a smile. But Lin Rui firmly guided him to the main seat. "Why didn't you bring Long? Afraid we'd make her drink? This is a gathering of men." Yang Qi shed his outer coat, revealing a black tactical t-shirt beneath. Her presence would be a downer. This remark elicited a chorus of teasing. As the marksman nicknamed Eagle filled a bowl with barley liquor, "Major Yang, let us start with a toast." Yang Qi lifted the bowl but suddenly frowned. "Wait, aren't you a combat-ready unit? Is drinking allowed?" "Hey." Lin Rui waved his hand, declaring that with the return of the Tianlang and the cheetah this morning, we shall indulge in a night of relaxation. He leaned in, lowering his voice, assuring, "Rest easy. The commander has specially approved this. It's a celebratory toast." As the night progressed, the table bore witness to an array of empty bottles, towering like a small mountain. Yang Qi loosened 2 buttons of his collar, a rosy hue gracing his cheeks. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon this band of iron-willed men began to belt out the song of comrades, their off-key voices reverberating, causing the chandelier to sway. Major Yang, a youthful soldier, his face dotted with acne, squeezed through, his tongue slightly tangled. I toast to you. If it weren't for you that day." Yang Qi recognized him as the new recruit who had been struck by a rock in the valley. He raised his cup to clink with the soldiers, inquiring, "Are you healed?" "All better." The soldier thumped his chest, declaring, "Next time, I'll be the first to charge." "Charge my foot." Lin Rui smacked the back of his head. "Commanding, follow orders." He turned to Yang Qi, explaining, a newcomer, just caught up in the heat of the moment. Gradually, the distinctions of rank faded at the table. Some began to share risque-tales, while others boasted of their past exploits. 2 inebriated comrades embraced, lamenting their heartaches. Leaning back in his chair, Yang Qi observed this delightful gathering of comrades, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. "You know," Lin Rui suddenly leaned closer, the scent of alcohol wafting towards Yang Qi. "Between you and the dragon team, who would win?" The table fell silent, a dozen ears perked up in anticipation. Yang Qi leisurely shelled a peanut, responding, "What do you think?" "I bet on the dragon team." An eagle-eyed soldier raised his hand. "She can single-handedly take down Sher Samba." "Nonsense." Lin Rui slammed the table. "Major Yang is the best fighter in the entire army." As the debate threatened to escalate, Yang Qi gestured for silence. "We do not distinguish between winners and losers." He sipped his drink, adding amidst the crowd's disappointed jeers, "After all, some battles cannot be measured by victory or defeat." His profound statement left the group of bachelors exchanging confused glances, until Lin Rui suddenly enlightened. "Oh, bedroom brawls." Laughter erupted, nearly shaking the roof. Yang Qi seized a peanut and deftly threw it at Lin Rui's forehead, inciting even louder cheers. As the night deepened, the inebriated soldiers were hoisted home by their comrades. Yang Qi remained relatively sober, standing at the restaurant entrance, lighting a cigarette. Under the starlit sky, the military district exuded tranquility. With the searchlight on the distant watchtower resembling a guardian's vigilant eye, Lin Rue stumbled over, presenting him with a small box. The brothers pooled together for this, a wedding gift. Upon opening it, Yang Qi found a finely crafted Tibetan silver dagger, the hilt engraved with the word Snow Leopard. "Thank you," he said earnestly, stowing it away. "Next time we compete, I'll let you all have a slight advantage. Get lost." Lin Rue jested. "Who needs your concession?" Then, gazing up at the stars, he grew serious. "In all honesty, come by often. The Snow Leopard is your second home." Yang Qi remained silent, firmly gripping his comrade's shoulder. The night breeze carried distant training shouts, and in this ordinary evening, devoid of border conflicts and life-or-death trials, only a group of the most endearing individuals and the purest camaraderie prevailed. The military commendation ceremony awaited. Date, December 20th, 2000. 10 o'clock a.m. Location, Grand Auditorium of the Western Military District within the Grand Hall. A crimson carpet adorned the floor, and military flags hung high. While the seats were filled with officers of various ranks from the Western Military District, soldier representatives, and invited personnel from the border outposts. On the podium, General Long Zhenghua, clad in a crisp military uniform, exuded an air of authority, the golden stars on his epaulets gleaming brilliantly under the lights. His countenance was solemn, and his penetrating gaze slowly swept across the assembly. In the front row, Yang Qi sat alongside Long Xiaoyun, who, on this occasion, donned her seldom-worn service uniform instead of the usual combat attire, her colonel insignia distinctly prominent on her shoulders, while Yang Qi appeared in a pristine major's uniform. Chapter 84. The ceremony commences. The auditorium is enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the echo of military boots striking the ground. "All rise," the officiant announces with commanding authority. In an instant, all officers and soldiers stand erect, resembling a formidable forest of steel. Long Zhenghua approaches the microphone, his voice steady and powerful. "Comrades." A hush falls over the assembly. "Today, we gather here to honor the valiant servicemen who distinguished themselves during the Galwan Valley conflict." His voice resonates throughout the hall, each word resonant with conviction. "In this confrontation at the border, our warriors defended the dignity of our motherland with their very flesh and blood. They have demonstrated through their actions that Chinese soldiers will not yield an inch of territory." A thunderous applause erupts from the audience, echoing endlessly. Long Zhenghua raises his hand for silence, then picks up a document. Reading solemnly, "In accordance with the orders of the Military Commission, we now confer honorary titles and military medals to the following comrades. 1. The commander, Long Zhenghua personally awards the honor. The commander strides onto the stage, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, a testament to injuries sustained from falling debris during the conflict. His uniform is impeccably tailored, though the sleeve of his left arm is slightly swollen, clearly encasing a plaster cast. Long Zhenghua himself places the Medal of Honor for the heroic commander of border defense around his neck, followed by the attachment of a first-class meritorious medal. Comrade Wang Zhenghua, during the outbreak of conflict, you led the charge, taking the lead despite being wounded. Long Zhenghua pats his shoulder. You are the pride of the Western Military District. With reddened eyes, Wang Zhenghua snaps to attention, saluting sharply, reporting to the chief. It is my duty, and I vow to defend until death. The audience erupts in another wave of fervent applause. 2. The battalion commander, Long Zhenghua awards the honor. The battalion commander ascends the stage, his left arm in a sling. Yet his posture remains upright, his gaze resolute. Long Zhenghua adorns him with the medal of the iron-blooded battalion commander, simultaneously presenting him with a first-class meritorious medal. Comrade Li Weiguo, in the face of overwhelming odds, you commanded with precision, successfully covering your comrade's retreat while sustaining grievous injuries. Long Zhenghua's voice rises slightly. Your bravery is worthy of emulation by the entire army. Li Weiguo takes a deep breath, his voice trembling, reporting to the chief. Whenever the motherland calls, I am ready to rise again. Many border soldiers in the audience are visibly moved, their eyes glistening. 3. The corporal, Long Zhenghua awards the honor. The corporal is a young warrior with dark skin and a robust physique, appearing somewhat bashful as he steps onto the stage. Long Zhenghua approaches him, personally placing the medal of the border sentinel upon him, followed by a second-class meritorious medal. Comrade Zhang Taizhu, during battle, you single-handedly repelled 3 enemy combatants, steadfastly holding your position until reinforcements arrived. Long Zhenghua's voice, though not loud, is crystal clear. You are a true soldier. Zhang Taizhu's lips quiver with emotion as he snaps to attention, reporting to the chief. I merely did what was expected of me. A wave of good-natured laughter ripples through the audience, followed by even more enthusiastic applause. 4. The new recruit. Long Zhenguo awards the honor. The new recruit is the youngest soldier at this awards ceremony. Nearly 19 years old and having enlisted for less than half a year. As he ascended the stage, a hint of nervousness gripped him, nearly causing him to stumble in his gait, which elicited a wave of benevolent laughter. Long Zhenguo stepped forward, personally adorning him with the prestigious title of Border Defender alongside the second-class merit medal. Comrade Chen Xiaohu, although you were a novice, you showed no hesitation in battle, even shielding your injured comrades with your own body. Long Zhenguo's voice was gentle yet resolute. You have proven one thing. Heroes are not defined by their length of service. Chen Xiaohu's eyes glistened with emotion as he straightened his posture. Report, sir. I will continue to strive. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with many veterans rising to their feet in appreciation. 5. Yang Qi, first-class merit, awarded by Long Zhenguo. Finally, Long Zhenguo approached Yang Qi, pausing before bestowing the honor, and gazed intently at him, slowly beginning, Comrade Yang Qi. A hush fell over the crowd. You could have received the honorific title of Guardian of the Border, yet you voluntarily requested its withdrawal, choosing instead to bestow the honor upon the valiant soldiers at the border outpost. A murmur of discussion rippled through the audience. However, Long Zhenguo suddenly raised his voice. After deliberation, the military commission has decided to make an exception. He personally placed the title of Vanguard of the Motherland upon Yang Qi, simultaneously awarding him the first-class merit medal. Your humility is commendable, yet your achievements must not be overlooked. Long Zhenguo's gaze burned with intensity. You have not only fought valiantly at the front lines, but have also secured the utmost benefit for our nation at the negotiation table. This honor is rightfully yours. Yang Qi took a deep breath and saluted. Report, sir. I merely fulfilled my duty as a soldier. Long Zhenguo nodded slightly before turning to address the entire assembly. Comrades. The audience stood in solemnity. Today we honor heroes, but we must also remember each and every soldier stationed at the border is a hero. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, stirring the hearts of all present. From this day forth, the military commission will comprehensively upgrade the facilities at Highland outposts. All border personnel will be equipped with superior gear and enhanced support. The audience erupted in cheers, many border soldiers standing in excitement, some even shouting, "Long live our motherland." Long Zhenguo raised his hand for silence and then solemnly declared, "Now, all rise. Let us play the national anthem." The majestic march of the volunteers resounded, and everyone stood tall, their gazes resolute. Yang Qi stood on the stage, gazing down at countless determined eyes. A surge of warmth welled within him in this lifetime. The mountains and rivers are safe, and heroes abound. In the early morning before the gates of the military district, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Yang Qi carried 2 military backpacks, clad in a deep gray windbreaker, his hiking boots speckled with dew from the previous night. Long Xiaoyan stood beside him, unusually dressed in a beige knit sweater and jeans, her short hair gently swaying in the highland breeze. Is this truly how you are departing? Lin Rui strode over, his training uniform unbuttoned, followed by several members of the Snow Leopard Commando team. Yang Qi grinned, tossing the backpack onto his shoulder. What? Do you want me to stay for lunch? Bah. Lin Rui spat on the ground, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I mean, next time the military district holds a competition, don't you dare shy away. Long Xiaoyan chuckled softly, extending her hand to adjust Yang Qi's collar. This small gesture elicited playful glances from several members of the Snow Leopard team. Yang Qi clasped his wife's hand and tilted his chin towards Lin Rui, saying, "Rest assured. Don't come crying for your mother when the time comes." Damn, Lin Rui replied, delivering a light punch to Yang Qi's shoulder, though he tempered the force. Remember what you said. The sentinels at the guard posts stifled their laughter, pretending not to notice the camaraderie among the special forces, reminiscent of new recruits. Xiao Bing had also arrived at some point, standing at the periphery of the crowd with a brown paper bag in hand. Team Long, Major Yang, snacks for the journey. Chapter 85, A True Vacation. Long Xiaoyan took the item, inhaling a familiar aroma, beef jerky made by Masterly? The cooking team had worked overnight. Xiao Bing rarely smiled. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Yang Qi felt a flush in his ears, recalling the old chief who always served him extra food. Farewell words were exchanged repeatedly, until Long Xiaoyan glanced at her watch and gently tugged at Yang Qi's sleeve. He took a deep breath and saluted his comrades one last time. Take care. Get lost. Lin Rui jested, waving his hand, though his voice was hoarse. As Yang Qi walked 100 meters beyond the military district gate, he suddenly turned back. In the morning mist, that group still stood in place, like a row of towering pines. He raised his arm and waved, uncertain if they could see him. Long Xiaoyan's fingers quietly slipped into his palm, reluctant to part. A little, Yang Qi admitted, tightening his grip on her soft hand. Yet he was more eager for the journey they would share together. Her eyes, under the highland sun, transformed into a light brown, reminiscent of the clearest lakes in Tibet. Lake Namso sparkled like a sapphire nestled between the snow-capped mountains. Yang Qi rented an off-road vehicle and drove slowly along the lakeside road. Long Xiaoyan rolled down the window, letting the wind, tinged with the scent of snow, tousle her hair. He was a licensed driver. After all, let no one forget his adeptness behind the wheel. With all necessary documents arranged by the system. Beep. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the title of National Guardian Vanguard. Reward. 1 skill enhancement card. Beep. Congratulations, host, on achieving first-class merit. Reward. All attributes 5. Yang Qi. Title. Married man. Major. Camp commander of the Brigade Security Unit. National Guardian Vanguard. Strength. 48.5. Brute force. Constitution. 65. Beginner healing. Speed. 47.5. Wind speed. Reaction. 75.5. Environmental awareness. Mental power. 29.5. Meditation. Skills. Master level combat techniques. Expert level marksmanship. Environmental awareness. Proficient vehicle maneuvering. Skilled tactical mastery. Meditation. Eagle eye. Brute force. Double strength when activated. Wind speed. Double speed when activated. Beginner healing accelerates self-healing of physical injuries. Skill proficiency. Novice. Beginner. Proficient. Skilled. Master. Grandmaster. Items. 150. 000. 1 skill enhancement card. 1 proficient skill enhancement card. Not bad. Not bad. A skill enhancement card. All attributes 5. However, with the reaction now at 80 points, why hasn't a new skill been unlocked? Could it be that one must reach 90 or even 100? System. Apply the awarded skill enhancement card to healing. Beep. Successful usage. Beginner healing can heal superficial wounds. Intermediate healing can heal broken bones. If intermediate healing can mend broken bones, then what about advanced? What about top tier? Are there higher levels still to be attained? It's far more beautiful than what's on the military map, Long Xiaoyan murmured. Hearing the sound, Yang Qi snapped back to reality. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The lake's surface shimmered, reflecting her profile. Suddenly, he turned the steering wheel, veering onto a side road. Where to? Long Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. To find a good angle, Yang Qi replied with a mysterious smile. The car came to a halt by a secluded lakeside, where Yang Qi retrieved a picnic mat and a thermos from the trunk. Long Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows in surprise, inquiring about when he had made such preparations. Last night. After you fell asleep, I laid out the mat and poured 2 cups of butter tea, a recipe secretly given to me by the kitchen staff. Long Xiaoyan settled cross-legged, cradling the teacup to warm her hands. The lake, upon closer inspection, revealed a translucent blue, allowing glimpses of the smooth pebbles beneath, with distant snow-capped mountains reflecting upon its surface, creating an illusion of an inverted world. While at school, Yang Qi suddenly remarked, I often thought about bringing someone I cherished to this place one day. Long Xiaoyan turned to him, noticing the tips of his ears had turned crimson. At that time, I hadn't met you yet, he hastily added. It was merely a fantasy. She set down her teacup and, without warning, leaned in to gently peck his lips. It is no longer a fantasy. Yang Qi stood frozen, a few drops of tea spilling from his cup. Long Xiaoyan rarely initiated such gestures, especially outdoors. She, too, was momentarily taken aback, quickly lowering her gaze to conceal her flushed cheeks. A waterbird skimmed across the lake's surface, creating ripples that expanded outward. The night in Dali ancient town buzzed more vibrantly than the day. Yang Qi and Long Xiaoyan had donned the attire of local residents, he in a deep indigo tie-dye shirt, and she in an embroidered white dress, strolling along the cobblestone path like an ordinary couple of tourists. Look at that city tower, Yang Qi suddenly pointed in the distance. Built during the Ming dynasty, it features a typical moated structure for effective defense. Long Xiaoyan playfully pinched his arm. Major Yang, we are on vacation. Oh, Yang Qi sheepishly fell silent, but his eyes soon lit up. How about we try roasted milk fan? The place ahead is the most authentic. Long Xiaoyan chuckled and shook her head, allowing him to lead her through the crowd. The night market was as bright as day, with the calls of vendors ringing out in a cacophony. Yang Qi purchased 2 skewers of roasted milk fan, carefully wiping the charred bits off the bamboo sticks before handing one to her. Open your mouth, he urged. Long Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. I can do it myself. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Chi had already fed a piece to her, and she reluctantly took a bite, the creamy flavor blossoming in her mouth. Yang Chi beamed with delight, akin to a mischievous boy reveling in his prank success. As they passed a silver jewelry shop, Long Xiaoan lingered for a moment on a pair of simple rings, prompting Yang Chi to pull her inside. "Are you two looking to buy wedding rings?" The shopkeeper, an elderly Bai woman, squinted her eyes. Long Xiaoyan was about to deny it when Yang Chi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, please show us that pair. Although we cannot wear them now, we can try them on during our vacation." The rings were simple silver bands, inscribed on the inner side with auspicious nashi patterns. Yang Chi gently took Long Xiaoyan's hand, sliding a ring onto her fourth finger, its size fitting perfectly. "How did you know my?" she started to ask. The keen observation of a marksman, Yang Chi replied proudly, extending his own hand. "Your turn." Long Xiaoyan bit her lip as she placed the ring on him, her fingertips trembling slightly. The elderly woman chuckled kindly from the side, murmuring something in her dialect. "She said we are a perfect match," Yang Chi translated, his eyes sparkling. Long Xiaoyan gazed down at their intertwined hands, the two silver rings shimmering gently in the light. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she pulled out their marriage certificate from her wallet. "We have yet to take our wedding photos." Yang Chi blinked and pulled her towards the ancient city wall, raising his phone against the backdrop of the softly illuminated old city. He held the marriage certificate before their faces, while Long Xiaoyan smiled and leaned against his shoulder. At the very moment the flash went off, he secretly kissed the top of her head. On the third day after returning to Anning City, Yang Chi took Long Xiaoyan to a small noodle shop he frequented in his childhood. The establishment appeared even older than he remembered, yet the proprietress recognized him at once. "Xiao Chi, you've grown so tall," she exclaimed, her hands dusted with flour as she wore her apron. "Is this your wife?" Chapter 86. The End of the Holiday. Long Xiaoyan nodded politely, while Yang Chi, with flushed ears, ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, specifically instructing, "Make sure to add less spice to her bowl." The proprietress winked knowingly, understood, cherishing the wife. "Are we?" When the dishes arrived, Long Xiaoyan was astonished to discover a hidden poached egg at the bottom of her bowl. Yang Chi shared his own with her, reminiscing. "Whenever I performed well in exams as a child, my mother would bring me here, and the owner would always add an extra egg." Long Xiaoyan pierced the yolk with her chopsticks, watching the golden liquid flow out. "What were you like as a child?" she inquired. Yang Chi pondered for a moment before suddenly rising. "Follow me." He led her through several narrow alleys to a primary school. The campus was desolate during the summer break, but the gatekeeper recognized him as Lu Laosher's son and readily let them pass. "That's my classroom." Yang Chi pointed to the easternmost window on the second floor. "I jumped from there in 3rd grade and broke my arm." Long Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why did you do that?" "Because." Yang Chi revealed a rare look of embarrassment. "I wanted to see how a special forces soldier lands." Long Xiaoyan burst into laughter, her bright voice echoing across the empty playground. Yang Chi joined in the laughter, leading her to the pull-up bar. "I could do 20 pull-ups here, a school record." "And now?" Long Xiaoyan challenged. Without hesitation, Yang Chi leapt up, the hem of his camouflage t-shirt lifting with the movement, revealing his toned abs. He effortlessly completed 30 pull-ups, landing without even breaking a sweat. Long Xiaoyan applauded, then suddenly lowered her voice. "Major Yang, are you showing off?" Reporting to Captain Long, Yang Chi stood at attention, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "It is a display of strength." As the sun set, they sat on the steps beside the playground, sharing a bag of hawthorn cake that Yang Chi had loved as a child. Long Xiaoyan took a bite, her nose scrunching up at the sourness, while Yang Chi chuckled, wiping the sugar powder from the corner of her mouth with the back of his hand. "Where to tomorrow?" she asked. Yang Chi smiled mysteriously, a secret. On the final morning, Yang Chi blindfolded Long Xiaoyan and guided her into a taxi. After about half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt, and Long Xiaoyan caught the scent of lake water. "You can look now." As she opened her eyes, a quaint white villa stood by the lakeside. Breakfast laid out on the terrace, and 2 red-billed gulls perched on the railing. Long Xiaoyan turned to Yang Chi, astonished. "What is this?" "Our home," Yang Chi said, nervously rubbing his fingers together. "I bought it with the reward money from the system. We can stay here during our holidays." As Long Xiaoyan approached the villa, she noticed their names engraved on the doorplate. Pushing the door open, she saw a photograph of herself in military uniform hanging on the living room wall, and a tactical sand table displayed on the coffee table, the very terrain they had used during their first meeting. "When did you?" "I secretly prepared this over the past few days, investing nearly all my savings." Yang Chi wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Do you like it?" Long Xiaoyan turned to find a rare unease sparkling in his eyes. This man, invincible on the battlefield, now resembled a boy awaiting praise. She rose on her tiptoes and answered with a deep kiss. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the shadows of the two individuals upon the wall, melding seamlessly into one. In the distance, the morning mist over the lake gradually dissipated, heralding the dawn of a new day. Evening at the Yang family's courtyard. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed the yard as Yang Jin sat in a wicker chair, shelling peanuts, while Leah busied herself in the kitchen. The sounds of the spatula stirring a fragrant dish wafting through the air. "Father, Mother, we're here," Yang Qi announced as he pushed open the door, carrying 2 bottles of fine wine, with Long Xiaoyan following closely behind, holding a basket of fruit. "Oh, come in quickly." Leah wiped her hands and poked her head out from the kitchen, her eyes crinkled in a joyful smile. "Xiaoyan, why have you brought something again?" "We lack nothing here." Long Xiaoyan smiled coyly. "Mom, these are supplements specially chosen by Yang Qi for you." Yang Jin took the wine, patting his son's shoulder. "You little rascal, finally know how to show gratitude to your father?" Yang Qi grinned. "Father, when have I ever been ungrateful?" At the dining table, Leah incessantly served Long Xiaoyan dishes, as though fearing she would not have enough to eat. "Xiaoyan, eat more. Look how thin you are," Leah said with concern. "Is it too tough in the army?" Long Xiaoyan quickly shook her head. "It's not tough, Mom. Our meals are quite good." Yang Qi chuckled to himself, only to receive a gentle kick from Long Xiaoyan beneath the table. "By the way, where are you staying these days?" Yang Jin casually inquired after taking a sip of wine. "We." Yang Qi began to reply, but Long Xiaoyan suddenly choked and hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Luya, perceptive as ever, scanned the two with a knowing smile. "Oh, are you staying at that lakeside villa?" Yang Qi nearly choked on his food, his eyes widening in shock. "Mom, how did you know?" "Your father passed by the lakeside a couple of days ago and saw you moving furniture there." Luya replied with a smile. "You rascal, buying a house without telling the family?" Yang Qi scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "I just wanted to surprise you." Long Xiaoyan's ears turned slightly red as she sipped her soup, feigning ignorance. After dinner, just as Yang Qi stood to clear the table, Leah stopped him. "All right. You two lovebirds should head back quickly and not waste time here." Yang Qi was taken aback. "Mom, what are you saying?" Leah shot him a stern look, lowering her voice. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're eager to leave right after dinner. Aren't you trying to take advantage of Xiaoyan?" Yang Qi was both amused and exasperated. "Mom, how could I dare?" Long Xiaoyan stifled a laugh, leaning closer to Yang Qi, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "If you dare bully me tonight, I will report you." Yang Qi raised an eyebrow, turning to look at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Captain Long, are you abusing your power?" Long Xiaoyan proudly lifted her chin. "What?" Not convinced. Seeing the two whispering, Leah shook her head with a smile. All right. Hurry back and drive safely." Back at the villa, the night had deepened. As soon as the door closed, Yang Qi swept Long Xiaoyan into his arms, striding upstairs. "Yang Qi!" Long Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" "Heading home," Yang Qi replied with a mischievous grin. "Didn't Captain Long say he would report me? I'm eager to see how you intend to do that." Long Xiaoyan pinched his face, feigning irritation. "Put me down. You mustn't bully me." Yang Qi lowered his head and planted a gentle peck on her lips. "It's too late for that." In the dimly lit bedroom, Long Xiaoyan was softly placed on the bed. Just as she attempted to rise, Yang Qi leaned down, supporting himself with one hand beside her, while the other tenderly caressed her cheek. "Yang Qi." Long Xiaoyan's voice softened, laced with a hint of pleading. "Can we? Just for today?" Chapter 87. Reporting separately to the 702nd Regiment. "No." Yang Qi chuckled softly, his fingers gently caressing her lips. "On the battlefield, you won't concede so easily, Team Dragon." Long Xiaoyan glared at him. "That's a different matter. For me, this is the battlefield." Yang Qi leaned closer, whispering in her ear. "And my objective is to make you surrender." Long Xiaoyan's ears flushed crimson in an instant, and she pushed him away. "You." MMM. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced. The following days were a delightful blend of absurdity and sweetness. If they were not both in their prime, they might have found themselves expecting. Fortunately, despite Yang Qi's infatuation with Long Xiaoyan, he still possessed a sense of propriety. As the morning sun filtered through the curtains, Long Xiaoyan groggily opened her eyes to find Yang Qi already awake, propping his head on his hand while gazing at her. "What are you looking at?" she mumbled, turning over. "Looking at my beautiful wife," Yang Qi replied with a smile, leaning in to place a gentle kiss on her nape. Long Xiaoyan shrank her neck and pushed him away. "Stop it, I'm tired." Yang Qi chuckled softly. "Who was it last night that said one more time?" Long Xiaoyan jolted awake, grabbing a pillow to throw at him. Yang Qi. He easily caught the pillow and, taking the opportunity, pulled her into his embrace. Resting his chin atop her head. Let's sleep a little longer. We're not going anywhere today, just you and me. Long Xiaoyan nestled against him. Listening to the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. It was the last day of their holiday. In the evening, they sat on the terrace, watching the golden ripples dance upon the lake's surface. We head back to the regiment tomorrow, Long Xiaoyan said softly. Yang Qi wrapped his arms around her shoulders, playfully pinching her earlobe. Are you reluctant to leave? Long Xiaoyan remained silent, merely leaning closer into his warmth. Yang Qi looked down at her, suddenly laughing. Team Dragon, are you being coy? Long Xiaoyan shot him a glare. Who is being coy? Yang Qi raised an eyebrow. All right then, tonight. No. Long Xiaoyan immediately became alert. Yang Qi grinned mischievously. So, are you suggesting that if I don't tease you tonight, then tomorrow I can? Long Xiaoyan huffed in exasperation, pinching him. Yang Qi, can you think of something else? Yang Qi firmly grasped her hand, stating earnestly, I can't help it. Who told my wife to be so beautiful? Long Xiaoyan blushed at his candid words, leaning her head on his shoulder as she muttered softly. You're such a smooth talker. Yang Qi chuckled, holding her tighter, gazing at the distant sunset, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The absurd yet sweet holiday had ultimately come to an end. At Beijing Capital International Airport, morning had arrived. The announcements echoed throughout the bustling terminal. And travelers hurried about. Long Xiaoyan donned a crisp military uniform, her colonel insignia gleaming coldly in the morning light, while Yang Qi stood before her, also in uniform, but adorned with the rank of major, a backpack casually draped over his shoulder. Remember to message me when you arrive, Long Xiaoyan said, reaching out to adjust Yang Qi's collar. Her fingertips brushed against his Adam's apple before she quickly withdrew. Don't make me worry. Yang Qi flashed a bright smile, taking her hand in his. Team Dragon, are you worried about me? Long Xiaoyan glared at him, admonishing him to cease his banter. Yang Qi refrained from teasing her further, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Rest assured, I will miss you, he murmured. A faint blush crept to Long Xiaoyan's ears as she lightly pushed him away. Enough now, there are so many people watching. The announcement over the intercom chimed again, urging passengers to board. Long Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, casting one last glance at Yang Qi before turning towards the security checkpoint. Yang Qi remained rooted in place, watching her figure meld into the crowd until he finally diverted his gaze, picking up his backpack and striding towards the taxi stand. Driver, to the 702nd Regiment, he instructed as he settled into the back seat, pulling out his officer's identification to glance at the clearly printed military unit number and station address. The driver, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, paused momentarily on his epaulets before remarking, Sir, the 702nd Regiment is quite a distance away, in the suburbs. Yang Qi smiled reassuringly. No problem, just drive on. The scenery outside the window gradually transformed from the bustling cityscape to the verdant countryside, towering buildings replaced by lush trees and expansive training grounds. Leaning against the seat, Yang Qi absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on his knee, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Sir, we've arrived. The driver's voice jolted him back to reality. After paying the fare, Yang Qi exited the vehicle, standing before the imposing entrance of the 702nd Regiment. Flanking the tall iron gates were armed sentinels, and a vibrant red military emblem hung solemnly above the gate, exuding an air of gravity. As he approached, one of the sentinels stepped forward, saluting sharply. Good day, sir. Please present your identification. Despite Yang Qi's evident higher rank, military protocol mandated registration upon entry. He nodded, retrieving his identification card from his pocket and handing it over. The sentinel accepted the document, lowering his gaze to inspect it. Upon seeing the name Yang, his pupils dilated in shock, and he quickly raised his eyes to appraise Yang Qi, a mixture of astonishment and respect evident in his expression. You are Major Yang? The sentinel's voice trembled slightly. Yang Qi arched an eyebrow. You know me? The sentinel nodded vigorously. The whole regiment has heard of you. The soldier king who shattered the entire army's record in the new recruit competition and was promoted to major. Yang Qi chuckled softly. It's not as grand as that. The sentinel completed the registration swiftly, returning the identification with both hands. Sir, the registration is complete. You may enter. Yang Qi pocketed his officer's card and casually inquired. How do I get to the regiment headquarters? The sentinel pointed in the direction. Go straight for 300 meters, then turn right. The headquarters building will be there. Yang Qi nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Entering the 702nd Regiment, he He was greeted by the sight of a retired Type 59 tank, its turret raised proudly. Its heavy tracks firmly planted in the center of the square, silently narrating the history of this unit. Yang Qi paused, reaching out to touch the cold armor, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Soldier assault, I have arrived. In the distance, the sounds of rallying cries echoed from the training grounds, where a group of soldiers practiced tactical maneuvers. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Qi discerned several familiar figures, Su Sanduo, Cheng Kai, Wu Liuyi. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted his backpack and strode purposefully towards the headquarters. Yang Qi strode along the straight avenue of the barracks, the sycamore trees on either side rustling softly in the gentle breeze. The chants from the training ground grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps approaching. A squad of soldiers advanced in perfect formation, and upon spotting the major insignia on Yang Qi's shoulder, the leading sergeant called out from a distance, "Salute." In unison, the entire formation raised their right hands with a swift motion. Yang Qi stood firm and returned the salute, his gaze sweeping across the youthful faces, noting the surprise and curiosity reflected in many of their eyes. "Who is that? A major so young?" "Shoo, lower your voices. I believe I've seen his photograph in the military newspaper." Even after the formation had moved on, their hushed whispers lingered in Yang Qi's ears. He shook his head in resignation and continued his journey towards the regiment's headquarters. Chapter 88, The Steel 7th Company. Yang Qi has arrived. As he turned a corner, a solemn 3-story building came into view, with 2 armed sentinels standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Qi, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yang Qi returned the gesture and strode up the steps. Commander's office. Standing before the door marked with Commander Wang Qingrui's name, Yang Qi straightened his military attire and raised his hand to knock. "Come in." A loud voice, laced with a strong accent, echoed from within. Pushing open the door, Yang Qi beheld an officer, likely in his 50s, bent over a pile of documents. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the gray streaks in his hair, while the insignia on his shoulders, 2 bars and 4 stars, gleamed brilliantly. "Reporting to Commander, Major Yang Qi has arrived." Yang Qi stood at attention, his voice resonant and firm. Wang Qingrui snapped his head up, his eyes sparkling, and the wrinkles on his face instantly smooth. "Ah, our great hero has returned." He set down his pen and hurried over, scrutinizing Yang Qi from head to toe. "Well, young man, you've become even more robust since our last meeting." Yang Qi grinned. "Commander, your accent remains as endearing as ever." "Ha." Wang Qingrui laughed heartily, clapping Yang Qi on the shoulder. Come, sit down and talk." He turned to fetch a jar of tea leaves from the cabinet. "Try this, it's by Luo Chun sent from my hometown." The two settled on the sofa in the reception area. As Wang Qingrui prepared the tea, he inquired, "How was your leave? Everything went smoothly?" "You are the first recruit in the history of our 702nd Regiment to take leave right after finishing basic training." Yang Qi accepted the teacup, the fragrant steam wafting upward. "It was quite good. I took my wife around to see the sights." "Goodness." Wang Qingrui's eyes widened. "You're married now? You certainly moved quickly." He suddenly lowered his voice. "I heard your father-in-law is that long." Yang Qi chuckled and nodded, prompting Wang Qingrui to slap his thigh in excitement. "My goodness, you've really climbed the ranks." He burst into laughter. As the laughter subsided, Wang Qingrui's expression grew serious. "Now, let's discuss serious matters. Your current rank presents a bit of a challenge." He scratched his graying hair. "Majors in our regiment are typically battalion-level officers. Yet you've just arrived." Yang Qi set down the teacup. "Commander, I'm not concerned about that. If necessary, I can change my rank. I'd be fine as an ordinary soldier." "Nonsense." Wang Qingrui shot him a stern look. "A rank bestowed by the military commission cannot be so easily exchanged." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Now, tell me, which company do you wish to join?" Without hesitation, Yang Qi replied, "The Steel 7th Company." "The Steel 7th Company?" Wang Qingrui raised an eyebrow. "That's our regiment's elite unit. That fellow Gao Cheng leads his troops fiercely. He is also the commander of your basic training company. While you two may be familiar, he wants to go easy on you." "Precisely because it is an elite unit that I wish to join," Yang Qi stated resolutely. "Rest assured, Commander, I want to create any difficulties for you. As for rank, whatever is appropriate within the company will suffice." Wang Qingrui studied Yang Qi for a while, then suddenly laughed. "Good lad. You have spirit." He rose from his chair and walked to his desk, picking up the phone. "Hello. Connect me to Gao Cheng of the Steel 7th Company." In the brief interval while awaiting the call to connect, Wang Qingrui turned to Yang Qi and remarked, "That rascal Gao Cheng may have a rather foul temper, but he certainly possesses a remarkable talent for leading troops. Do your best over there, and do not bring shame upon me." Yang Qi stood at attention and replied, "Yes, sir." As the call connected, Wang Qingrui spoke into the receiver. "Gao Cheng, I've sent you a treasure." "What? You don't want it?" "Let me tell you, this soldier is one that every regiment commander would covet." "Yes, that's right. It's Yang Qi. He has returned." Upon hanging up the phone, Wang Qingrui winked at Yang Qi and said, "Just wait. Once that fellow hears it's you, he'll come running." In less than 10 minutes, the office door was thrust open with great force, and a robust officer stormed in. His rank of captain signified by a single stripe and 3 stars on his shoulder. "Reporting. Captain Gao Cheng of the Steel 7th Company is here to report." The newcomer rendered a crisp salute, his booming voice resonating through the room, causing the windows to vibrate. Wang Qingrui chuckled and chided, "All right, enough of the formalities. The person is right here. Take a look for yourself." Gao Cheng turned to Yang Qi and grinned broadly. "Good lad, you've finally returned. But in my 7th Company, there are no privileges." He circled Yang Qi, then suddenly grasped his shoulder and arm muscles, nodding in satisfaction. You've bulked up quite a bit. However, in my Steel 7th Company, regardless of your rank, everyone is treated equally." "Understood," Yang Qi replied loudly. Wang Qingrui interjected, "Gao Cheng, Yang Qi is now a major." "In this," Gao Cheng waved his hand dismissively, "in my company, he is just a soldier. We can discuss ranks outside the company." Wang Qingrui looked at Yang Qi with a resigned expression, yet Yang Qi smiled back. "That suits me just fine." A flicker of admiration crossed Gao Cheng's eyes. But he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Don't celebrate too soon. The training intensity in the Steel 7th Company is nothing like the child's play you've experienced before." Yang Qi met Gao Cheng's gaze unwaveringly. "Captain, I am always ready to embrace a challenge." "Good." Gao Cheng clapped his hands. "Now come with me back to the company." He turned to Wang Qingrui and said, "Commander, I'm taking him with me." Wang Qingrui smiled and waved them off. "Go on, go on." As they exited the regimental headquarters building, Gao Cheng strode ahead with determination, while Yang Qi followed closely. Along the way, the soldiers they encountered saluted, to which Gao Cheng casually responded without breaking his stride. "I've heard you were the top fighter in the entire army?" Gao Cheng suddenly inquired. Yang Qi humbly replied, "It's merely luck." "Spare me that." Gao Cheng scoffed. "This afternoon's combat training. Let me see what you've got." "Yes, sir." They traversed several training grounds until an aging 3-story barracks came into view, the bold red characters spelling out Steel 7th Company prominently displayed on the concrete pillars at the entrance. "Stand at attention," Gao Cheng commanded, and the soldiers training on the field immediately ceased their activities, swiftly forming ranks. "Attention," Gao Cheng's voice boomed like thunder. "Allow me to introduce the new arrival, Yang Qi." A wave of murmurs rippled through the ranks, as it was evident that Yang Qi's reputation had already spread throughout the regiment. "Silence," Gao Cheng exclaimed sternly. "I do not care what you have heard. Within the Steel 7th Company, he is merely a rookie. Do you understand?" "Understood." The soldiers responded in unison. Gao Cheng then turned to Yang Qi and instructed, "Shijin, take Yang Qi to change into training attire and report to the training ground in 5 minutes." "Yes." Shijin saluted and swiftly made his way towards Yang Qi. Behind him, he heard Gao Cheng addressing the soldiers. "You are in for a treat during this afternoon's combat training." A subtle smile crept onto Yang Qi's lips. It seemed that life in the Steel 7th Company would be more intriguing than he had anticipated. Chapter 89, The Reunion of Gao Cheng, Shijin, Wu Lui, and Cheng Kai. Shijin approached Yang Qi with brisk steps, his weathered face breaking into a radiant smile, deep wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. He seized Yang Qi's military backpack with one hand, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Well done, my boy." Shijin's voice was low yet brimming with joy. "You've even earned a major's insignia in just a few months." He scrutinized Yang Qi, pride evident in his gaze. "Do you remember what you said on your first day of enlistment?" Yang Qi accepted the backpack, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. "I remember. I said I wanted to be a general." "Huh. At this rate, I believe it's quite possible." Shijin grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth as he turned to lead Yang Qi toward the barracks. He glanced back, assessing Yang Qi's noticeably sturdier physique. "Looks like you didn't waste your leave." Yang Qi merely smiled in response. The two ascended to the 2nd floor, the wooden staircase creaking beneath their feet. Shijin opened a weathered iron door, gesturing toward the lower bunk by the window. "You can make to here for now. We'll arrange a proper bed after training." Yang Qi efficiently unpacked his bag, retrieving neatly folded training attire. Leaning against the doorframe, Shijin observed the once novice soldier expertly change his clothes. a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Squad leader, Yang Qi asked as he tightened his shoelaces, what is the current situation in the company? Shurjin glanced at his watch. We'll discuss that on the way, just get changed first. He paused, lowering his voice. The company commander is in a particularly determined mood today, so be cautious. 3 minutes later, the two jogged back to the training ground. Shurjin executed a precise about-face. Report. Yang Qi is present. Gao Cheng stood at the front of the formation, hands clasped behind his back, squinting at the revitalized Yang Qi. Fallen, with synchronized footsteps. The entire company advanced onto the training field. Several mats had already been laid out, and with a commanding voice, Gao Cheng instructed the company to form a semicircle. He stepped into the center, surveying each face with a keen eye. Today, we have something special planned. His voice echoed across the expansive training ground. Comrade Yang Qi here has secured first place in the Army's combat competition. He paused deliberately. Who wishes to come forward and test their skills? Report. Wu Lui was the first to rise, eagerness etched on his dark features. I would like to take a crack at it. Soon, several veterans raised their hands. But just then, a clear voice interjected. Report. I want to try as well. All eyes turned to Chen Kai, a strikingly handsome recruit standing tall. His gaze fixed intently on Yang Qi, his jaw clenched tightly. Gao Cheng raised an eyebrow. Chen Kai, are you certain? Report, company commander. Chen Kai's voice soared an octave. I want to see what the champion of the army is truly capable of. A few light chuckles rippled through the crowd, while Shurjin frowned slightly. Whispering to Yang Qi, this kid has never been one to back down. You. Yang Qi nodded slightly, walking calmly to the center of the field. He first extended his hand to Wu Lui. Vice Squad Leader Wu, I look forward to your guidance. He had become quite familiar with Wu Lui and regarding Chen Kai. It seemed that his words upon departure had little effect. Nevertheless, everyone has their own path to tread, so why should he concern himself excessively? Wu Lui grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Good lad, let me see just how much strength you were concealing back then. The moment the two assumed their stances, the air in the training ground seemed to freeze. Wu Lui, like a poised Black Panther, suddenly lunged forward. His right fist slicing through the air directly towards Yang Qi's face. Yang Qi slightly shifted his body, blocking with his left hand while his right leg swept lightning fast towards Wu Liui's lower body. Wu Liui reacted swiftly, leaping into the air, yet upon landing, Yang Qi executed a beautiful shoulder throw, bringing him crashing to the ground. Bravo! The entire battalion cheered in unison. Wu Liui sprang back to his feet. Not angry, but rather exhilarated, rubbing his hands together. Once more. For the next 3 minutes, the scene unfolded with bodies darting about. Wu Liui employed every technique he had. Yet he could never graze the hem of Yang Qi's garment. In their final clash, Yang Qi adeptly utilized Wu Liui's momentum against him, once again toppling him to the ground. Stop, Gao Cheng called out, a smile he could not conceal gracing his face. Wu Liui, do you yield? Wu Liui panted heavily, sweat dripping from his chin. I yield. I truly yield. He approached Yang Qi, suddenly embracing him in a bear hug. You must have held back considerably back then. Yang Qi nodded with a smile. At that moment, Chen Kai could no longer contain himself and jumped into the arena, his gaze menacing. It's my turn. Gao Cheng frowned but said nothing. Yang Qi noticed that Chen Cai's stance was somewhat stiff, his right hand instinctively clenching and then relaxing. Please. Yang Qi gestured to indicate the start. Chen Kai wasted no time, launching a high whip kick towards Yang Qi. Yang Qi effortlessly retreated half a step, only to realize this was a feint. Chen Kai suddenly altered his attack, his left hand clawing towards Yang Qi's throat. Gasps arose from the sidelines. This had transcended the bounds of normal sparring. A glint of cold light flashed in Yang Qi's eyes as he ghosted to Chen Cai's side, delivering a precise strike to his elbow joint. Ah! Chen Kai cried out in pain, staggering back a few steps. Yang Qi did not pursue but remained calmly in place. Chen Cai's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Suddenly, disregarding everything, he charged at Yang Qi, his fist aimed straight for Yang Qi's temple. Enough! Gao Cheng bellowed. But it was too late. Yang Qi ducked low, seizing Chen Cai's wrist, and using his forward momentum executed a stunning back throw. Chen Kai crashed heavily onto the mat, producing a muffled thud. The entire venue fell silent as Chen Kai lay on the mat, his chest heaving violently, disbelief etched across his face. Gao Cheng strode over, first glancing at Yang Qi to confirm he was unharmed, then turning to Chen Kai. If you can't handle defeat, then don't step onto the field. Go back and write a self-criticism. Submit it to me tomorrow. Chen Kai got up, head bowed, and quickly exited the training ground. Gao Cheng faced the entire battalion, his voice booming. Did you all see? This is true skill. From now on, if anyone doubts, consider your own capabilities first. He approached Yang Qi, unexpectedly revealing a smile. Well done. Starting today, you will be responsible for the battalion's combat training every Wednesday afternoon. Yes. Yang Qi saluted with a precise military gesture. Gao Cheng took out a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes, extracted one, and handed it to Yang Qi. Yang Qi accepted the cigarette, ignited it with the lighter Gao Cheng provided, and took a deep drag, allowing the acrid essence of the tobacco to swirl in his lungs before he exhaled slowly. Wu Lui, resembling a large dog, approached without uttering a word, merely gazing at the cigarette pack in Gao Cheng's hand with a grin. You damn. Gao Cheng muttered half-heartedly, yet still pulled out another cigarette and tossed it to him. How many packs has it been this month? You've smoked through your allowance, haven't you? Wu Lui deftly lit the cigarette, savoring a hearty puff, and replied with delight, Squad leader, you say that, but I'm simply showing you respect. Chapter 90, the glorious chronicle of the company. As Shijin approached, he shook his head in response to Lu Yi's words. Last month, you borrowed money from me to buy toothpaste, and now, squad leader. Wu Lui quickly interrupted, a rare look of embarrassment crossing his dark features. It's just that Yang Qi has returned, and I'm thrilled. He turned to Yang Qi, his eyes brimming with genuine admiration. You've truly made something of yourself. I always knew you were exceptional back in the recruit company, but I never expected you to leap straight to major. Yang Qi smiled, the smoke swirling before him. He could discern Wu Lui's heartfelt joy. This straightforward man never concealed his emotions. Not far away, Chen Kai sat alone beneath the horizontal bar, his plastic water bottle creaking under his grip as he cast furtive glances in their direction, only to quickly divert his gaze. Yang Qi observed this obstinate soldier from the corner of his eye, noting the unyielding frustration and desolation in his expression, which stirred a complex feeling within him. Yang Qi had encountered many like Chen Kai, individuals who emerged from humble villages, eager to prove themselves after glimpsing the wider world, yet struggling to find their rightful path. In this great crucible of the military, such people would either be forged into steel or— What are you pondering? Gao Cheng's voice interrupted Yang Qi's thoughts. Yang Qi flicked the ash off his cigarette and abruptly inquired, Squad leader, where has Su Sanduo gone? The atmosphere momentarily stilled. Shijin's expression darkened, Wu Lui grimaced, and Gao Cheng released a smoke ring, his tone nonchalant. He is with the 3rd Red Company, Class 5. He's still gone there. Yang Qi murmured softly. Shijin sighed. I did my best, but that boy— Squad leader, please don't blame yourself. Wu Lui interjected. That lad simply isn't cut out for military life. Class 5 suits him just fine. Gao Cheng remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Yang Qi noticed a flicker of complex emotions in the squad leader's eyes. I visited him once, Shijin suddenly remarked. Class 5. It indeed fits him well. Yang Qi recalled the graveyard known as the squad leader's grave from the original tale, feeling a sense of helplessness. Gao Cheng raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you missing your old comrade? Perhaps, Yang Qi chuckled. That lad may be a bit dull, but he is not bad at heart. Gao Cheng scrutinized Yang Qi for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Wu Lui immediately wilted, prompting laughter from the others. Amidst the laughter, Yang Qi glanced again at Chen Kai in the distance, only to find him rising and departing, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the group, and as the last of the cigarette was extinguished, Gao Cheng declared, All right, back to training. Yang Qi, go demonstrate some grappling techniques to those new recruits. Understood. Yang Qi snuffed out his cigarette and swiftly made his way to the center of the training ground. In the training arena, Yang Qi stood at the center, surrounded by the steel 7th Company soldiers, their eyes fixated on his every movement. He rolled up the sleeves of his training uniform, revealing his sturdy forearms, glimmering with a golden sheen in the sunlight. The essence of grappling lies in leveraging strength against strength. Yang Qi's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear present. Pay attention. He gestured for Wu Lui to step forward to assist with the demonstration. Wu Lui, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and bounded into the center of the arena like a large dog, assuming an aggressive stance. Yang Qi made a slight movement, his right hand coiling around Wu Lui's incoming wrist like a swift serpent, gently pulling him off balance. Just as Wu Lui was about to topple, Yang Qi steadied him with a firm grip. Wow! Wu Lui's eyes widened in astonishment. This was truly incredible. In the front row, Gong Stouning sat with her mouth slightly agape, oblivious to the notebook that had slipped from her grasp and fallen to the ground. She quickly retrieved it, hastily jotting down every movement of Yang Qi. Gao Cheng stood at the sidelines, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Glancing at his watch, he suddenly blew his whistle. All personnel assemble. The soldiers promptly formed ranks. As Gao Cheng paced back and forth in front of the line with his hands behind his back. Upon returning, change into your regular uniforms. Assemble in the square in 10 minutes. Shi Jin's eyes brightened, and he quietly remarked to Yang Qi beside him, the joining ceremony. Yang Qi's heart skipped a beat. In the original narrative, the joining ceremony of Steel 7 Company was the most sacred moment for every soldier. He never expected to experience such a solemn rite so soon. Dismissed, Gao Cheng commanded, and the soldiers immediately rushed toward the barracks. Shi Jin pulled Yang Qi upstairs briskly. Come on. Let me give you a glimpse of the company history. In the dormitory of the 3rd Squad of the 1st Platoon, Yang Qi swiftly changed into his regular uniform. In the mirror, he stood tall in his crisp military attire, the major insignia on his shoulder gleaming brightly. Shi Jin stood at the door, looking at this once new recruit with a sense of pride. Are you ready? He inquired. Yang Qi adjusted his collar. Ready, class leader. The two hastened toward the company honor room. As they pushed open the door, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted toward them. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the walls adorned with banners and trophies, casting a warm glow. Shi Jin's expression grew exceptionally solemn. Yang Qi, this is the soul of Steel 7 Company. He approached a red flag embroidered with the characters Steel 7 Company, his voice deep and resonant. Steel 7 Company was established in 1946 and has participated in the Liberation War and the Korean War. The entire company has collectively received first-class merit 3 times, second-class merit 7 times, and numerous third-class merits. Shi Jin's fingers gently brushed against a yellowed banner, awarded during the Huaihai campaign in 1948. Yang Qi's gaze followed Shi Jin's lead, taking in the densely packed photographs on the wall. Some had already faded, while others appeared quite recent. Yet each captured the illustrious history of Steel 7 Company. This was the former company commander Zhao Dagong, who single-handedly destroyed 3 American tanks on the Korean battlefield. This was political officer Wang Taizhu, who sacrificed himself to protect his comrades during a border conflict. Shi Jin's voice carried profound respect. Since its establishment, Steel 7 Company has lost a total of 1,104 officers and soldiers. Yang Qi felt a deep sense of reverence. This figure exceeded what was mentioned in the original narrative, suggesting an even more illustrious history for Steel 7 Company in this world. Shi Jin stopped before a special flag. This is our company flag, bearing the names of every soldier in Steel 7 Company. He turned to Yang Qi, his gaze exceedingly earnest. Yang Qi, you are the 4,999th soldier of Steel 7 Company. Yang Qi straightened his back, a surge of fervor swelling within him. The number 4,999 surpasses the designation of Su Sando in his recollection, indicating that, due to his presence, the history of the Steel 7th Company has undergone subtle changes. You must remember, Shi Jin articulated with deliberate emphasis, the soldiers of the Steel 7th Company would rather advance a step and perish than retreat a half-step and survive. At that moment, the whistle echoed across the playground. Shi Jin seized Yang Qi's arm, exclaiming, Hurry, the ceremony is about to commence. The two rushed down the stairs. In the square, all the officers and soldiers had already formed ranks. Gao Cheng stood at the forefront of the formation, flanked by 2 soldiers. One bearing the national flag and the other the military banner, their expressions solemn. Chapter 91, The 4,999th Soldier. The sunlight cascaded obliquely across the square, elongating the shadows of all present. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the flags to flutter softly, producing a crisp sound. Gao Cheng surveyed the assembly, his voice resonating like thunder. Today marks the first day Comrade Yang Qi joins our Steel 7th Company. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, broken only by the sound of the wind whispering past. Attention! Right, turn, quick march. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as the formation advanced toward the flagpole at the center of the square. Yang Qi was positioned at the forefront of the line, acutely aware of the dozens of eyes fixed upon him from behind. The formation halted before the flagpole. Gao Cheng approached Yang Qi, standing scarcely a meter apart. Yang Qi. Gao Cheng's voice reverberated through the square. Do you wish to join the Steel 7th Company and become a member of this illustrious collective? Yang Qi straightened his chest and declared with resounding clarity, I do. Do you pledge to uphold the glorious traditions of the Steel 7th Company? Willing to advance even at the cost of death, never to retreat a single step to preserve your life? I do. Will you, under any circumstances, never abandon nor forsake your comrades? I do. 3 affirmations echoed louder than the last, resonating in the air above the square. Gao Cheng nodded, turning to accept the Steel 7th Company flag from a soldier's hand. Yang Qi, this is our company flag, adorned with the names of 4,998 souls. Today, your name shall be the 4,999th. With solemnity, Yang Chi accepted the flag, feeling its weight in his hands, as if it bore the blood and fire of over half a century. Salute. With a swift motion, all personnel raised their right hands in unison. The national anthem began to play, the flag slowly ascending in Yang Chi's grasp, unfurling majestically in the sunlight. At the pinnacle of the flagpole, the banner billowed in the wind. Gao Cheng's voice rang out once more. Yang Chi, repeat after me. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chi followed Gao Cheng's lead, enunciating each word of the oath. I am the 4,999th soldier of the Steel 7th Company. I am the 4,999th soldier of the Steel 7th Company. I pledge to inherit the aspirations of the martyrs and to carry forward the glorious traditions. I pledge to inherit the aspirations of the martyrs and to carry forward the glorious traditions. Willing to advance at the cost of death. Never to retreat a single step to preserve my life. Willing to advance at the cost of death. Never to retreat a single step to preserve my life. Upon completing the oath, Gao Cheng suddenly bellowed, with a thunderous roar and a sword in hand. Prepare, sing. The entire company erupted in a thunderous chorus of the Steel 7th Company's anthem, their voices shaking the heavens, with a thunderous roar and a sword in hand. A pack of fierce tigers, Steel 7th Company. A will of steel, iron men, blood and iron to guard our homeland. The battle cries shatter the enemy's courage. Victorious in every clash, our fame resounding. Attack must conquer, defense must be steadfast, trampling the enemy's bones as we sing our triumph. Yang Chi, hoarse from the exertion, joined in the fervent roar, feeling the boiling blood within his chest. At that moment, he truly grasped the spirit of the Steel 7th Company. A profound sense of honor and mission coursing through his veins. As the song concluded, Gao Cheng stepped before Yang Chi, a rare smile gracing his face. Welcome to the Steel 7th Company, Comrade Major. The entire company erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wu Lui rushed forward to embrace Yang Chi, while Gan Xiaoning excitedly rubbed his hands together. Even the usually stern Shi Jin had tears welling in his eyes at this moment. Yang Chi surveyed his charming comrades, an unprecedented sense of belonging surging within him. He understood that from this day forth, he would no longer fight alone. The Steel 7th Company would become the most significant home in his military career. As the sun descended in the west, the company flag fluttered in the evening breeze, casting a long shadow of the 4,999th soldier beneath the flagpole. Steel 7th Company, 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad. The afterglow of the sunset streamed through the window, bathing the 3rd Squad dormitory in a warm orange hue as he examined this place that would soon become his new home. Come, take the lower bunk with me. Shi Jin patted the lower bunk by the window, where his name, Shi Jin, was neatly inscribed in white paint on the bed frame. He swiftly removed his nameplate and retrieved a new one from the drawer, inscribed with the characters Yang Chi in a bold and square manner. Just as Yang Chi was about to decline, Shi Jin widened his eyes. Comrade Major, in this squad, you must heed the squad leader's orders. His tone was serious, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Yes, squad leader. Yang Chi responded with a smile and a salute, placing his bedding on the bed. Gan Xiaoning poked his head out from the adjacent bunk, a hearty smile adorning his round face. Major Yang, let me help you make your bed. With that, he leapt down, deftly shaking out the sheets. Just call me Yang Chi, Yang Chi replied, grasping one corner of the sheet. There are no ranks in the squad. Bai Taijun joined in, brandishing a feather duster. Exactly, in our Steel 7th Company, we don't distinguish ranks. He meticulously dusted off the bedboard, then turned to Yang Chi. But your skills are truly impressive. How did you train? Yang Chi folded the blanket into a standard square, chuckling at the question. A natural talent, coupled with diligent effort and practice. Come on, Gan Xiaoning scoffed. Even if I trained until my arms broke, I still wouldn't reach your level. He leaned in curiously. Is there a secret? Yang Chi winked mysteriously, indeed. Several heads immediately leaned closer. Every day, do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats. And run 10 kilometers, Yang Chi said with utmost seriousness, for 3 years. Cut it out. The crowd dispersed in laughter, with Gan Xiaoning making a face. Isn't that the standard for boot camp? Shi Jin shook his head, chuckling from the side. He retrieved a brand new enamel mug from the cabinet and handed it to Yang Chi. Here, this is yours. Each of us in the squad gets one. Numbered from 1 to 9, you are number 7. Yang Chi accepted the mug, which bore the inscription Steel 7th Company, 3rd Squad, 7 in red paint. The bottom showed signs of wear, clearly a cherished artifact passed down through generations. This is a tradition passed down by the former squad leader, Shi Jin explained. Each departing soldier leaves their mug for the newcomer. Yang Qi ran his fingers along the rim of the mug, envisioning the stories of those who had used it before him. This ordinary enamel mug suddenly felt heavy with significance. "This is your storage cabinet," Shurjin said, pulling open the cabinet door near the window. The upper section held uniforms and casual clothes, while the lower section contained training gear and personal belongings. "We have inspections every Wednesday, and you know the standards." Yang Qi nodded, methodically placing items from his backpack into the cabinet. The training uniform hung on the outermost hook, while his formal attire was neatly arranged on a hanger and socks were folded into neat squares, all in perfect order. His actions were executed with meticulous precision, leaving Gan Xiaoning in awe. "Goodness, this standard of internal affairs is even stricter than that of the squad leader," Bai Taijun murmured quietly. Shurjin nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone should take note." He turned to Yang Qi, instructing him to place the toiletries on the iron rack by the window, ensuring the towels were neatly folded and the toothbrushes positioned with their bristles facing upwards. Just as he was speaking, Wu Liuyi burst in with fervor, a plastic bag in hand. Come, it's time for an extra meal." He pulled out several packets of instant noodles, some ham sausages, and 2 bottles of Laogan Ma, declaring a celebration for the arrival of our class's very own military king. "Long live Deputy Wu." Gan Xiaoning cheered as he eagerly took the food, swiftly retrieving a lunchbox to prepare the noodles.